Chapter 1, Rebirth. Song Song, wake up. Song Song, what's wrong with you? Jiang Songning felt an agonizing pain coursing through her body, remnants of the torment from being bitten by a zombie still fresh in her memory, while someone nearby continued to call her name. Struggling to open her eyes, she finally noticed a concerned face gazing down at her. She questioned whether she was experiencing a hallucination. The person before her was her dear friend and roommate, yet she had perished at the onset of the apocalypse, sacrificing herself to save Jiang Songning from a zombie attack. Tears began to cascade down Jiang Songning's cheeks uncontrollably. Song Song, what's wrong? What happened? Mu Shiha, upon seeing Jiang Songning weep so sorrowfully, felt a surge of panic. Only then did Jiang Songning realize something was amiss. Looking around, she recognized that she was in her university dormitory. Sha, is it truly you? Mu Shiha reached out to touch Jiang Songning's forehead. You're no longer feverish. Have you lost your memory? Realizing the warmth of Mu Zai's hand, Jiang Songning felt a wave of reality wash over her and hastily grabbed her phone for confirmation. Today was May 27th, 2036, just 7 days away from the apocalypse. It dawned on her that she had been reborn after being pushed into a horde of zombies by He. She had returned to 7 days prior to the end of the world. Jiang Songning embraced Mu Shiha excitedly. This is wonderful. Shiha, you're still here. Mu Shiha was nearly suffocated by the tightness of Jiang Songning's embrace. Jiang Songning, are you trying to commit murder? Mu Shiha gritted her teeth, speaking through the pressure. Forgive me, I'm just overwhelmed with joy. Jiang Songning looked at her friend with embarrassment. Oh, the esteemed Miss Jiang has finally awakened? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Songning shot a disdainful glance at the person in the opposite bed. This individual was also her roommate, but she was merely a lapdog of He. Jiang Songning, you've already been expelled from the He family, yet you still dare to glare at me like that. But who could blame Cindy for her kind heart? She said that as long as you return what you stole from her, she'll allow you to come back. Jiang Songning suppressed her urge to commit violence. This person had been bitten by zombies during the apocalypse, and she had no intention of dirtying her hands. Then she remembered it was indeed for that jade pendant that she had been expelled from the He family. The pendant was a gift from her grandmother when she was first brought back to the He family, though it was of ordinary material, easily purchasable for a few thousand in the market. For some inexplicable reason, He suddenly desired it. Jiang Songning had refused, leading He to throw a fit, and ultimately, her own parents and 2 brothers had expelled her from their home, declaring that unless she returned the pendant, she would not be welcomed back. That pendant was the only gift she had received upon her return to the He family, a relic from her grandmother. And of course, she could not bear to part with it. Later, when the apocalypse struck, her abilities were too weak in order to be taken to the A city base with the He family to search for her brother. She had no choice but to surrender the pendant to He. Subsequently, she became He maid, subjected to numerous tasks, cooking and cleaning for everyone, while they offered her the bare minimum to eat. As they neared the A city base, He had pushed her straight into a horde of zombies. It was only moments before her death that she discovered the pendant was a spatial jade pendant, and that He dual abilities were a facade. She was the protagonist of this world, with her fiancé, Zhou Yinqing, and a group of powerful figures by her side. They went mad for her, fought fiercely for her, and sought to protect her at all costs. Jiang Songning cast a cold glance at the person before her. Lu Yi, you're merely a lapdog for He. Keep barking, and I'll expose your high school thefts on the confession wall. Do you believe I want? You. Don't waste your breath on such a person. I need to return to Jingyuan. Please take me back. Jingyuan was adjacent to her university, a residence specifically purchased by her grandmother for her. However, she found living alone too lonely and had opted to stay in the dormitory, only returning on weekends. Mu Shiha had purchased a small electric scooter, making the return convenient. Classes are about to start. Can it wait until tomorrow? Jiang Songning shook her head. Shiha, I must go back immediately. Seeing Jiang Songning's determination, Mu Shiha had no choice but to agree, calling their advisor to request leave, and the 2 of them left the dormitory. Due to her fever, Jiang Songning's body was still somewhat weak. Mu Shiha could only support her as they made their way downstairs. Upon arriving at Jingyuan, Jiang Songning hurried to the safe to retrieve the pendant, sighing in relief once she had it in her possession. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Mu Shiha couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you today?" Jiang Songning pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth about the apocalypse to Mu Xia. "Xia, do you believe me?" Seeing Jiang Songning's serious expression, Mu's eyes' playful demeanor faded. "I've been reborn, I." Mu Xia couldn't help but laugh at this, then touched Jiang Songning's forehead. "Song Song, have you lost your mind from the fever?" "Huh?" Jiang Songning anticipated disbelief, and with a resigned gesture, she pushed Mu Zai's hand away from her forehead. "Xia, I'm not joking." All right. You're not joking, go on? I'm listening." "Huh? 7 days from now, the apocalypse will commence. The post we saw yesterday online about zombies appearing in the island nation is not a hoax. In 7 days, we will fall, and the world will descend into chaos." Mu Zai's expression shifted from mirth to seriousness. The impending crisis stemmed from the reckless discharge of nuclear waste by the island nation, leading to the mutation of its animals and, subsequently, humans transforming into zombies. This information was likely being suppressed, and within these 7 days, they needed to prepare all necessary supplies. "You're not joking?" Mu Xia gazed intently at Jiang Songning. Jiang Songning nodded. "I wouldn't jest about something like this." She then proceeded to share various details about the apocalypse, including her own demise. But when it came to revealing the truth about the female protagonist, she found herself at a loss for words. Song, come back with me to H City. My family has a farm built on the mountain. There we could live there in safety. With a bit of reinforcement, it would be a secure place." Both were avid readers of novels and had encountered numerous tales of apocalyptic scenarios. Thus, the knowledge of the impending doom didn't leave them in a state of panic. Jiang Songning shook her head. "I cannot accompany you to H City. I must go to a city to find my brother." "But isn't your brother not in a city? How do you plan to find him?" "He will surely return to a city. I must locate him." This was a wish she had clung to until her very last breath in her previous life. Her brother, Jiang Songyin, was the biological son of her adoptive parents. After their tragic accident when she was 10, it was her brother who had taken care of her. Later, when the He family discovered that He Sini was not their biological daughter, they sought her out. However, upon her return, that family only showered kindness upon He Sini while harboring disdain for her. Thus, in this lifetime, her singular wish was to find her brother. Jiang Songyin was an exceptional student at Qing University, having gone with his mentor 2 months prior for a classified research project, the specifics of which he had not disclosed to her. In the future, the largest base in Huagua would be established in a city, and Jiang Songjin's mentor was the most esteemed biological research expert at Qing University. After the apocalypse, these individuals would be invaluable to the nation as long as they remained unbitten. The state would undoubtedly rescue them and take them to the A City base. Chapter 2. The He Family. Mu Xia hesitated before finally speaking. Song, if the apocalypse is real, does that mean we will have to part ways? What are you worried about? Once I find my brother, I will come to H City to find you." Mu Zai's face turned serious. "Then we should start planning what supplies we need to prepare. Xia, you should return to H City as soon as possible. We can discuss specific preparations over the phone. Time waits for no one, and wasting even a minute means fewer supplies." "All right, I'll call my brother right away and have him start preparing." Mu Xia immediately dialed Mu Yang. Initially skeptical, believing his sister was merely engrossed in novels, and since their family was financially stable, he acquiesced to her request and dispatched a team to reinforce their farm. After hanging up, both exhaled in relief. Song, when do you plan to go to a city?" "I can't leave just yet. I need to find something first. Once I do, I'll depart. You head back to H City. We'll stay in touch via phone." After all, there were opportunities associated with He Sini at their school post-apocalypse, and she had to seize them. Mu Xia nodded. "All right, I've booked a flight for this afternoon. After I request leave from our advisor, he'll head straight to the airport. Xia, wait for me in H City. You must stay safe until I arrive." Jiang Songning hugged Mu Xia tightly, determined that this time, her friend would not be implicated by her, and would surely live well. I'll wait for you. Just don't tell anyone about your rebirth. What if someone has ill intentions?" Jiang Songning laughed, embracing her living, breathing best friend once more. You're the only one I've confided in. Hurry back to school and prepare. I'll jot down the essential items and send them to you later." With reluctance, Mu Xia departed from Jingyuan, retrieved her documents from the dormitory, and after requesting leave from their advisor, she headed straight to the airport. Jiang Songning watched Mu Xia leave the community before finally taking out the jade pendant. As she gazed at the seemingly ordinary piece of jade in her hand, a sense of incredulity washed over her. Just as she reached for the knife on the table, she heard the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock, a key that only she possessed. Without hesitation, Jiang Songning grasped the knife and made her way to the door. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from the entrance. Jiang Songning, open the door, hand over the jade pendant immediately, and we can let bygones be bygones. He Chen's irritable voice resonated from the other side. Jiang Songning approached the door and peered through the peephole, confirming that He Chun and He Sinny were indeed there, accompanied by a locksmith. Panic surged through her as she dashed into the master bedroom, locking the door behind her and pushing a nearby desk against it. At that moment, the front door swung open. Hearing footsteps drawing closer, Jiang Songning swiftly cut her palm with the knife, blood gushing forth immediately. Outside the bedroom door, He Sinny's anxious, choked voice rang out. "Sister, please open the door. We only came to see how you were doing. You running away has left Dad, Mom, and the brothers worried sick. Please come back with me. If you return, I will leave the He family." He Sinny, what nonsense are you spouting? You will always be my sister. We will not allow you to leave the He family. Jiang Songning, let me make this clear. You will never measure up to Sinny. Open the door, or don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing the voices outside, Jiang Songning's lips curled into a mocking smile, and without hesitation, she let her blood drip onto the jade pendant. In an instant, she felt the world spin around her, and she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. The space was vast, comparable to the size of both their schools combined, stretching endlessly before her, with patches of land and pools of water scattered throughout. Meanwhile, outside, He Sinny felt a sudden pang in her heart, as though she had lost something profoundly significant, intensifying her anxiety. "Second brother, do you think something has happened to sister?" Noticing He Sinny's concern for Jiang Songning, He Chen's expression soured. "Sinny, she's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Why are you so worried about her? But she is still a daughter of the He family. He Chen wrapped his arms around He Sinny, asserting, "Don't worry. You are the only treasure of the He family." At this, He Sinny managed to smile through her tears. Jiang Songning merely cast a cursory glance around before exiting the space. There were still two individuals waiting for her to deal with. As she emerged, a resounding crash echoed as the desk fell to the ground. Upon the door opening, the sight of Jiang Songning with her cold, piercing gaze sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Her expression was utterly terrifying. He Chun, finally understanding the gravity of the situation, erupted in anger. "Jiang Songning, you've grown wings, refusing to open the door even in your own room. You're trespassing, and I've already called the police." Upon hearing this, the locksmith discreetly slipped away. "This is the He family's house. We can come and go as we please." "Sister, we are family. How can you call the police?" "Brother is your. I am Jiang, and you are He. My household registration is not with the He family. If you don't wish to end up at the police station, then leave." It dawned on He Chun that indeed, Jiang Songning's household registration was not with them. "If you want us to leave, hand over the jade pendant." Jiang Songning cooperatively retrieved the jade pendant and, with a swift motion, smashed it onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. "Ah, no!" He Sinny cried out in distress, hurriedly attempting to gather the fragmented jade. A sense of panic enveloped her once more. Though she was unaware of the pendant's significance, she felt an intrinsic connection to it. "Jiang Songning, how dare you? That was a keepsake from our grandmother. So you know it was a gift from grandmother. Yet, when you plotted to take it from me, did you not consider that for even a moment?" After shedding her blood, the pendant had developed cracks, leading Jiang Songning to enact her plan. Now that it lay in pieces, these people would no longer trouble her. "You are truly malicious, unable to bear seeing us treat Sinny well, consumed by jealousy, and thus you deliberately shattered the pendant. Yes, indeed, I am envious of her parents, who are nothing more than human traffickers, envious of the filthy blood that runs through her veins. When He Sinny's parents had swapped them, she had been discarded like refuse, only to be rescued and raised by adoptive parents. Although the He family eventually uncovered the truth, they chose not to pursue legal action against those responsible for the exchange, out of consideration for He Sinny. Hearing this, He Sinny's face drained of color, her strength waning, which only fueled He Chen's rage further. He marched forward, intent on striking Jiang Songning, who grabbed a kitchen knife from the side. He Chen immediately halted in his tracks. "What do you intend to do?" "Jiang Songning, You are trespassing should I injure you. I am not liable under the law, and most I would pay for your medical expenses. With that, she lunged at He-chan with a knife. Although He-chan had trained in sports and was quite agile, he could not evade a blade. Seeing the seriousness of Jiang Songning's intent, he retreated to the entrance, while He-sin cast a disdainful glance at He-chan before adopting a pitiful demeanor. Jiang Songning, you've lost your mind. I have indeed lost my mind. Are you not aware that I've been seeing a psychiatrist? Even if I were to kill you, I would not be held accountable. He-chan, observing the darkness in Jiang Songning's eyes, felt a chill run down his spine and dared not provoke her further. Are you not leaving yet, sister? Jiang Songning said languidly, her gaze fixated on He-sin, who, in that moment, appeared to them as a demon. Upon seeing the knife in Jiang Songning's hand, He-sin's complexion turned pale, and she quickly fled the scene. Once they departed, Jiang Songning finally lowered the knife, muttering to herself, "Two pieces of trash." Chapter 3. Shares. After witnessing two individuals driving away from the window, Jiang Songning finally re-entered the space. The interior was far more expansive than she had anticipated. In this post-apocalyptic world, not only were there zombies, but also unpredictable weather patterns. Extreme cold and heat could manifest at any moment. Fortunately, her space contained land and a pond, effectively addressing the issue of potable water. It was no surprise that in her previous life, He-sin managed to maintain her glamorous appearance throughout 2 years of the apocalypse, even managing to bathe daily despite the sweltering heat, while others donned tattered clothing and suffered from a lack of drinking water. Leaving them with unpleasant odors, He-sin had become the object of admiration for many men. Now, Jiang Songning was eager to see how He-sin would fare without the advantages of her space. Upon exiting the space, Jiang Songning took out her phone and bank card to check her finances, only to find that her total assets amounted to a mere 100,000. When her grandmother passed away, she had bequeathed her 5% of shares in the He Group, and for the past 2 years, the dividends had been directly deposited into a card under her name. However, that card had remained in He-sin's possession. 100,000 was hardly enough to make any significant moves. Jiang Songning picked up her phone and dialed He-sin. When the call connected, a rather impatient voice greeted her. "Jiang Songning, you better have something important to say." "Brother, Haven T, you always wanted the shares I hold. I'm willing to sell them to you," Jiang Songning said with an impassive expression, knowing she couldn't yet sever ties with the He family. "Are you serious?" He-sin sounded incredulous on the other end. "Indeed, if you transfer 1 billion to me within 3 days, I will immediately sign the share transfer agreement." "Jiang Songning, are you out of your mind? 1 billion? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" "Well, if you're not interested, I suppose I'll have to seek out other buyers." Jiang Songning hung up decisively. She then posted her intention to sell her shares on her social media. No sooner had she done so than He-sin called her back. "Jiang Songning, you've really grown some wings, brother. Isn't this what you and your family have forced me into? You've always coveted my shares while I received no benefits in return. What is the solution to this predicament? Have you made your decision? I have another call coming in." He-sin was seething with rage, but having those 5% shares in someone else's hands would deliver a catastrophic blow to the He family. 800 million, I'll have it to you in 3 days. That is my absolute bottom line, brother. I typically don't entertain negotiations, but since we are family, 800 million it is. However, I have one additional condition. Jiang Songning, don't push your luck, rest assured. I want to do anything drastic. I simply want He-sin to return the dividends owed to me for the past 2 years. I calculated that with 5% of the He Group, the annual dividends should amount to at least 200 million. Since we are family, I expect her to transfer 300 million to my account by 10 o'clock tonight. If not, I will have no choice but to find a client willing to pay more for my shares. On the other end of the line, Jiang Songning could hear He-sin's heavy breathing, clearly struggling to contain his anger. "You are indeed targeting Sin. She has treated you so well, yet you remain unsatisfied. You would jeopardize the family by selling your shares." Jiang Songning had no desire to continue the argument with He-sin. "Believe what you will. Remember my words, transfer the funds by 10 o'clock, or I will have to reach out to Uncle Wong. He just messaged me, willing to buy my shares for 1.2 billion. After hanging up, Jiang Songning took screenshots of the inquiries about her share sale and sent them to He-sin. He-sin, enraged, slammed his phone against the ground. Jiang Songning had no time to concern herself with his fury. Having accomplished her tasks, she promptly searched for a secluded warehouse in the suburbs. After contacting the agent via her phone, she stepped out, leaving a cup of hot water in the space to test its preservation capabilities. Upon hailing a cab and providing the address given by the agent, she began to plan her future purchases: sanitary pads, toilet paper, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. She intended to buy these items online to save some money, but everything would have to wait until the money arrived later that evening. Arriving at the suburban location, the agent was already waiting. "Miss Jiang, hello? My surname is Li. You can call me Xiao Li. Hello, Miss Li. May I take a look inside now?" "Of course. Follow me." The area was devoid of residents, with the nearest neighbors located a kilometer away, which would facilitate her endeavors. Observing the structure, it appeared to have once been a large pig farm that had been transformed into a warehouse after its closure. "May I ask what you intend to do with this warehouse?" The agent inquired. "I'm opening a supermarket, but I've encountered some issues with the renovations. The goods have arrived, and I have no place to store them, so I must temporarily rent a warehouse." "I see. The landlord has already treated this warehouse for humidity, so placing your goods here will pose no problem." Jiang Soning nodded coldly and proceeded to pay 3 months' rent, totaling 30,000. As night fell, she received news from Mu Shi that they had safely arrived in H City, prompting her to visit a seed store. She wanted to test whether the land in her space could indeed yield vegetables. With limited funds, she could only purchase a few items: cabbage, lettuce, tomatoes, oil wheat, and chili peppers. Being a lover of spicy food, she bought 50 kilograms of chili seeds, spending 50,000 in total on these seeds. After confirming the prices with the shopkeeper, Jiang Soning finally had a clearer understanding of her finances. Glancing at her phone, she noted a balance of 98.22, compelling her to leave the wholesale market. Once outside, she took a taxi back to her residential complex. The area was bustling with eateries and bubble tea shops due to its proximity to S University. She headed to a nearby alley, retrieving the water from her space, and was pleasantly surprised to find it still warm, confirming the preservation function of her space. She placed the cup back and proceeded to her favorite bubble tea shop, ordering 100 cups. The flavors at the nearby shops were delightful, so she ordered from 4 different establishments, each time requesting 100 cups across various flavors of bubble tea and fruit tea. These provisions might prove life-saving during extreme weather conditions. After providing her home address to the shops, she caught a whiff of the enticing aroma from a barbecue stall nearby. After 2 years of subsisting on expired bread and canned goods, the sight of the barbecue made her mouth water. She ordered ribs, chicken feet, pork belly, quail, sausages, beef, lamb, corn, and eggplant until the vendor announced she had reached a total of 500 yuan. Only then did she cease her ordering frenzy. Having grown accustomed to hunger from her previous life, she realized she hadn't eaten anything in the past 7 hours, and her stomach was now protesting. Seeing her phone balance display 5.2, she purchased 2 starch sausages from a nearby vendor. Taking a bite of the sausage, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness that nearly brought her to tears. This feeling was truly wonderful. Upon returning home, the bubble tea had yet to arrive, so she began indulging in the barbecue, grabbing 2 bottles of ice-cold cola from the fridge. After sipping the cola, Jiang Soning finally felt as though she had come back to life. Chapter 4. Dividends received. As she savored the barbecue from her container, Jiang Soning was nearly brought to tears by happiness, having almost forgotten the taste of normal food. Hearing her phone incessantly ring, she silenced it, unwilling to let the He family disrupt her meal. Before long, several bubble tea shops delivered her orders. After the delivery person placed the items down, she willed the bubble tea to vanish into her space. Having completed her tasks, she glanced at her phone, which was still lighting up with notifications. To her astonishment, less than an hour had passed, and she had over 30 missed calls, all from the He family. Just as she prepared to call back, another call came in, this time from He Sini, evidently aware of the need for repayment and anxious to reach her. "Hello?" Jiang Soning answered languidly. "Sister, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't be willful. I will return everything that belongs to you. As for the company shares, don't make things difficult for brother. The company is already struggling. Please don't let my actions disrupt the harmony of our family." Jiang Soning found herself enveloped in the scent of strong tea. It was clear that He Sini was attempting to take advantage of her. "Very well. Return the dividends owed to me for the past 2 years in full, and then compensate me for your expenses over the years in cash, after which I will leave the He family." "Sister, I." At that moment, He Chun interjected with a furious outburst. "Jiang Soning, don't go too far. Let me tell you, only Sini is my sister. Don't think you can drive her away." You are so malicious. You don't deserve to be a daughter of the He family. What are you barking about? She is the one who claimed she would return everything to me. Yet she still clings to my dividends. Does the term everything merely mean empty promises? Songning, what tone is that? Enough with the stubbornness. Come back. It's not safe for you to be alone out there. The gentle voice of a woman echoed in her ear. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Songning felt a wave of nostalgia in her previous life. She had believed that her family despised her, yet her mother had always shown her kindness. However, during the apocalypse, she had sacrificed He to save her from a horde of zombies, severing her last ties of affection for the He family. All she had wanted was to accompany them to the A-City base to find her brother. Not knowing she would perish 20 kilometers from the A-City base, Jiang Songning took a moment to compose herself, losing interest in further entanglements with them. The clock showed 7:34 a.m. Beijing time. If He did not transfer the dividends from the past 2 years by 10 o'clock, she would immediately contact Uncle Wang to sell her shares. Having said that, she hung up the phone and blacklisted all their numbers. She then retrieved her tablet to download novels and television dramas. With merely 20 cents left to her name, she added sanitary pads, toilet paper, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and face towels to her shopping cart on a certain online marketplace, ready to place an order as soon as her funds arrived. After jotting down all her intended purchases on paper, she snapped a photo and sent a copy to Mushiha, who promptly returned with her own organized list. Jiang Songning added the items she had overlooked. When the clock struck 10, and she had yet to receive a transfer notification, she remained unperturbed. She removed He-sun's number from her blacklist and posted a new update on her social media. No sooner had she sent it than He-sun called. Jiang Songning, what does this mean? You promised to transfer the shares to me, did you not? Brother, I indeed made that promise. However, I have yet to receive the transfer from your dear sister. I can only seek another collaborator who can provide the necessary funds, He-sun. Taken aback by He-sun's failure to reimburse, Jiang Songning replied, just wait. I will have Sunny transfer the money to you immediately. Brother, it is already past 10. The previously mentioned 300 million no longer counts. I require her to transfer all dividends to me now. He-sun gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. All right, after hanging up. It wasn't long before Jiang Songning received a notification of a 300 million transfer to her bank account. She promptly sent a screenshot to He-sun, stating, since you no longer desire the shares, I must seek others. Fuming, He-sun could barely contain his frustration and messaged her, Songning, don't act impulsively. I'll transfer the funds to you right away. When Jiang Songning finally received the notification for the transfer of 156,720,000, she felt at ease enough to delete her social media posts. With the money in hand, she cleared her shopping cart, which contained items worth over 2 million. She considered settling in H-City after finding her brother. And since Mushiha had 7 or 8 family members, she proceeded to repurchase everything in her cart. These were all consumables, enough in quantity to last them a lifetime, with surplus that could be exchanged for goods. That night, she spent over 5 million. As midnight approached, Jiang Songning re-entered her space. Observing the water in the basin, she tentatively took a sip, relishing its clarity and sweetness, which reassured her that all was well. At least she need not prepare water, though she resolved to stock up on beverages. Exiting the space, she collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep slumber. It was the most peaceful sleep she had experienced in 2 years. Cushioned by a soft bed and fragrant blankets, free from the groans of the undead and the constant readiness for battle, she awoke at dawn, quickly ate a sandwich, donned her clothes, and ventured outside. Upon arriving at the 4S dealership, the saleswoman greeted her warmly. Miss, what type of vehicle are you interested in? We have business cars and various sports cars on display. After a brief survey, Jiang Songning selected a motorhome and 2 spacious SUVs. Paying extra for modifications, the total cost for the 3 vehicles amounted to 10 million, and after settling the payment, she departed the dealership. There was no need to purchase too many cars. In the post-apocalyptic world, one could acquire vehicles for free. After leaving the dealership, Jiang Songning bought a small electric scooter, finding it cumbersome to hail a taxi each time she went out, and driving to the market was impractical. The scooter proved to be the most practical choice. Riding it to the wholesale market, she perused the aisles before entering the largest wholesale store, presenting her list of needs to the owner. 10,000 pounds of rice, millet, mixed grains, red beans, green beans, glutinous rice, yellow beans, cornmeal and flour. Please. I'll also take 2,000 barrels each of cooking oil, canola, olive, peanut, and various other oils.as for seasonings, 1,000 packs of each. And salt is essential. I'll take 20,000 bags. Initially, the owner remained unfazed, but his jaw dropped upon seeing the quantities requested. Little girl, are you certain you're not joking? Please calculate the total cost. ILL provide a deposit now and pay the balance upon delivery. Hearing this, the owner beamed, my shop is small. I can't provide all these goods at once. It may take 4 days for them to arrive. All right, that works. Please deliver the goods to this address in 4 days. The owner happily accepted a 200,000 deposit and began preparations. After securing rice and oil, Jiang Soning visited another shop to order another 10,000 pounds of various grains, oils, and seasonings. She spent the entire day visiting over 10 shops before finally calling it a day. In the post-apocalyptic world, cold weapons were crucial. China had banned firearms, and she lacked the means to acquire them. However, cold weapons were accessible. She picked up her phone and dialed the number. Hey, why is Miss Jiang suddenly calling me? Came a carefree voice on the other end. Where are you? Jiang Soning felt a wave of nostalgia. As she had not seen Gu Jing since the last apocalypse, I'm at Twilight. Want to come over for a visit? Sure, I'm nearby. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Gu Jing was surprised to hear Jiang Soning's acceptance. Even the obedient girl was now visiting a bar. Jingo, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and get a drink. The guys are waiting. Get out of the way. My esteemed guest is coming. The crowd burst into laughter. Jingu, your esteemed guest is quite trendy for her age, coming to a bar. Gu Jing shot them a glare. Shut it. Speak carelessly and I'll break your legs. When Jiang Soning arrived at Twilight on her scooter, Gu Jing had already arranged for someone to wait at the entrance. Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang? Jiang Soning nodded. Yes, it's me. Mr. Gu asked me to wait for you. Please follow me. Thank you. Following the attendant to the private room, she found Gu Jing in the midst of pouring drinks. Upon seeing Jiang Soning, he set his glass down, somewhat astonished. You actually came. I thought you were joking. Jiang Soning nodded. I need to talk to you. Noticing her serious demeanor, Gu Jing dropped his playful facade. Let us go to a quieter room. Once inside, he asked, What do you need all this for? You not planning something against the He family, are you? You can't act impulsively. You have a bright future ahead, Jiang Soning sighed, exasperated. If it weren't for necessity, she wouldn't seek Gu Jing's help. Calm down. I need these for practical reasons, not for any illegal activities. What do you intend to do then? Otherwise, I want to assist you. Struggling to find a convincing reason, she resorted to a vague excuse. I keep dreaming about the apocalypse every night, where everyone turns into zombies. So, I want to buy a few Tang swords for self-defense. Gu Jing stared at her in disbelief. Have you lost your mind because of the He family? I'll call my brother right away and arrange for the best psychiatrist for you. Don't worry. Given our friendship, I'll ensure you're treated. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Soning organized her thoughts. You've seen the video of the zombie bites circulating online, right? The government even released a statement about it's just performance art. You can't possibly believe it. Jiang Soning remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Jing, who began to feel uneasy under her scrutiny. Please, don't look at me like that. It's giving me the creeps. I have a feeling it's real. Their relationship had not progressed to the point of complete openness, so she could only use this method to warn him. Ji Yujing's brother, Gu Shiqing, owned a security company, and he likely had access to cold weapons. Jiang Soning needed to procure them from him. Ji Yujing recalled an incident when he nearly froze to death on the roadside after a night of drinking, only to be saved by Jiang Soning, who happened to pass by. The Gu family valued gratitude, so they treated her well. However, every time she interacted with them, He would become upset, leading to admonishments from her 2 brothers and parents, causing her to gradually distance herself from the Gu family. Reflecting on her past, she found it foolish to sacrifice everything for a trivial familial bond. All right, what do you need? I'll have my brother prepare it for you. Tang swords, crossbows, daggers, anything suitable for decapitating zombies. Ji Yujing immediately made a phone call. Trouble again? No, it's Jiang Soning who needs something. Jiang Soning felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at Gu Jing's obsequious demeanor. Oh? What does she need from me? Gu Jing glanced at Jiang Soning, standing up and moving to the window. He spoke quietly, brother. I suspect she has been driven mad by the He family. She claims the apocalypse is imminent and wants to buy some Tang swords and crossbows. Saying they're for dealing with zombies, I think she might be using this as an excuse to confront the He family. Though Gu Jing's voice was low, Jiang Soning caught his words and couldn't help but twitch her lips at his vivid imagination. Gu Shiqing sighed. Have her compile a list for me, and I'll prepare everything and notify you. Great. Once it's ready, let me know. Could your second brother possibly procure this? Jiang Soning gestured. Ji Yujing was startled, nearly jumping up. Why, second brother is a respectable businessman. How could he possibly obtain such an item? Jiang Soning could only sigh in regret. In the apocalypse, a wooden gun is indeed a formidable weapon. Jiang Soning handed the list to Gu Jing and transferred 2 million to him, requesting, please inform Gu urged to hurry. I am in a rush, Gu Jing nodded. All right. You should also prepare some food and supplies. I genuinely believe the apocalypse is imminent, Gu Jing. After Jiang Soning departed, Gu Jing contemplated her earnest demeanor and ultimately decided to order a substantial amount of instant food online, as he certainly had the means. Stepping out into the twilight, Jiang Soning went to a nearby Chinese restaurant and ordered an array of her favorite dishes. She had dined at this restaurant twice in her previous life, and it was quite to her taste. After finishing her meal, Jiang Soning returned home and opened the food delivery app, directly searching for the restaurant she had just visited to place another order. Oil braised prawns 20, spicy crabs 20, spicy rabbit heads 20, white cut chicken 20, chicken stewed with mushrooms 20, Peking duck 20, garlic ribs 20, sweet and sour pork ribs 20, couple's lung slices 20, boiled beef 20, boiled meat slices 20. Jiang Soning ordered every signature dish from the restaurant before finally stopping. This totaled over 130,000, and Jiang Soning planned to place such an order daily, which would accumulate quite a stockpile. She browsed other restaurants on the food delivery app and ordered numerous specialty dishes, avoiding spicy options, and indulged in a variety of Hunan, Sichuan, and Cantonese cuisines, as the area was a university town with plenty of restaurants, all boasting delightful flavors at reasonable prices. Naturally, she also ordered 50 cups of various milk teas and fruit teas from each establishment. She ordered a significant amount of barbecue as well, with the nearby barbecue shop owner's hands nearly smoking from the workload. Jiang Soning concluded her food delivery around midnight. After receiving all the orders, she placed another for the following day, scheduling the delivery time for tomorrow night to allow the restaurants ample preparation time, thus alleviating their burden and allowing her to rest early. Tonight alone, her food orders amounted to nearly 500,000. The property management and security of the community had already taken notice of her. However, she planned to move to a hotel after transferring her shares, selling the house to the property management for $1 million below market price. Before the apocalypse, she intended to return to S University. Chapter 6. Hoarding supplies. The next day, Jiang Soning rose early and went to the electronics mall, purchasing several of the latest tablets and laptops, downloading numerous novels and television dramas to pass the time during the apocalypse. She then proceeded to buy 100 solar power banks, 10 drones, 10 solar generators, 10 diesel generators, 10 petrol generators, and 10 of each type of generator, both large and small, coordinating the delivery time and address with the mall before heading upstairs. Considering the weather post-apocalypse, she also acquired 20 ice makers and directly purchased 500 electric blankets, as these would be consumables in the apocalypse. The second floor was filled with household appliances, where she bought rice cookers, induction cookers, microwaves, ovens, and steamers, acquiring 20 of each usable item. She also purchased 50 sets of pots, bowls, and utensils, along with 200 sets of disposable tableware. The third and fourth floors were clothing sections. It was early summer, and most clothes were summer attire, with only a few stores handling winter clothes and cotton pants. Jiang Soning selected around 10 sets of summer clothes and bought 50 sets of undergarments from several stores, as these were consumables that needed to be well stocked. She also purchased several discounted down jackets, albeit not particularly stylish, but practical. Wearing overly flashy attire during the apocalypse was not advisable unless one possessed self-defense capabilities. Jiang Soning planned to buy some polar extreme cold weather gear online, as winter temperatures during the apocalypse could plummet to -50°C. After securing her clothing, she also bought numerous pairs of athletic shoes in various sizes. Once her clothing and shoes were taken care of, she strolled upstairs, finding nothing else necessary, and directly headed to the seafood market. She reserved 500 pounds each of various seafood, shrimp, crabs, and fish, knowing that due to water pollution and mutated animals in rivers, fishing for seafood would be challenging during the apocalypse. Her space had a pond, which was perfect for raising fish and shrimp, and any surplus could be frozen with ice. After agreeing on a delivery time with the vendor, she moved to the adjacent vegetable market. Vegetables would be scarce in the apocalypse due to the harsh environment. Only those with wood-type abilities could induce growth, making vegetables a rare commodity. A single cabbage might sometimes require 10 primary crystal cores for exchange. Although her space could grow vegetables, even the fastest-growing varieties took about a month, and she feared it wouldn't suffice. At the vegetable market, she swept through, reserving 500 pounds each of cabbage, spinach, potatoes, pumpkins, winter melons, bean sprouts, broccoli, tomatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Jiang Soning intended to visit other vegetable markets to secure additional supplies, as buying too much could draw unwanted attention. After placing her vegetable orders and leaving a deposit, she explored the fruit market, reserving 500 pounds each of bananas, grapes, apples, oranges, watermelons, and cherries. After paying the deposit and scheduling delivery times, she visited additional markets for more fruits and vegetables. She also visited 2 more markets to purchase 5,000 pounds of rice, flour, and cooking oil. By the end of the day, she had spent over 5 million just on deposits. Watching her phone balance dwindle rapidly, Jiang Soning felt considerably more at ease. As night fell, she rode her small electric scooter home, where the food deliveries were soon to arrive. While waiting, she ordered some fried chicken and hamburgers. During the lull, she also placed an order for 200 pieces of polar extreme cold weather gear in various sizes for both men and women. When the food arrived, Jiang Soning began to accept her new reality, relieved that the delivery times were staggered. At that moment, she noticed numerous WeChat messages on her phone. Ignoring the messages from the He family, she blocked them. She, however, reached out to inquire about her preparations. Taking advantage of her meal, she replied briefly. She also reminded herself to purchase some cold weapons, knowing that the Mu family, being a prominent family in H City, likely had channels for such items. She sent another message to Gu Jing, asking him to relay her request to Mu urge for some electric batons and chainsaws. Upon receiving the message, Gu Jing shivered at the thought. What respectable family prepares chainsaws? Nonetheless, owing to Jiang Soning's life-saving grace, he grit his teeth and agreed. Jiu Shiqing, upon receiving Gu Jing's forwarded screenshot, frowned and pondered for a moment, eventually dispatching someone to gather supplies. Feeling influenced by Jiang Soning, and chuckled while shaking his head. In the owner's group chat, many residents were discussing the takeout orders from Unit 1, Building 5. Jiang Soning scrolled past, knowing that even if they were aware, it would only lead to gossip. After completing all her food orders, she set up her reservations for the next day and, after washing up, fell into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted, with plans to purchase outdoor supplies the following day. The next day, after a simple breakfast of a sandwich, she headed straight to the outdoor supply store. Tents, hiking backpacks, safety ropes, portable tables and chairs, portable beds, hiking shoes, and jackets. Whatever the store had, she purchased 20 sets of each. The owner only assumed she was helping others sell and didn't inquire further. After scheduling delivery times, she visited other outdoor supply stores and bought 20 sets of everything available. Moving on to the furniture market, she bought 2 mattresses. These items would be of no use after the apocalypse, as spaceability users were few and their spaces were limited, requiring continual upgrades. Thus, she could wait until the apocalypse to acquire these at 0 cost. She also purchased 100 sets of goose down and duck down comforters. Any warm bedding would suffice. Within a morning, her phone balance had diminished by 10 million. At noon, she grabbed a burger at a fried chicken shop, took a break, and then headed to a gas station, wanting to stock up on gasoline. After visiting 2 or 3 places, all required her to obtain a permit from the police station, but only 2 smaller gas stations were willing to sell her 10 liters. Even the smallest portion is still something. She found a secluded corner to store 20 liters of gasoline in her space and then bought 500 pounds of coal, which would be extremely useful in the apocalypse. However, she didn't buy too much, planning to gather more once the apocalypse began. After completing these purchases, the mall called to inform her that the generators and appliances would be delivered to the warehouse shortly, prompting her to head over to receive them. Upon arrival, she ensured all items were stored in the warehouse, settled the final payment, and then transferred the items into her space. The outdoor supplies would arrive soon, so she waited in the warehouse while charging her small electric scooter. During this time, she placed an order online for a batch of miscellaneous daily necessities. After receiving the outdoor supplies and settling the remaining payments, her phone balance had dropped to just over 2 million. The sky had darkened, and recalling her home deliveries, she returned to her community. just as she returned home and retrieved a burger from her space. The food deliveries began to arrive one after another. This action piqued the curiosity of several residents, who began discussing her activities. Jiang Soning promptly contacted the property manager to inform him about her house purchase, and he readily paid her a deposit of 300,000, arranging to complete the transfer the following day. She also sent He-sun the meeting time and location for tomorrow before heading straight to bed. The next day, early in the morning, she accompanied the property manager to the housing authority. After completing the transfer, the property manager promptly transferred the remaining 2.7 million to Jiang Soning's account. They agreed to a 10-day handover and left the housing authority. Jiang Soning felt no remorse about taking advantage of the property manager, who had already embezzled a considerable amount of property fees. With the house matters settled, she headed to a CAF, where He-sun was already waiting for her. Chapter 7. Hoarding Supplies 2. Upon seeing Jiang Soning, He-sun immediately frowned. "What are you wearing?" Jiang Soning cast a glance at her white t-shirt, denim jeans, and sneakers, feeling indifferent about her appearance. "How I dress has no bearing on President He." "You? President He, let us discuss the matter of shares. I am quite busy." Upon hearing the mention of shares, He-sun's expression softened, and the lawyer beside him produced the contract. Jiang Soning scrutinized it twice, finding no discrepancies, before nodding in agreement and signing. After receiving a transfer notification from He-sun, she rose and departed the CAF. Observing Jiang Soning's swift exit upon receiving her payment, He-sun furrowed his brows even tighter. Thinking her to be an ungrateful wolf raised on one's kindness, Jiang Soning had no desire to engage in further discussions. She had to collect the supplies arriving at the warehouse this afternoon, as well as a portion of her online purchases. Upon reaching the warehouse, she began ordering various cooked foods through a delivery app nearby. A large slaughterhouse piqued her interest, and she ventured inside, where the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The workers at the slaughterhouse quickly approached her upon her arrival. After explaining her purpose, she placed an order for 30 cattle, 50 sheep, and 50 pigs, instructing the staff to process them and deliver to her warehouse. This transaction alone cost over 900,000, and yet the quantity was still woefully insufficient. The end of the world could arrive at any moment, and these supplies would only last 7 or 8 years at most. She placed another order with the owner, requesting that the beef, lamb, and pork be cut into portions and delivered to the warehouse in 2 days' time. By the end of the day, her funds had diminished by 50 million. The next day, a sales representative from the car dealership informed Jiang Soning that her vehicle had been modified. She instructed the salesperson to deliver it to the warehouse. After retrieving her car, she drove directly to the nearby countryside. There, she ordered 500 each of chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and ostriches from a farm, and collected all the assorted eggs the farmer had. She also purchased 100 chicks and 100 ducklings, intending to rear them in her space for experimentation. Upon returning to the warehouse, she immediately entered her space. With a mere thought, the water tank divided itself into 2, eliciting a joyful smile from Jiang Soning. This alleviated her concerns about raising ducks alongside fish and shrimp. She constructed 2 enclosures near the pond, providing a habitat for the chickens and ducks. Reminded of her poultry plans, she contacted the market vendor to arrange for the delivery of some slightly wilted vegetables. Once the vegetables in her space began to grow, her burden would be considerably lighter in the afternoon. The daily necessities she ordered online began to arrive in succession. Jiang Soning decided to remain at the warehouse. Ordering a substantial quantity of fruits and meals via the app, the takeout she had ordered over the past few days could sustain her for an entire year, yet it remained insufficient. The end of the world was unpredictable, and even with the establishment of a base in the future, chaos would likely persist. Suddenly, while browsing the delivery app, she realized she had neglected to stock up on medical supplies. She quickly purchased some anti-inflammatory medication, cold medicine, and pain relievers, but as she attempted to buy more, she found the limit imposed by the nearby pharmacies restricted her to no more than 5 units of each medication. Ultimately, Jiang Soning resigned herself to the situation. There was a tertiary hospital near S University, but she would have to wait until after the apocalypse to visit. Once all her takeout arrived, she entered her space to organize everything before driving home. Upon reaching home, she sent a message to Mu Shi, reminding her to prepare the medical supplies, then collapsed into bed, exhausted. The following morning, she received news from Gu Jing that everything was ready for her to collect. The message included a location. Jiang Soning rose early, washed up briefly, and grabbed a piece of bread before heading to the specified address. Upon ringing the doorbell, she was greeted by Gu Shichen, whose impressive stature was evident even in casual attire. Jiang Songning couldn't help but admire him, thinking to herself that it was no surprise he ran a security company. "Good to see you. Come in." After entering, Gu Shichen poured Jiang Songning a cup of coffee. "Thank you, Gu Shichen." He informed her that the items were stored in the warehouse, advising her to inform Gu Jing of anything she needed. "I have matters to attend to, so I must leave," he said, turning to go. "All right, Gu Shichen," Jiang Songning called out to him as he was departing. He turned, looking at her with curiosity. "What is it?" "I speak the truth, it will happen in 4 days," Jiang Songning, concerned he might not believe her, provided an exact time frame. The Gu family had treated her well, and offering a warning would not be amiss. It was best if they believed her, but if not, she had done her part. Jiu Shichen regarded Jiang Songning's earnest expression, wanting to ask more but ultimately refraining. After his brother had called him that day, he had discreetly monitored her activities, and for reasons unknown to him, he had stockpiled a batch of supplies. However, he chose not to voice his inquiries. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets. "Thank you. I know what to do." Seeing that he believed her, Jiang Songning felt a sense of relief. Shortly after, Gu Jing hurried downstairs, apologizing. "I'm so sorry, I overslept." Jiang Songning shook her head. "Let us go see what Gu Shichen has prepared." Together, they made their way to the warehouse, where Jiang Songning's eyes widened upon seeing the contents of several boxes: broadswords, cleavers, bows and arrows, electric saws, electric batons, and several knives she had never encountered before, all sharpened to perfection. "These weapons are impressive, of course. Who do you think prepared them?" Gu Jing beamed with pride. "How much did it all cost?" "I'll transfer the funds." "There's no need for that. You already transferred 2 million to me. It's more than sufficient," Jiang Songning replied without pretense. "All right, please help me load them into the car." After securing the items in her vehicle, Jiang Songning headed to the warehouse, where rice, flour, and cooking oil, along with various appliances she had purchased from the mall, were scheduled for delivery. Once everything was received, only a few miscellaneous items would remain. Checking her balance on her phone, she noted that her deposits over the past few days, combined with her online purchases, had exceeded 100 million. Today, after settling the final payments, she surmised that she would be left with only half of her funds. Therefore, it was imperative to exhaust her financial resources within the next 3 days. Otherwise, they would turn to worthless paper in the wake of the apocalypse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, she continued to order various food items through the delivery app, but 5-star hotel cuisine was not available for delivery. Otherwise, she would have certainly ordered more. She ended up purchasing 200 assorted hamburgers, as they would be more convenient during the apocalypse. They lacked a strong odor and were easy to consume. After scouring several nearby fried chicken establishments for hamburgers, a large truck soon arrived at the warehouse, and the owner instructed the workers to unload the goods. Jiang Songning, busy ordering takeout, felt as though her fingers might catch fire from the incessant tapping. She had ordered from every vendor within a 10-kilometer radius. After a busy day, the warehouse was nearly filled to capacity. After settling the final payment, she found herself with 800 million remaining. Staring at her bank balance, Jiang Songning felt overwhelmed. She had spent only a third of her money despite acquiring a vast amount of supplies. Ultimately, she decided to rent a truck and drove through the night to the neighboring J-City, navigating directly to the wholesale market, where she spent an entire day purchasing tens of thousands of jeans of grain. She instructed the vendors to load the goods onto her truck, feigning multiple trips, before covertly storing the grain in her space. Even if the vendors had suspicions, they had no evidence. Next, she visited the seafood market, purchasing every available seafood item, with the vendors assisting in loading her truck. By the time she finished acquiring seafood, night had fallen, and she planned to remain in J-City for another day. After coordinating delivery times online with the courier company, she checked into a hotel in the city center. Once settled, she began ordering takeout. Chapter 8. The apocalypse approaches the following day. Jiang Songning woke up at 5 o'clock and drove the truck to the vegetable market, where she purchased another batch of fruits and vegetables, followed by a trip to another seafood market. After completing these errands, she headed to the wholesale market, buying a considerable amount of bread, snacks, instant noodles, self-heating rice, spicy sour noodles, rice noodles, chicken feet, and ham sausages. Once her truck was filled to capacity, she made her way to a nearby clothing wholesale market, purchasing several down jackets and warm clothing. After completing her tasks, she drove back to S-City through the night. The next morning, as she was leaving, She spotted a baozi shop and ordered 1,000 assorted baozi and mantu, visiting 5 different shops to fulfill her cravings. She then stopped by a dried goods market to purchase a variety of dried ingredients, including kelp, wood ear mushrooms, and various fungi. By that afternoon, all her goods were scheduled to arrive, so she returned to the warehouse, continuing to order takeout. Once all the supplies were collected, Jiang Soning felt a significant sense of relief. With over 100 million remaining in her account, she felt a headache coming on. Tomorrow would be the final day, and any unspent money would become worthless paper. Deciding to make the most of it, she ventured to a more distant wholesale market for fruits and vegetables, where the markets opened as early as 2 or 3 in the morning. Jiang Soning bought all the available fruits and vegetables, draining her funds once again. After all, tomorrow marked the end of the world. Even if someone noticed her activities, societal order had already crumbled. She had the means to protect herself and harbored no fears. If necessary, she could always retreat into her space. On her way back, she spotted a small electric scooter shop and impulsively purchased 50 high-powered scooters. After picking up the baozi and mantu, she returned home and immediately began ordering takeout frantically. The nearby merchants felt as if their hands were about to catch fire from the overwhelming demand. Once she finished ordering, Jiang Soning glanced at her remaining 30 million and decided to treat herself to a nice meal at a nearby Western restaurant. After spending over 300,000 at the supermarket on various snacks, she ultimately had to give up. Upon returning home, she ordered some barbecue, knowing that tonight would be the last peaceful night she would experience. Jiang Soning was awakened the next day by the desperate cries emanating from below, her heart sinking as she swiftly rolled out of bed. Upon drawing back the curtains, she was met with a scene of sheer terror unfolding outside. A group of mangled figures were gathered in one spot, surrounded by a pool of blood. Grabbing her binoculars, she was able to discern the chaos below with greater clarity. It was precisely 8 o'clock, the hour when students, workers, and market-goers typically ventured out. The street was in disarray, filled with the wails of children and the cries of women. This horrifying tableau sent chills down her spine. Even for someone like Jiang Soning, who had endured the apocalypse, it was enough to make her stomach churn. In the initial stages, zombies moved sluggishly, and if those people had the courage to fight back, escape was not entirely out of reach. Just then, shouts erupted from a third-floor balcony across the way, urging, "Smash its head! Run! Don't scream!" Some individuals took heed, seizing nearby bricks to hurl at the zombies, while others followed suit. One man even brandished a baseball bat, swinging it fiercely at a zombie's head. The sight was both gruesome and terrifying. However, Jiang Soning found herself rather admiring that man. Only those with such resolve could hope to survive in the apocalypse. Perhaps everyone had come to terms with the grim reality as they cautiously opened their windows to peer outside. The owner's group chat had exploded with activity, now flooded with messages. It was only then that Jiang Soning noticed a slew of missed calls on her phone. Ignoring the unfamiliar numbers, she could easily deduce their origin. She returned a call to Gu Jing. "Finally, you are calling me back. What's wrong? It's terrifying. I was awakened early by the cries outside." Sob sob. "There are zombies everywhere." Gu Jing's voice trembled with fear. "Take care. Where are you? Why don't you come to my house? My second brother has stocked up on supplies, and there are more than 10 bodyguards at my villa. You will all be safer here." This was clearly the purpose of Gu Jing's call. "No. I have matters to attend and it's going to rain in 3 days. After that, some will awaken their abilities, while others will succumb and turn into zombies. You need to be careful." Upon hearing this news, Gu Jing fell silent for a moment. "If you need anything, just let me know. You've effectively saved our entire family. You our benefactor. Whatever it is, we can help you." Jiang Soning also fell into a moment of silence. The Gu family had treated her well, but the apocalypse tested human hearts. If her own parents could send her to shield He Sini from zombies, what could she expect from outsiders? Since her rebirth, aside from her brother Jiang Songyin and Mu Shihe, she dared not trust anyone. "No. I can handle it." Gu Jing remained silent for a long while, unsure of what had transpired with Jiang Soning. Their family had always held her in high regard, but he respected her decision. "Will we meet again? If fate allows, we shall meet again. Please convey my apologies to Aunt Gu." Jiang Soning, Gu Jing's voice took on an unusually serious tone. "I'm here. The Gu family will always welcome you." Warmth spread through Jiang Soning's heart. No matter what the future held, at least Gu Jing was sincere towards her in this moment. Gu Jing, I hope to see you again after the apocalypse. All right, you must take good care of yourself. After hanging up, she received messages from Mu Shihi. Seeing her safety reassured Jiang Songning. The Mu family had relocated to a fortified farm the previous night, so their safety was likely secured, and a reminder on her phone cautioned her against being overly kind. The greatest threat in the apocalypse was not the zombies, but the hearts of men. With the confirmation from her contact, she set her phone down. The community had quieted down. The living had fled to safety, while hundreds of zombies roamed below. Outside the community were more zombies and wrecked vehicles. Residing in the middle of the community, she could only glimpse a fraction of the chaos at the entrance. The full extent of the disorder could only be assessed through her phone. Opening her device, she found government announcements urging everyone to remain indoors and await rescue. At this early stage of the apocalypse, zombies were at their weakest. Most people had yet to realize the significance of food. Thus, she could venture to the market to gather some vegetables and meat. Given the current weather, those perishables would spoil after tomorrow, so it was better for her to take advantage of the situation. After changing her clothes and tying her hair up, she retrieved a tang knife from her space and gathered all usable items from her home. She descended the stairs without incident. The corridor was still relatively safe. Upon exiting, she took her small electric scooter and quietly navigated through the narrow paths frequented by zombies, who, upon hearing her, clumsily followed. Jiang Songning pretended not to notice. At their current speed, she could easily outpace them without the scooter. Those watching from above were astonished to witness such a maneuver. As she stepped out of the community, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Vehicles were haphazardly strewn about, and zombies wandered aimlessly. Some zombies approached her, but she deftly maneuvered her scooter to evade them. Thus, a bizarre spectacle unfolded on the street. A young girl riding a scooter, pursued by a throng of zombies. Catching sight of the horde in her rearview mirror, Jiang Songning accelerated steadily towards the market, which was already bustling with people. Judging by the crowd, there were dozens of zombies present. She stowed her scooter in her space and brandished her cleaver. As the zombies drew near, the nauseating stench intensified, almost overwhelming her sense of smell. Jiang Songning furrowed her brow, a wave of revulsion washing over her. Yet she showed no inclination to retreat. Gripping her knife tightly, she focused intently ahead. When the nearest zombie approached, she swung her knife decisively, cleaving into it without hesitation. A dull thud resonated as its head exploded. Brain matter and blood splattering onto the ground. That zombie collapsed, lifeless and immobile. Witnessing such a grotesque scene, Jiang Songning felt her stomach churn, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. Yet she stifled her nausea, reminding herself that she must press on. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she continued to chop down the other zombies. Currently, the zombies lacked crystal nuclei, so she did not bother extracting their brains. After dispatching several nearby zombies, more began to shuffle over sluggishly. Her goal was to gather supplies from the market, so she bypassed them, dispatching any that came too close. Upon reaching the market, she quickly gathered all the vegetables and meat into her space. At a nearby grain and oil shop, she took half of the stock, leaving the rest for others to survive. Once her collection was complete, she resumed her assault on the zombies. Her stamina was still commendable, enabling her to handle the current zombies with ease. But that might not hold true in 3 days. As more zombies surrounded her, she pulled out her electric scooter and departed the market. On her way, she spotted a hardware store containing only 3 wandering zombies. Jiang Songning entered, swiftly eliminating them before retrieving everything inside and returning to her community. She initially intended to go directly to her dormitory, but with the impending rain in 3 days and the risk of a fever, the dorm would not be safe. She would wait until abilities awakened to decide further. Once back in the community, she noticed the zombies below were gradually converging on her. Jiang Songning rode her scooter downstairs, aware that numerous eyes from above were observing her. Without hesitation, she drew her tang knife, its blade glinting ominously. Taking a deep breath, her gaze unwavering and cold, she charged at the nearest zombies. The knife arced through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking down at the zombies' necks. A dull thud followed as one zombie's head was severed, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground. The onlookers above gasped in shock, some even screaming in fright. Others pulled out their phones, recording the thrilling yet terrifying moment. Jiang Songning's intent was clear. She aimed to demonstrate through her actions that those cowering at home, afraid to confront reality, must rely on themselves to survive. If one lacked the courage to slay zombies, they would ultimately await death's arrival. She was no benevolent savior. She understood that in this brutal apocalypse, only the strong would endure. Her role was to lead by example, instilling in others the understanding that only by bravely confronting the zombies could they hope for survival. And of course, each individual had their own choices and decisions to make. She could not force anyone to fight or face the zombies. Ultimately, they had to make their own determinations. It was merely the first day of the apocalypse, and most households still had sufficient provisions to last them for a while. However, in 2 or 3 days, as food dwindled, the darker aspects of human nature would begin to surface. That time, the true test would just be commencing. After dispatching 5 zombies, Jiang Songning returned through the corridor. With the possibility of power outages looming, taking the elevator was too risky. Once home, she headed straight for the bathroom to wash off the overwhelming stench that might provoke her to vomit. After cleansing herself, she retrieved a rice cooker to steam some rice while there was still electricity, preferring not to disturb the items in her space. She also pulled out a piece of meat and quickly stir-fried it with green peppers. After the apocalypse, she had grown accustomed to takeout, and now she could once again savor her own culinary skills. After finishing her meal, Jiang Songning picked up her phone, only to be astonished to discover that her owner group chat was inundated with messages mentioning her. The messages were a cacophony of opinions. Some inquired if she had foreseen the impending apocalypse, while others accused her of selfishness. Yet, amidst the tide of criticism, there were a few who expressed admiration and respect for her. As for the vitriol directed at her, Jiang Songning chose to dismiss it entirely. Scrolling to the top of the chat history, she discovered that it was her neighbor who had publicly shared her personal information in the group. Jiang Songning was unfazed by such trivialities. After all, she was prepared. Should anyone dare to provoke her, she would respond with unwavering ruthlessness. After a morning filled with relentless activity, exhaustion weighed heavily upon Jiang Songning. All she yearned for was a moment of respite. Without hesitation, she reclined on her plush bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. However, it was not long before the sound of knocking roused her from her dreams. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and rose to answer the door. "Who is it?" The knocking ceased, and a frail voice called from the other side. "Little girl, I live downstairs. We have no food stored. Could you spare some for us?" Upon hearing the elderly tone, Jiang Songning felt a mix of anger and amusement. "Get lost." The old woman, taken aback by Jiang Songning's brusque dismissal, began to lecture her. "Young lady, we are neighbors. How can you be so cold-hearted? Did you study to no avail? Did your teachers not instill in you the importance of mutual support in times of disaster? The calamity is merciless. But humanity must stand together. Leave now, or don't blame me for being unkind." The old woman, having witnessed Jiang Songning's ferocity in battling zombies, could only mutter a few curses before retreating. Once she was gone, Jiang Songning promptly took out her phone and sent a message to the homeowner group. 5-2-801. "If anyone dares to knock on my door again, I would be more than happy to demonstrate how I sever a zombie's head." The moment her message was dispatched, the group erupted in uproar. 9-1-1902. "Little girl, we are all neighbors. Why must you be so heartless?" 3-3-403. "Indeed, you possess the capability to eliminate the zombies downstairs? Yet you stand idly by while others face peril. You lack compassion." Jiang Songning, perplexed by the meaning of these comments, scrolled through the chat history and stumbled upon a new video. Upon opening it, she saw 2 men and a woman standing below, armed and seemingly strategizing. They soon sprang into action, collectively confronting the oncoming horde of zombies. Initially, their movements were somewhat sluggish, yet they worked in harmony, successfully dispatching 2 zombies. However, as time passed, an overwhelming number of zombies began to encircle them, placing the trio in dire straits. They could no longer evade the onslaught, and escape was no longer an option. In a shocking turn of events, one man ruthlessly shoved the woman towards the zombies, using her as a shield while he and the other man seized the opportunity to flee. The woman's agonizing scream echoed as she was engulfed by the horde, leaving behind only a decaying corpse and a pool of blood. Having witnessed such scenes too many times in the apocalypse, Jiang Songning felt no surprise. However, this spectacle would surely leave a lasting impression on those who had witnessed it, likely instilling a deeper fear of venturing outside. Yet, none of this concerned her. She shut off her phone. Those individuals still had the energy to berate her in the group, but the threat of power outages loomed. And once the water was cut off in 3 days, they would find themselves unable to carry on. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Jiang Songning decided to exercise on the treadmill, determined to enhance her physical condition. That evening, she prepared a steak accompanied by a vegetable salad and steamed a large pot of rice, which she stored in her space. As night fell, she lay in bed, only to send one final message in the group chat. 5-2-801. In 3 days, the water will be cut off. I suggest everyone find a way to stockpile water. After sending the message, she exited the group chat. The group erupted once more, filled with cries of despair and accusations against the government. These matters were of no concern to Jiang Songning. She had done her part. The following day, after her morning exercise, she retrieved her tang knife and descended the stairs. The zombies below ambled toward her. With a swift motion, she wielded her knife, dispatching several nearby zombies. When the distant zombies began to close in, she turned and ascended the stairs unscathed. The zombies, now stiff-limbed, could not keep pace with her. Left to roar in frustration at her retreating figure. This routine continued for the next 2 days. Every day, she would descend to eliminate a few zombies, and the residents of the complex dared not provoke her any further. Finally, the third afternoon arrived. The sun suddenly concealed itself behind thick clouds, casting a foreboding gloom over the sky, as if a cataclysmic storm were imminent. The world was shrouded in darkness, evoking a sense of impending doom. Jiang Songning felt a flutter of anxiety. In her previous life, she had awakened her wood-based abilities, and she pondered whether this life would bring any changes. As evening approached, rain began to patter down. Yet, the zombies below remained eerily still, frozen in place. Their figures appeared grotesque in the rain, instilling a sense of dread, as though they had lost all signs of life yet could spring back into action at any moment. In her past life, Jiang Songning had resided in the basement of the He family's villa and had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. The reality of it sent a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, her phone rang. "Hello, Shiha. What is the matter?" "Nothing. My brother and the others have a fever." "How are you holding up?" Mushiha's concerned voice reached her ears, prompting Jiang Songning to realize she too felt feverish. "I am fine, but after today, communication may be difficult. Shiha, please take care of yourself." Mushiha reluctantly responded, "Yes, Songning, you must also look after yourself." After exchanging a few more words of concern, the call dropped due to a lack of signal. Jiang Songning ceased her observations of the situation outside, gathering all her belongings into her space. She then moved the sofa to block the door and retreated to her room. Locking the door, she shifted her wardrobe against it for added security. Having completed these precautions, she finally lay down, drifting into a restless slumber. Time passed, though Jiang Songning could not discern how long she had been asleep before the heat radiating from her body jolted her awake. Dazed, she dreamt of her past life, the pain of being torn apart by zombies resurfacing vividly. She fought desperately to push the encroaching zombies away, but He merely watched from above with a cruel smile. Her gaze as venomous as a snake's fangs. "No, please, no." Awakening from the nightmare, she surveyed her surroundings and sighed in relief. Remembering her abilities, she quickly opened her palm, and to her astonishment, a vibrant green vine sprouted. Approximately a meter long. Her powers had indeed retained their wood-based nature. Although she could not cultivate them, they served well as a weapon in her previous life. After each zombie hunt, the He family would confiscate the crystal stone she acquired, dismissing her abilities as inconsequential, insisting it was better to give those crystals to He. Consequently, her powers remained at a mere level 2 until her death, a result of her clandestine accumulation of crystals, which she had painstakingly gathered to achieve that upgrade. Despite her comparatively weak abilities, she had always charged into battle, leading others to misconstrue her actions as a bid for favor, an attempt to usurp He's position. This time around, she vowed not to be so foolish as to believe their deceptive words. She was eager to observe how He fared in the absence of her precious space. While the prospect of eliminating the He family was tempting, watching them struggle in the apocalypse appeared far more amusing. A peculiar smile crept across Jiang Songning's face. It was then that she became aware of the cacophony around her. Zombie groans mingled with voices and cries for help. Curiously, she glanced around her room, stealthily storing her wardrobe in her space before retrieving her tang knife and gently opening the door. Upon stepping outside, she found her surroundings immaculate, devoid of both people and zombies. Yet, the various sounds persisted, ringing in her ears. The realization struck her. Why could she hear the zombies downstairs and recognize the disparate voices? A surge of excitement welled within her as she contemplated a possibility, prompting her to attempt to control her mind. This was an entirely new venture, a challenge filled with uncertainty. However, as she began to focus, a fierce pain shot through her head, as if countless needles were piercing her brain simultaneously. The incessant sounds flooded her mind, inducing dizziness, as though her very thoughts threatened to explode. The cacophony intertwined, forming a chaotic clamor. She recalled how, in her previous life, Chu Zhe had revealed the secrets of controlling psychic abilities to her in a moment of rivalry. At the time, she had been napping in a corner, unintentionally overhearing this crucial knowledge. Now, she resolved to seize the opportunity to untangle the discordant sounds in her mind, gradually guiding them to prevent further disturbance. The ordeal lasted a full hour, yet for Jiang Songning, it felt as though she had endured a century. Each moment brimmed with anguish and struggle, requiring her utmost concentration. Nevertheless, she persevered, unwavering in her determination. Ultimately, when she succeeded in mastering her mind, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over her. She recognized that she had taken a significant step towards harnessing her psychic abilities. Drenched in sweat, Jiang Songning could not help but burst into laughter in the living room. At this moment, the living room was devoid of any furnishings, an expanse of emptiness enveloping it, while her joyous laughter echoed throughout the space. Chapter 11. Cooperation. Having laughed to her heart's content, Jiang Songning swiftly retreated to her sanctuary to take a bath. Once she had tidied herself up, she retrieved some provisions from her space, relishing a meal followed by a cup of fruit tea, before glancing out the window. It seemed that, after this rain, the number of survivors had dwindled even further. Observing the zombies wandering below, their pace evidently swifter than before, Jiang Songning tossed a small stone out of the window. As expected, the zombies immediately surged towards the source of the sound. A sense of foreboding settled within her. Venturing out of the community now appeared to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, a window on the second floor across from her opened, and a young man called out, "Classmate, are you trying to leave the community?" As soon as his words fell, all the zombies turned and rushed towards the opposite side. The few men quickly shut their window and promptly produced a sheet of paper, gesturing vigorously at it. Jiang Songning, uncertain of their intentions, nonetheless nodded in response. Upon seeing her acknowledgement, they hastily began scribbling on the paper. One of the young men gestured emphatically towards his eyes. Noticing Jiang Songning's confusion, he retrieved a pair of binoculars. Complying, she also brought out her binoculars, prompting him to wave cheerfully. Another individual pressed the paper against the window, indicating for her to read its contents. Looking through the binoculars, Jiang Songning saw the paper clearly inscribed with, "Classmate. We are students from S University. All three of us have awakened supernatural abilities and wish to team up with you to exit the community. Is that possible?" A flicker of conflict crossed Jiang Songning's face. Confronting the zombies alone would undoubtedly be an arduous task, but collaborating with others could significantly improve her chances. Yet, her knowledge of these three individuals was nearly non-existent, leaving their character a mystery. Just as she wrestled with her indecision, the trio seemed to sense her hesitation and penned more words, pressing the sheet against the window once again. Jiang Songning raised her binoculars once more. Discovering the paper now read, "Classmate, I possess a wooden gun. If you can escort me home, I can offer you 2 wooden guns in return. My house is located at Tianhai Villa." The words ignited a spark of sharpness in Jiang Songning's gaze as she began weighing the pros and cons. After careful consideration, she felt a stirring of desire. She swiftly took out a marker and wrote, "You must first give me the wooden gun. The wooden gun can be provided up front, but I lack the bullets. They are only at my home." Jiang Songning pondered for a moment, recalling the possibility of heading to the basement level. She decided to drive to their building's entrance, reasoning that the zombies in the stairwell should be few. Residing on the second floor, reaching the basement would not pose much difficulty for them, especially since they all possess supernatural abilities, making it likely they could handle a few zombies. "Prepare yourselves. We will gather in the basement in 10 minutes. I will wait for you by the entrance. You must be swift." The individuals across from her nodded in agreement upon receiving her note. As they departed from the windowsill, Jiang Songning stowed away her bed and sofa into her space. She retrieved a backpack, filling it with bread and instant noodles, and also took out a tang knife and an electric baton. The temptation from the offers made by the individuals across the way was considerable. Yet caution was warranted, as long as they were not malevolent. She had no intention of taking lives. The electric baton would suffice. With everything prepared and only 5 minutes remaining, she extended her mental energy to scan the area below. Currently, her ability only allowed her to sense within a radius of approximately 50 meters. Finding no zombies in the stairwell, she opened her door and began her descent. As she proceeded down the stairs, she scanned the conditions of each apartment. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she discovered several households had already succumbed to becoming zombies, with only 6 units still inhabited. Just as she reached the 2nd floor, the door to a room suddenly swung open, revealing a girl clad in a white dress, appearing quite pitiful. "Are you planning to leave the community?" Jiang Songning remained silent, merely observing her. "I know you possess abilities. Could you take me with you? My home has run out of food. If you bring me along, I can assist you in any way. In this apocalyptic world, survival hinged upon self-reliance." Jiang Songning, having heard enough, continued her descent. Witnessing her resolve, the girl became frantic. "Why are you so heartless? You clearly have the capability. Why can't you protect us ordinary people? Do you wish to watch us starve to death?" Not wishing to waste any further time, Jiang Songning pressed onward towards the basement, only to find the girl shamelessly trailing behind her all the way down. As they walked, the girl continued her complaints, and Jiang Songning utilized her powers to survey the vicinity of the basement, momentarily spotting only 5 or 6 zombies. The parking garage was vast, and the number of zombies lurking in the distance was beyond her current perception. Observing that the zombies had begun to gather in response to the commotion, Jiang Songning disregarded the girl and retrieved her modified off-road vehicle from her space. The girl gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Jiang Songning's actions, exclaiming, "You must have a plethora of food. If you take me away, I will give you 500,000. With the zombies closing in, Jiang Songning ignored her and drove to the 3 young men, who swiftly climbed aboard. The commotion attracted the nearby zombies. The girl, frightened, dared not utter another word and hurriedly retreated upstairs. Once the 3 were settled in the vehicle, Jiang Songning accelerated towards the exit, only to discover several cars blocking the way. "Classmate, zombies are approaching from behind." Seeing around 10 zombies tailing them, Jiang Songning sighed, "You handle the zombies behind. I will scout ahead for a clear path." The tallest among them replied, "All right." Without further questioning, they eagerly grabbed their baseball bats and exited the vehicle. Jiang Songning scanned the area surrounding the exit, identifying at least a dozen cars and around 20 zombies blocking their way. Truly, they faced peril from both ends. With so many zombies, she could hardly manage alone and made her way towards the trio. The 3 acted relatively swiftly, but as they began to falter against the hordes, Jiang Songning unsheathed her tang knife and joined the fray. With her assistance, the trio found their efforts considerably lightened. One of them, witnessing Jiang Songning's ferocity, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Although he had seen her prowess days prior, he now recognized just how formidable she truly was. After dispatching a dozen zombies, fatigue began to set in. "Classmate, how does it look ahead?" "There are about 20 zombies." Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the 3 turned grave. Having just overcome the previous wave, they were already drained of energy. Could they truly confront another 20? "Classmate, do you have any plans? Don't you have supernatural abilities? Perhaps you could give them a try." The 3 exchanged awkward glances, and one young man with a refined appearance cleared his throat, speaking hesitantly, "Classmate, hello, I am Su-Yi, a healer. This is Zhang Fan, who possesses water abilities, and this is Zhang Cheng, with earth abilities. I apologize, but it seems our powers lack significant impact." As soon as he finished speaking, Su-Yi's face flushed crimson. Jiang Songning furrowed her brow. A healing ability was primarily supportive and lacked offensive strength, while earth abilities were defensive in nature, yielding minimal attack power. Water abilities, at the onset, were mainly for providing hydration but could prove powerful later on. No wonder these 3, despite possessing abilities, sought her partnership. Sensing her expression, the trio grew tense. Zhang Fan quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, classmate. While our powers may not be strong offensively, we possess decent stamina and promise not to hold you back." Jiang Songning regarded them coolly, calmly stating, "The reason there are so few zombies in the basement is likely due to the cars blocking the exit. We need to devise a plan to clear the vehicles first." Chapter 12. Tier 1 Zombies. At this point, Zhang Cheng stepped forward. I worked at an auto shop during the summer. Perhaps I can attempt to unlock the cars. Jiang Songning, not wishing to reveal her space in front of them, nodded in agreement. As Zhang Fan and Zhang Cheng said about addressing the vehicle issue, Jiang Songning drew her short knife and began targeting the zombies' heads. Seeing her actions, Sui inquired curiously, "Classmate, what are you doing?" Some zombies possess crystal cores within their brains. These cores are essential for upgrading abilities. Each color of the core represents a different ability. Yellow for earth, green for wood, gold for metal, red for fire, blue for water, and white for all abilities, albeit with lesser efficacy than the colored ones. I see. Classmate, you are quite knowledgeable. Jiang Songning remained silent, focusing on extracting cores from the zombies' heads, but to her disappointment, after digging through 5 or 6, she found no cores. Meanwhile, Sui unearthed a low-tier green crystal core. After cleaning it with bottled water, he handed it to Jiang Songning. Perplexed, she replied, "You found this. You should keep it." "No need. Our abilities are of little use, and this is a token of gratitude for your assistance in helping us escape." Realizing that she genuinely needed the green core, she accepted it. "Thank you. You've already compensated me for escorting you. When I find a white core, I shall return the favor." Sui understood her desire to avoid incurring a debt and did not press further. Leaving Jiang Songning with a more favorable impression of him, his character appeared commendable. "By the way, my fellow student, I have yet to inquire about your name." Jiang Songning, "Greetings, Jiang classmate." Jiang Songning nodded and promptly turned ahead towards the parking lot entrance. Zhang Cheng and Zhang Fan were inspecting the haphazardly parked vehicles. Perhaps their commotion had attracted a considerable number of zombies, which were now exhibiting signs of agitation. "Classmate, the number of zombies at the exit is increasing. What should we do?" Jiang Songning utilized her mental prowess to survey the situation and found that, in just a short while, approximately 10 more zombies had approached the entrance, causing her considerable anxiety. Especially as one of them was a first-tier zombie. She felt uncertain about her current abilities to contend with it, compounded by the presence of around 30 second-tier zombies. Sensing the first-tier zombie drawing nearer, Jiang Songning immediately spoke, "We must leave this place." Upon hearing her command, the 3 of them swiftly ran into the parking lot. Once inside, Jiang Songning paused, quietly observing the direction of the exit. "Jiang classmate, what is the matter? There is a first-tier zombie outside." Zhang Fan and the others appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Sui to quickly explain the situation to them. Only then did they grasp the gravity of the matter. "Jiang classmate, what shall we do now?" "We wait." The 3 exchanged glances, not fully comprehending Jiang Songning's intent. Thus, she clarified, "Once the first-tier zombie enters, we will devise a plan to jointly eliminate it. The crystal core within its brain can elevate the powers of a supernatural being." Although the trio felt a twinge of fear, Jiang Songning's calm demeanor encouraged them to suppress their trepidation. "It's coming." As her words fell, a staggering zombie appeared in the distance. Sui, provide support from the side. Zhang Fan, attempt to strike its head with your water-based powers. Zhang Cheng, assist us by providing defense. The 3 nodded in unison. As the zombie approached, Jiang Songning brandished a chainsaw, leaving the others astounded, their jaws dropping in unison as they silently exclaimed, "What the hell?" The zombie, alerted by the noise, quickened its pace. Although the first-tier zombie lacked consciousness, its senses were significantly more acute than those of ordinary zombies. Jiang Songning swung the chainsaw at the zombie, but it evaded her attack. At that moment, Zhang Fan seized an opportunity to launch water at the zombie's head. However, the water merely splashed over it as if giving it a bath, devoid of any offensive impact. Zhang Fan shot an awkward glance at Jiang Songning, who ignored him and charged towards the zombie again. Provoked, the zombie retaliated by launching a basketball-sized fireball. Jiang Songning deftly dodged. The fireball struck a nearby vehicle. Zhang Fan, extinguish the flames. Zhang Fan quickly sprang into action, extinguishing the fire on the car. Jiang Songning sheathed the chainsaw and unleashed her wood-based powers against the zombie, causing it to stagger back momentarily before it lunged at her again. Determined to hone her abilities, she refrained from unleashing her full strength initially, opting instead to regulate her power and rhythm. Yet, her restraint only incited the zombie further, and it hurled another fireball at her. Jiang Songning swiftly sidestepped, but the fireball grazed her arm, leaving a faint burn. Observing this, Zhang Cheng wasted no time raising his baseball bat and striking the zombie's head with considerable force. The impact caved in half of the zombie's skull, producing a dull thud. The zombie emitted a pained groan before turning to charge at Zhang Cheng. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Songning employed her wood-based powers to transform into a resilient vine, wrapping it around the zombie's neck in an attempt to halt its advance. She gripped the vine tightly, hoping to restrain the creature's movements. However, the zombie suddenly summoned all its strength to struggle, and Jiang Songning felt a formidable force opposing her, sensing her powers waning. Just then, the zombie accelerated, lunging at her with murderous intent in its eyes. Jiang Songning nimbly rolled aside, but this time, the zombie did not pursue her. Instead, it lunged directly at Sui. Caught off guard, Sui's reflexes were insufficient to evade the zombie's attack. Zhang Cheng and Zhang Fan, witnessing this, were filled with terror, shouting, "Sui, quick, dodge!" But it was too late. The zombie had already knocked Sui to the ground. Feeling despair, Sui braced for death. Yet, just as he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate, he was struck by a chilling sensation on his face. He opened his eyes in bewilderment, astonished to see the zombie's head roll away from his chest. Jiang Songning stood there, her tang knife dripping with dark blood, each drop falling slowly. At that moment, Zhang Fan and Zhang Cheng reacted, kicking the zombie off Sui and swiftly tearing open his shirt to check for wounds. "Sui, how do you feel? Are you hurt?" Their anxious voices snapped Sui back to reality, and he realized he was unscathed. "I'm fine. I wasn't bitten." Relieved that he was unharmed, Jiang Songning then proceeded to extract the crystal core from the zombie's brain. Although it was fire-based, it could be saved for future exchanges of supplies. After this harrowing encounter, the group was visibly shaken. "Jiang classmate, what should we do now?" Jiang Songning scanned the parking lot in trance with her mental abilities and noted that there were already 50 or 60 zombies gathered. "We'll take the upper route. You all know how to ride electric scooters, right?" Upon receiving affirmative responses from the three, Jiang Songning stored her vehicle in her spatial realm. "Jiang classmate, is this the fabled spatial ability?" At this point, Jiang Songning saw no reason to conceal her powers and nodded. Chapter 13. Leaving the community after securing her vehicle, Sui handed Jiang Songning 2 wooden rifles from his backpack. "Jiang classmate, take these rifles for now." Without hesitation, Jiang Songning accepted them and stored them in her space. "You all wait here for a moment." She strode towards the parking lot exit, pulled out an old mobile phone, turned on some music, placed the phone on the car roof, and then departed. With the music playing, it should buy them some time. Once the four regrouped, they made their way to the staircase. Upon reaching the first floor, they found only a few scattered zombies nearby, prompting Jiang Songning to produce 4 electric scooters. The 4 hopped on their scooters and sped towards the community entrance. Numerous zombies congregated at the entrance, and the group dared not linger, making their way towards the Tianhai Villa district. Jiang Songning couldn't help but marvel once more that electric scooters were indeed the greatest invention of this era. The roads were clogged with vehicles, and driving to Tianhai Villa would undoubtedly be a laborious endeavor, requiring considerable time just to clear the streets. As they traversed, they encountered several zombies that immediately pursued them. With a few trailing about 10 meters behind, Jiang Songning, spotting those zombies, recalled the existence of speed-type zombies. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that they were still in the city center, with Tianhai Villa located in the suburbs. They needed to eliminate these zombies, otherwise they risked triggering a zombie tide. Seeing a nearby shopping mall, Jiang Songning surmised that, given the apocalypse had just begun that morning, there would likely be few people, and thus few zombies, inside. She rode her electric scooter towards the mall, with the others closely following. "Jiang classmate, what's the plan?" Without explanation, Jiang Songning urged, "Let us enter the mall first." She stored her scooter in her space, and the group swiftly entered the mall, brandishing their weapons. Inside, they encountered only a few uniformed zombies. The first floor was littered with various cosmetics and skincare products, all in disarray. The few zombies in work attire charged at them frantically upon seeing the newcomers. The 3 boys wasted no time, brandishing their baseball bats and striking at the zombies' heads. In no time, they dispatched several low-tier zombies. Just as they were about to harvest the zombies' brains, Jiang Songning interjected. Quickly, to the second floor. Without hesitation, they dashed upstairs. The second floor also held a handful of low-tier zombies. Jiang Songning scanned the area with her mental powers and found no high-tier zombies, which eased her concerns. As the others continued to eliminate zombies, Jiang Songning took the opportunity to survey the second floor. The second floor housed the clothing section, and just as a few speed-type zombies were about to catch up, Jiang Songning seized a nearby small sofa and placed it at the staircase entrance. Hurry! Upon hearing her, the three quickened their pace. Jiang Songning, not idling, summoned a wardrobe from her space to further barricade the staircase. This temporarily blocked the few zombies, and the three managed to dispatch several low-tier zombies. Jiang classmate, what is our next move? Has anyone here been to this mall and knows of a safe place to take refuge? I worked part-time here. The manager's office is on the 5th floor. We should be able to hide there, Zhang Fan exclaimed. Just then, a series of thuds echoed from the staircase. Why are these zombies so fast? These are speed-type zombies. One is already first tier, along with 3 low-tier ones. Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions darkened, realizing the formidable challenge ahead. Let us head to the 5th floor and assess the situation. As the zombies at the staircase grew increasingly agitated, their commotion attracted a significant number of surrounding zombies. Without hesitation, the group sprinted towards the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Jiang Songning checked the 4th floor and found only a few scattered low-tier zombies, leading them to swiftly eliminate them before proceeding to the 5th floor. Just as they arrived on the 5th floor, Jiang Songning abruptly came to a halt. At present, Su-yi and the other two possess complete trust in Jiang Songning. Thus they have halted their steps, merely gazing at her with curiosity. There is a first-tier zombie. Shall we head to the 4th floor? There's a shop with a locked door. I can pick the lock. Jiang Songning cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Cheng, who merely smiled and scratched his head. My family owns a locksmith business, so I learned a few tricks from my father. Here it comes. Upon hearing Jiang Songning's words, the three turned their gazes forward, and they beheld a well-dressed zombie, with sunken cheeks and greenish eyes, slowly approaching them from around the corner. Su-yi and the others swallowed hard, for it was their first encounter with such an intact zombie since the apocalypse began, and it appeared even more terrifying. It's its eyes. Zhang Cheng's voice quivered slightly. This zombie possesses wood-type abilities. It must have succumbed to a fever and transformed into a zombie. Upon sighting this creature, Jiang Songning's excitement surged. If she could eliminate this zombie, her powers would surely upgrade. I will confront it. You three attempt a surprise attack. At that moment, Jiang Songning felt her blood boil with adrenaline and an overwhelming desire to fight. Su-yi and the others found themselves influenced by Jiang Songning's sudden fervor, and they each grasped their baseball bats. Jiang Songning charged forward with her dagger aimed at the zombie, which swiftly evaded her strike and retaliated with its abilities. Jiang Songning barely managed to dodge, while Zhang Fan lunged at the creature, diverting its attention. In that instant, Jiang Songning unleashed her powers, ensnaring the zombie's neck with vines. The zombie struggled fiercely, breaking free from the constraining vines. Zhang Fan was struck by the zombie's abilities and collapsed to the ground. Su-yi and Zhang Cheng, witnessing Zhang Fan's injury, rushed towards the zombie. Just as their baseball bats were about to connect with the zombie's head, it evaded once more. Jiang Songning then utilized her mental strength to slow the zombie's movements, allowing Su-yi and Zhang Cheng to strike with all their might. The zombie's head exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. Jiang Songning quickly retreated to avoid the ensuing chaos, while Su-yi and Zhang Cheng were less fortunate. Realizing the zombie had fallen, they were momentarily stunned, then hastily moved aside to gag. Zhang Fan, injured and desperate, wished to escape but could only lie helplessly on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Songning nearly burst into laughter. Zhang classmate, are you mocking me? Zhang Fan glared at her with a mournful expression. Jiang Songning, unable to contain herself, laughed heartily. I apologize. I rarely laugh unless I can't help it. Once Su-yi and Zhang Cheng finished retching, they hurried over to check on Zhang Fan. How do you feel? My stomach hurts terribly, and I'm completely drained. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from downstairs. The four exchanged glances, and Su-yi and Zhang Cheng, in unison, lifted Zhang Fan and headed towards the office. Chapter 14. First tier. Jiang Songning swiftly extracted the crystal nucleus from the zombie's head and followed them inside. Upon entering the office, they locked the door and collapsed onto the carpet, utterly exhausted. Jiang Songning had nearly depleted her powers while controlling the zombie. Jiang classmate, do you have any medical supplies? She glanced at the barely conscious Zhang Fan, recognizing he likely suffered internal injuries, and thought Su-yi might try to heal him with her abilities. Su-yi smacked her forehead. I can't believe I forgot something so essential. She then placed her hand over Zhang Fan's, channeling her powers into him, gradually mending the hidden wounds within his body. As she progressed, beads of sweat trickled down her brow, and her complexion grew paler. Finally, having restored Zhang Fan's health, Sui collapsed onto the floor. "What's wrong with him?" Zhang Qing asked anxiously. Looking to Jiang Songning, "He has simply overexerted his powers. He will recover after a few hours of rest." Upon hearing her reassurance, the others felt relieved. It was clear they needed to stockpile crystal nuclei in the future. For recovery, taking several hours was perilously risky. Zhang Fan spoke gravely. "That crystal nucleus I held was compatible with my attributes, so it belongs to me. I will find another first-tier crystal nucleus suitable for you. If I cannot, I will dig up 10 ordinary nuclei for you. What do you think?" The first-tier crystal nucleus in the community had a fire attribute, and since she had slain that zombie, she felt justified in keeping it. Moreover, she had observed the three of them were of good character. They exchanged glances, and Sui spoke up. "Jiang classmate, you originally intended to escort us. You need not be so courteous. Without you, it's likely we wouldn't have made it out of the community with our abilities, one thing at a time. Escorting you, you've already provided me with compensation. This crystal nucleus is a product of our teamwork in defeating the zombies, and thus it should be shared equally." Seeing Jiang Soning's stance, they consented. After negotiating the matter of the crystal nucleus, they took a moment to rest, and Jiang Songning examined the office. It was quite spacious, featuring a bedroom and a bathroom. The others headed to the bathroom to change out of their soiled clothes. With the entire city currently without running water, they could only manage a quick wipe down. Jiang Songning retrieved 8 steaming hamburgers from her space, distributing 2 to each person. Sui swallowed hard, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, "Thank you, Jiang classmate." They typically did not cook, having only a few buckets of instant noodles at home. Throughout the apocalypse, they had been subsisting on these noodles and had never felt full. The sight of so many hamburgers made their mouths water. Jiang Songning simply smiled. "Eat up. You need your strength to deal with the zombies." After finishing the hamburgers, they reclined contentedly on the sofa, gazing out the window. "I never knew hamburgers could be so delicious," Zhang Cheng exclaimed suddenly. "Indeed. I wonder if my parents have anything to eat?" The mention of family caused the mood among the three to plummet. Jiang Songning thought of her brother, Jiang Songyin, and wondered how he was faring. "Oh dear, what are we doing? We should be strategizing on how to deal with that zombie outside." Sui interjected, prompting them all to look at Jiang Songning. "We'll stay here tonight to deal with it. Once I absorb the crystal nucleus and upgrade my powers, confronting that speedy zombie tomorrow will be a piece of cake." "All right, we'll guard the office tonight while you absorb the nucleus in the bedroom." Jiang Songning nodded and promptly entered the bedroom. They were all in this together. If anything were to happen to her, they would likely perish as well, so Jiang Songning felt secure going into the bedroom. Once inside, she entered her space to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering, she discovered that the vegetables she had planted had already grown. After feeding some spoiled leaves to the chicks and ducklings, she found a quiet corner, pulled out a mattress, and sat down to absorb the power from the crystal nucleus. This absorption lasted for an hour. When she finally opened her eyes again, she felt invigorated, her powers significantly enhanced. Testing her newly strengthened vines, she found them considerably thicker and covered in sharp thorns. Now, the vines could extend to about 2 meters. Jiang Songning marveled at the transformation. In her previous life, her vines had lacked thorns. Was this a perk of her rebirth? She tested her mental strength but found no change. Jiang Songning was not disheartened. Upgrading her mental strength was a rare feat, and she would have to train diligently to achieve it. Completing her upgrade, she exited the space and scanned the area for her companions. Zhang Cheng was on guard outside, while Zhang Fan and Sui were fast asleep. Glancing outside, she noted that the first-tier zombie was not nearby. Sensing the temporary absence of danger, she settled down to sleep in the bedroom. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, Jiang Songning was jolted awake by a loud banging on the door. Upon hearing the noise, she quickly regained her senses. Using her mental strength, she checked the door and confirmed it was indeed the first-tier zombie, accompanied by 7 or 8 other zombies, pounding on the entrance. Jiang Songning was puzzled. Logically, they had made no noise, so the zombies should not have been able to locate them. She arose and ventured outside to find the three on high alert, staring at the door. "What is happening? Why have the zombies come at this hour?" Zhang Cheng sheepishly scratched his head. "Jiang classmate, I'm so sorry. I was simply too exhausted and ended up snoring." I guess the noise attracted the zombies. Jiang Songning felt utterly exasperated upon hearing this. Zhang Fan sighed. I never anticipated these zombies would be so sensitive. Had I known, I would have woken you up. The zombies likely won't be able to enter for now. They are more active at night. You all should rest in the bedroom. I will keep watch until dawn, and then we can deal with them. The three checked the time and saw that dawn was only 2 hours away, so they didn't hesitate to head back to the bedroom. After a while, the zombies, not hearing any further commotion, abandoned their assault and left the office door. When the three finally awoke, it was already 8 in the morning. Sui looked apologetically at Jiang Songning. Jiang, classmate, I'm so sorry. We overslept. It's all right. I just checked the layout of the mall and found that there is a supermarket on the first basement level. I plan to gather some supplies. What do you all think? Of course. We'll accompany you. We also need supplies. The group had only a few packets of instant noodles left, and if they did not find a way to stock up on food, they risked starving before they could reunite with their families. Chapter 15. The speed-type zombies. Jiang Songning unfurled the mall map in her hands, drawing the attention of her companions. Currently, the third and fourth floors were sparsely populated with scattered zombies and a first-tier zombie. However, the situation on the second and first floors posed a challenge. The number of zombies following us yesterday remained uncertain, rendering the first floor particularly troublesome. Zhang Fan took the map from Jiang Songning. We can utilize the staff passage, which should be devoid of zombies. However, the staff passage only leads to the first floor, and the access to the basement level is typically locked if we encounter zombies while attempting to unlock it. Our escape could prove exceedingly difficult. I propose we first eliminate the few zombies outside before reconnoitering downstairs. What you all have suggested thus far is merely speculation. We can deliberate further once we have gathered more information. Sui remarked, adjusting his glasses as he earnestly regarded the group. Jiang Songning concurred with his suggestion, exclaiming, I agree. After reaching a consensus, they began strategizing on how to deal with the speed-type zombies at the entrance. I'll handle the first-tier zombie. The remaining 3 are yours, Jiang Songning asserted. Are you sure you can manage it alone? Su Cheng voiced his concern that I am now also a first-tier. I am confident in my ability to tackle a zombie with relatively weak offensive capabilities. Jiang Songning reassured them, though she withheld the fact that her combat experience from her previous life rendered her fully capable. The other 3 cast envious glances at Jiang Songning, who continued, do not underestimate the remaining 3. Although they lack significant attack power, their greatest advantage lies in their speed. The trio nodded obediently. After finalizing their plans, Jiang Songning produced some steamed buns, and the group replenished their energy before picking up baseball bats and following Jiang Songning out of the office. Upon exiting, Jiang Songning utilized her mental acuity to scan the vicinity, detecting no trace of the aforementioned zombie. She securely closed the office door, and they proceeded directly to the staff passage. The mall was shrouded in darkness due to the power outage, and Jiang Songning illuminated the path with a flashlight while cautiously surveying her surroundings. For some reason, the entire 4th and 5th floors were eerily silent. However, her mental reach extended only about 50 meters. So she dismissed any concerns and continued to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the lobby, they discovered that all of the zombies from the previous day had been dealt with. Exchanging glances, they noted that the crystalline cores within the zombies' heads were conspicuously absent. There are still others in the mall, Zhang Fan stated with certainty. Jiang Songning approached to investigate further and discovered that the zombies' heads had been excised by someone wielding a dagger. Once again employing her mental abilities to scan the 3rd floor, she found no signs of life. Zhang Fan, are there any concealed areas within this mall? She inquired. Zhang Fan shook his head. I have only worked part-time at the hot pot restaurant on the 6th floor. I'm not well acquainted with the lower levels. Very well, regardless of who it may be, we shall maintain our distance. Let's head to the 2nd floor for a look. Although the group felt regret over not retrieving the crystalline cores yesterday, they understood it was not anyone's fault and merely cast wistful glances at the fallen zombies. As they approached the stairwell to the 3rd floor, they spotted approximately 10 zombies wandering on the 2nd floor. Jiang Songning scanned the 1st floor with her mental acuity and determined there were at least 50 zombies present. We should return to the 5th floor. The others, without hesitation, followed Jiang Songning's lead upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they stumbled upon a group of men and women attempting to force their way into an office. Jiang Songning furrowed her brow, suspecting that these individuals were the ones who had extracted the crystalline cores from the zombies. What are you doing? Sui queried. The group turned in surprise upon realizing they were confronted by the living point. One of the lockpickers immediately cursed, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm unlocking this door?" Su Chang, sensing the group's malevolent nature, retorted bluntly, "We were here first. Kindly seek refuge elsewhere." A burly man with a scruffy beard stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Su Chang. "Just because you claim it's yours, does that make it so? I could just as easily say that this woman belongs to me. What's the matter? Is she expected to accompany me tonight?" His words dripped with lewdness as he flashed a depraved grin. The moment the scruffy man spoke, the other men erupted in laughter, their gazes roving over Jiang Songning with lustful greed. "Hey, pretty lady, why not stick with me? I promise you'll have your fill." A buzzcut man approached Jiang Songning, unabashedly eyeing her with unmasked desire. Amidst their provocations and insults, Jiang Songning regarded them as mere barking dogs. Just as she was about to retaliate, Zhang Fan swiftly pulled her behind him, positioning himself and the others protectively in front of her. Blocking the lewd stares, Jiang Songning was momentarily taken aback, her heart warmed. In the past, her family would have reproached her for attracting unwanted attention, never once defending her. To survive, she had learned to keep her appearance disheveled. It was reassuring to witness the presence of good-hearted individuals even in the apocalypse. Regardless of their motivations, she felt grateful for their willingness to shield her. Well, look at you kids, quite audacious, aren't you? Do you know who my brother is?" The group then noticed a man with a scarred face standing silently nearby, observing them intently. Even without uttering a word, it was evident that he was not to be trifled with. "Oh, we are unfamiliar with your brother, but we arrived here first. We kindly request that you vacate the premises. There is an office on the 6th floor you may occupy," Zhang Fan asserted earnestly. At that moment, the bearded man drew a knife. "This place has caught our interest. Now get lost. Say one more word, and I won't hold back." Just as Zhang Fan was about to respond, Jiang Songning interjected. "We should leave here." Having developed a tacit understanding with Jiang Songning over the past few days, the trio did not question her and promptly followed her lead. As the group departed, the men grew increasingly arrogant. "Boss, that woman is quite a catch." The scarred man cast a glance at the buzzcut individual. "Handle those three quickly, and that woman will be at your mercy." With the boss's words, the other men displayed eager grins, while the women remained silent in fear. Once they reached the staff passage, they inquired, "Jiang, what's wrong?" "It's coming." Upon hearing Jiang Songning's words, the others tensed up. After waiting for a moment, they heard the shrill cries of the previously encountered group. Zhang Cheng, unable to remain still, suggested, "Should we go help them?" Though Jiang Songning did not endorse Zhang Cheng's actions, she understood his sentiment. After all, they were living beings. Sui shook his head. "That group is clearly up to no good. If we assist them and find ourselves exhausted, who knows if they might turn on us?" Jiang Songning regarded Sui with appreciation. Among the three, he was the most perceptive and astute. Chapter 16. Gathering supplies. As the group lingered in the staff passage, two girls suddenly dashed toward them. Upon seeing the group, they cast wary glances before racing upstairs. Jiang Songning employed her mental acuity once more and confirmed that only two individuals were engaged in combat with zombies. The others were either bitten or had fled. "Let's go. I will handle the first-tier zombie. The rest are yours." Exiting the staff passage, they witnessed the scarred man and the bearded individual grappling with a few zombies, with two bodies lying on the ground while the others had fled. Despite their strength, they struggled against the zombies without special abilities. Although the first-tier zombie was swift, it could not approach the two men just yet. Sensing the presence of Jiang Songning and her companions, the first-tier zombie quickly converged on them. Jiang Songning unsheathed her tang knife, aiming to strike the zombie, but it nimbly evaded her attack, circling behind her. Determined to end the confrontation swiftly, she unleashed her wood-based abilities, targeting the zombie. However, it skillfully dodged again, attempting to close in on her. In a moment of clarity, Jiang Songning utilized her mental powers to restrain the zombie. Slowing its speed for 2 seconds in that brief window, she ensnared its body with her wood abilities. The zombie roared in frustration, unable to move. Its anguished cries triggered a frenzy among the other zombies. Without hesitation, Jiang Songning severed the zombie's head with her tang knife and extracted the crystalline core from its brain. Meanwhile, Sui and the others dispatched the other two zombies and swiftly retrieved their crystalline cores. The scarred man and the bearded individual, who had not yet departed, remained silent, astonished by the prowess of Jiang Songning and her companions, particularly the woman. Ignoring them, Jiang Songning made her way toward the office. Zhang Fan produced a key and unlocked the door. Once inside, they secured the door behind them. Inside the room, they collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. Jiang Songning produced the first-tier crystalline core she had just extracted. "This core is for you." Sui accepted the crystalline core without hesitation, well aware of Jiang Songning's character after their interactions over the past 2 days. They gazed at the white crystalline core in Sui's hand, determining that it should be given to Zhang Fan first. His water-based abilities would enhance significantly post-upgrade, ensuring their future safety. Jiang Songning and Zhang Cheng could wait to upgrade later. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement, and Zhang Fan approached Jiang Songning, expressing, "Thank you. You're welcome." Afterward, Zhang Fan entered the bedroom with the crystalline core. Once he left, the others began scrutinizing the mall's layout map. "Jiang, shall we split into 2 groups? In a short while, Zhang Cheng and Zhang Fan will divert the zombies on the first floor, and we shall proceed to the supermarket on the basement level to gather supplies, of course. Lacking spatial abilities, we would only require a small portion from you. Once the zombies are distracted, what should we do next? Shall we depart the mall directly or seek another opportunity to leave?" Sui glanced once more at the layout of the first floor. "There exists a back door. We shall collect our items and exit through it. Zhang Cheng, when you draw the zombies away, please guide them to the right." Jiang Songning had no objections to Sui's proposal. It would be best to send them back early, as she must return to S University within 5 days. "Very well, but approximately how long will you need to gather supplies from the basement? If there are no formidable zombies down there, 20 minutes should suffice. And what if you do not emerge after 20 minutes? If we have not returned by then, you will need to find a way to get back upstairs." "Understood." After the group reached a consensus, they began to rest, awaiting Zhang Fan's return. When Zhang Fan emerged, his face was alight with excitement. "I have successfully leveled up." The other 2 were equally elated. "Fantastic." Jiang Songning remained silent, retrieving 4 dishes and a soup, alongside 4 bowls of rice. "Jiang, you are truly impressive." "Yes, let us eat. After our meal, we shall proceed downstairs." During the meal, Sui shared the plan with Zhang Fan, who had no objections, eager to test his newfound abilities. Once they finished eating, the group made their way to the staff passage. Upon entering, they encountered Scarface and his companions seated in the corridor. Upon seeing them, they immediately stood up. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Fan stepped forward. "Young brother, do not be alarmed. We have no ill intentions. We merely propose a collaboration. Currently, the outside is teeming with zombies. Together we can deal with those on the lower floor and then leave. What do you think?" Scarface's previous arrogance had dissipated, replaced by a conciliatory demeanor. "We shall not cooperate. If you wish to leave, you'll have to find a way on your own." Hearing Zhang Fan's refusal, Scarface remained unfazed, realizing that the group was led by the young girl. "Young lady, observe that we possess considerable combat prowess. There are at least 70 to 80 zombies downstairs. If you all wish to exit, it will require significant effort. Would it not be more prudent to collaborate for a greater chance of survival? Should we not cooperate? We all possess abilities if you follow us. Are you not concerned that we might use you ordinary folk as shields against the zombies?" As Jiang Songning's words fell, a woman in a red dress immediately retorted, "How can you be so malicious? We are all compatriots. In times like these, we should support one another. You would suggest using us as fodder for the zombies?" Jiang Songning burst into laughter. "Why, dear miss, we are already in the apocalypse. To survive, one must rely on strength. Just moments ago, your companions fled when danger approached. Where was your solidarity then, attempting to morally bind me? Please, I have no time for such nonsense." With that, she strode downstairs. The group at the stairwell watched them leave, anxiously glancing at Scarface. "Boss, what shall we do? If they descend, they will undoubtedly deal with the zombies below. Let us retreat to the 2nd floor." Jiang Songning paid no heed to those trailing behind, and upon reaching the 1st floor, Zhang Fan and Zhang Cheng picked up baseball bats and headed toward the lobby. Jiang Songning and Sui made their way directly to the basement. The basement contained only a few low-level zombies, all clad in work uniforms. The 2 swiftly dispatched the zombies and began collecting supplies from the supermarket. "Sui, please check where the warehouse is located." Sui nodded. "Be careful, understood." Jiang Songning did not manage to collect everything. Only half of the instant noodles and bread, half of the rice and flour, but she gathered all the drinks, milk, snacks, and daily necessities, as well as half of the purified water. The meat and vegetables in the supermarket had already spoiled. Jiang, the warehouse is over there. The two proceeded to the warehouse, where Jiang Songning again collected only half. Jiang, this. One must leave a way out for others. The supplies in her hands were sufficient to ensure her comfort for a lifetime. There was no need to hoard everything. Noticing that time was drawing near, the two ascended to the first floor. In the lobby, they found no trace of Zhang Fan and Zhang Cheng. Chapter 17. Leaving the mall, Jiang Songning used her mental energy to scan the vicinity, discovering that the two were dealing with zombies at the back door. The zombies on the first floor had been lured away, leaving only a few scattered ones nearby, which the two easily dispatched before heading toward the back door. By the time they reached the back door, the surrounding zombies had been cleared, although several more were approaching from a distance. Jiang Songning promptly retrieved the vehicle. Who will drive? Zhang Cheng volunteered and took the driver's seat, then drove the car out of the mall, heading toward the suburbs. Jiang, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to go to City A to find someone. What about you? Our parents are locals, so they should not be leaving for the time being. Zhang Fan spoke with regret, having initially hoped that their rapport over the past 2 days might lead to a partnership. The military will likely establish a base soon. With your abilities, you might join them then. Jiang Songning held a favorable impression of the three, hence was willing to share some information. Indeed, joining the military would be ideal. Jiang, do you still intend to return to S-City? Jiang Songning shook her head. I must locate someone first. I cannot ascertain where I will stay until I find them. She was uncertain whether her brother had received her message. Who is the person you were searching for? Perhaps we could assist in the search later. Sui's family had extensive connections before the apocalypse and might possess relevant information. Jiang Songning replied, My brother? Very well, I shall remember that name. Should we encounter him? I will inform him you are waiting for him in City A. Jiang Songning expressed her gratitude with a glance at Sui. Thank you. The journey to the suburbs went smoothly, and by 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at Tianhai Villa. The residents here were either affluent or noble, far beyond the He family's means. The villa area was patrolled by security, with not a single zombie in sight. Upon spotting Jiang Songning's vehicle, the guards immediately approached with caution. Third young master, you have returned on your own. Second young master was preparing to come and fetch you. Sui waved his hand toward the guards. My friend brought me back. Please open the gate. The guards hesitated. Third young master, second young master has stipulated that anyone wishing to enter the community must undergo inspection and a 24-hour quarantine. Observing the guard's attitude, Jiang Songning couldn't help but admire the second young master they spoke of. Just a few days into the apocalypse, and the entire Tianhai Villa had already established a new order. Sui, please have your people bring me the supplies. I have matters to attend to and must depart. Sui's companions, aware of her spatial abilities, were decent individuals, yet in this apocalypse, coupled with her substantial supplies, she dared not gamble on human nature. She simply wished to acquire the ammunition and leave promptly. Sui cast a troubled glance at Jiang Songning. Jiang, I apologize. I will have my second brother send the items over immediately. After speaking briefly with the guards, they glanced at Jiang Songning and turned to return to the villa. Before long, a tall man in a suit, accompanied by several bodyguards, appeared at the community entrance. Upon seeing him, Jiang Songning was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Sui's second brother was Su Jing, the future deputy base leader of the S-City base. It was rumored that he had connections to the underworld before the apocalypse, which explained how he had access to firearms. However, she had little interaction with him in her previous life, but she assumed that anyone recognized by the military and able to attain such a position must possess decent character. Her previously taut nerves relaxed slightly in her past life. They had only stayed at the S-City base for a month. Had it not been for He Chun offending a high-ranking official, they might have continued living there. Second brother, have you brought the supplies? Upon seeing Su Jing, Sui immediately inquired. Su Jing directed his bodyguards to hand a box to Sui. This young lady, would you be interested in joining us? Su Jing had initially assumed that the girl who returned his foolish brother was merely a pretty face, but upon witnessing her commanding presence, he realized she was formidable and likely an ability user. Prompting his interest in recruiting her, I apologize, Mr. Su, but I must go to City A to find my relatives. Thus, I can only appreciate your kind offer. Su Jing did not take Jiang Songning's refusal to heart. He already had quite a few ability users at his disposal and did not insist. Very well. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out here. You brought my brother and his companions back safely. I shall remember this kindness. You are too courteous, Mr. Su. I returned them as they promised me firearms and ammunition. Now that I have safely escorted them back, our transaction is complete. Goods for services rendered. Su Jing regarded Jiang Songning with renewed interest. Su Yi, please hand the items to this young lady. Jiang Songning accepted the box from Su Yi, opened it, and found 2 rifles and several boxes of ammunition inside. Thank you, Mr. Su. No need for thanks. Jiang Songning placed the items in the vehicle. Su Yi, let us find a safe place. I will share some of the supplies from the supermarket with you. Su Yi instantly grasped her intention, suggesting the guard station over there. Eager to leave, Jiang Songning headed straight for the guard station and divided half of the supermarket supplies. Jiang, this? Until we meet again. Jiang Songning offered no elaborate explanations, instead turning swiftly to depart from the Tianhai villa. Once Jiang Songning had left, Su Yi allowed a smile to grace her lips. Su Jing was also taken aback upon witnessing the supplies in the security room. Su Yi, provide an explanation. Su Yi then recounted the events of the past 2 days to Su Huai. You say she possesses spatial abilities? Su Jing gazed at his younger brother with an expression of exasperation. Such a talent ought to be retained with utmost effort. How could you let her leave? Second brother, Jiang is seeking her long-lost relatives. She will not remain. With this, Su Jing regained his composure, realizing the girl possessed intrigue. No wonder she was so eager to depart. Jiang Songning drove away from the Tianhai villa, heading towards S University. Upon returning to the city, the number of zombies had increased significantly. Jiang Songning, feeling helpless, found a secluded spot to store her car in her spatial pocket and took out her small electric scooter. As the surroundings darkened and the number of zombies grew, Jiang Songning had no choice but to enter a small convenience store. Surrounded by residential buildings, the store housed 2 wandering zombies. Jiang Songning unsheathed her tang knife, swiftly dispatching the 2 zombies and extracting 2 low-tier crystal cores. Using her abilities to scan the vicinity, she discovered the presence of living beings in the attic above. As she prepared to leave, she noticed an increasing number of zombies converging upon her, and the store's door began to rattle ominously. With the door on the verge of giving way, she had no option but to ascend to the attic. Chapter 18. Senior. As she reached the top of the staircase, she encountered a young man of about 18 or 19 years old, with red-dyed hair, wielding a machete and watching her warily. What do you want? I'm merely passing through. There are zombies downstairs, and I wish to take refuge here for a while. Rest assured, I will leave at dawn. At that moment, a tall and handsome figure emerged from behind the red-haired boy, Fang Jinyuan. Jiang Songning scrutinized him closely. She did not recall this individual. Hello, who are you? I'm Fang Jinyuan from S University, a senior in the computer science department. I suppose I am your senior. We met once during a basketball club gathering. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Songning recalled the encounter from her freshman year when she volunteered for the basketball club. She had attended a gathering after a match, and it had been him. My apologies. I had forgotten. No problem. Please come upstairs. Fang Jinyuan gestured for Wei Zhe to clear the way. Once in the attic, Jiang Songning noticed a girl and an unfamiliar boy, both watching her with caution. She surveyed the cramped attic, which contained only a bed, a desk, and a heap of miscellaneous items. Allow me to introduce you all. This red-haired fellow is my cousin, Wei Zhe. This is Song Hao, a companion we encountered on our journey. And this is Chen Huan, the owner of this convenience store. Greetings. My name is Jiang Songning. Jiang Songning greeted them with a smile. Hello, Miss Jiang. Song Hao replied warmly, offering her a chair. Thank you. I prefer to stand. Jiang Songning, unfamiliar with these individuals, maintained her vigilance by the door. Observing her demeanor, the others refrained from urging her to relax. By the way, Jiang, how did you end up here? Fang Jinyuan inquired, puzzled. I intended to return to S University. Passed by here, and decided to take shelter as night fell. I didn't expect to encounter a senior here. Wei Zhe, upon hearing her mention S University, exclaimed excitedly, what a coincidence. We are also headed to S University. We could travel together. Jiang Songning, however, was reluctant to join them, fearing it would complicate her efforts to gather supplies. Thus, she politely declined Wei Zhe's offer. I have other matters to attend to and may not be able to accompany you for now. Upon hearing her refusal, the others paid it little mind and resumed their casual conversation. Do you possess any abilities, Jiang? Fang Jinyuan asked, intrigued. The existence of abilities was something they had only discovered the previous day. So everyone looked at Jiang Soning with curiosity. Its nothing to conceal. Jiang Soning nodded. I possess wood-type abilities. What about you, senior? I have ice-type abilities, but I can only condense a small piece of ice each time. So its utility is limited. Zombies have crystal cores in their brains. When you kill zombies, you can extract the cores, and absorbing them can enhance your abilities. As her words fell, Wei Zhe groaned dramatically. Oh no. All those zombies we killed in the past 2 days were a waste. Jiang Soning, amused by his expression of lost opportunity, added, crystal cores are also categorized by rank. She explained the categorization of zombie crystal cores and their attributes. Eliciting awe from Wei Zhe. Sister Jiang, how do you know so much? Isn't it common knowledge in apocalyptic novels? Don't you read them? The group shook their heads in unison, realizing why some zombies seemed notably faster than ordinary ones. It was likely due to the presence of crystal cores in their brains. Those zombies you encountered must be low-tier zombies. Only Tier 1 crystal cores can enhance abilities. Absorbing low-tier crystal cores can quickly restore stamina. The others appeared increasingly disheartened, realizing they had dispatched nearly 80 zombies recently. How many crystal cores had they missed out on? Sister, how do we distinguish the ranks of zombies? Ordinary people can assess based on agility, while those with abilities can sense the rank of the zombies. Song Hao nodded in understanding. That explains it. I always felt something was off about those fast-moving zombies. So, Sister Jiang, what level are you now? Wei Zhe asked curiously. I was fortunate enough to encounter a Tier 1 wood-type zombie, so I am currently at Tier 1. Wei Zhe immediately gave her a thumbs up. Sister Jiang, you're amazing. Jiang Soning felt a bit bashful at his exuberance. He was rather forward. Fang Jinyuan, noticing her discomfort, promptly intervened, pulling Wei Zhe away. All right, Sister Jiang is tired. Let us allow her to rest early. We must conserve our strength for tomorrow's departure. As Fang Jinyuan spoke. Wei Zhe obediently fell silent. That moment. Chen Huan handed Jiang Soning a blanket. Miss Jiang, it's a bit chilly at night. This blanket is clean. Please use it. Jiang Soning gratefully accepted the blanket. Thank you. Chen Huan smiled gently. The group, having exhausted themselves throughout the day, soon drifted off to sleep. Jiang Soning, wary of the unfamiliar company, remained vigilant, awakening several times throughout the night. Sleep peacefully. I'll keep watch. Nothing will happen, Song Hao assured her softly, noticing she stirred multiple times within just a couple of hours. Jiang Soning sensed his kindness and murmured a quiet thank you. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of her neck. This feeling, instantly alert. She realized Fang Jinyuan was on guard. Upon seeing her spring to her feet, he grasped his tang knife, asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" "There's something downstairs." Jiang Soning used her mental powers to scan and discern that the entity was stationed at the staircase. Fang Jinyuan felt nothing but nonetheless roused the others. As they awakened and saw Jiang Soning poised with her knife at the door, they instantly became alert. "Sister, what's happening? It's likely a mutated animal." Jiang Soning's words barely left her lips when they heard rustling noises ascending the stairs. The others, now fully aware of the commotion, instinctively grasped their weapons. Jiang Soning recalled that this was an urban village, notorious for its abundance of mutated rats. Mere seconds later, they heard the sounds of gnawing wood. Rats! Chen Huan exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing rats, Wei Zhe panicked, exclaiming, "Damn it, mutated rats? I'm absolutely terrified of rats." Fang Jinyuan shot him a glare. "Behave yourself. If you don't want to die, don't become a liability." "Sister, how many rats do you sense?" "Not many, only about 10. However, their presence indicates that there could be countless more behind them." Jiang Soning's tone grew grave. She recalled hearing about numerous abilities users and ordinary people meeting their demise in an urban village due to mutated rats. Eventually, the military devised a method to lure the rats to a specific location and detonated them with gasoline, significantly reducing the threat to S City. After hearing Jiang Soning's account, unease spread across the faces of the others. Chapter 19. Mutated rats. We must leave here swiftly. Otherwise, when the rat horde arrives, we won't be able to escape. Fang Jinyuan urged everyone to gather their belongings. Our vehicle is parked not far from here. Soon, Song Hao and I will draw the rats to the 3rd floor. Wei Zhe, you and Sister Jiang will handle the zombies downstairs, ensuring the safety of Sister Jiang and Chen Huan as they make it to the car. Senior, I will assist you with the rats. My ability level is higher than yours. Dealing with those rats is no issue, But we must be quick. If the rat horde comes, we might not escape. Fang Jingyuan nodded in agreement upon seeing Jiang Songning's earnest expression. We'll divert the rat horde, and you all must ascend quickly. Speed is essential. The group nodded in unison. Wei Zhe was in charge of opening the door. As soon as it swung open, the two individuals swiftly dashed outside. The moment the rats caught the scent of living humans, they immediately surged toward the pair like a frenzy. The two quickly sprinted upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, Fang Jingyuan seized a knife and with a swift motion brought it down upon the rats before him. Jiang Songning, employing her wood-based abilities, ensnared the rats and swiftly crushed their bodies. Fang Jingyuan, witnessing Jiang Songning's gruesome display, nearly lost his grip on the knife. The sight was exceedingly bloody. Fortunately, there were only around 10 rats, and they were of a low level. The two worked in perfect harmony, dispatching the creatures within mere minutes. With the rats dealt with, they hurried downstairs. The few zombies below had already been cleared out by Wei Zhe and Song Hao. Just as they stepped out of the convenience store, Wei Zhe's voice rang out, "Bro, Sister Jiang, hurry up." Without hesitation, the pair ran toward the vehicle. As they climbed in, Wei Zhe slammed on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Songning's head collided forcefully against the adjacent window. Once she stabilized herself, she glanced into the rearview mirror and was met with the sight of countless rats swarming the alleys of the urban village. Illuminated by the moonlight, the scene sent shivers down her spine. As the car sped out of the alley, the mass of rats pursued closely behind. "Damn it, bro, what do we do? Those rats are right on our tail." Wei Zhe shouted, driving frantically. "Shut up and drive properly." Fang Jingyuan, too, was feeling the pressure. Jiang Songning, seeing no other option, retrieved a chicken from her backpack, rolled down the window, and tossed it out behind them. Fang Jingyuan's eyes widened. But with their lives at stake, he refrained from questioning her. The single chicken only momentarily distracted the rats. They were soon back in pursuit. Just as Jiang Songning reached for her backpack again, Fang Jingyuan interjected, "Junior, don't waste it, it's useless." With that, Jiang Songning halted her actions. "Oh, what do we do now?" Wei Zhe asked. "Head towards the spot where our car broke down," Fang Jingyuan explained. "The car was leaking oil. When we pass by, we'll set it ablaze." "How can you be sure it'll ignite?" Fang Jingyuan produced 2 firecrackers. "That's where you come in, Junior." The others raised their eyebrows at the sight of the firecrackers. "Bro, you brought those to escape." Fang Jingyuan looked slightly embarrassed. "Just these 2. They don't take up much space. I thought the noise might scare off the zombies." Jiang Songning felt a mix of disbelief and understanding. With the mutated rats closing in, Wei Zhe sensed that the car was about to overheat. "We can't let them get too close. If the car explodes, we won't escape either," Fang Jingyuan exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Songning pretended to retrieve a few bottles of alcohol from her backpack and threw them behind her, then lit a windproof lighter and used her wood abilities to toss the ignited lighter onto the alcohol-soaked cloth. The ground ignited instantly. The mutated rats halted at the sight of the flames, allowing the car to gain some distance. However, this fire would only hold them back for a few seconds. How much farther? "The intersection is just ahead." Jiang Songning finally felt relieved, but as the mutated rats resumed their chase, she repeated her earlier action, successfully maintaining distance. "Get ready." Jiang Songning lit the firecrackers and hurled them toward the car's gas tank. Upon contact with the flames, the tank ignited immediately. 0.3 seconds later, the firecrackers crackled loudly. The rats, positioned right behind the vehicle, were startled by the sound and attempted to flee, but the car erupted in an explosion. With a piercing screech of metal grinding, the force from the explosion sent the occupants of the vehicle crashing forward violently. The immense inertia caused their heads and bodies to collide forcefully with the seats ahead, producing a dull thud. Subsequently, the car lost control and slammed into the roadside guardrail with a resounding bang. The vehicle shook violently, and items inside went flying, creating chaos. Jiang Songning felt a sharp pain in her forehead, furrowing her brow as she rubbed the spot that had collided. Once she regained her senses, she turned to look behind. The mutated rats that had surrounded the rear of the car were now sent flying by the explosion, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Wei Zhe, seated in the driver's position, clutched his throbbing forehead and groaned. "Are you all okay? Did anyone get hurt?" He anxiously turned to his companions in the vehicle. Jiang Songning shook her head, while Chen Huan waved her hand. "Bro, The rats have scattered. Wei Zhe, drive away quickly. We need to leave this place. It was only then that Wei Zhe snapped back to reality and sped away from the scene. Upon reaching the city center, dawn was breaking, revealing a landscape strewn with crooked vehicles and scattered zombies. Cousin, the car can't get through. Let us head to that office building over there to rest for a bit. The group gathered their belongings, armed themselves, and exited the vehicle. Their commotion attracted the nearby zombies, but fortunately, the area was mostly office buildings, resulting in relatively few zombies. The group swiftly dealt with the nearby zombies before rushing into the office building's reception area. Once inside, they began to catch their breath. Is everyone all right? Qin Huan asked, concern etched on her face. The others nodded, except for Song Hao, who was holding his forehead. Noticing this, Chen Huan worriedly used her healing abilities to treat him. Before long, Song Hao was back on his feet, lively as ever. Sister Huan, I'm fine now. Qin Huan released her hold, relieved. Jiang Songning was taken aback to find not one, but two healers so soon into the apocalypse. She recalled that healing abilities were quite rare and felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Didn't he expect Sister Huan to possess healing abilities? Qin Huan nodded shyly. I was lucky to awaken a healing ability. Chapter 20. The route Jiangjia. Why don't you team up with us? We're all heading to S University. Wei Zhe, having grown fond of Jiang Songning after their recent ordeal, excitedly suggested. Considering the mutated rats they had just encountered and the possibility of facing more mutated creatures ahead, Jiang Songning realized that navigating alone would indeed be inconvenient. Splitting up at S University would be fine, but gathering supplies along the way could prove challenging. However, she was not in a rush. As long as she arrived at S University within 4 days, she would be content. Thus, she nodded in agreement. All right. Hearing her consent, Wei Zhe beamed with joy. Fantastic. To celebrate our team welcoming another powerful ally. Let us feast on braised beef noodles today. With that, he pulled out 5 boxes of instant noodles from his backpack. With no electricity or hot water available, they could only sprinkle the seasoning packets onto the dry noodles and eat them as is. Jiang Songning suddenly felt that teaming up might not be so great after all. She had a plethora of delicious food in her storage space, yet they were reduced to eating instant noodles. Noticing her forlorn expression as she gazed at the noodles, Wei Zhe kindly offered. Sister Jiang, don't you like them? I have some bread left. Would you prefer that? No, I have a couple of cans. Let us eat them with the noodles. She feigned reaching into her backpack and produced several cans of beef. The group, having subsisted on instant noodles for days, couldn't help but gulp at the sight of the canned goods. Sister Jiang, you're a lifesaver. I haven't eaten meat since the apocalypse began. One exclaimed, unable to hold back a sniffle. Jiang Songning simply wished to avoid incurring any debts, but she was taken aback by Wei Zhe's enthusiastic reaction. I stocked up on these when I passed by a mall. Go ahead and enjoy, Junior. Keep those cans for yourself. Food is scarce right now. We can manage with instant noodles, Fang Jinyuan stated, though he too felt tempted. He didn't want to take advantage of a young girl, considering the hardships she must have endured to acquire those cans. If Jiang Songning were aware of Fang Jinyuan's thoughts, she might have given him a look that said, Are you all right? It's fine. Everyone eat up. I still have food. Upon hearing this, the group felt even more touched. Songning, thank you. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask me, Chen Huan said gratefully. Song Hao chimed in. Right, Sister Jiang, if you need help, count me in. I won't refuse. Jiang Songning felt increasingly awkward due to their gratitude. Haha, everyone, just eat. We still have zombies to deal with later. The group didn't hesitate any longer, each grabbing a can and digging into their instant noodles. After finishing, Wei Zhe let out a sigh of amazement. I never imagined that the canned food I used to overlook would taste so good. Fang Jinyuan smacked him on the head. Ouch, cousin, what was that for? Stop pretending to be profound. Finish up and check if there are any snacks or water in this reception area. Oh, right. Once Jiang Songning finished her noodles, she began searching the reception area. Typically, office reception areas stocked water and snacks. She wondered if they could find anything here. The reception area was quite spacious, with 2 locked doors on one side. Jiang Songning used her psychic abilities to scan the office behind one of the doors, confirming the absence of zombies before unlocking it. As the door swung open, she found only a sofa, a desk, and a bookshelf filled with various materials, neatly organized. Jiang Songning observed Fang Jinyuan and the others inspecting the cabinets outside, so she promptly gathered all the books from the bookshelf into her storage space. After searching through several drawers without discovering any food, she exited the office. Chen Huan, in the adjacent room, managed to find a considerable amount of bread, cookies, and snacks. This must be the storage room where all the provisions were kept, along with several boxes of beverages that would be difficult to transport. Chen Huan gazed regretfully at the drinks. Driving in the city center was troublesome, and it would be challenging to carry everything away. No matter, we'll take as much as we can. After saying this, Fang Jingyuan produced a backpack and began to pack the beverages. Song Hao and Wei Zhe followed suit, imitating his actions. Sister Huan? Jiang Jr., please pack these snacks into your backpacks. We will take care of the drinks. Jiang Soning did not decline, and soon they filled their backpacks, but some beverages could not fit, and they ultimately had to leave those behind. Once their belongings were organized, Fang Jingyuan took out a map of City S. Given that the roads in the city are in poor condition, walking to S University might prove quite challenging. And if we encounter mutated rats, we could be left with nothing. Jiang Soning then realized how wise her decision to stockpile those small electric scooters had been. When I entered, I noticed shared bicycles at the intersection ahead. Riding a bike would be significantly more convenient. Jiang Soning had a habit of observing her surroundings whenever she arrived at a new place, which allowed her to spot the shared bicycles not far away. Riding a bicycle would indeed be much more convenient. However, we should first confirm our destination. We are quite a distance from S University, and driving there would take 4 to 5 hours. Biking would take even longer, especially considering the unforeseen circumstances we might encounter along the way. Jiang Soning was not familiar with City S, so she refrained from voicing her opinion. Cousin, I have a property at Lising Garden. How about we head there tonight? Fang Jingyuan did not immediately agree and instead sought the opinions of the others. What do you all think? Yuan Gu, I'm following your lead, me too. Chen Huan shyly chimed in. Senior, I believe it would be best if we do not enter a residential area, as the situation inside is uncertain. Even if we manage to get in, exiting might prove challenging, not to mention. Currently, living humans may not be safer than zombies. Fang Jingyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the junior's point. However, we can check out the shopping mall next to Lising Garden. The transportation here is well developed, making escape easier. And most importantly, we could gather some supplies. Cousin, even if we find supplies, we can't carry them all without a vehicle. Our backpacks can't hold much. Thus, we can search for a suitable vehicle along the way. Ideally, we should find a camper or a cargo truck. The majority of traffic jams are in the city center. Once we exit it, the road should be clear. Fang Jingyuan spoke in a deep voice. Senior, how about we take the bypass highway? Jiang Soning suggested, pointing at the map. Taking the bypass highway would likely hinder our ability to gather supplies. Moreover, during the onset of the apocalypse, there were consecutive accidents on that route, so it may not be passable. Fang Jingyuan had also considered taking the highway, but he realized that it would complicate their efforts to find supplies. Senior, the supplies we have now should last us 3 days. There are several supermarkets near S University, so gathering supplies shouldn't be too difficult. The junior is correct, but S University is densely populated, meaning there will likely be many zombies there, making it exceedingly challenging to collect supplies. Jiang Soning had not considered this issue. Fang Jingyuan's expression turned grim as he contemplated the situation at S University. We must find people at S University and leave the vicinity quickly. Otherwise, escaping will not be easy. Jiang Soning had never inquired about Fang Jingyuan and the others' purpose for going to S University, unaware that it was to rescue someone. If they took the bypass, it would indeed waste considerable time. However, her aim was to gather supplies, so their objectives did not conflict. In that case, let us follow your suggested route. After discussing, they readied their backpacks, armed themselves, and opened the conference room door. The nearby wandering zombies were swiftly dealt with, and they extracted the crystal cores from their brains before riding off on their bicycles. As they approached the city center, the number of zombies gradually increased. Jiang Soning and her companions, with their conspicuous presence, attracted the attention of the zombies, who gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Fang Jingyuan led the way, while Song Hao brought up the rear. Throughout their journey, they attempted to navigate through alleyways to avoid the throngs. Just as they exited the city center, the roads widened, and the number of zombies increased. Fang Jingyuan entered a restaurant, with the others following suit. After Song Hao closed the door behind them, they worked together to eliminate the zombies inside the restaurant. Jiang Soning felt her legs weaken from pedaling the bicycle. Chen Huan, lacking any semblance of decorum, slumped onto a nearby small sofa, I didn't expect cycling to be this exhausting. There are plenty of vehicles outside. Let us rest for a moment and see if we can find an unlocked one. The group nodded in agreement, too fatigued to speak. Wei produced a few bottles of drinks, and after everyone had a sip, they felt significantly better. Jiang Songning, having refreshed herself with the beverage, began to examine the restaurant. It was not particularly large, and she promptly stood up and headed to the kitchen. Upon opening the kitchen door, a zombie clad in a chef's uniform lunged at her. Jiang Songning swiftly dispatched the low-level zombie with her knife. The others rushed in upon hearing the commotion. "Sister Jiang, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Jiang Songning assured them. With her well-being confirmed, they felt relieved. Entering the kitchen, Jiang Songning discovered a plethora of frozen meat in the freezer. But regrettably, due to the power outage, the meat had spoiled. Some fruits and vegetables had rotted as well. What a pity! Upon seeing the decayed produce, the group felt a twinge of regret. This restaurant specialized in Western cuisine, so the kitchen contained only 2 bags of pearl rice and a few bags of flour. After gathering the items, they moved the rice and flour out of the kitchen. Once they saw that everyone had exited, Jiang Songning took the opportunity to pack all the seasonings into her storage space. She also collected the pots and pans from the kitchen. Producing such items would not be a quick endeavor in this apocalyptic world, as many resources would take at least a year or 2 to manufacture. After securing all that could be salvaged, she finally exited the kitchen. Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe were peering through the restaurant's glass door to assess the situation outside. However, there were at least dozens of zombies outside, making it nearly impossible to find an operable vehicle without alerting them. "Bro, you guys distract the zombies while I check if that off-road vehicle is usable." Wei Zhe, who had a penchant for racing before the apocalypse, was knowledgeable about vehicles, making him the most suitable candidate. Fang Jingyuan nodded, acknowledging the overwhelming number of zombies. It's too dangerous. For now, I, Song Hao, and Jiang Jr. will lead the zombies toward the nearby bank. Sister Huan, you stay back to assist A's. The others nodded in agreement and rested for another half-hour before exiting the restaurant. As soon as they stepped outside, several nearby zombies converged on them. Jiang Songning brandished her dagger, slicing at the neck of the nearest zombie. After dispatching the creature and extracting its crystal core, she continued on. Hearing the commotion, more zombies approached from a distance, prompting the group to run toward the nearby bank. The low-level zombies, not particularly slow, rapidly closed the gap. After dealing with a few nearby zombies, they dashed into the bank. Once inside, the zombies lost their target and began to wander aimlessly within the bank. Fang Jingyuan led the others through the employee passageway, then circled back to the front entrance, shutting the bank's door behind them. The zombies inside, alerted by the noise, attempted to break free, only to be thwarted by the glass door, resulting in a chorus of growls. After eliminating most of the zombies, only a few remained outside, which the group collectively dispatched, extracting their crystal cores before heading in the direction of Wei Zhe and Chen Huan. Wei Zhe and Chen Huan had managed to unlock the car and had driven it to the restaurant's entrance while unloading their belongings into the trunk. At that moment, Jiang Songning felt a surge of intense unease, sensing that something fierce was approaching. She scanned the area with her mental energy but found nothing amiss, just as she thought her worries were unfounded. Song Hao suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell?" The group followed Song Hao's gaze and saw several individuals sprinting toward them, with a massive dog in pursuit. This dog was pitch black, robust, and stood at least 1.6 meters tall. The fleeing individuals shouted for help as the dog seemed to toy with them, slowing down just as it was about to catch up, only to accelerate again once the distance widened. "Get inside the restaurant," Fang Jingyuan instructed, prompting the group to react. The pursued individuals, upon spotting them, dashed in their direction, crying, "Help!" The mutated dog, realizing its prey was about to escape, ceased its playful antics and charged after them. It collided with the last person, sending him flying, causing him to spit blood, though it appeared he was not in mortal danger. Witnessing this scene from inside the restaurant, Jiang Songning realized that the dog did not intend to kill. Mutated animals were indeed much smarter than ordinary ones. It seemed that those individuals had done something to provoke the mutated dog's relentless pursuit. "Junior, that dog is also a mutated animal." Jiang Songning nodded in agreement. "It likely doesn't wish to kill." "Sister Jiang, what should we do next?" Jiang Songning had no desire to meddle, but the approaching individuals and the mutated dog drew closer. "Let us observe the situation." None of them had a penchant for meddling, especially in this apocalyptic world where self-righteousness was perilous. So they quietly watched from the sidelines. Point 3 of the 5 individuals had already been struck down by the mutated dogs, leaving 2 men who had managed to reach the entrance of the restaurant. "Open the door, please. Save us," one of the middle-aged men cried out, frantically pounding on the glass door of the establishment. As the mutated dogs closed in, baring their teeth at the terrified group, one man collapsed in fear, while the other continued to bang on the door. Upon noticing the lack of response from those inside, he began to curse vehemently. The mutated dogs cast a warning glance at Jiang Songning and her companions, a gaze that seemed to caution them against intervening. Chen Huan, intimidated by the dog's stare, slumped into a nearby chair. "Jingyuan, what should we do?" she asked. Fang Jingyuan offered a reassuring glance at Chen Huan. "Sister Huan, please head to the kitchen. We'll handle this and call for you when it's safe." Aware that her abilities were not suited for combat and fearing she might hinder them, Chen Huan nodded and made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 22. Tang Yuan. The mutated dogs wasted no time, swiftly swatting the 2 men aside with their claws. The men cried out in pain before losing consciousness on the ground. After dispatching the threats, the mutated dogs turned their attention to the remaining individuals in the restaurant. Jiang Songning gripped her tang knife tightly, watching the massive creature at the entrance with keen eyes. The others were equally tense, observing the movements at the doorway. To their surprise, the mutated dogs simply lay down, guarding the entrance without advancing further. "Sister Jiang, what's wrong with that dog?" Wei Zhe inquired. Perplexed, Jiang Songning, possessing an extraordinary sense of perception, sensed that the creature bore no ill intentions towards them. "I'll go take a look," she declared, stepping towards the entrance with determination. "Sister Jiang, it's dangerous," Wei Zhe protested, grabbing her arm. "It's fine. I believe it means us no harm." Wei Zhe looked at her skeptically. "Sister Jiang, it's still a beast. What if it goes mad?" "Don't worry, I can handle this if it does go wild. You all can come to my aid." Fang Jingyuan, noticing Jiang Songning's confidence, decided to trust her this time. "Junior, I'll go with you," he said. "No, you all just prepare to assist me. It's more convenient for me to go alone." Seeing her insistence, the 3 reluctantly agreed. With that, she opened the restaurant door and walked towards the mutated dog, which did not budge, merely lifting its head to regard her. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Songning asked. Attempting to convey kindness, the mutated dog nodded in response. Elated that it could understand her, she retrieved 2 cans of beef from her backpack, placed them on the ground, and stepped back a few paces. The mutated dog glanced between Jiang Songning and the cans before standing up. The others in the restaurant, including Fang Jingyuan, gripped their knives tightly, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Jiang Songning, feeling a surge of anxiety, tightened her grip on the tang knife. Sensing her tension, the mutated dog moved the 2 cans closer and quickly devoured them, box and all. After finishing, it looked eagerly at Jiang Songning. She cautiously approached it. Aware of her own smaller stature of 1.68 meters compared to the massive creature. Tentatively, she reached out and patted its head. The mutated dog, enjoying the attention, sat obediently. It was then that Jiang Songning noticed the bloodstains on its neck, likely a result of the recent altercation. She patted its head again, and the 3 inside the restaurant began to relax their tense breathing as they realized the creature was not aggressive. With her back to the others, Jiang Songning retrieved a roasted chicken from her storage space and offered it to the mutated dog. The dog, catching the enticing aroma, wagged its tail joyfully and quickly consumed the chicken. However, given its size, 1 chicken was hardly sufficient to satiate its hunger. Sensing that the creature was clever enough to know there was more food available, it nuzzled against Jiang Songning affectionately. Seeing its endearing behavior, she reluctantly produced another roasted chicken. After consuming both chickens, the mutated dog ceased its affectionate antics, understanding the scarcity of food in the current circumstances. Jiang Songning, touched by its understanding, gently stroked its head. "We need to leave this place. Will you let us go?" Upon hearing her intent to depart, the mutated dog became visibly distressed, instinctively knowing that following Jiang Songning was key to its own sustenance. Having been reduced to eating only scraps recently, it stood up and began to circle around her. Seeing its reluctance to let her leave, Jiang Songning asked, "Do you want to come with me?" The mutated dog licked her face, leaving her with a mouthful of drool. Disgusted, she wiped her face. "You just ate. No licking." The creature, sensing her displeasure, lowered its head sadly. Jiang Songning's heart softened at its understanding behavior. She reached out and patted its head again. You can accompany me, but you must listen to my commands. The mutated dog perked up at her concession, bouncing joyfully, its tail wagging energetically, albeit clumsily due to its massive size. We need to leave now, but please don't frighten my teammates, she instructed, pointing to the individual still inside the restaurant. The mutated dog nodded, its demeanor entirely different from the fierce creature it had been moments ago. Jiang Songning gestured for her companions to join her, and they stepped outside. Junior, what is happening? Fang Jinyuan asked. Senior, it will be joining us from now on. Don't worry. I'll manage its food supply. Wei Zhe immediately voiced his disapproval. Sister Jiang, we are a team now. If it joins us, it becomes a formidable asset. Its sustenance is our responsibility as well. Fang Jinyuan and Song Hao nodded in agreement. Jiang Songning pondered their words. Indeed, the mutated dog's combat prowess could offer significant protection on their journey, so she ultimately conceded. All right, from now on, we shall refer to it as Tangyuan. The others exchanged glances, stifling their reactions at such a whimsical name for such a formidable creature. Sister Jiang, perhaps we should consider a different name, Wei Zhe suggested awkwardly. Tangyuan is quite fitting, don't you think? It symbolizes unity. Jiang Songning replied, clearly fond of the name and unwilling to entertain alternative suggestions. It's a lovely sentiment. Henceforth, it shall be known as Tangyuan, Fang Jinyuan added, silencing any further objections from Wei Zhe, who couldn't help but feel the name was a disservice to the creature's imposing presence. As they prepared to leave, Jiang Songning glanced at the unconscious figures on the ground, choosing to ignore them. What should we do with these people? Fang Jinyuan asked. Reluctant to involve himself, he sighed. Let us bring them inside the restaurant. We can't concern ourselves with anything beyond that. Wei Zhe and Song Hao resignedly carried the incapacitated individuals into the restaurant, and they were ready to set off. However, upon seeing Tang Yuan's massive form, the group fell silent, contemplating their vehicle's limited capacity. Perhaps Tang Yuan should wait nearby while we go to S University and return for it, Wei Zhe proposed cautiously. Upon hearing that it might be abandoned, Tang Yuan glared menacingly at him. Wei Zhe quickly retreated behind Fang Jinyuan, muttering, Hey, don't blame me. You're just too big for the car. Tang Yuan, do not be aggressive towards your own. Jiang Songning interjected. Chapter 23. The little girl upon hearing Jiang Songning's words, Tang Yuan's head drooped in dismay. She comfortingly patted its head. Tang Yuan, your current size is too large. Could you revert to your original form? Tang Yuan, quite pleased with its imposing appearance, was reluctant to change back. Noticing its unwillingness, Jiang Songning resorted to a threat. If you don't revert, you cannot accompany us. Reluctantly, Tang Yuan transformed back into its original form, revealing a small puppy that left everyone astonished. Wow, it can actually transform. That's so cool, Wei Zhe exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Given the existence of mutated plants and animals, Jiang Songning cautioned them. We must remain vigilant. A seemingly harmless blade of grass may pose a threat to your life. As her words settled in, the group's expressions grew grave. With zombies already presenting a significant challenge, the prospect of mutated flora and fauna made survival seem increasingly daunting. Ignoring the somber atmosphere, Jiang Songning scooped up the little Tang Yuan and settled into the passenger seat. As more zombies approached, the group snapped back to reality and climbed into the vehicle. Once everyone was inside, Wei Zhe hit the accelerator, speeding towards their destination while leaving the pursuing zombies in the dust. Not long after, they noticed several vehicles on the road. Why are there so many people here? Wei Zhe remarked, the first to notice. They must be out searching for food. Many households have likely run out of supplies. Given that most of the nearby buildings were residential, the population density meant more people were venturing out. However, with an increase in numbers came an escalation in potential danger. We need to get out of here quickly, Wei Zhe urged, stepping on the gas pedal to outpace the vehicles behind them. In the rearview mirror, he could see a horde of zombies trailing closely behind, but he made no effort to speed up, instead creating noise to attract them. He trying to lure the zombies? Song Hao wondered aloud, rolling down the window to observe the car behind. This individual is remarkably intelligent, Fang Jinyuan praised as he gazed at the vehicle behind them. We should depart swiftly. With so many zombies around, should a horde form, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. Wei Zhe accelerated, eager to leave this treacherous place. With the vehicle, they arrived at their destination before nightfall. After parking, the group hastily gathered their belongings and cautiously rushed towards the mall. Despite their efforts to move quietly, they still attracted a considerable number of zombies. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began, and most of the zombies were of the lower tier and ordinary kind. Aside from Chin Huan, the others managed to deal with them effortlessly. After eliminating the pursuing zombies, they entered the mall. However, the interior was eerily quiet, devoid of any zombies. The lower-tier zombies, upon seeing them enter, simply turned away. Fang Jinyuan noticed that Jiang Soning was lagging behind and sensed something was amiss. Wait! It was only then that Wei Zhe and the others realized Jiang Soning had not kept up, prompting them to turn back. Sister Jiang, cousin, what's the matter? There are no zombies inside the mall. As Fang Jinyuan spoke, the others also recognized the silver lining. With no zombies present, they could take a moment to rest. Jiang Soning couldn't help but cast a glance at Wei Zhe, who seemed oblivious. Senior, we must leave this place quickly. Jiang Soning's psychic abilities allowed her to sense danger within a 50-meter radius, and this location felt perilous. Sister Jiang, nightfall is imminent. If we venture out without a secure refuge, it could prove even more hazardous. Song Hao felt that Jiang Soning might be overreacting, especially since outside not only lurk zombies but also mutated rats at night, making the situation more perilous. Wei Zhe concurred with Song Hao's reasoning and nodded. Let us depart from here. I have an unsettling feeling about this place. Chun Huan's instinct screamed danger, and her intuition was often accurate. The group expressed their sentiments and turned to Fang Jinyuan. Fang Jinyuan pondered more than they did. It was Jiang Soning who had first detected the mutated rats the previous night, and he believed she sensed something unusual. We should leave immediately. Wei Zhe and Song Hao were reluctant, yet with their leader's decree, they had no choice but to follow suit. However, as they reached the entrance of the mall, they halted in their tracks. They had only been inside for a few minutes, yet a dense throng of zombies had already surrounded the entrance. The zombies, upon spotting them, roared from the threshold but did not advance. Cousin, are we surrounded? Wei Zhe felt his scalp tingle with dread. Jiang Soning's expression darkened. This scenario only led her to one conclusion. The only beings capable of controlling zombies were those possessing psychic abilities. Moreover, that particular zombie must be nearby. It was treating them as prey, yet she couldn't pinpoint its location, which indicated that this psychic zombie was at least of the second tier. Let us head upstairs. Since that zombie was in proximity, they could only temporarily evade it. Upon hearing Jiang Soning's words, the group swiftly retreated, and upon reaching the second floor, they found it devoid of zombies as well. The dumpling in Jiang Soning's arms also squirmed restlessly. Junior, do you understand what is happening? If I am not mistaken, there should be a psychic zombie in this mall, and its ability level is at least second tier. You mean to say that a psychic zombie can control those lower tier zombies? Jiang Soning cast an approving glance at Fang Jinyuan. He was indeed astute. Yes, if a psychic ability reaches its pinnacle, it could potentially become the legendary zombie king, Jiang Soning half-joked, but recalling the destruction of the S-City base by a fifth-tier psychic zombie sent a chill down her spine. Those who escaped spoke of that zombie in hushed tones, and it was said that S-City ultimately became a desolate wasteland, with ordinary people perishing and few ability users managing to flee. What happened to that zombie remained a mystery to her. Jiang Soning felt an ominous premonition. If they were indeed facing the same zombie that had obliterated the S-City base, brother, ghost. Wei Zhe stared wide-eyed at the stairway, his fear rendering him nearly incoherent. It was then that the group noticed a little girl of 7 or 8 slowly ascending the stairs, clad in a red dress and white shoes that were now soiled and stained with blood. The crimson of her attire appeared dull, and a rotting wound marred her neck, her complexion a ghastly gray tinged with pallor, her sunken cheeks accentuating her large, dark eyes. Not only Wei Zhe but also Jiang Soning and the others were taken aback. This scene was eerily reminiscent of a horror film. Chapter 24. Psychic abilities. Upon seeing the little girl, they instinctively took a step back, and moments later, the sounds of zombies roaring from downstairs reached their ears. Sister Jiang, what should we do? The zombies are closing in. Wei Zhe was now thoroughly convinced of Jiang Soning's insights. We must go upstairs. As the little girl drew nearer, they fled in panic to the third floor. The girl made no attempt to attack, merely following at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they finally halted. For a moment, Do not look into her eyes. It is best to attack from a distance using our abilities. This was the only strategy Jiang Songning could conceive. With her extensive combat experience from her past life, she realized, however, that their abilities were all of a lower tier. Yet, having encountered this situation, she was determined to acquire the crystal core within the little girl's mind. Finding a psychic zombie was a rare opportunity, and she could not afford to let it slip away, lest her own psychic abilities stagnate indefinitely. Fang Jingyuan and the others felt vexed by their low ability levels. Realizing that launching an attack would be challenging, they quietly watched the stairway, and when the little girl appeared once more, they all gripped their weapons tightly, avoiding direct eye contact with her. Huanjia, stay safe and be ready to assist. Chen Huan exchanged a glance with Fang Jingyuan before heading towards a nearby clothing store. The little girl paused 10 meters away, and just as Jiang Songning prepared to strike, 2 first-tier zombies emerged from the stairway. A single thought raced through their minds. This is it. Senior, you all handle those 2 first-tier zombies. I will deal with the little girl with Tang Yuan. Among them, only Jiang Songning was of the first tier, and she was not inclined to overestimate her abilities. Tang Yuan transformed into a formidable figure. Without further hesitation, Jiang Songning activated her wood-type abilities and launched an attack at the little girl. However, before the vines could reach her, Jiang Songning was struck with a splitting headache, causing the vines to fall away. Seeing this, Tang Yuan charged forward, colliding with the little girl and sending her flying. The girl, undeterred, retaliated with her psychic abilities, causing Tang Yuan to collapse in pain, emitting pitiful whimpers. Shaking her head, Jiang Songning rose once more and directed her wood-type abilities towards the little girl. The girl, unable to evade in time, let out an enraged scream. A zombie engaged in battle with Fang Jingyuan and the others, wielding ice-type abilities, hurled an attack at Jiang Songning. She nimbly dodged, but the icy blade grazed her shoulder, shattering a nearby display window in its wake. Fang Jingyuan seized the opportunity to attack the zombie, ensnaring it to prevent it from assisting. Wei Zhe and Song Hao joined forces to restrain the water-type zombie, while the little girl unleashed her psychic abilities against Jiang Songning once more. Jiang Songning quickly countered with her own psychic powers, yet her low ability level forced her to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Immobilized, Chen Huan, concealed in the clothing store, felt a surge of urgency and rushed out to channel her abilities to Jiang Songning. The little girl, sensing Jiang Songning's psychic capabilities, intensified her attacks. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Songning pushed Chen Huan aside and retrieved a pistol from her space, firing at the little girl. Bang! The gunshot startled everyone. The little girl had not anticipated Jiang Songning's possession of a firearm, but Jiang Songning's aim proved inadequate, only creating a gaping wound on the girl's face. Her once endearing visage now appeared more sinister and terrifying, and as she caught sight of her disfigured face in the shattered window, she screamed piercingly. The shriek was grating, sending shivers down their spines. They all covered their ears, yet the sound penetrated through, striking their brains painfully. Jiang Songning, enduring the throbbing headache, trembled as she aimed again at the little girl. The girl, no longer screaming, swiftly dodged the shot in terror. Fearing the ominous object in Jiang Songning's hand, the little girl attempted to flee, but Jiang Songning was resolute in her pursuit, firing again at her head. This time, Jiang Songning only struck the back of her neck. Feeling a pang of frustration, she unleashed her wood-type abilities in a final attempt at the girl's back. The little girl fell to the ground. Though she felt no pain, she sensed the looming threat. Swiftly, she commanded 2 other zombies to attack the group, while the ice-type zombie lunged at Fang Jingyuan with frenzied aggression. Fang Jingyuan could not evade in time, suffering a gash to his abdomen, blood pouring forth. The scent of blood only incited the 3 zombies further, intensifying their assault. Jiang Songning retrieved another handgun, tossing it towards Fang Jingyuan. Senior, catch! Fang Jingyuan reacted swiftly, grasping the firearm and, despite the pain in his abdomen, rolled over and aimed at the zombie's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! The zombie's head exploded, emitting a ghastly hiss before collapsing. The young girl, upon witnessing the demise of her companion, yearned to flee. However, both Jiang Songning and Fang Jingyuan simultaneously drew their pistols and aimed at the girl's head. This time, both shots found their mark. The girl, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, never anticipated that her reign of dominance in this shopping mall would end so abruptly. With her demise, attention turned to a water-type mutant zombie. As Jiang Songning turned her head, she caught sight of Wei Zhe being flung across the room by the zombie. With a resounding crash, he collided with the ground, feeling an agonizing pain coursing through him, as if his internal organs had been dislocated. Meanwhile, Song Hao, unable to evade in time, found himself targeted by the zombie, which lunged at him with alarming speed. In an instant, he was brought down to the ground. Attempting to push the powerful creature off proved futile. The zombie's strength was overwhelming, and as he struggled, he could feel the rancid breath of the zombie drawing closer to his neck. Howzy, Wei Zhe's heart raced as he witnessed this horrifying scene. Convinced he was about to meet his end, Song Hao could only despairingly close his eyes. Fang Jingyuan, clutching his bleeding abdomen, managed to rise and quickly aimed his gun at the zombie's head, pulling the trigger. The moment the zombie's teeth grazed Song Hao's neck, it succumbed and collapsed lifelessly on top of him. Song Hao counted the seconds, 1, 2, 3, until the anticipated pain failed to arrive. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered the zombie sprawled weakly atop him. Wei Zhe rushed forward with great effort, pushing the zombie aside and inspecting Song Hao. Song Hao, how are you? Are you all right? Wei Zhe's voice trembled with concern. Realizing he was indeed unscathed, Song Hao responded, still shaking as Zhe, I'm fine. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha. I'm alive. Seeing him safe, Wei Zhe clenched his fists and struck Song Hao's chest. You could have said so sooner. Lying there motionless, I thought you had perished. Embarrassed, Song Hao quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was just frozen in shock. The others, relieved by his safety, exhaled in unison. Fang Jingyuan, feeling a sense of relief, suddenly became aware of the pain in his abdomen and collapsed to the floor. Brother, what's wrong? Jiang Songning, having regained her composure, exclaimed, Huan Jia, please check on our senior. The group encircled Fang Jingyuan as Jiang Songning swiftly extracted the cores from the 3 zombies. We must find a safe place to take refuge. The zombies downstairs will surely be drawn to the noise. Follow me. Wei Zhe, familiar with the shopping mall, led the group to the 6th floor office. Chapter 25. Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe level up. Upon entering the office, Chen Huan began to use her abilities to tend to Fang Jingyuan's wounds. Jiang Songning glanced at the lethargic Tang Yuan in her arms. Tang Yuan, are you all right? The little creature let out a few soft whines to indicate its well-being. After confirming its safety, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on Fang Jingyuan, Jiang Songning discreetly retrieved a chicken leg from her space and placed it before Tang Yuan. The creature eagerly devoured it, savoring every bite. Rest for a moment. I'll check on our senior, she said. Chen Huan, still not yet leveled up and having exhausted her energy, managed to stop Fang Jingyuan's bleeding but could do little more. Jiang Songning retrieved 2 low-tier cores from her backpack and handed them to Chen Huan. After absorbing the energy from the cores, Chen Huan resumed her healing efforts. Wei Zhe, seeing this, produced the remaining 4 cores from his own backpack. With these cores, Fang Jingyuan's wounds began to heal rapidly, and he regained consciousness. The sight elicited a collective sigh of relief from the group. We should help Huan Jia level up as soon as possible. That way, she can heal us more effectively when we are injured. Came Song Hao's earnest suggestion. Indeed, we should stockpile more cores, Jiang Songning agreed, acknowledging the few cores she held, realizing they could be traded for supplies in the future. Once assured that Fang Jingyuan was stable, Jiang Songning produced the 3 cores she had just extracted. The cores from the psychic-type zombies were black, appearing somewhat unsettling. Wei Zhe curiously picked one up for a closer look. Only one of these cores is usable. He remarked with disappointment, gazing at the table. I desire this psychic-type core. I possess a first-tier fire-type core that I can offer in exchange. What do you think? Jiang Songning stated matter-of-factly, and of course, Fang Jingyuan readily agreed without questioning her motive for wanting the psychic core. Understanding that everyone harbored their own secrets, Jiang Songning produced the red fire-type core from her backpack and handed it to Wei Zhe, who examined it with great fascination. I'll hold on to this water-type core for now. It may prove useful for future trades, Fang Jingyuan suggested. Song Hao and Chen Huan nodded in agreement. The cores were of little use to them as a team. Cousin, let us level up tonight. Tomorrow we have a tough battle ahead. Wei Zhe's excitement was palpable at the prospect of leveling up. The office lacked sleeping quarters, so the two opted to level up in the materials room. Jiang Songning hesitated to level up, feeling uneasy about their surroundings and reluctant to reveal her dual abilities. After their departure, Qian Huan, exhausted, slumped over the table and drifted into sleep. Song Hao pulled out a pack of biscuits. Jiang Jie, have some biscuits to tide you over. No need. You eat. I'm going upstairs to check the situation. You stay here and guard, she replied. Jiang Jie, let me accompany you. It's unsafe for you to go alone. Jiang Soning simply brandished her pistol, assuring him it's fine. They're still leveling up. It won't be over quickly. I feel safer knowing you're here. If I encounter danger, I'll fire my weapon, and you can come to my aid then. Seeing the dark barrel of the gun, Song Hao wanted to ask more but ultimately nodded. Just be careful. Jiang Soning offered him an encouraging smile before cradling Tang Yuan and exiting the office. The upper floors were temporarily devoid of zombies. Jiang Soning took out her flashlight. The entire shopping mall was shrouded in darkness, an eerie silence enveloping it. This was the young girl's lair, and it was likely that no zombies lurked above. The mall wasn't particularly large, comprising 8 floors, with entertainment and dining establishments on the 7th and 8th. The lower levels housed clothing, jewelry, and cosmetic stores, while their current floor, the 6th, featured a children's paradise and several maternal and infant shops. Remarkably, the 6th floor remained largely unscathed, everything neatly arranged on the shelves as if untouched by the apocalypse. Upon entering a maternal and infant store, Jiang Soning began to gather supplies, milk powder, diapers, baby clothes, and various other items of uncertain utility, all of which she stored in her space. Milk powder was a rare commodity in the post-apocalyptic world, and she intended to use it for future exchanges, as well as a nutritional supplement akin to milk. In less than an hour, she had thoroughly emptied the store. After her successful scavenging, she proceeded to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was filled with restaurants, Chinese, Western, hot pot, and an assortment of snack shops and bubble tea establishments, totaling over 20 eateries. Utilizing her abilities, she scanned the vicinity and found no zombies or living souls, leading her to enter a nearby snack shop. There, she set Tang Yuan down and retrieved 2 roasted chickens from her space, placing them on the table. Go ahead and eat. Upon seeing the roasted chicken, Tang Yuan's mouth watered instantly, and at Jiang Soning's encouragement, it devoured the meal with enthusiasm. Jiang Soning gently patted its head before pulling out 2 hamburgers and a cup of cola for herself. After consuming both hamburgers, she felt a significant sense of relief. Once both she and Tang Yuan had finished their meals, she ventured into the kitchen. Most of the items in the refrigerator had spoiled, but she salvaged the unspoiled potatoes. Additionally, she collected some rice, flour, and seasonings, even taking all the pots and pans, as well as the gas canisters, into her space. She did not overlook the remaining shops, thoroughly clearing each one, adding considerable amounts of rice, mung beans, and soybeans, along with seasonings, to her storage. Her greatest haul, however, was the 50-plus gas canisters garnered from the 20-plus restaurants. In a world devoid of natural gas, cooking would soon rely on firewood and charcoal. With these canisters, she could make meal preparation and bathing much more convenient once they settled down. By the time she finished scavenging the 7th floor, it was already 11 at night. Observing the time, Jiang Soning concluded it was best to return, uncertain if she would have the opportunity to scour the supermarket on the first basement level the following day. With too many people, it was indeed inconvenient. Gathering supplies necessitated stealth. Upon returning to the 6th floor, Wei Zhe and Fang Jingyuan had yet to emerge. Jiang Jie, you've finally returned. Yes, you should rest for now. I'll take over in a bit. Song Hao, feeling quite fatigued, did not protest and promptly laid his head on the table, drifting off to sleep. Jiang Soning closed her eyes, assessing the situation in her space. The vegetables she had planted had begun to sprout, and in a few days, they would be ready for harvest. After feeding the chicks and ducklings some leafy greens, she surveyed her bountiful supplies and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Around 2 in the morning, the materials room stirred as Fang Jingyuan gently opened the door and stepped out. How do you feel? He inquired, a smile adorning his face. Quite well, he replied. That's good. I'll rest for a while. Yes, sleep well. I'll keep watch. Jiang Soning stifled a yawn and then rested her head on the table, slipping into slumber. When she awoke again, dawn had broken. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 7 in the morning, with the others gradually stirring to life. Junior, you're awake. Have some food first. Fang Jingyuan offered her a piece of bread. Jiang Soning accepted the bread and took a bite. After finishing the bread, she felt rejuvenated. Noticing Tang Yuan whining beside her, She fetched 2 cans for it. Fang Jingyuan unfolded the map, stating that we were still 30 kilometers away from S University. If we were to drive there without any unforeseen circumstances, it would take approximately an hour. Jiang Songning took the map, glanced at it, and then returned it to Fang Jingyuan, expressing her concern about the supplies located on the basement level, which housed a supermarket. Chapter 26. Tang Yuan's unconventional tactics. At present, we only had a single SUV, and if we intended to transport the supplies from the basement, we would need to find a larger truck. The group exchanged glances, realizing that locating a suitable truck in the city would not be an easy task. Given our proximity to S University, perhaps we should first rescue Brother Zhen and then devise a plan to procure a larger vehicle for the supplies. Fang Jingyuan, worried about his childhood friend, inquired about Jiang Songning's thoughts on the matter. What does the junior sister think? Jiang Songning contemplated for a moment. She was not lacking in supplies herself, and upon reaching S University, she intended to separate from the group. She was also concerned that the supplies might be seized by others, so it was imperative to acquire them swiftly. I have no objections. After finalizing their plan, they deliberated on the route before descending to assess the situation. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, they encountered a number of zombies, albeit of the lower tier. Let us take this opportunity to collect some crystal cores. I suspect there will be even more zombies at S University. The group unanimously agreed and armed themselves with knives, taking down one zombie after another. Who would have thought that after upgrading our abilities, our strength has also increased? Wei Zixing exclaimed, excitedly slashing at the approaching zombies. There were about 20 zombies on the 3rd floor, and each person managed to collect a few crystal cores. After dispatching the zombies, they took a moment to rest before heading to the 2nd floor, where the number of zombies was significantly greater. Upon hearing the commotion at the stairwell, the zombies lunged wildly towards them. Just as Wei Zhe was eager to show off, he unleashed his powers, effortlessly dispatching the first 3 zombies, then looked at the others with a proud expression. Seeing his demeanor, the group could hardly bear to look. There are more zombies on the 1st floor. Conserve your powers. Understood, Sister Jiang. As the number of zombies escalated, Tang Yuan transformed into a large dog and charged at the zombies. His massive frame sent several zombies flying, and he swiftly decapitated them with his jaws. The sight left the others speechless. Song Hao swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, Sister Jiang, isn't Tang Yuan being a bit too uncouth? Jiang Songning watched Tang Yuan's actions with a hint of disdain. By the way, Sister Jiang, what type of ability does Tang Yuan possess? We can't quite discern it. Jiang Songning pondered, realizing she had yet to see Tang Yuan utilize his powers. Observing him knocking zombies aside, she surmised, it must be a strength-based ability. Song Hao replied, no wonder. While the two conversed, Tang Yuan had already dispatched 5 zombies. Jiang Songning could no longer tolerate his behavior of biting the zombie heads and spoke up. Tang Yuan, refrain from biting the zombie heads. It's too dirty. Tang Yuan, poised to strike, froze momentarily, looking at Jiang Songning with a bewildered expression, as if asking, if I don't use my mouth, how do I kill the zombies? Bring those zombies over here, and we shall deal with them, Jiang Songning instructed. As her words fell, Tang Yuan immediately began hurling zombies towards the group, his actions reminiscent of a bulldozer. Due to his immense strength, some of the dismembered zombies were utterly obliterated, with rotting flesh splattering everywhere. Wei Zhe and Song Hao, at the forefront, found their clothes marred by the foul remnants, and to their horror, the decapitated heads continued to writhe. Chen Huan and Wei Zhe were unable to suppress their retching. Jiang Songning's lips twitched, realizing she might have made a miscalculation. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan continued to frolic excitedly, darting like a butterfly amidst the zombies, sending them flying in droves. As more zombies approached, the group swiftly retreated upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they cast accusing glances at Jiang Songning. Embarrassed, she rubbed her nose, apologizing. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Downstairs, upon seeing that Jiang Songning and the others had returned to the 3rd floor, Tang Yuan abandoned his game of tossing zombies and followed them upstairs. Fang Jingyuan sighed, this floor is filled with clothing. Let us change our outfits. Unable to bear the nauseating odor, Wei Zhe randomly grabbed a short-sleeved shirt from a nearby clothing store and retreated to the fitting room. Jiang Songning and Chen Huan entered a women's clothing store, selecting a set of sportswear before heading to the fitting rooms to change. When Jiang Songning emerged, Chen Huan had already finished changing. Jiang, let us pick out a couple more sets of sportswear. It will be convenient for changing on the road. Hearing this nickname took Jiang Soning by surprise, as it was the first time someone had addressed her that way. However, she did not mind it and joined Chen Huan in selecting clothing. This store still featured summer apparel, with most items being dresses. They chose one set and moved to the adjacent women's clothing store. Huan Jie, Jiang Jie, are you two on a shopping spree? Wei Zhe inquired curiously. We plan to select a couple of sets of sportswear for convenience when changing, Jiang Soning explained. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhe turned back to the men's store to pick out his own clothes. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, Jiang Soning would have liked to gather all the clothes. Once everyone was ready, they cast reproachful glances at Tang Yuan. The dog looked perplexed, whimpering softly, as if questioning why they were staring at him. Jiang Soning awkwardly patted Tang Yuan's head, acknowledging her responsibility in the matter. Tang Yuan, in the future, when you toss those zombies, try to keep your distance from us. Tang Yuan merely gazed at Jiang Soning with a simple-minded expression. Heh, Tang Yuan, I take full responsibility for the previous oversight. My command was inadequate, and the way you spread those disgusting things everywhere was less than ideal. Let us avoid doing that next time. Tang Yuan glanced at the others, who nodded in agreement, and he too gave a nod, signaling his understanding. All right, let us set off once more. After communicating effectively with Tang Yuan, the group reinvigorated their spirits and proceeded downstairs. You all go to the second floor first. I'll take a quick bathroom break and be right down. The others did not question further and took Tang Yuan down to the second floor. Once they had all descended, Jiang Soning dashed towards some of the interior shops. Swiftly, she gathered all the clothing items into her storage space. Noticing 2 lingerie stores next door, she unhesitatingly collected everything from within. It had only been 10 minutes since she began her task, and by the time she made it to the second floor, the zombies had mostly been dealt with. Tang Yuan had adopted a different approach, skillfully smashing the zombies against the walls with precision. With Tang Yuan's considerable assistance, the others found the task much easier, with Chen Huan focusing on extracting the crystal cores from the fallen zombies. Once Jiang Soning arrived, she joined the fray, and with her participation, their efficiency significantly increased. In less than 20 minutes, they had eradicated the remaining zombies. Afterward, they began extracting crystal cores, and once that was completed, the group took a moment to rest. Let us divide the crystal cores, each of us should carry some. This way, if our abilities are depleted, we can easily replenish them. Fang Jinyuan retrieved the crystal cores and counted them. There are 73 in total. With 5 of us plus Tang Yuan, that's 12 each, and the surplus can be kept with me. Junior sister, please assist Tang Yuan with his share. Jiang Soning accepted the crystal cores and, using her backpack for concealment, placed them into her storage space. Chapter 27. Escape from the mall. Having consumed a considerable amount of energy, the group took out the crystal cores to absorb their energy. After sufficient rest, they rose to observe the situation on the first floor. There were at least 100 zombies, with more congregating at the entrance. Though their abilities had all improved, the overwhelming number of zombies still sent shivers down their spines. Cousin, what should we do? Fang Jinyuan furrowed his brow, scanning the first floor for options. There's no cover downstairs. We must proceed with utmost caution and then make a break for it. Jiang Soning had yet to devise a plan and glanced at her watch. Noting it was already 10 in the morning, Senior, Tang Yuan and I will head down first to lure some of the zombies. You all can follow after to deal with the rest. There's no need to eliminate all of them. As long as we can get to the vehicle, we'll be fine. As soon as Jiang Soning suggested this, Fang Jinyuan immediately objected. No, you're a girl and won't be able to run as fast as us. It's better if Song Hao and I take Tang Yuan down to attract the zombies. Seeing that the zombies had already taken notice of them and were surging towards the stairwell, Jiang Soning refrained from arguing further. Though she could run decently, she paled in comparison to the towering Fang Jinyuan, whose long legs nearly reached her waist. All right, just be careful. After saying this, she retrieved her gun and handed it to Fang Jinyuan. Song Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of the handgun. Jiang Soning shrugged. I only have 2 handguns. All right, I'll look for a chance to find one for myself. As Song Hao finished speaking, Jiang Soning suddenly remembered that she knew where to find handguns. Once they reached S University and acquired that plant, she would take a chance at the S City prison in her previous life. That batch of handguns had been claimed by He Sini, who was revered by her family and her entourage as a lucky star. After all, she wasn't the one snatching He Sini's first opportunity. Claiming a few more would merely serve as compensation for her own grievances, especially considering that it was her own actions that had led to her demise in her past life. With this thought, Jiang Songning felt much better. All right, let us set off. Fang Jingyuan issued a command, and Song Hao, suppressing his envy, followed him downstairs with Tang Yuan. With Tang Yuan leading the way, effortlessly clearing the path of the nearest zombies. Their descent became significantly easier. As they reached the first floor, the nearby zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, frantically surged towards them. What on earth? How have these zombies become so much faster? Jiang Soning's expression darkened. It appeared these zombies were set to evolve. If more first-tier zombies emerged, the advantage held by their small group would dwindle. They were about to upgrade. Wei Zai's previously handsome face paled. No matter what, we must leave here first. Chen Huan, noticing Wei Zai's pallor, gently patted his shoulder. Downstairs, Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao had already exited the mall, with zombies trailing closely behind them. Only about 20 zombies remained inside the mall. Without hesitation, the group dashed downstairs, their vehicle parked just outside. Ignoring the remaining zombies, they raced towards the exit, as most had already been drawn away by Fang Jingyuan and his companion. They swiftly hopped into the car, steering toward Fang Jingyuan's direction. With too many zombies around, the two figures vanished from sight, leaving only Tang Yuan sprinting at the forefront. Over 100 zombies were running down the street, presenting a new dilemma as they considered how to rendezvous ahead. Wei Zai, familiar with the area, skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, causing the car to glide like a nimble fish. After executing a sharp turn, they smoothly entered a narrow, dimly lit alleyway. "Hold on tight," Wei Zai shouted. Excitement lacing his tone to his alert, Jiang Songning and Chen Huan in the back seat quickly grasped the icy, hard handrails. Upon entering the alley, they encountered a chaotic array of discarded items, abandoned wooden crates, dilapidated bicycles, and various unknown debris. Without reducing speed, Wei Zai drove forward, the wheels mercilessly crushing the obstacles beneath them. With a jarring jolt, Jiang Songning and Chen Huan felt as if they might be flung from their seats by the force of inertia, prompting startled gasps as they clung desperately to the handrails, fearing they might tumble out. After several minutes of rough driving, they finally exited the alley, all the while concerned for Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao. Remaining silent in the car, upon reaching the main road, they spotted Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao up ahead, their pace noticeably slowing. Wei Zai promptly reversed to meet them. Jiang Songning opened the car door, and as the distance closed, she noticed the zombies were closing in. Without hesitation, she drew her handgun and exited the vehicle, firing at the nearest zombies. Though her aim was slightly off, she managed to hit 2 out of 5 shots. The noise quickened the zombies' approach. "Hurry!" Wei Zai called from the driver's seat. As the two drew nearer, Jiang Songning utilized her abilities to eliminate the oncoming zombies. With the area around them clear, she swiftly hopped back into the car. Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao joined her, quickly shutting the doors. Seeing them safely inside, Wei Zai accelerated out of the precarious situation. Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, received 2 bottles of water from Jiang Songning, who then carefully fed a bottle to Tang Yuan. Exhausted, Tang Yuan gulped down most of the water in a few swallows and then nestled against Jiang Songning's leg. Now in the car, Jiang Songning hesitated to retrieve food, opting instead to pretend to rummage through her backpack, pulling out several pieces of sausage to offer to Tang Yuan. After consuming the sausage, Tang Yuan seemed revitalized, but it was hardly sufficient. Once Fang Jingyuan regained his composure, he noticed Tang Yuan's dissatisfaction and retrieved 2 loaves of bread from his own backpack. "Tang Yuan, make do with this for now." Without hesitation, Tang Yuan devoured the bread in 2 bites, observing that it still seemed unsatisfied. Jiang Songning recalled the pet shop. "Wei Zai, you know this area well. Do you know where there's a pet store?" "Indeed, there's one not far from here. Let us check it out." Wei Zai navigated the car to a nearby intersection. Turning right, after 5 minutes of driving, they arrived at a pet shop. Zombies wandered nearby. "Senior, you all handle those zombies, I'll head into the pet store." The group nodded in agreement and exited the vehicle. Confronting the approaching zombies head-on, Jiang Songning entered the pet store, finding it devoid of animals, with pet food scattered everywhere. Upon seeing the dog food on the floor, Tang Yuan immediately began to eat. Chapter 28. All good things must come to an end. Jiang Songning surveyed the pet store's environment. Seeing Tang Yuan enjoying its meal, she refrained from intervening. "As a mutated creature, Tang Yuan was less susceptible to illness, and in the apocalypse, such concerns were often trivial. Tang Yuan, I'm going upstairs to take a look. Don T wander off. Tang Yuan, too engrossed in its meal, merely wagged its tail without lifting its head. The ground floor was filled with pet toys and supplies, along with a bathing area. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Soning discovered it stocked with pet food, cat litter, and various medications. Lacking experience with pets, she hastily gathered everything into her storage space, intending to sort through it later. After securing the items, she descended and retrieved 5 bags of dog food, planning to stow them in the car to avoid drawing attention. Taking advantage of the moment, she also pulled out 2 pieces of marinated meat from her storage to feed to Tang Yuan. After finishing the meat, Tang Yuan let out a satisfied burp. Jiang Soning patted its head. Let us go. We need to leave here. Exiting the pet store, Jiang Soning carried 3 large bags of dog food towards the vehicle. Wei Zhe quickly approached to take the bags from her. This is fantastic. Tang Yuan won't have to go hungry anymore. Everyone felt a collective sigh of relief. Tang Yuan had aided them significantly, and it would have weighed on their consciences to let it remain hungry. After securing the dog food, they proceeded towards S University. The journey was smooth until they drew closer to the university, where the number of zombies increased, predominantly young individuals, including some familiar faces. Fang Jingyuan, seated in the front, grew increasingly somber. Jiang Soning's focus shifted to the zombies' heightened sensitivity. Senior, we must act swiftly. Wei Zhe recalled Jiang Soning's previous words in the mall. Sister Jiang, what triggers the zombies' evolution? Jiang Soning shook her head. In my past life, there were studies on this. Some claimed it was exposure to moonlight, while others suggested that certain molecules in the air facilitated their evolution. Humans could upgrade through crystal cores, and zombies might do so via nature. However, those theories lacked scientific grounding. I never lived to see a conclusive result, though perhaps it has since been discovered. I just don't know. Fang Jingyuan, pulling his thoughts from melancholy, increasingly worried about Lu Qin's condition. Chen Huan, too, began to feel restless, concerned for her sister's fate. Noticing her agitation, Jiang Soning gently patted her hand. Chen Huan returned a reassuring glance before adjusting her mindset. By 4 p.m., they arrived near S University and directly entered a nearby maternity shop. After dispatching several zombies inside, the group's expressions turned grave as they sat down on the floor. Let us rest for a moment. We'll move after midnight. There are already quite a few zombies outside, and I suspect many have emerged from the school. We'll drive to the boys' dormitory and try to rescue people before figuring out our escape plan. It has been about 10 days since the apocalypse began. I wonder if they still have food. Chen Huan seemed about to speak but fell silent, lowering her head. With her abilities, rescuing her sister was virtually impossible. It was already a feat to have brought themselves to S University. The university was fraught with danger. Why should they risk their lives to search for her sister? Fang Jingyuan noticed Chen Huan's distress. Sister Huan, since we are a team, we will do our utmost to help you find your sister. You need not worry. Hearing Fang Jingyuan's words, Chen Huan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at the others. A Yuan, thank you all. Wei Zhe nonchalantly chimed in. Sister Huan, there's no need for formality. We're teammates. It's only right to help one another. Jiang Soning silently observed this exchange, feeling that Fang Jingyuan's idealism was somewhat naive. Given the dangers posed by S University, ensuring their own safety was already a challenge, yet he was determined to aid someone he had only recently met. While Jiang Soning recognized Chen Huan's good character, her priority lay with the lives of those she cared for. In the face of insurmountable danger at S University, she would not hesitate to abandon others and retreat into her storage space. However, reflecting on this, she found little to criticize. It had only been 10 days since the apocalypse began, and everyone still retained vestiges of their pre-apocalyptic humanity. Moreover, if they failed to protect their own, who would be willing to charge ahead when danger arose? The cohesion of their group would be rendered meaningless. Perhaps after enduring several more months of hardship, they too would grow indifferent. Senior, I have business at S University, so I want to be joining you all in the next mission. Fang Jingyuan had not been oblivious to Jiang Soning's disposition over the past few days. Her announcement of a separate course of action did not surprise him. Upon hearing her intent to depart, Wei Zhe grew animated. Sister Jiang, why would you leave? We've worked so well together these past few days. Just stay with us. Fang Jingyuan shot Wei Zhe a look, prompting him to silence himself. What plans do you have moving forward, Junior? I'm going to find my family. Upon hearing that Jiang Songning was searching for her relatives, the others found it difficult to insist on keeping her. And they could also discern her unintentional aloofness over the past few days. Very well, in that case, why don't we accompany you to S University? It would be better than having you go alone. Thank you, Senior, but there is no need. I have a house near the school. I am just going back to fetch some things before returning. All right, take care of yourself. After bidding them farewell, Jiang Songning stood up, intending to leave. Sister Jiang, are you leaving now? Wei Zhe asked anxiously. Yes, it's still early, and I plan to find something to eat nearby before heading to S University later. All right, Sister Jiang, please take care. The group watched Jiang Songning with reluctance. Although they had known each other for less than 3 days, they had forged a bond akin to life and death. You all must also stay safe. Jiang Songning refrained from further pleasantries. Shouldering her backpack and carrying Tang Yuan out of the maternity store, the others, watching her departing figure, felt a twinge of melancholy. Well, every gathering must eventually come to an end. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. As they hastened to rest, Fang Jingyuan spoke up, reminding them that they had a challenging battle to face later that evening. With that, they turned their attention away from their sorrow, one of them munching on a packet of instant noodles while spreading out some clothes on the floor to rest. Exiting the maternity shop, Jiang Songning swiftly darted into a nearby alley, which she was somewhat familiar with. Upon entering the alley, she retrieved a small electric scooter from her space, placing Tang Yuan on the footboard, and set off towards the commercial street on the other side. Surrounding S University were various shops, and Jiang Songning intended to gather some supplies before heading to the school. Once she left the school, she would plan her departure from S City. Chapter 29. The arrival of the plants. The streets were somewhat chaotic, but they seemed to have been cleared, allowing vehicles to pass. As the wandering zombies spotted Jiang Songning, they lunged towards her. She accelerated the electric scooter to its maximum speed, quickly evading their pursuit. This street was lined with bookstores, and Jiang Songning entered the largest one, collecting everything inside. Spotting a small electric scooter specialty shop nearby, she thought the scooters could be quite useful, and since they were consumables, she decided to gather all of them into her space. As she approached S University, the number of zombies increased, and Jiang Songning dared not linger. She entered a small supermarket next door, where Tang Yuan swiftly dealt with the zombies inside, locking the pursuing undead outside. The supermarket was in disarray, suggesting it had been ransacked, but the previous scavengers had lacked the means to carry much away. Items like instant noodles, bread, and chocolate were nearly absent. After a thorough search, she collected all the rice, flour, and cooking oil available, as well as snacks and beverages. Initially, she had intended to take only half of the supplies. But given the dire situation at S University, even if there were still survivors now, it was likely that food would soon run out, leaving no living souls behind. Escaping from S University would be immensely challenging. And even with her space, Jiang Songning felt uncertain. Having gathered her supplies, Jiang Songning set up a small table and chairs. She had not enjoyed a proper meal since leaving the residential area. Today, she was determined to have a satisfying meal. She arranged the table and selected a portion of sauerkraut fish, a plate of vegetables, a bowl of chicken soup, and a bowl of white rice from her space. For Tang Yuan, she chose a roasted goose and a roasted duck, adding some dog food and pouring 2 bottles of pure milk for him. Having never raised a pet before, she could only follow the human way of feeding. Tang Yuan, seeing the suddenly appeared food bowl, looked up at Jiang Songning with wide eyes, curious. Jiang Songning patted his head, urging him to eat quickly. Looking at the sauerkraut fish on the table, Jiang Songning swallowed hard and began to eat with gusto. After finishing her meal, they both let out satisfied burps. Jiang Songning rubbed her full belly, yearning for a good sleep. However, recalling the second-tier crystal core in her space, she dismissed the thought and decided to upgrade first. After cleaning up the tableware, Jiang Songning brought Tang Yuan into her space. Once inside, Tang Yuan joyfully dashed around. The chickens and ducks in the space were startled by his presence, squawking in alarm. Tang Yuan, you can play here, but do not touch anything in this space, understood? Tang Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that Tang Yuan grasped her meaning, Jiang Songning left him to his own devices and began to absorb the energy from the second-tier crystal core to upgrade her abilities. Observing from a distance, Tang Yuan watched as Jiang Songning closed her eyes to upgrade, lying quietly beside her without interrupting. Time passed, and by the time Jiang Songning completed her upgrade, it was already past midnight. As she opened her eyes, Tang Yuan rushed over, circling around her. Jiang Songning patted his head and exited the space with him. This crystal core had elevated her psychic ability to the second tier. Upon exiting the space, she used her psychic powers to sense the surroundings. To her surprise, she discovered that her ability could now probe a radius of 500 meters. However, having just upgraded, she was still unaccustomed to it. Feeling a headache each time she used the ability, as if her mind were cluttered with chaotic thoughts, overwhelming her senses. She even detected the presence of others nearby. Realizing that there were still living people around, Jiang Songning noted that they were currently engaged in an argument. Recollecting her thoughts, she glanced at her watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 30. Arrival at the school having just upgraded. She was still not accustomed to it, and every use of her psychic ability resulted in a headache, her mind filled with disarray and noise. She even sensed the presence of others. Jiang Songning then realized that there were still living individuals nearby, and those people were currently in a heated dispute. Refocusing her thoughts, she checked the time on her watch. It was already 1 in the morning. She prepared some food for Tang Yuan, while she herself had a cold dish and spicy potato shreds. After both had their fill, Jiang Songning decided to head directly to S University. She quietly stepped out of the supermarket. Although zombies still roamed nearby, they appeared somewhat lethargic. Retrieving her modified off-road vehicle from her space, she drove towards the school. The zombies, upon hearing the noise, attempted to chase her but were only met with the smell of exhaust fumes. Upon reaching the school entrance, Jiang Songning did not hesitate and drove towards the Agricultural Science College. The zombies within the school, hearing the commotion, roared and surrounded her. While driving, she utilized her psychic powers to assess the situation around her, discovering that the conditions within the school were not as dire as she had imagined. There were only 200 or 300 zombies nearby. Although puzzled, she did not dwell on it. Little did she know that the reason there were so few zombies in the vicinity was that someone else had been carrying the burden for her. When she arrived at the library, Jiang Songning noticed 3 living individuals inside, desperately banging on the glass windows in an attempt to catch her attention. Ignoring them, she accelerated away from the library. Along her route, she sensed the presence of living people near the teaching buildings, the school cafeteria, and the supermarket. It would be truly terrifying if S University had fallen entirely. However, it seemed that these individuals were reluctant to leave. Despite the initial zombie threat, Jiang Songning chose not to concern herself with them and drove straight to the Agricultural Science College. As soon as she parked, the surrounding zombies lunged towards her. Not intending to confront them directly, and seeing that no one was around, she slipped both herself and the vehicle into her space. The zombies, suddenly unable to locate Jiang Songning, looked bewildered before dispersing. After waiting in her space for 20 minutes, Jiang Songning finally retrieved her tang knife. There was still one zombie nearby, and she wanted to practice her abilities by attempting to control it. But her first attempt failed as the zombie drew closer. She had no choice but to wield her tang knife, swiftly dispatching the nearby undead. The commotion quickly attracted more zombies from a distance. Jiang Songning hastily extracted the zombie crystal cores and tried once more to control the remaining zombies, but after another failure, she decided to take the electric scooter and head towards the experimental field of the Agricultural Science College. Around the experimental field, there were only 7 or 8 zombies, and the plants within had been trampled. Only a thorny flower bud swayed in the wind. Had it not been for He accidental admiration of its beauty in her previous life, the He brothers would not have discovered that this flower emitted a scent capable of manipulating human consciousness, easily ensnaring those with weaker willpower. He's entourage had resolved numerous adversaries using this flower. But the exact method of control remained unclear to Jiang Songning. She would have to study it further in due time. The plant had yet to bloom, posing no immediate threat. It would likely flower by tomorrow, making it quite a task to excavate it then. Jiang Songning carefully took out her dagger and began to dig around the soil, swiftly unearthing the flower along with its roots. Noticing the approaching zombies, she promptly brought the flower into her space. Once inside, she found a corner to plant the flower in the soil. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Songning was utterly exhausted. She decided to take a pet bed from the pet store and place it beside her own bed, allowing herself and Tang Yuan to sleep soundly. When she awoke the next morning, she glanced at her watch. It was already 10 o'clock. With no rush at the moment, Jiang Songning grabbed a few large meat buns to eat while filling Tang's bowl with half a basin of dog food and 10 meat buns. Watching as Tang Yuan devoured everything in his bowl within a few bites, Jiang Songning felt a twinge of concern. Fortunately, her space was stocked with ample food, or she would not have been able to afford his care. Having finished her bun, Jiang Songning intended to leave university. However, the moment she stepped outside her space, she was astounded by the scene before her. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick, and she immediately darted back into the safety of her space. Once inside, she was filled with regret, realizing how drastically her vigilance had waned. She had not anticipated that the Agricultural Science Institute, which had been eerily empty the night before, was now teeming with zombies. She estimated there were at least 300 to 400 outside. As soon as she ventured out, she found herself face to face with a zombie, but thankfully, it did not react in time. Recalling her earlier entrance, when she had encountered few zombies, she speculated that perhaps those creatures had been lured away by Feng Jinyuan and his companions. Nevertheless, she needed to devise a plan to escape the Agricultural Science Institute. Meanwhile, Feng Jinyuan and his group, who had entered university the previous night, were also facing difficulties. They had driven straight into the horde, their vehicle smashing through the densely packed zombies, but in the process, their car had become irreparably damaged. Although they had safely reached the boys' dormitory, they had attracted a significant number of zombies, and upon waking up this morning, they found that while some had dispersed, the small square below was still overcrowded with the undead. Feng Jinyuan was concerned about the possibility of a stampede. The expressions of those in the dormitory were grim. The supplies they had brought would only last for 3 days, and with so many zombies outside, venturing out was tantamount to suicide. A lean, fair-skinned boy looked at his friends with self-deprecating humor, saying, "I told you not to come. Now look where we are. I was supposed to die alone, but now we're all in danger." He had resigned himself to the idea of his impending death, never expecting his friends would recklessly come to join him. "Chenggu, what are you saying?" Wei Zhe interjected. "If we don't bring you back to City A, how will we ever face Grandpa Lu? Besides, if it weren't for him, my cousin and I would have perished long ago. We've lived on borrowed time for over a decade." Wei Zhe looked at Lu Chun, whose face was devoid of life. Attempting to offer comfort, Lu Zhe observed the Navi Wei Zhe with a bitter smile, thinking it was pointless to knowingly rush into death. He had once considered himself exceptional. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had been brimming with confidence and had tried to find ways to escape. Yet, after the first few days, all his attempts had ended in failure as he watched his classmates being devoured by zombies, slowly succumbing to despair. His heart, once full of hope, began to fade, and over the past few days, he had witnessed the worst of human nature. Some had betrayed their friends to survive, while others had been consumed in their attempts to save them. People had resorted to murder and looting for mere scraps of food. Had he not hidden an antique knife in the dormitory, he would have met his end long ago. Chapter 31. Boys' dormitory. Feng Jinyuan watched as his once proud childhood friend had transformed into this shadow of himself and could only gently pat his shoulder. "Don't be so pessimistic. It's not over yet. We will find a way out. It is merely a matter of time. Besides, I happen to have a water-type ability crystal core. You should upgrade first, and then we can strategize." Hearing their comforting words, Lu Chun felt a slight alleviation in his spirits. "Yes, Brother Chen. How can we know unless we try? If we manage to survive, that would be wonderful. If not, at least we'll die together on the same day." With this, Lu Chen finally smiled and took the crystal core to upgrade. Meanwhile, Jiang Songning was also contemplating her escape. If she exited her space now, she would be instantly overwhelmed by zombies. Given the state of the undead at night, she resolved to wait until evening to make her move. Thus, throughout the day, she organized the supplies she had gathered, watered her vegetables, and fed the chickens and ducks in her space. She also cleared a patch of land for additional crops. In the afternoon, she took a long nap on her bed while Tang Yuan played in the space. When she finally awoke, it was past 8 in the evening. After eating, she prepared to venture outside. Gathering her belongings and wielding her Tang Dao, she stepped out of her space with a single thought. This time, fortune smiled upon her. She did not encounter a zombie face to face. Although the zombies were still present, they were fewer in number and less reactive than during the day. She retrieved her vehicle from the space and hopped in. As the surrounding zombies noticed her, they rushed toward her, but Jiang Songning quickly locked the doors. Before she could start the engine, the zombies had already surrounded the car. The windows were smeared with sticky blood and rotting flesh, and even her seasoned stomach nearly rebelled at the sight. The vehicle shook violently as the zombies pounded against it, prompting Jiang Songning to start the engine and accelerate forward. Plowing through the horde, as the number of zombies ahead increased, she maneuvered the car in a serpentine fashion, grateful for its high clearance. Otherwise, she would have been stuck. As she approached the teaching building, the zombies became even more numerous, leaving her with no choice but to turn towards the dormitory. Seeking Fang Jingyuan and his group might indeed be the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, Wei Zhe, who had been observing the situation from the dormitory balcony, spotted the approaching headlights. "Cousin, a vehicle is coming." Upon hearing Wei Zhe's shout, the others rushed to the balcony. Fang Jingyuan took out his binoculars and, after a moment of scanning, remarked, "I see a vehicle. It's trailing a mass of zombies, much like our experience last night. Can you tell who it is?" Lu Qian, now revitalized after upgrading, inquired. Fang Jingyuan shook his head. "I can't see clearly." He then passed the binoculars to Lu Qian. After assessing the situation, Lu Qian exclaimed, "That vehicle is a modified G-class. We should head to the first floor to see what's happening. If they come to our building, we can assist them." Lu Qian immediately recognized the potential of that vehicle. If the driver could reach the ground floor safely, it would greatly facilitate their own escape. This was precisely why he had assisted Fang Jingyuan and the others the previous night. "All right, we'll leave Chen Huan and Song Hao to keep watch here. The rest of us will grab our weapons and head downstairs." They were currently residing on the 4th floor, and most of the zombies in their building had already been cleared, posing little threat. The group made their way to the ground floor, where the iron door was locked. Lu Qian opened the lock but hesitated to open the door as the vehicle approached their building. The three of them watched the oncoming car with bated breath. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Songning was initially unsure of where to find Fang Jingyuan and his companions. However, when she spotted their car parked nearby, she drove directly towards it. The zombies, hearing the commotion, quickly swarmed around her. Jiang Songning pressed the accelerator to the floor, crashing through the zombies. As she neared the dormitory building, she prepared for impact. Just as she was about to collide with the wall, she slammed on the brakes and swerved, successfully clearing the way for the car blocking the entrance. The two vehicles collided with a resounding crash, and Jiang Songning was thrown against the steering wheel, the airbag deploying as a result. Fang Jingyuan and his companions, witnessing the entrance being blocked by the car, seized the opportunity to rush out and eliminate a few zombies lingering nearby, then began pounding on the car window. After regaining her senses from the jolt, Jiang Songning shook her head to clear her mind and unlocked the doors. Fang Jingyuan opened the car door, finally recognizing her, and quickly took her backpack before they all struggled to pull her out. "Jiang Jia, are you all right?" Jiang Songning, still dazed from the impact, merely shook her head. Without further discussion, Fang Jingyuan hoisted her onto his back and dashed inside. With Wei Zhe and Lu Qian covering their rear, as they secured the first floor, some zombies had already climbed atop the car in pursuit. The iron door of the first floor rattled violently as they hurried up to the 4th floor, where Chen Huan and Song Hao anxiously awaited at the entrance. Once inside the dormitory, Fang Jingyuan placed Jiang Songning on the bunk bed, and Chen Huan immediately rushed over to provide treatment. With Chen Huan's abilities, Jiang Songning felt her dizziness begin to lift. "I'm fine now," she exclaimed as Chen Huan released her. Wei Zhe handed her a bottle of mineral water, and as she gulped it down, she noticed that everyone was staring at her. "Senior, how come you're on the 1st floor?" Jiang Songning asked. "We saw a vehicle approaching from a distance and thought we might take a chance. We never expected it to be you. What happened to you?" "It's a long story. I intended to grab some supplies and leave, but I was caught off guard by the sheer number of zombies around the teaching building. Last night when I came in, there were hardly any, so I let my guard down." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances, recalling the harrowing scenario they had encountered upon entering. "Jiang Jia, where's Tang Yuan?" Song Hao asked, having not seen the little creature and unable to contain his curiosity. Given the current situation, Jiang Songning felt there was no need to conceal the existence of her space any longer, especially since her mental abilities were her greatest asset. After a brief moment of contemplation, she summoned Tang Yuan from her space. The sight of the lively little dog left everyone wide-eyed, with only Lu Qian maintaining his composure due to familiarity with others possessing spatial abilities. This, Jiang Jia, is this what they call spatial powers?" Wei Zhe gazed at Jiang Songning with excitement. Jiang Songning nodded with a sense of pride. Chapter 32. Gas Cylinder. "Jiang Jia, in this apocalypse, aren't you practically invincible?" Jiang Songning glanced at the foolishly grinning Wei Zhe. Indeed, she believed her powers were formidable, though she kept this thought to herself, aware that there were always greater forces at play. He, Jiang Jie, no wonder you've managed to survive all on your own until now. Song Hao looked at Jiang Songning with admiration. At that moment, Wei Zhe's stomach emitted a loud grumble, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he cast a shy glance at the others. I didn't have enough to eat this evening. Jiang Songning also felt a pang of hunger, so she directly retrieved a table from her spatial storage, along with a small gas cylinder and a gas stove, and then brought out the hot pot she had prepared earlier. The others gazed in disbelief as Jiang Songning produced so many items. The table was adorned with a dazzling array of meats: tender beef, tripe, pork belly, sausages, alongside a variety of vegetables, seaweed, winter melon, and fish tofu. All meticulously arranged, culminating in a chilled cola, as the gas stove ignited. An irresistible aroma wafted from the bubbling hot pot, causing the group to swallow involuntarily. "Let us eat. This marks our first gathering since we met," exclaimed Jiang Songning, Jr. "Shall we trade some crystal cores with you?" Fang Jingyuan swallowed hard, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the feast on the table. The others nodded in agreement. They could not indulge in a free meal, especially in this apocalyptic world where food was a rare commodity. Jiang Songning appreciated Fang Jingyuan's character even more at that moment and nodded in consent. Her initial intention was to forge alliances for a joint escape from this place. And since they were unwilling to partake in a free meal, she was content to accept a few crystal cores in return. "Just 3 low-grade crystal cores from each of you will suffice." The group retrieved their crystal cores and handed them to Jiang Songning. Only then did they pick up their bowls and chopsticks, carefully placing the ingredients into the pot. Although they were ravenous, they maintained their decorum, ensuring not to appear gluttonous. They were not aware of the events that had transpired 2 days prior. Once they had devoured everything, the group languidly reclined in their chairs, patting their full bellies. Only Lu Chun sat, fixated on the gas cylinder. Noticing his intense focus, Jiang Songning curiously inquired, "Senior Lu, what is the matter?" Although Jiang Songning and Lu Chun were acquainted, they were not close. She knew he was a prominent figure in the chemistry department, reputed to come from a wealthy family and having had numerous romantic entanglements, earning him the moniker of a playboy junior. "Do you have any more gas cylinders in your space?" Jiang Songning nodded. "Yes, I collected some at the mall a few days ago and stored them." Fang Jingyuan's eyes brightened. "Lu Chun, are you suggesting?" Lu Chun then elaborated. "Gas cylinders typically store liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, or natural gas. These gases are compressed and stored under pressure. If a gas cylinder leaks, the flammable gas mixes with air, creating a combustible mixture. Should the concentration of the leaking gas reach a certain threshold and encounter an ignition source, an explosion could occur." Upon hearing this, the group's eyes lit up. It was indeed a clever idea. Wei Zhe and Song Hao gasped. "Brother Chen, are we really going to blow up the entire school?" Lu Chun shot Wei Zhe a look of incredulity. "This is a gas cylinder, not an atomic bomb." Wei Zhe awkwardly chuckled. What can I say? I'm not the brightest student." Although Jiang Songning was from the Chinese department, her admission to S University indicated her capabilities. "Senior Lu, an explosion from a gas cylinder is unpredictable, if mishandled." This posed a significant dilemma. The reality was that within S University, excluding dormitories and classrooms, there were at least 1,000 or 2,000 zombies. We had to devise a plan to eliminate some, or else we would not only be trapped but also leave the surviving students unable to escape. Jiang Songning's expression darkened at his words. She was indifferent to the fate of the others in the school. Her concern lay solely with Fang Jinyuan and his companions, unable to witness their peers perish. Fang Jinyuan sensed Jiang Songning's reluctance to intervene further and spoke up. "Junior, Ah Qian has observed that there are at least 100 living individuals in the male dormitory buildings, and perhaps even more in the female dormitory, as girls tend to stockpile snacks. When we entered, we also noticed signs of life in the classrooms. With so many fellow students, we cannot simply stand by as they perish. If we have the ability, we wish to help. If not, we will not recklessly attempt to rescue." After a moment of silence, Jiang Songning replied, "Let us first discuss how to operate the gas cylinders." Upon hearing her concession, the group felt that Jiang Songning possessed a compassionate heart beneath her cold exterior. Generally, a gas cylinder could explode if subjected to a strong impact. Given the hot weather today, if we were to throw the gas cylinder from the upper floors, the chances of an explosion would be considerable. Though controlling the distance was challenging, the group made their way to the balcony, realizing that the explosion radius of a gas cylinder spanned at least several dozen meters. Throwing it that far seemed almost impossible. They were no strong men. As soon as Song Hao voiced this, they all turned to look at the plump dog, Tang Yuan, who was sprawled on the ground, licking its fur with wide, bewildered eyes. Can it handle it? Wei Zhe asked. Does it even understand distance? Qian Huan added. Everyone shook their heads in unison. We should find a strength-type ability user. That would be more reliable, Zhang Songning suggested. There is a strength-type ability user on the 6th floor? But they are not the best of people, Lu Qin remarked with disdain for those individuals. Regardless of their character, we share a common goal. Fang Jingyuan's words rang true. Moreover, they too would likely be seeking a way out and would probably be running low on food. Lu Qin looked seriously at Zhang Songning, Junior Zhang. If we recklessly reveal so many items, they will undoubtedly become suspicious. One of them possesses spatial abilities, and considering you all just arrived yesterday, they may resort to violence after our plan unfolds. Among the 6 of them, only Huan Jia and Haozi were low-grade ability users. The rest were all first tier, which should give them a considerable advantage. Furthermore, Zhang Songning produced 2 handguns, declaring, "This is our greatest trump card." Lu Chun stared in astonishment at the pistols in Zhang Songning's hands, ultimately exclaiming, "Wow!" He quickly composed himself, reflecting that no matter how tough one was, they feared firearms. With this revelation, their concerns were greatly alleviated. It's getting late. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, we'll head upstairs to find Wang Chao. No one anticipated that those individuals were already preparing to launch a surprise attack. Zhang Songning lay in bed. Her vigilance prompted her to use her abilities to scan the surroundings. Upon extending her senses, she discovered something amiss. Someone's coming, she warned. The others sprang into action, seizing their weapons from the bedside. Wang Chao and his group couldn't contain themselves. They must have seen you all arrive and realized you had food, so they intend to steal it. Zhang Songning yawned before continuing. In that case, we need not search for them. It's perfect timing to discuss how to deal with the zombies. Chapter 33. Negotiation and Cooperation. The group turned on the desk lamp, each arming themselves. Fang Jingyuan opened the dormitory door without hesitation. The individuals watching from the stairwell hesitated, deterred by their actions. Lu Qian, impatient, clicked his tongue. Wang Chao, come over. We have something to discuss. The group at the stairwell exchanged glances, confused. What do they mean, Brother Chao? Wang Chao, propping his chin with one hand, pondered for a moment before realization struck him. Damn, that cunning Lu Qian is trying to lure us into a trap. The 4 were all from the physical education department, each one muscular and strong, relying on their physicality to exert dominance in this building, where the 10 or so survivors still alive followed their lead. Those who dared to resist were met with brute force until they submitted as their subordinates. Initially, there were those who contemplated rebellion. But once Wang Chao awakened his strength-type abilities, no one dared to provoke him. Although others had also awakened abilities, their low levels rendered them no match for Wang Chao. Brother Chao, why don't we send Su Lin and his group to take the lead? That kid is clever. We can assess the strength of the others later. Wang Chao regarded the suggestion from Zheng Tao with approval. All right, let's do it. Go upstairs and call Su Lin down. Zheng Tao hurriedly ascended the stairs. The individuals within the dormitory had grown somewhat impatient. Brother Qin, what's taking Wang Chao so long? Lu Qin scoffed derisively. They're just a bunch of bullies. Let us be patient. They will come. Sure enough, after 10 more minutes, a bespectacled young man with a scholarly appearance, followed by 5 others, approached them. As Lu Chan spotted Su Lin. He glanced back but did not see Wang Chao. Where's Wang Chao? Su Lin adjusted his glasses and replied calmly. He is wary this might be a trap, so he sent us first to test the waters. Tell him we found a way out, but he must cooperate. If he wants to leave, he should come to discuss a partnership. Lu Chun did not offer Su Lin a friendly demeanor, although Su Lin and his group had chosen to follow Wang Chao. He held no fondness for those who aided the oppressor. Su Lin understood Lu Chin's disdain but offered no further explanation, simply nodding in agreement. All right, I will convey your message. After Su Lin departed, another 10 minutes passed and a crowd arrived at the 4th floor hallway. However, they stopped 5 meters away from their dormitory. Lu Chan, what do you mean by cooperation? Wang Chao inquired, deliberately flexing his biceps to intimidate them. Zhang Songning was thoroughly repulsed by Wang Chao's greasy demeanor, particularly his oily hair, which made her shudder involuntarily. Song Hao, ever considerate, inquired, Sister Jiang, are you cold? I am not cold. I am disgusted, Jiang Soning retorted, causing Wei Zhe to burst into laughter. While the others struggled to contain their expressions, the people opposite them were left speechless. Liu Chun, equally averse to Wang Chao's repulsiveness, voiced his disdain openly. Wang Chao, having grown accustomed to his domineering ways in the building, felt a surge of arrogance upon hearing their demands. I can assist you, but you must give us half of your food. Liu Chen regarded the foolish individual before him and, feeling somewhat withdrawn, chose to remain silent. Ultimately, it was Fang Jinyuan who stepped forward. Wang Chao, it seems you've misunderstood. This is a collaboration, not a favor. If you refuse to cooperate, that's fine by us. We can sustain ourselves for another month or two. We will find a way to exit eventually, but your situation is quite different, at this point. Fang Jinyuan cast a glance at the pallid faces of Wang Chao's group before continuing, your food won't last 2 days. Will it? Wang Chao, caught off guard by Fang Jinyuan's observation, was reluctant to concede. So what? We have over 10 people. If we take your supplies, we can figure out a way to escape. Liu Chun casually retrieved his pistol, aiming it at Wang Chao's head. Is that so? The sight of the firearm sent Wang Chao's companions retreating in fear, yet he remained defiantly obstinate. Do you think a replica gun can intimidate me? Let me tell you, I am not easily frightened. Liu Chen fired a shot towards the opposite dormitory, the sound echoing ominously. The others, paralyzed by shock, were rooted to the spot. Su Lin approached Wang Chao and whispered, Brother Chao, you should agree. Our snacks will only last 1 more day. We need to exit to survive. Despite his foolishness, Wang Chao recognized the gravity of the situation. When offered a way out, he quickly relented. We can cooperate, but my brothers haven't eaten enough. You need to provide us with some food. Fang Jinyuan looked at Jiang Soning, as the food was hers to offer, and their own supplies were nearly depleted. Jiang Soning nodded. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it. I'll give you a box of instant noodles. Nothing more. Fang Jinyuan addressed Wang Chao's group. We can provide you with a box of instant noodles to ensure you don't disrupt our plans. If you have any other demands, cooperation is off the table. Wang Chao, initially hoping for more, had no choice but to relent. Fine. A box of instant noodles it is. Once the terms were established, Wang Chao's group approached. Now, let us discuss the specifics of the execution. Fang Jinyuan led Wang Chao to the balcony of the adjacent dormitory. Tomorrow, use your abilities to throw the gas canister downstairs, but you must control the distance well. Otherwise, we all risk becoming collateral damaged. It's certain it will explode. Not necessarily. Dio, you have a better idea? Fang Jinyuan inquired, glancing at Su Lin. Su Lin adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Perhaps we can slightly open the valve. If that fails, we can ignite a blanket and toss it over. Agreed, but it's too late tonight. We can't see anything outside. We will reassess the surroundings in the daylight before finalizing the details. You might be overlooking a crucial issue, Su Lin remarked earnestly, meeting Fang Jinyuan's serious gaze. What issue? Fang Jinyuan asked, his expression growing grave. How do we handle the fire resulting from the explosion? Upon Su Lin's inquiry, silence enveloped the group. They indeed had not considered the issue of sparks igniting further chaos. With the water supply cut off in the dormitory, a fire would pose a significant challenge to contain. Chapter 34. Liu Chen's doubt we could find a way to the A building. There's an open square nearby with an artificial lake, which would significantly reduce the risks, Su Lin suggested, considering the surroundings of a building. He nodded in agreement. However, it's at least a half-hour walk to a building, and we cannot safely reach it with the zombies still roaming below. Su Lin posed a question, and the group fell silent. Noticing their lack of solutions, Fang Jinyuan urged, let's observe the surroundings at dawn before discussing this further. This is merely a preliminary plan. Think about the specific steps of execution, and let us brainstorm collectively. There's no need to rush. Wang Chao, not particularly bright, felt elated that no one had a better plan. He happily clutched the box of instant noodles and departed the 4th floor with his group. By the time everyone had left, it was already 2 in the morning. Let us get some rest. A good night's sleep will help us think clearly. Jiang Soning, exhausted, was the first to lie down. The others followed suit, finding their respective spots. The weather was just entering summer, not too hot, and the night was comfortably cool. Jiang Soning awoke to the enticing aroma of instant noodles, groggily glancing at her watch. She realized it was already 10 in the morning. No wonder she felt so hungry. Seeing Jiang Soning awake, Wei Zhe immediately called out, now completely smitten with her. Sister Jiang, You're awake just in time. We're cooking instant noodles. They'll be ready soon. Jiang Soning sat up, stretching. Why didn't you wake me? Oh, there was no rush. Su Lin from upstairs came down earlier and told us to eat before heading to the 6th floor to discuss our plan for a building. Jiang Soning nodded, glancing at the pot of noodles. She retrieved a large pack of ham sausages and vegetables from her storage space. Add these vegetables to the noodles. Chen Huan took the vegetables and rinsed them with 2 bottles of mineral water. After Jiang Soning washed up, the noodles were ready. Once they finished their meal, they headed toward the 6th floor together. The 6th floor housed 27 individuals, with Wang Chao and several from the sports department as the leaders. The remaining members hailed from various majors, all having been subdued by Wang Chao's forceful tactics, now serving as his subordinates. Each appeared slightly gaunt but maintained a decent spirit. After all, they were young. And those who survived thus far possessed commendable resilience. Only Su Lin and another short male student had a healthier complexion. Wang Chao had prepared a dorm room specifically for their meeting. As the two groups met, introductions were exchanged. Fang Jingyuan initiated. Since we are to collaborate, let's introduce ourselves and our abilities. Among them were 2 of Jiang Soning's classmates. However, she had always preferred solitude, only maintaining a close relationship with Mu Shi and thus could not recall their names. All right, I'll go first. I am Wang Chao, a strength type ability user. I am Zheng Tao, a water type ability user. I am Zhou Kai. With no abilities, Jiang Soning scrutinized Zhou Kai. Noting his impressive physique despite lacking powers, his physical strength must be considerable. I am Chen Xiaohai, a fire type ability user. I am Su Lin, a healing type ability user. Jiang Soning raised an eyebrow, realizing why he thrived in this environment. I am Su Xiaofeng, a space type ability user. Jiang Soning cast a surprised glance at Su Xiaofeng, who, like Su Lin, appeared relatively healthy compared to the others. It seemed Wang Chao held these 2 in high regard. As the remaining members introduced themselves, Jiang Soning paid little attention. There were 15 ability users among them, with the rest being ordinary individuals. It was evident that if Wang Chao's group were not trapped within the school, they would possess considerable combat strength outside, especially with a space type and a healing type ability user among them, both highly coveted in a post-apocalyptic team. Observing further, Jiang Soning noted that while Wang Chao was the ostensible leader, Su Lin subtly influenced his decisions without Wang Chao's awareness. Once introductions concluded, Fang Jingyuan, Lu Chun, Jiang Soning, Wang Chao, and Su Lin gathered on the balcony to assess the situation outside. The number of zombies below had significantly dwindled, yet there were still at least 300 to 400 scattered about. Perhaps the presence of so many living souls in the dormitory had drawn most of the zombies in their direction. Moreover, the zombies appeared to be growing increasingly agile with each passing day. Classmate Fang, is that vehicle downstairs still operational? Su Lin inquired, referring to the car Jiang Soning had driven over. The one Fang Jingyuan and his group had brought was nearly beyond repair. I'm not sure. I only bumped into the other vehicle on my way here, and the airbag deployed. Jiang Soning interjected. But I have a new one in my storage. Lu Chen looked at Jiang Soning with curiosity, pondering how she seemed to have foreseen the apocalypse, especially given that space-type abilities, before leveling up, could only accommodate a limited area, far less than what she had retrieved. However, he opted not to voice his thoughts. The others remained oblivious to the implications. We should go down and test that vehicle. One car certainly won't be enough, Su Lin suggested, turning to Fang Jingyuan. Agreed. Wei Zhe loves racing. Let him give it a try while 3 of us go down to deal with the surrounding zombies. The group wasted no time in executing their plan, with Fang Jingyuan leaving Song Hao and Chen Huan behind to guard their supplies. Although Wang Chao's group was unlikely to steal anything at this point, one could never be too cautious with unpredictable individuals. Wang Chao and his companions, namely Wang Chao, Zheng Tao, and Wang Xiaohai, along with Su Lin, who possesses healing abilities, were on the 2nd floor, ready to assist the remaining ability users from Wang Tao's group. The group descended the stairs quietly, reaching the ground floor, where a vehicle blocked the entrance. This obstruction had successfully deterred a considerable number of zombies from entering. However, the zombies that had followed Jiang Soning the previous night were now tightly packed in the confined space between the vehicle and the iron gate. Jiang Soning estimated that there were approximately 14 zombies. Upon observing this scenario, Lu Chen raised his hand, signaling for everyone to return to the staircase. Brother Chen, what's the matter? Someone inquired. We must avoid alerting the zombies outside. Let's first open the iron gate and lure these zombies into the corners. Once we deal with them, we can exit. Wei Zhe and Jiang Shui Mei will cover the rear, while Jing Yuan and I take the right side. Wang Chao, you three handle the left. After we attract the zombies, make sure to secure the door. Remember to support the other side after resolving your area. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once all were prepared, Fang Jingyuan approached the iron gate and, taking advantage of the zombies' distraction, quietly opened it before moving to the staircase and making a slight noise. The zombies at the entrance turned towards the sound. Chapter 35. Attracting the zombies. These zombies were of a lower tier, shambling sluggishly towards the iron gate. Jiang Songning and Wei Zhe, hearing the sounds of zombies being dispatched within, cautiously made their way towards the entrance. The zombies outside remained oblivious, aimlessly wandering. Noticing the lack of disturbance among the exterior zombies, the duo temporarily refrained from locking the door. After approximately 10 minutes, with all the zombies eliminated, the group returned to the staircase, where Lu Chun exchanged glances with Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe stealthily approached the vehicle. The door was unlocked, allowing him to enter without issue. Seeing that the outside zombies were still unperturbed, the others anxiously awaited at the staircase. Within 2 minutes, the sound of the vehicle starting echoed through the air, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. The zombies, oblivious to the presence of living beings, began to converge slowly towards the vehicle. Observing that the vehicle was operational and all components were functional, Wei Zhe sighed in relief. Watching from outside, Lu Chun saw Wei Zhe signaling from inside the vehicle and returned the gesture with an OK sign. Prepare for extraction. With that, the group made their way to the staircase, but the nearby zombies, catching wind of them, immediately became agitated, hindered only by the vehicle's presence. Wei Zhe quickly exited the vehicle and sprinted towards the entrance. Once he was inside, the others swiftly locked the iron gate and raced up the stairs. Upon reaching the office on the 6th floor, Lu Chun finally inquired about the vehicle's condition. The modifications are commendable. The brakes and clutch are functioning well. However, the airbag requires tools, and without them, we cannot retract it. Jiang Songning recalled that she had acquired a hardware store and promptly retrieved an assortment of tools from her space. Everyone stared in astonishment at Jiang Songning, who among them had a space to store hardware instead of food. Can these be used? Wei Zhe glanced at the array of tools on the table, nodding numbly. They are somewhat usable, but attempting to fix it will surely create noise, potentially taking at least an hour. Can you withstand the wait? Perhaps I should store the vehicle in my space and repair it later. Beside them, Su Xiaofeng timidly suggested. That's a good proposal. Let us clear out a dorm room for the vehicle, repair it, and then use the space to bring it down. Jiang Songning remained silent. The vehicle was covered in zombie blood, and she wished to keep her space clean. The group quickly set to work, and in no time, the room was ready. After waiting an additional 20 minutes, they descended once more, following the same procedure as before. Once Su Xiaofeng had stored the vehicle in her space, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After returning upstairs and releasing the vehicle, the group gazed at the pristine but damaged vehicle, feeling a pang of sympathy. What man does not cherish his car, especially one that has been so expertly modified? While Wei Zhe repaired the vehicle, he also conducted a thorough inspection of the body. The front was dented, but the interior was intact. With the vehicle's issues resolved, everyone reconvened in the conference room. Now that the vehicle is sorted, let us discuss how to lure some of the zombies downstairs away. At this point, all fell silent, contemplating their options. Jiang Songning walked to the balcony. Liu Qian and the others followed her, noting that their building was centrally located among the dormitories, which were arranged in rows. They occupied building E. Senior Lu. Which building is that, and are there any survivors? Lu Qian glanced in the direction Jiang Songning pointed, identifying it as building G, primarily occupied by art students. And confirmed, there are still people alive inside. Senior, I have a drone in my space. How about we try to communicate with the students over there and ask them to create some noise to attract some of the zombies downstairs? Lu Qian regarded Jiang Songning with admiration. It's worth a try, but I cannot guarantee their willingness to assist. Regardless of their willingness, it was worth attempting. Let us share our plan with them. I believe those who wish to survive will not refuse. Moreover, should they decline, we can devise another strategy. Fang Jingyuan interjected as he approached, observing the building across the way. Jiang Songning retrieved the drone from her space, while Fang Jingyuan produced paper and pen to draft their plan and requests. Wei Zhe took the drone, maneuvering it towards building G. Inside, there were only 8 survivors left, and they were nearly out of supplies. Lying in bed to conserve energy, that moment, Yunnan, staring blankly, noticed something flying towards their building. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he realized he was not mistaken and excitedly called to his dorm mates. Lin Xin, their SA drone. The others, hearing about the drone, quickly scrambled out of bed and rushed to the balcony. Wei Zhe, piloting the drone, located the individuals in the building and directed the drone to the 5th floor. Lin Xin and Yunnan received the note attached to the drone and began reading it. After finishing, both were somewhat incredulous. "What does the note say, Brother Nan?" Yunnan passed the note to the others. After perusing it, they deliberated the feasibility of the proposal. "Brother Nan, Brother Xin, should we assist them?" After exchanging glances, they both responded affirmatively, "We must help. But what if they are deceiving us?" "Let them deceive us. At least we can save a few more lives. It would not harm us, and if it turns out to be true, we won't have to wait here to die." Although Yunnan and Lin Shen were skeptical of the message's authenticity, they recognized that it offered a glimmer of hope. With that, they began drafting a response and agreed to act 1 hour later. Wei Zhe skillfully piloted the drone, retrieving the note afterward. After Lu Chun read the message, a smile spread across his face. They agreed to collaborate and have scheduled to act at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Everyone finally felt a sense of relief as Jiang Soning retrieved 10 packs of instant noodles from her space, placing them into a plastic bag, and asked Wei Zhe to deliver them as a token of gratitude. Upon seeing the bags filled with noodles, Lin Shen and Yunnan's eyes glistened with tears. Perhaps they had found salvation. Having scheduled their operation for 2 o'clock, they needed to prepare. Ultimately, the plan settled on 6 individuals from Jiang Soning's group utilizing 1 vehicle to proceed. Wang Chao's group, comprising Wang Chao, Chen Xiaohai, Zhang Tao, Su Lin, and another named Luo Xing, who possessed speed abilities, would remain behind to help divert the zombies' attention towards Building G after their departure. With all arrangements in place, everyone began to eat while awaiting the arrival of 2 o'clock. Acknowledging that a fierce battle lay ahead, no one felt inclined to jest. As the seconds ticked by, the hour approached. At 2 o'clock, music erupted from Building G. The group gathered on the balcony, observing as the zombies below shifted towards the sound emanating from Building G. Chapter 36. Worse than beasts. Seeing the zombies gradually leaving, the group swiftly descended to the ground floor. Jiang Soning retrieved the vehicle from her space, aware that a few zombies still lingered nearby. The group quickly dispatched them before all boarded the vehicle and headed towards Building A. As they drew closer to Building A, the number of zombies increased, prompting Jiang Soning to utilize her mental abilities to survey the surroundings. Almost every building had survivors, except for Building B, where no living presence could be detected. Jiang Soning attempted to sense the situation in Building B again, but Wei Zhe drove too swiftly, and they quickly surpassed the range of her perception. Seated beside Jiang Soning, Lu Chun noticed her pale complexion and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Soning shook her head. "There are no survivors in Building B. It should be overrun by high-tier zombies." The others refrained from questioning how Jiang Soning knew this. "Fear not, we will confront whatever comes our way, especially with so many of us." Jiang Soning nodded, observing that the vehicle was nearing the base of Building A, where Wei Zhe deliberately crashed into the zombies blocking their path. At the base of Building A, the number of zombies was at least half compared to their previous location, perhaps due to the more secluded nature of the area. Adjacent to Building A was an artificial lake, surrounded by numerous plants. To the left was a wall, beyond which lay the agricultural college's land. Any fire here would have minimal repercussions. Song Zi sensed someone on the 5th floor watching from the balcony but paid little heed. Upon reaching the base of Building A, they found approximately 100 zombies surrounding them. Wang Chao, Su Lin, and Chen Huan moved to open the iron gate, while the others dealt with the encroaching zombies. Jiang Soning seized the opportunity to store both vehicles back in her space before releasing Tang Yuan. With the arrival of Tang Yuan, the pressure on the others instantly diminished. 9 individuals facing the horde of zombies still felt somewhat overwhelmed. Wang Chao, possessing considerable strength, realized that the lock was unyielding, and as the distant zombies began to converge upon them, he forcefully broke the lock. Chen Huan and Su Lin ventured inside, preparing to provide support, only to encounter a group of individuals armed with clubs guarding the stairway. Both were healers, utterly defenseless, and were swiftly bound with strips of fabric torn from bed sheets. Outside, Wang Chao remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Shouting towards those outside, "Open the door!" A few individuals outside, while fighting, retreated into the dormitory building. Once everyone was inside, Wang Chao promptly shut the iron door. Only then did the group exhale in relief. Zheng Tao erupted in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, these zombies are too troublesome." But I must admit, it was quite exhilarating. I've been suffocating with frustration lately. Oh, spare me. You were terrified to even go downstairs before. Jiang Songning ignored the teasing remarks from the others, her gaze fixed intently on the stairway, using her abilities to scan the area to her right. Where Wang Chao, Sister Huan, and Su Lin. Fang Jingyuan also sensed something amiss. As everyone exchanged glances, they realized two individuals were missing. Come out. What is the point of hiding? All eyes turned toward the stairway, where those individuals no longer concealed themselves, emerging with Su Lin and Chen Huan at knife point, followed by three burly young men from the corridor behind them. Su Lin and Chen Huan had their mouths taped shut. Fang Jingyuan, taken aback by the encounter, questioned, "Classmates, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Songning meticulously examined the 6 individuals with her mental powers. They were all robust males, each possessing abilities, albeit of a lower tier. Further probing revealed that they were the only living beings in the entire building. Most disturbingly, it had been nearly half a month since the apocalypse began, yet these individuals appeared remarkably healthy. Even if there were sufficient snacks in the dormitory, it was improbable they could maintain such a vibrant complexion unless... The thought of that possibility filled Jiang Songning with even greater disdain for them. One of the short-haired men regarded them like prey, declaring, "If you wish to live, surrender your belongings, and hand over that beauty." As his words fell, the others burst into raucous laughter, their gazes towards Jiang Songning becoming increasingly brazen. Though Jiang Songning had no intention of killing indiscriminately, her sole desire at that moment was for these individuals to perish. She acted swiftly, retrieving the last remaining gun from her space and aiming it at the 3 men on the stairway. Fang Jingyuan, without hesitation, took aim and fired at the hand of the man wielding a knife. The man, in terror, glimpsed the firearms in their hands and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Fang Jingyuan's shot struck his hand, causing him to drop the knife and retreat behind Chen Huan. Jiang Songning's aim faltered, missing her target and hitting the eye of another. Upon witnessing the gunfire, the remaining individuals wasted no time, lunging at their captors with knives. The 3 men behind them were wounded but hesitated to kill. After injuring them, they ceased their attack, yet Jiang Songning was unwilling to let them escape. She dashed forward, slitting the throats of the 2 shot men, blood gushing forth and splattering onto her face. In that moment, she resembled a vengeful deity, her icy gaze devoid of any emotion, akin to a relentless killing machine. The sight of Jiang Songning's ferocity left everyone in stunned silence. Even Wang Chao, who had harbored some rebellious thoughts, felt a chill run down his spine as she pursued the man fleeing upstairs. It was Lu Chun who reacted first, stepping forward to grasp Jiang Songning's wrist. Upon feeling the grip, she turned to face Lu Chun, who appeared frozen by her dark, cold eyes. He sensed that at that moment, Jiang Songning was no longer human, devoid of any emotional ties. Yet he could feel her profound hatred and fury directed towards those men. "Jiang, please, do not kill." Jiang Songning managed to suppress her urge for annihilation. Without offering an explanation, she commanded everyone, "Follow me." Confused yet compliant, they trailed Jiang Songning upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she instructed Tang Yuan to break open the doors of each dormitory. Though the others were puzzled, the memory of Jiang Songning's terrifying demeanor compelled them to obey in silence. As they ventured deeper, the stench grew increasingly unbearable, culminating in a foul odor that assaulted them as they opened the final dormitory door. The sight within prompted a wave of nausea among the group. Only Jiang Songning remained composed, her gaze fixed on the horrific scene, confirming her fears. Sensing her sorrow, Tang Yuan gently nudged her thigh with its head. Chapter 37. Insufficient distance. Jiang Songning scooped up Tang Yuan, her trembling form finding a semblance of solace in her past life. She had encountered a family of 3. The kind-hearted couple often shared their scant food with her when they noticed her hunger. However, during one of their outings to gather provisions, they never returned, leaving their 5-year-old daughter, Miao Miao, in Jiang Songning's care. With no choice but to leave with Miao Miao when Sini insisted on departing, Jiang Songning sensed the girl understood the gravity of their situation, following her silently without a fuss. During Jiang Songning's moments of sorrow, Miao Miao would comfort her with gentle hugs, filling her heart with warmth. On one occasion, Jiang Songning had to leave Miao Miao hidden in a temporary shelter while she searched for food. only to return and find the girl missing. When she finally located her, all that remained were Meow Meow's clothes, while others feasted on enticing meat in a pot, their eyes glistening with desire in a fit of rage. She slaughtered them all, yet felt powerless upon witnessing Meow Meow's tragic fate. It was only in her final moments that she learned Meow Meow's parents had been thrust into a horde of zombies by He, and the girl had been sold to those vile men, unable to bear witnessing anyone show kindness to her. This painful memory haunted her, a burden she wished to forget in this life. Hoping never to encounter that family again and wishing for their survival, in her previous life, she had confronted numerous beasts, dispatching each one. Yet she never anticipated encountering such individuals just half a month into the apocalypse. She vowed not to spare a single one. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Songning forcefully wiped away her tears, resolutely shutting the door once more to block out much of the stench. The group felt a sense of relief. Wang Chao, filled with rage, slammed his hand against the wall. I will kill those beasts. Indeed, they have no right to live. The apocalypse has arrived. The law cannot punish them. Zhang Tao will not let them escape. The others wore grim expressions, unable to fathom the sight they had just witnessed. Although Wang Chao and his companions were known for their bullying ways, they were not inherently evil. Their consciences stirred upon witnessing such brutality, igniting their bloodlust to eliminate those wretches at once. Grabbing the machetes distributed by Jiang Songning, they prepared to confront the remaining 4 individuals downstairs. Wait! Wang Chao initially thought Jiang Songning had softened. Sister Jiang, don't stop me. I swear I won't rest until those men are dead. Those individuals still serve a purpose. We must not kill them yet. The group stared at Jiang Songning in confusion. There are few zombies downstairs. We need to attract more. We can use those beasts as bait. Brilliant idea, Sister Jiang. This is a prime example of resource repurposing. Jiang Songning cast a grateful glance at Song Hao. Appreciating his insight, she discreetly surveyed the expressions of the others, wary of any overly moralistic objections. Finding no dissent, she sighed in relief. First, let us dispose of those 2 corpses. They should attract a considerable number of zombies. We'll capture the remaining 4 later to prevent their escape. Lu Chen, quick-witted, immediately devised a plan. Don't worry, they won't get away. The group exchanged glances, then swiftly made their way to the first floor. As they descended, the pounding on the door grew louder. Quickly, lift the bodies to the balcony and throw them down. Wang Chao, throw them far. A few of the boys swiftly hoisted the 2 corpses and dashed to the second floor, while Jiang Songning retrieved 2 boxes of mineral water from her space. Together, they worked to wash away the bloodstains on the staircase. Once the bodies were discarded, the zombies pounding at the door immediately lost interest and dispersed. After resolving this, Jiang Songning sensed the locations of the remaining 4 individuals, confirming they were still on the 3rd floor, which reassured her. Wang Chao, let us deal with the remaining individuals. All right, we'll search floor by floor. I refuse to believe those beasts can sprout wings and fly away. Zhang Tao was the most enraged and eager among them. You all start searching from the 2nd floor. Those individuals likely won't risk hiding on the 1st floor. Wang Chao, Lu Chun, Su Lin, we'll check the 6th floor first. Remember, don't split up. Those men are formidable. Understood, junior sister. You all go ahead. I possess a firearm. There is nothing to fear. With Fang Jinyuan present, Jiang Songning harbors no anxiety whatsoever. Should any trouble arise, we shall fire our weapons, and upon hearing the sound, we will rush down to support you. Excellent. Jiang Songning and her companions ascended directly to the 6th floor, casually selecting a dormitory, forcefully kicking the door open. The room had already been ransacked, with belongings strewn haphazardly about. Unfazed, they proceeded to the balcony. Upon their arrival, they observed an alarming increase in the number of zombies below. Now numbering at least 300, the horde was still insufficient. We must devise a method to draw in more zombies. Su Lin surveyed the scene below with dissatisfaction. Liu Chan suggested, let us first test Wang Chao's capabilities. Otherwise, a single misstep could result in our building's destruction. The group scanned the dormitory, locating a suitcase, into which they stuffed various miscellaneous items, estimating the weight to be around 70 or 80 pounds. They carried the suitcase to the balcony. Liu Chen handed the suitcase to Wang Chao, urging him to see if he could throw it into the flower bed below. Wang Chao glanced at the flower bed and effortlessly lifted the suitcase, channeling all his strength into his arm before launching it downwards. The 3 watched anxiously as the suitcase thudded to the ground, landing approximately 30 to 40 meters away from the flower bed. Seeing such a short distance, Wang Chao felt disheartened, pondering what to do. It seemed unfeasible. Su Lin gently patted his shoulder in consolation, then turned to the silent Lu Qian and Jiang Songning, inquiring, "Jiang, Lu, do you have any thoughts?" Lu Qian, however, directed his gaze at Jiang Songning, asking, "Jiang, how many small gas canisters do you have in your space?" Jiang Songning instantly grasped his meaning, probing her spatial inventory with her consciousness. She discovered there were only 5 small canisters. The rest being larger ones. Let us utilize the 5 smaller ones first, then devise a strategy to attract more zombies. The others nodded in agreement. Su Lin, arms crossed, pondered for a moment, then remarked, "Jiang, don't you have a drone? Perhaps we could use it to create noise and draw the zombies in." Chapter 38. The plan succeeds. Jiang Songning marveled at Su Lin's suggestion. Had he possessed a more offensive ability, he might have assembled a formidable team. Unfortunately, in this post-apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme, and his powers rendered him a mere support. Moreover, Wang Chao's arrogance would prevent him from heeding Su Lin's commands. Jiang resolved to subtly influence Wang Chao's mindset, but who knows? Perhaps with his cunning, he might one day indeed forge a team. I happen to have 2 pieces of fresh beef in my space. Perhaps we could attach the meat to the drone and test it out. Although Jiang Songning had revealed her spatial abilities, she wished to keep her ample resources hidden from Su Lin. She retrieved the items, and Lu Qian and Su Lin began their preparations. As the drone ascended to the first floor, the zombies below caught wind of the blood scent and began to stir in response. The group exchanged excited glances. It was working. Lu Qian maneuvered the drone higher, directing it towards other dormitories. Upon reaching the entrance of another dorm, they observed an increased density of zombies, a terrifying sight indeed. They eagerly aimed to draw these zombies closer. The drone descended, and the zombies, alerted by its sounds and the faint scent of blood in the air, began to move restlessly. Fearing the zombies might lag behind, Lu Qian controlled the drone's speed with caution. After Fang Jinyuan and the others apprehended the 4 individuals, they brought them upstairs. Seeing Lu Qian and his team engrossed in their task, everyone anxiously monitored the scene on the computer screen. The zombies were moving en masse, appearing more terrifying than when they had been in a frenzy. After approximately an hour, the group could finally see the zombies not far away. Roughly estimating, along with the original 300 below. There were now around 700. Lu Qian retracted the drone, and Jiang Songning produced the gas canisters, handing them to Wang Chao. Wang Chao opened the valve slightly and then threw the canister downwards. The canister struck the concrete with a resounding clang, prompting the nearby zombies to lunge towards it. The individuals on the upper floors covered their ears, anxiously observing the unfolding situation below. After about 30 seconds, the previously inert canister detonated with a bang, sending smoke and debris billowing into the air, while the zombies were violently dismembered. The glass on the first and second floors shattered with a crisp sound, and the group quickly dropped to the ground, covering their ears. Simultaneously, occupants from other dormitories heard the commotion and rushed to the balconies to investigate. However, the distance rendered it impossible to discern anything. They merely noted that there were almost no zombies remaining below. Lin Shen and Yunnan, who had been monitoring the situation below, deduced that the drone had successfully diverted the zombies. That moment, hope dawned upon the survivors. After a couple of minutes, reassured that no further danger lurked, everyone hastily made their way to the balcony. Jiang Songning retrieved her binoculars to observe the scene below. The small square was a grim tableau, littered with dismembered zombie limbs and flesh. Jiang Songning nearly retched at the sight. Dozens of distant zombies remained, and the trees below had ignited. Everyone erupted in applause, celebrating their success. Now, we must deal with the remaining incapacitated zombies and extinguish the flames. The dormitory at S University is equipped with fire extinguishers on every floor, leaving Su Lin and Chen Huan to guard the 4 individuals. The rest of the group swiftly descended the stairs. Jiang Songning summoned a vehicle from her space, instructing Wei Zhe and Chen Xiaohai to retrieve the remaining survivors to assist and to collect additional fire extinguishers. Exercise caution around Building B. There may be advanced zombies within. Also, inquire if the individuals in Building G are willing to assist. If they refuse, gather all the fire extinguishers from their building. After issuing her instructions, she reminded Wei Zhe to carry a handgun. In case of an emergency, they would be able to rush to provide support upon hearing gunfire. Building B was only about 1,000 meters from Building A. Though uncertain of what awaited inside, Jiang Songning's curiosity grew, contemplating that once the majority of the zombies were dealt with, she would investigate the situation there. Once the remaining zombies were eradicated, they set about extinguishing the flames. Relieved that it was summer, making it less likely for the trees to ignite. After the fire was quelled, everyone awaited further developments, as more zombies were drawn in by the sound of the explosion. All eyes gleamed with excitement as they regarded the approaching zombies, which were not merely zombies but crystalline cores. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Songning strode towards Building B. Noticing her destination, Fang Jinyuan followed suit. "Ah-chun, you stay here to assist. I will accompany Jiang Songning to scout ahead." Throughout the journey, Jiang Songning utilized her mental powers to sense the conditions within Building B. Upon reaching the range of her mental perception, she halted, meticulously examining the building layer by layer. Fang Jinyuan, observing her intense focus on Building B, stood silently beside her. Jiang Songning discerned that there were at least 100 zombies within, and as she had suspected, a second-tier zombie resided there. Its specific abilities were still beyond her perception. There is indeed a second-tier zombie inside. Hearing this, Fang Jinyuan felt a moment of apprehension, but upon seeing Jiang Songning's excitement, his tension dissipated instantly. He refrained from questioning how she had come to this conclusion. "Do you know what its abilities are?" "I do not. But once we deal with the zombies in the teaching building, I must explore inside." "Very well, we will accompany you then." Jiang Songning was taken aback. She had intended to investigate alone but did not expect Fang Jinyuan to offer his company. However, she promptly declined. "No need, senior. I imagine you have matters to attend to, and I am capable of protecting myself." "Jiang Songning, I understand you harbor secrets and may not fully trust us, but we are not ungrateful. You have saved us multiple times. While I may not know Song Hao and Sister Huan well, both Azay and Ah-chan regard you as one of our own. We would never stand idly by while you take risks alone." Jiang Songning felt a sense of confusion upon hearing these words, unsure how to respond, and could only manage a nervous chuckle. Fang Jinyuan said no more, recognizing her cautious nature, and resolved to repay her kindness in due time. The two fell silent, only to be interrupted by the sound of approaching vehicles. They turned to descend towards Building A. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhe and Chen Xiaohai arrived with 2 vehicles full of people. Followed closely by a dozen zombies, Liu Chen instructed those without abilities to seek refuge behind the iron gate, while those endowed with powers remained to provide support. The few zombies were swiftly dealt with, and Wei Zhe and Chen Xiaohai departed once more. With no zombies present for the time being, Lu Chen guided the remaining individuals to the 4th floor. Why not the 5th or 6th? The 5th floor is littered with corpses, and the 6th floor still contains the 4 living individuals bound there. Should anyone recognize one of them, it could lead to complications. Chapter 39. The Rescue on the 4th Floor. Wang Chao's closest companion, Zhou Kai, kept watch, and the newcomers behaved themselves. At this juncture, Wang Chao was also uncharacteristically compliant, cooperating fully with Lu Chen. Wei Zhe and Chen Xiaohai made 3 trips before successfully bringing everyone over, including 8 individuals from Building G. By the time everyone had gathered, darkness had already fallen. The crowd did not rush to make introductions. Instead, they ascended the stairs together. Fearing potential disturbances, Jiang Songning took out several boxes of instant noodles and assigned Wang Chao's team to distribute them. At that moment, 2 representatives from Building G, Yunnan and Lin Shan, approached Lu Chen and his group. "Senior Lu, Senior Fang, greetings. I am Lin Shan, a first-year student from the music department, and this is my classmate, Yunnan." He then proceeded to introduce the other 6 individuals one by one. Liu Chen and Fang Jinyuan were renowned figures at S University, handsome and affluent, hence most people were familiar with them. Lu Chen inquired about their abilities. Among the 8 individuals, only 3 possessed special powers. Lin Shun had wood-based powers, Yunnan had metal-based powers, and another named Kong Ling wielded water-based powers. Jiang Songning noted that their complexions were ashen, indicative of a lack of nourishment. Observing their condition eased her worries significantly. She was not afraid of encountering villains, but dreaded meeting the brutish individuals from Building I, whom she could not tolerate. Ultimately, Lu Chen designated Zhou Kai to oversee the ordinary individuals, instructing them to proceed to the 7th floor, while the ability users remained on the 6th floor to convene and arrange for the following day's tasks. After a long day, hunger struck, and everyone began to devour the instant noodles. Su Lin seized the opportunity to inform the newcomers about their current plans. Once everyone had finished their meal, Lu Chen commenced the discussion. It was clear to everyone that their imminent challenge involved the dwindling number of zombies in the male dormitory. They would need to attract the zombies from outside the building the following day. However, using drones to lure the zombies was impractical due to the distance. They would need individuals to drive and attract the zombies instead. Wei raised his hand, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, my driving skills are quite good. I will go attract the zombies." Su Lin promptly produced a map of S University and hung it on a nearby stand. Attracting zombies required skill. Luring just 200 or 300 could pose a problem, as they would likely exhaust their supply of gas canisters. Therefore, they would need to dispatch 2 vehicles. The current status outside remained uncertain, so the individuals chosen to attract the zombies would undoubtedly face some danger. Jiang Songning examined the map, recalling her observations from the previous night. The female dormitory was adjacent to the courtyard wall, and the road leading from the male dormitory led directly to the chemistry building. Allowing for a split operation, one vehicle could draw the zombies from the female dormitory while another attracted those from the chemistry building. Fang Jinyuan interjected, "We have no idea how many zombies are out there. If one vehicle attracts too many, the other will be in peril." Wei looked at everyone incredulously, stating, "I will head upstairs in Building G and release the drone to assess the situation around the female dormitory and the chemistry building." The group finally grasped the plan, prompting Lu Qian to awkwardly cough into his hand. Clearly, fatigue had set in. Wei glanced triumphantly at Lu Chun, remarking, "You all tend to overcomplicate simple matters." Liu Qian shot a dismissive look at the boastful Wei. "In that case, at dawn tomorrow, Wei and I will survey the surroundings of Building G. Lin Shun and Yunnan exchanged glances before rising to their feet. "Senior Lu, we shall accompany you. We are familiar with that area." "Very well. Everyone is exhausted from today. Find a bed and rest. The dormitory next door is occupied by a few individuals. Do not enter." The newcomers asked no further questions and casually selected a dormitory to rest in. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Songning lay down as well. She experienced a dreamless night, awakening to find Wei and Lu Chun had already left, leaving only Chen Huan waiting for her to wake. Jiang Songning lamented, tapping her forehead. Under such circumstances, she had managed to sleep soundly. Jiang, you're awake? Come, have a sip of water." Jiang Songning accepted the cup and took a sip. "Thank you. Huan Jia, by the way. Where are they?" "Lu Chun and Wei have gone to Building G. Jinyuan took the others to deal with the zombies downstairs and to collect some crystal cores." Jiang Songning rose and walked to the balcony, where she indeed spotted Fang Jinyuan and his group below. Fortunately, there were not many zombies left, and they were nearly dealt with. Chen Huan handed a piece of bread to Jiang Songning, who began to eat it. Noting the dwindling presence of zombies downstairs, she refrained from going to assist, seizing the opportunity to enter the space with her mind and feed the chickens and ducks before checking on her crops. She discovered that her vegetables were nearly ready for harvest, so she collected them all and planted tomatoes, corn, and wheat instead. The recently harvested vegetables would suffice for a while, and she planned to grow more staple foods like wheat and rice in the future. Observing Jiang Songning with her eyes closed, Chen Huan assumed she had fallen asleep again. Thus her movements became gentler. Sensing Chen Huan's actions, Jiang Songning opened her eyes. "Huan Jia, I am not asleep. You need not worry about disturbing me." "All right, I just checked other floors. There are quite a few supplies left in this building. Blankets, clothing, and such. Jiang, would you like to collect some?" Jiang Songning recalled that she had ample new blankets in her space and felt slightly uncomfortable using items that others had slept on. "No need, Huan Jia. I have gathered enough blankets and clothes in my space for the time being. Then I shall search for suitable supplies. Chim, please be careful and call out if you need anything." After Chen Huan departed, Jiang Songning used her mental energy to survey the entire building. Finding no abnormalities, she felt reassured and closed her eyes again to tend to her crops in the space. Approximately an hour later, raucous noises erupted from downstairs, indicating that Fang Jinyuan and his group had returned. Jiang Songning had also completed her tasks in the space. She stepped out of her room and called for Fang Jinyuan, who approached her. "Qian and the others are back. Let us head to the conference room." Jiang Songning nodded, picking up Tang Yuan and making her way to the conference room. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Lu Chen finally began to speak. "We have just surveyed the area. There are approximately 300 to 400 zombies near the female dormitory. However, they are quite dispersed, making it challenging to attract them all. The zombies near the chemistry building number only 200 to 300. Currently, most of the zombies are concentrated on the sports field. The main entrance of the female dormitory is in close proximity to the chemistry building. We should toss one of them over there. Once the zombies hear the commotion, we can lure them all in. As soon as Jiang Songning uttered these words, those privy to the situation fell silent, while those unaware looked at her in fear. Unfazed by others' opinions, Jiang Songning felt no guilt towards such individuals. After all, she had no intention of allowing them to live. Such people, once released, could lead to the demise of many more. Furthermore, given that those individuals possess special abilities, they absolutely could not be let loose. Chapter 40. Dispute Sister Jiang. Won't this be too cruel? How are we different from them? Song Hao timidly spoke up. They cooked their classmates and alumni for food without a hint of mercy. Did you not see how many heads were inside? In just half a month of the apocalypse, there were 7 heads. Jiang Songning recalled that scene, her wrath ignited. She struggled to control her emotions, remembering how she had found Miao Miao. The others were utterly shocked by Jiang Songning's words, the newcomers astounded that such brutality transpired so close to them. Fang Jingyuan, noticing Jiang Songning's distress, immediately stood up, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Jiang Xuan. We will not allow those 4 to leave S University alive. Song Hao simply feels this approach is too ruthless. Jiang Songning closed her eyes, striving to maintain her composure and adjust her mood. Song Hao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you just now. Song Hao awkwardly interjected. No need for apologies, Sister Jiang. It is I who failed to recognize reality. You are only trying to save more lives. Those 4 deserve to die. We might as well put them to good use. Haha. Having experienced the previous life, Jiang Songning's moral threshold was not particularly high. She recognized her own selfishness. Her collaboration with him was ultimately to secure her own escape. Song Hao, I am not doing this to save others. I am doing this to ensure my own survival at S University. Wei Zhe could not bear to see Jiang Songning in such a state. Sister Jiang, regardless of your motives, your contributions are the most significant. Without your vehicle, gas canisters, drones, and food, who knows how many would escape alive? I cannot speak for others, but whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Wang Chao chimed in, exactly. We are keeping those beasts alive for this moment. What are you hesitating for? Following Wang Chao's words, everyone lowered their heads, some in agreement and others in dissent. Ultimately, Lu Chon stood up that I support Jiang Shuemei's method. Although it is somewhat cruel, even if we do not use them to attract zombies, I will not allow them to live. After Lu Qin's declaration, Su Lin also stepped forward in agreement. Everyone, this is an apocalypse. Human order has collapsed, and evil is rampant. We do not know when the end will come. It is not wrong to retain our original intentions, but we cannot be soft-hearted. Everyone has valid points. There is no right or wrong. Jiang Shuemei's actions are justified. Those individuals deserve their fate. Furthermore, we can save more people. Song Hao is not wrong. He simply has yet to truly comprehend the cruelty of the apocalypse. Allowing such individuals to live will lead to more innocent lives lost in their hands, especially since they all possess special abilities. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, everyone began to engage in animated discussions, although the majority expressed their agreement. Jiang Songning felt that Su Lin's emotional intelligence was truly remarkable. He managed to avoid offending either side while praising both factions and elevating the conversation to such lofty heights that even dissenters felt their actions were justified as a means to save more lives. A few beasts, after all, were expendable. With a consensus reached, Lu Chon commenced organizing the implementation of their plan. In a bid to demonstrate his unwavering support for Jiang Songning, Wei Zhe volunteered to take someone outside. The individual, unaware of their intentions, could do nothing but plead for mercy, exclaiming, "Zhou Kai, we are brothers. Please, intercede for me and convince them to spare my life. I realize my mistakes. I promise to never err again." Zhou Kai, understanding the gravity of their actions, delivered a swift kick to the man, cursing, "Damn it, you despicable creature, don't even think about claiming to know me." Wei Zhe and Wang Chao proceeded to escort the man downstairs, whereupon they bound him with ropes as soon as they entered the vehicle. Jiang Songning, feeling somewhat disheartened, stood on the balcony, lost in thought as she gazed at the sky. Fang Jingyuan approached her. Keeping her company in silence, at that moment, Jiang Songning felt a twinge of discomfort within. Song Hao's words had indeed awakened her to a troubling realization. She had seemingly strayed further from her true self, her moral compass diminishing with each passing day. She feared that one day, she too might transform into someone like them. Where does the junior intend to go after leaving? A city. Fang Jingyuan was taken aback to learn that Jiang Songning was also headed to a city. We are going to a city as well. Would you care to join us on the journey? Jiang Songning raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to recruit me? Yes, I am indeed. Aren't you afraid that one day I might cast you all aside to divert the zombies' attention? Fang Jingyuan looked at her earnestly. You wouldn't do that. Suddenly, Jiang Songning burst into laughter. Senior, you overestimate me. I am a person who will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Who knows, perhaps one day when you no longer hold any value to me, I might just abandon you all. Junior, there's no need for such thoughts. I am unaware of your past experiences that have led you to become this way, but I believe you possess a conscience. You would never harm the innocent. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, survival often necessitates ruthless measures. Perhaps one day, I too will become a beast. As for the future, who can predict it? Jiang Songning's lips twitched slightly, ultimately uttering, it seems we are not well acquainted. Indeed, we are not. However, my impression of you, Jiang, is that of a shy, innocent, and kind-hearted young woman, one who would volunteer at nursing homes whenever she had the time. I believe someone like you could not possibly stray too far into darkness. Upon hearing Fang Jingyuan mention the nursing home, Jiang Songning was reminded of her past self, who frequently engaged in volunteer work. So many memories had faded away in the wake of the apocalypse, including the very essence of who she once was. I will consider it. No rush. Jiang Songning retrieved a pair of binoculars from her space. Surveying the surroundings, she soon spotted Wei Zhe returning in a vehicle, trailed closely by dozens of zombies, one of whom was moving at an alarming speed, nearly matching the car's pace. Wei Zhe and the others are in danger. As soon as she voiced her concern, everyone who had not yet descended rushed downstairs, armed and ready. The vehicle drew closer, the fast-moving zombie finally abandoning its pursuit of the car upon noticing the crowd below. Jiang Songning handed her gun to Fang Jingyuan, who aimed for the zombie's head, but his shot went awry due to its rapid movement. As the zombie approached, Jiang Songning utilized her wood-based abilities to bind its legs. Others attempted to assist, but their efforts fell short as the zombie's speed proved too great. Jiang Songning launched another attack with her powers, seizing the opportunity to momentarily halt the creature for 2 seconds. Fang Jingyuan took aim once more and fired. The zombie collapsed instantly. Song Hao rushed forward to extract the white crystal nucleus, handing it directly to Fang Jingyuan. Since Fang Jingyuan had dealt the fatal blow, the crystal rightfully belonged to him, leaving the others to watch enviously. Chapter 41. The second zombie explosion. With the zombie eliminated, they noticed more than a dozen low-tier zombies approaching, and everyone, invigorated, began to slaughter them while collecting nuclei. The 40 or so zombies were swiftly dispatched by the 20 or so individuals present, and no one complained about the low-tier nuclei. After all, they were a valuable source of energy. Once they had dealt with the pursuing zombies, the group returned upstairs to the conference room. What's the situation over there? Lu Chen refrained from disclosing specific details, simply stating that their method was effective. A Zay can attract the zombies again in 20 minutes. But I have noticed several first-tier zombies outside. We initially planned to wait until they gathered before returning, but this unforeseen complication has arisen. Regardless, the speedster zombie has been dealt with. The others, even if they are first-tier, are not much faster than an average person and cannot outrun a vehicle. The others nodded in agreement. In a moment, Zay and I will go attract the zombies. You all prepare to provide support? Given the increase in first-tier zombies, we must exercise greater caution, Jiang Songning declared. Fang Jingyuan recognized her ability to foresee danger and nodded in agreement. All right, just be careful. When the time arrived, Jiang Songning and Wei Zhe descended together, while Fang Jingyuan and the others waited for them on the first floor. As they approached the dormitory entrance, the number of zombies multiplied. Jiang Songning remained vigilant, using her mental powers to assess the surroundings. Zhe, we're ready. Wei Zhe drove the car back, honking the horn incessantly. The sound attracted the nearby zombies, who hurried towards them. As the zombies approached within 200 meters, Wei Zhe accelerated towards Building A. While Jiang Songning occasionally tossed out pieces of fresh pork, Wei Zhe, feeling a pang of sympathy, joked, it seems the zombies are happier than I am. Stop envying them. Once we get out, we'll treat ourselves to a hot pot feast. How does that sound? That sounds fantastic. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Long live Sister Jiang. You are the most beautiful person in the world. Don't worry, Sister Jiang. I've recently gathered quite a few nuclei. and I'll make sure you get your share. Jiang Soning appreciated Wei Zai's spirited nature and was happy to provide him with food. All right, enough flattery, just focus on driving, as you command. As they arrived at Building B, Jiang Soning sensed that the second-tier zombie was still present. The iron gate at the base of Building B was locked, presumably the reason the zombie could not escape. Second-tier zombies retain some human instincts, but ultimately, they remain mindless creatures. After passing Building B, Wei Zai accelerated, and Jiang Soning continued to toss out pieces of pork, confident that the zombies would follow. Everyone awaited their return below, and once the two reappeared, they quickly locked the door and rushed to the 6th floor. Lu Chun had been observing the zombies from above through binoculars, estimating there to be around 500 of them. Fang Jingyuan remarked, "Once we deal with these 500, we can move on to those in the playground." "Senior, when you entered that night, did you estimate how many zombies might be in the school?" "I don't know, but there should be around 700 to 800 in the playground. Our school is quite large, with many dispersed areas, so the exact number remains unclear. Furthermore, zombies have been wandering about, and some may have inadvertently escaped the school." Upon hearing these figures, everyone felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of how many survivors remained within the school. After all, the combined number of students and staff exceeded 10,000. This damn apocalypse. Su Lin attempted to console everyone. "All right, what is done is done. Let us not dwell on it, at least we are still alive. And many students from other dormitories have survived as well. Moreover, quite a few locals managed to escape in their cars. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we imagine." Jiang Soning continued to observe the situation below. Disregarding the others' lamentations, as the zombies reached Building B, they began to disperse. "Wang Chao, throw that object down." Wang Chao complied, tossing the object from the adjacent building, causing many to instinctively shut their eyes in fear. The scent of blood quickly drew the nearby zombies in, and those further away also converged upon the noise. Wang Chao repeated his previous actions, tossing down a gas canister. The zombies lunged once more, but this time everyone, having learned from experience, covered their ears and crouched down. Boom. An explosion echoed from below, shaking the building. After a couple of minutes of silence, with no further explosions, everyone cautiously approached the balcony to survey the scene. Most of the zombies below had been dealt with only a few having been knocked away by the shockwave of the blast. Liu Chun, wary of a potential second explosion from the gas canister, decided to wait another 10 minutes. "We will descend in 10 minutes to eliminate the remaining zombies below. Wang Chao, have Zhou Kai lead the ordinary people to extinguish the fires." "Understood." As time ticked away, the group finally descended, discovering the ground strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Those with weaker stomachs turned away to vomit. Wei Yunan, unable to bear the sight any longer, implored, "Senior Liu, shouldn't we devise a plan to address this situation?" Jiang Soning, unhurried, produced 2 packs of medical masks to distribute to the others. Some protested, "How can we deal with this in such a disgusting manner? Let us focus on eliminating the zombies first." Lu Chun suggested, momentarily stumped for a better solution. As he finished speaking, the others ceased their disputes and began addressing the remaining zombies. Scattered across the ground were several fallen crystal cores, which would belong to whoever collected them. Jiang Soning, while dispatching the zombies, gathered the crystal cores. By the time they cleared the zombies downstairs, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone's appetite had waned. Jiang Soning, accustomed to such circumstances, felt no discomfort and simply devoured a pack of instant noodles. "Wei Zai, let us venture outside to assess the situation. I will accompany you." Lu Chun rose, eager to join them. "No need. Remain here and keep watch, ready to assist if necessary. We shall investigate the situation with the zombies over there. And if feasible, we can lure the ones from the playground towards us." The two of them escorted the blonde-haired boy downstairs and drove directly towards the large playground. At present, only a few dozen zombies roamed near the boys' dormitory, while the remaining survivors from other dormitories began to emerge to clear the zombies below. Jiang Soning and Wei Zai paid them no mind and proceeded towards the playground. As they approached the teaching buildings, the number of zombies increased, and by the time they reached the playground, dozens more had followed them. Upon observing the situation at the playground, Wei Zai turned back. "Jiang Jia, should we lure those zombies back?" "Yes, slow down. I will drop the blonde." Wei Zai reduced the speed of the vehicle, and without hesitation, Jiang Soning made a cut on the blonde's body. Under his desperate gaze, she cast him out of the vehicle. The blonde attempted to struggle, but bound and powerless, he could only despairingly try to scream, his mouth gagged. The nearby zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, lunged at him, and he was swiftly engulfed by the horde. The surrounding zombies, upon seeing the vehicle, followed suit. As the zombies from the teaching buildings approached, Wei accelerated. Remember to honk the horn when we reach the dormitory entrance. Understood. Wait, Zhang Jie, you didn't throw any meat this time. How come the zombies are still following us? Just now, the blonde's blood splattered onto the vehicle. This time, their attempt to attract the zombies proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with no speedy zombies encountered. Upon arriving at the base of Building A, Jiang Songning stored the vehicle away before heading upstairs. Seeing the zombies arrive downstairs, Lu Chun tossed another gas canister. Once it exploded, everyone instinctively knew what to do, proceeding in an orderly fashion with their tasks. This time, Jiang Songning did not descend, nor did Lu Chun. When he noticed that everyone else had gone downstairs, Lu Chun finally spoke up. Jiang Shuemei, have you considered what Yuan mentioned? Jiang Songning no longer declined. She agreed to join, but added, however, if I wish to leave one day, you cannot stop me. Upon hearing this response, Lu Chun smiled and extended his hand. Jiang Shuemei, may our collaboration be fruitful. Jiang Songning did not hesitate, replying, indeed, may it be so. They exchanged smiles and resumed observing the situation below. I believe we should be able to eliminate most of the zombies by tomorrow. That seems likely. In a bit, Wei Zhe and I will check the situation again. If possible, it would be best to resolve the remaining zombies today. Time waits for no one. Once we leave the school, we must gather more supplies. The further we go, the more challenging it becomes to collect resources. Lu Chun glanced at his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Is there enough time? Even if time is short, we must still assess the situation and gauge the number of zombies remaining. With so many living people in the school, we have already dealt with most of them. If there aren't too many left, we shall let them fend for themselves. Otherwise, even if they escape, they face certain death. The outside world is hardly safer than the school. Indeed, I haven't ventured outside since the apocalypse. I was rather naive. Things seem to be settling downstairs. I shall take my leave now. Stay vigilant. All right, be safe. Jiang Songning took the last remaining survivor, a bald man, and located Wei Zhe, and together they drove away from the dormitory. Outside, the number of zombies had diminished significantly. There were still several hundred scattered near the teaching buildings. For those within, attempting to exit was now neither too difficult nor too easy. As the two approached a teaching building, they spotted 2 filthy girls anxiously waving at their vehicle from the roadside. Zhang Jie, what should we do? Ignore them. We have more pressing matters. Jiang Songning had no intention of rescuing them indiscriminately, having already done her part. She was no saint. The 2 girls, initially excited to see the vehicle, erupted in curses as it drove away. Wei Zhe caught wind of their vitriol, exclaiming, Teske, Zhang Jie, you were right. Those 2 clearly aren't good people. Jiang Songning refrained from commenting, as the girls watched the vehicle fade into the distance. One grasped the other in fear. Yeah, what should we do? Jia. Let us head back to the dormitory and check with that. They sprinted towards the dormitory, but before long, zombies surrounded them. Panic-stricken, they dashed away, only for the one named Chenyu to shove Jia to the ground. Ah, Chenyu, save me. Seizing the opportunity, Chenyu escaped, leaving Jia to be instantly swallowed by the horde. Jiang Songning and Wei Zhe remained oblivious to this unfolding tragedy. The two circled the various teaching buildings and discovered approximately 1,000 zombies scattered about, but none clustered together. Jiang Songning made a small incision on the bald man's body, allowing blood to flow out the car window. The wandering zombies, catching the scent of blood, converged upon them. Wei Zhe navigated the vehicle around the teaching buildings, successfully attracting the majority of the zombies. Throughout their journey, Jiang Songning utilized her mental prowess to survey the situation within the buildings. Almost every teaching block housed survivors. Each building at S University had several vending machines stocked with snacks and beverages. Those trapped could endure for at least half a month, which was not overly difficult. Some individuals peered out from the windows, watching Jiang Songning and Wei Zhe's actions with excitement, waving to them. Zhang Jie, we saved quite a number of people this time. When I return to City A, I must tell my parents. They should know that their son has rescued many. Seeing Wei Zhe's blissful expression as he mentioned his family, Jiang Songning thought of her brother, Jiang Songyin, wondering how he was faring. Your parents will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Indeed, I wonder how my parents are doing. Thankfully, my elder sister is at home with them. Speaking of family, Wei Zai's mood soured slightly. Jiang Soning patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, they will be fine. Yes, as they noticed the growing number of zombies in the rearview mirror, their light-hearted conversation ceased, replaced by a more serious demeanor. Jiang Soning maintained her vigilant watch over their surroundings. Approaching the dormitory building, she spotted a small cluster of zombies near the playground and seized the opportunity to throw the bald man out. Wei Zai slowed the vehicle, as the bald man was overwhelmed by the zombies. Their frenzy intensified, prompting them to quicken their pace. Jiang Soning estimated that at least 700 or 800 zombies had followed, indicating that they would need 2 gas canisters this time. Upon reaching Building B, Wei Zai accelerated. With the sky darkening, anxiety grew among those inside the dormitory. Jiang Soning and Wei Zai had been gone for over 2 hours. Liu Chun, spotting their vehicle approaching, finally felt relieved. Yuan hurried down to assist them. Upon their arrival at the dormitory, they headed upstairs to prepare. As the zombies drew nearer, Wang Chao hurled a gas canister with all his might. After the explosion, everyone looked on. A couple of hundred zombies remained unscathed in the distance. Wang Chao tossed the last small gas canister, but due to the wide spread of the zombies, dozens still remained. After waiting 10 minutes, they finally descended to eliminate the remaining zombies. Jiang Soning, finding the ground floor too filthy, chose not to join them. Chapter 43. Parting once everyone returned, Liu Chun summoned them to the conference room. Thank you all for your hard work. Through our collective efforts, we have managed to eliminate the majority of the zombies in the school. Hooray! This is wonderful. We can finally leave this place. Several individuals were so overwhelmed with emotion that they wept, while those who did not shed tears had reddened eyes. After the excitement subsided, thunderous applause erupted. We are all thrilled, but as an alumnus, I must remind everyone, although we can now venture outside, the dangers remain. Today, our operation has concluded successfully, but tomorrow we shall part ways. The road ahead is long, and I hope to see all of you again after this apocalypse. Over the past few days, bonds had formed among them, and the thought of parting left many feeling reluctant. One individual gazed at Liu Chun with fervor. Senior Liu, may I join you? Liu Chun shook his head. Yuan and I are going to find our families, so we won't be traveling together. However, Jiang Shui may mention that there are military bases being established at Yunhai Villa. For those with nowhere to go, it would be advantageous to head there sooner rather than later. Upon hearing about the base, Wang Chao's mind sparked with ideas. Recognizing that Liu Chun and his group were unwilling to form a team, he began seeking allies, persuading others to join him in creating a new group. Jiang Soning had little opinion on his plans. Wang Chao was brave yet lacking in strategy, his character somewhat questionable, but in this apocalypse, he was still a rare good person. Liu Chun and Wang Chao exchanged a few words. Then the 6 of them gathered their belongings and descended the stairs. Just as they reached the ground floor, Su Lin hurried over. Liu Senior, wait. The group turned to see Su Lin catching up. Is there something you need, Su classmate? You aren't planning to head to the Yunhai Villa base, are you? May I inquire about your destination? Liu Chun and Fang Jinyuan exchanged glances before Liu Chun finally replied. A city. Upon hearing that they were going to a city, Su Lin's face fell for a brief moment. All right, I've noted that. After I leave this time, I will find a way to get to H City. If there's a chance to visit a city in the future, we shall meet again. Goodbye then. Oh, and be cautious around Building B. It's quite dangerous, so do not enter. Thank you for the reminder, Liu Senior. The group then drove directly to Building C, intending to rest for the night before checking out Building B the next day. They found an empty dormitory on the 2nd floor. Jiang Soning surveyed the entirety of Building C and noted that there were survivors on the 5th and 6th floors, while other levels housed about a dozen living zombies. These zombies were of a lower tier, and Jiang Soning paid them little mind. Once everyone had settled in, Jiang Soning took out a sumptuous meal from her space: boiled fish, sweet and sour ribs, a plate of stir-fried meat, and 2 plates of vegetables, along with 2 bowls of rice for each person. Sister Jiang, how come you have everything in your space? Fang Jinyuan kicked Wei Zai lightly. Stop talking so much. Jiang Soning merely smiled without offering an explanation, understanding Wei Zai's nature. The group, weary from the day's exertions, blocked the door with a nearby wardrobe and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without dreams. At dawn, Jiang Soning was awakened by the sounds from downstairs, prompting the others to gradually rouse from their slumber. Upon reaching the balcony, they discovered Wang Chao leading a group of people outside. As a few zombies still lingered in the school, the group greeted Jiang Soning with waves, and upon seeing their vibrant energy, she returned the gesture. Once they had moved on, the others began to wash up and prepare for their trip to Building B. As they were about to leave, Chun Huan hesitated before speaking. Jinyuan, I want to check the girls' dormitory for my sister. All right, we can first investigate the girls' dormitory and then proceed to Building B. No need. You all can go to Building B. I can manage on my own. There aren't many zombies left in the school. I'll be fine. Sister Huan, there's no need to be polite. We are a team, and it's only right to act together. Besides, your ability isn't offensive. We can't let you go alone. Chun Huan had always felt that her ability was a burden, striving to care for everyone, and everyone noticed. Thank you, everyone. How about we split up? I can go with Lu Sr. to check on Building B while you drive to find Sister Huan's sister. We can't all fit in one vehicle. As soon as Jiang Soning proposed this, the others nodded in agreement. They left one vehicle for Wang Chao and his group, as they currently had only one car, which posed a problem. Once downstairs, Jiang Soning produced a vehicle from her space, and after they departed, she and Lu Chun headed straight towards Building B. The zombies downstairs had been cleared by Wang Chao and his team, rendering them nearly invisible. The survivors from other buildings also descended, preparing to leave, and it seemed as if the campus was once again inhabited. Upon reaching the foot of Building B, Jiang Soning utilized her abilities to assess the situation inside. This time, her observation was meticulous, noting that one zombie occupied the 7th floor. Each floor had about 10 zombies, with the first floor housing the most, approximately 20. Junior, what's our plan? There are quite a few zombies inside. We need to find a way to deal with them to prevent any from escaping. All right, we'll wait for Yuan and the others to arrive before going up. It's a good opportunity to collect some crystal cores. Jiang Soning nodded, retrieving small electric scooters from her space. Senior, let us take a ride and see if we can gather some supplies. Lu Chen looked awkwardly at the small electric scooter before Jiang Soning realized. Senior, you don't know how to ride it. Lu Chen nodded sheepishly. A Yuan and I both have cars parked by the faculty dormitory. Let us retrieve them. Jiang Soning resignedly hopped onto the scooter, allowing Lu Chen to sit behind her. The faculty dormitory was not far from the boys' dormitory. As Jiang Soning rode the scooter out, they encountered several classmates, both male and female, each with pallid faces and disheveled appearances. Yet their spirits seemed relatively intact. Most of the zombies on campus had been dealt with by these individuals. Upon arriving at the faculty dormitory, they found many vehicles parked haphazardly, some even damaged. Lu Chun located his car and gazed at the scratched door with a pained expression. Upon seeing his flashy vehicle, Jiang Soning couldn't help but grimace. In the apocalypse, driving that car would surely attract hordes of zombies. She had no desire to store it in her space, fearing it would occupy too much room. After Lu Chun had lamented enough, he turned to Jiang Soning. Jiang Jr., I appreciate your help. Chapter 44. Collecting instruments. Jiang Soning resignedly stored Lu Chun's eye-catching sports car in her space. It was no wonder she had forgotten that Lu Chun had been quite the dandy before the apocalypse. His former luxury sports car had made quite a stir at school. Lu Chun searched around, but could not find Fang Jingyuan's vehicle. It seemed Yuan's car had been taken by someone else. Jiang Soning glanced around at the remaining vehicles, all battered and broken, deeming them unnecessary to store in her space. Never mind, let us figure out a way to find another car. Jiang Soning was not inclined to bring out her RV. Driving it through the city would be troublesome, and she did not wish to share her belongings. As the saying goes, a grain of rice brings kindness, a bushel brings enmity. She worried that if she provided everything, they might come to expect her resources to be available without conditions. Exiting the faculty dormitory, Jiang Soning headed straight for the school infirmary to collect any medicines. As the pressing concern for everyone was survival, and medicines were lifesavers in the apocalypse. Upon reaching the infirmary, she found it in disarray, with medicine strewn everywhere. Jiang Soning did not hesitate and gathered all the relatively clean supplies into her space. She also did not overlook the medical equipment within the infirmary. Although she was unsure how to use it, it could be exchanged for supplies at a base in the future. Seeing Jiang Soning's industriousness, Lu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. Witnessing her actions sparked an idea in Lu Chen's mind. Jiang Jr., our department's lab has quite a bit of equipment. Those items could be immensely useful in the future. Shall we go collect them too? Jiang Soning considered this. Her space was large enough to accommodate all the equipment, and those items were invaluable in the apocalypse. All right, let us go. They spent 2 hours traversing various classrooms, gathering all the equipment from the school into her space. Su Xiaofeng, also possessing spatial abilities, had heard rumors that his space was only a few dozen square meters. He harbored doubts about Jiang Soning, yet refrained from asking. When they returned to the boys' dormitory, Fang Jingyuan and the others had been waiting for a while, their expressions rather grim. Jiang Soning noticed a girl standing beside Chen Huan, whom she recognized as one of the 2 girls she had encountered with Wei Zhe the day before. Recalling the insults hurled at her and Wei Zhe, she felt her initial goodwill evaporate. However, when the girl spotted Jiang Soning and Lu Chun, her previously sour expression transformed into an exaggeratedly bright smile, reminiscent of a dramatic face change in a Sichuan opera. Jiang Soning halted the scooter as they surrounded her. "Sister Jiang, where have you been?" "I went with Lu Sr. to retrieve his car." Fang Jingyuan rolled his eyes. "What's the use of taking that car?" Jiang Soning wholeheartedly agreed, giving Fang Jingyuan a thumbs up. Lu Chun, displeased by the disparagement of his beloved vehicle, retorted, "My car is a limited edition. Once the apocalypse is over, it will be a collector's item, truly priceless." This was the first time Jiang Soning had seen Lu Chun so flustered, prompting a chuckle from her. Nearby, Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration upon seeing Lu Chun. Ignoring the others, she boldly approached and pushed Jiang Soning aside. Taken aback by her rudeness, Jiang Soning stumbled back a couple of steps, thankfully colliding with Wei Zhe. Chen Yu shot Jiang Soning a glare before instantly adopting a sweet smile. "Lu Sr., hello. Do you remember me?" Jiang Soning and Wei Zhe exchanged glances, then simultaneously shrugged their shoulders. Witnessing Chen Yu's earlier actions, Lu Chen felt no fondness for her but maintained a polite demeanor. "I'm sorry, I don't recall. I'm Chen Yu, a member of the basketball cheerleading squad that I cheer for you during every match. And we even had meals together." Chen Huan tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve, attempting to dissuade her, but Chen Yu paid no heed. "I see. Jiang Jr., it's about time. Shall we head upstairs?" Jiang Soning nodded in agreement. "This time, let Sister Huan and Haozi wait for us downstairs. As for Sister Huan's sister, who lacks abilities, she can also wait downstairs," Fang Jingyuan suggested, and no one objected. "Haozi, make sure to look after Sister Huan and the others." Song Hao nodded affirmatively. As a group was about to depart, Chen Yu voiced her dissatisfaction. "Wait." The others turned to her. "Chen Xuemei, is there something on your mind?" "Lu Shuizhong, may I accompany you?" Chen Yu insisted. "Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I can slay zombies too." Upon her declaration, Chen Huan immediately grasped her arm. "Yu, what are you thinking? It's dangerous inside. You have no special abilities. What would you do up there?" Chen Yu, pouting, clung to Chen Huan's hand and said, "Oh, sister, I can take care of myself. Look, I've survived this long, haven't I? I can fight zombies too. We're all part of the same team. I can't always rely on you for protection. Please let me go." Chen Huan looked troubled, glancing at Fang Jingyuan. "Shuizhong, Yu has a point. Perhaps we should let her come with us. We can handle the lower-tier zombies together. We can't always have you shielding us." Fang Jingyuan pondered for a moment, exchanged a glance with Lu Chun, and ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right, but once we're inside, make sure to stick close to us." Jiang Songning stored the vehicle in her space and released Tang Yuan Air. Aware that combat was imminent, Tang Yuan Air immediately transformed into a formidable figure. The others were unfazed, but upon seeing Tang Yuan Air, Chen Yu screamed in terror. "Ah, so frightening." Her sharp, piercing voice caused Jiang Songning to frown in displeasure. Chen Huan sought to reassure her. "Yu, Tang Yuan Air is a mutated dog. There's no need to be afraid." Chen Yu shrugged off Chen Huan's hand and dashed towards Lu Chun, who deftly sidestepped her. Upon seeing Lu Chun evade her, Chen Yu's terrified expression quickly morphed into one of utter grievance. "Yu, enough. We have important matters to attend to." Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude at Lu Chen's darkened countenance. Lu Chun shot them a glare. "Let us go." Chen Huan awkwardly tugged at Chen Yu before following suit, perplexed by her sister's sudden change in demeanor. Upon reaching the entrance of Building B, Fang Jingyuan retrieved a key and unlocked the door. Despite their cautious movements, the noise attracted the attention of the zombies on the first floor. Let us deal with the first-floor zombies at the entrance. Chapter 45. Entering Building B, around 20 zombies on the first floor, alerted by the noise, roared and lunged toward the door. The group positioned themselves at the entrance, wielding their machetes, swiftly targeting the zombies' heads. Jiang Songning utilized her abilities, ensnaring the approaching zombies with her vines, and the group worked seamlessly together. With the formidable presence of Tang Yuan Air, the lower-tier zombies were dispatched in no time. Once the zombies were dealt with, they extracted the crystal nuclei before ascending to the second floor. Jiang Songning employed her mental powers to assess the surroundings. The zombies on the second floor, disturbed by the commotion below, were unable to descend due to being low-tier. As the group began their ascent, zombies began to tumble down the staircase one after another. Tang Yuan Air, upon spotting the falling zombies, charged to the forefront and swiftly eliminated them. Its massive size filled the entire hallway, making it difficult for the others to proceed. Once it had dispatched the fallen zombies, Jiang Songning spoke up. Tang Yuan Air, take it easy. There are bigger threats above. Reluctantly, Tang Yuan Air reverted to its original form. The group, focused on the zombies, failed to notice that Chenyu, trailing behind, was glaring at Jiang Songning with displeasure. Sensing the hostility, Jiang Songning turned to find Chenyu donning a sweet smile once more. Although Jiang Songning didn't see it, her intuition told her that something was amiss. Being a psychic type, she could often detect others' negative feelings. Having collaborated with the group for some time, she felt she understood everyone, except for the newcomer, Chenyu, and she was uncertain of how she had offended her. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, simply wary. The group arrived on the 5th floor cautiously, with Jiang Songning maintaining her vigilance. They replenished their abilities with the crystal nuclei, aware that a second-tier zombie was likely lurking above. They entered a dormitory and closed the door behind them, beginning to restore their powers. Jiang Songning provided a few nuclei to Tang Yuan Air, who lay on the floor, placing the nuclei beneath its belly. Eyes wide and tongue lolling, amusingly absorbing the energy, Jiang Songning found the sight quite amusing, but withheld her laughter to spare Tang Yuan Air's pride. It was Wei Zhe's first time witnessing Tang Yuan Air absorbing nuclei, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Yuan Air, noticing Wei Zhe's amusement, bared its teeth and prepared to charge at him. Wei Zhe, sensing Tang Yuan Air's anger, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Tang Yuan Air, I was wrong. I couldn't help it. Tang Yuan Air continued to growl in warning, but it was Fang Jingyuan who intervened, slapping Wei Zhe on the head, prompting him to behave. Tang Yuan Air, I'm sorry. He's a bit foolish I've dealt with him, so don't be upset. Tang Yuan Air, seeing Fang Jingyuan's sincere attitude, turned haughtily away, presenting its backside to Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe remarked, Am I being rejected? Tang Yuan Air retorted, I'm not stooping to the level of this foolish person. Jiang Songning suppressed her urge to laugh and comforted Tang Yuan Air by patting its head. Tang Yuan Air shot her a glance. Don't think I don't know. You want to laugh at me too? Jiang Songning awkwardly touched her nose, believing she had concealed her amusement quite well. Ultimately, it was Lu Chun who stepped in to ease the tension. All right, Tang Yuan Air, be good. Once we're outside, I'll deal with that rascal Wei Zhe. Chen Huan and Song Hao approached to offer their consolation as well. With the group's support, Tang Yuan Air finally nodded, signaling that it had forgiven both Jiang Songning and Wei Zhe. Once everyone had restored their abilities, they proceeded to the 6th floor. Upon resolving the zombies there, the others with abilities could sense the formidable presence of the zombies on the 6th floor. All were first-tier abilities, and the fear of facing a second-tier zombie was palpable. Jiang Songning, having reached second tier in her mental abilities, felt less intimidated by the prospect above. This zombie presented an opportunity to hone her psychic powers. It was rare to encounter a zombie with psychic abilities. And to enhance her skills, she needed to engage in continuous practice. Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun, sensing danger, took the lead, with Lu Chun pulling Jiang Songning behind him. This scene only intensified Chen Yu's disdain for Jiang Songning, fueling her silent resentment. Focused on the zombie above, Jiang Songning remained oblivious to the others' sentiments. The closer they ascended, the more their hearts raced and tension mounted. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the hallway was eerily quiet. Devoid of the zombies' roars, Jiang Songning utilized her mental powers to locate the zombies, discovering they were all positioned to the far left. She gently tapped Fang Jingyuan, pointing towards that direction. Fang Jingyuan nodded, leading the way as everyone tightened their grips on their weapons. As they moved leftward, the stench of blood intensified. When they neared the door, they halted, hearing the commotion from within. Fang Jingyuan kicked the dormitory door, but it seemed obstructed by something, failing to budge even after several attempts. The zombies inside, alerted by the noise, roared excitedly. Jiang Songning speculated that perhaps the individuals inside had transformed into zombies after succumbing to a fever. Unable to escape, which led to their transformation, with one even evolving into a second-tier zombie. The inability of this zombie to break free could also be attributed to its lack of intelligence. Shuizhong, let Tang Yuan Air give it a try. Upon hearing its name, Tang Yuan Air transformed, and everyone stepped back a few paces as it charged at the door, with a loud crash. The sound of a heavy object falling echoed, accompanied by the agitated roars of the zombies inside. Tang Yuan Air slammed into the door again, and it finally broke through, creating a sizable hole. Two zombies rushed towards the breach, yet the opening was too small, resulting in a scramble as their hands reached out. Just as the group was about to advance, a loud crash echoed as ice spikes punctured several holes in the door. Ice-type abilities, Wei Zhe exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Songning felt a twinge of disappointment. Even though ice-type abilities were commendable, at least acquiring this crystal nucleus would allow Feng Jingyuan to upgrade. Everyone, be cautious. It's about to come out. Chapter 46. The second-tier zombie Feng Jingyuan's warning prompted everyone to cautiously retreat. Jiang Songning retrieved her handgun from her storage space, handing one to Feng Jingyuan and another to Lu Chan. Given her lack of accuracy, she preferred not to waste precious bullets in this post-apocalyptic world. Feng Jingyuan and Lu Chan positioned themselves at the forefront, while Jiang Songning stepped back a couple of paces. Chen Yu, seeing Jiang Songning wielding a handgun, shot her a resentful glare, realizing those were Lu Shuizhang's possessions, now in her hands, which only deepened her suspicion of Jiang Songning. Contemplating a malicious scheme reminiscent of Jia, she stealthily stepped forward, positioning herself directly behind Jiang Songning. Unbeknownst to Jiang Songning, who was focused on the zombies above and inside, the others were equally tense. Fixated on the ever-enlarging hole, Jiang Songning endeavored to disrupt the movements of the zombie using her mental powers, attempting to strike at its brain. She observed the creature pause for 3 seconds before it resumed its assault with ice spikes against the door. This revelation filled Jiang Songning with delight. Although she could not control the zombie, she could indeed interfere with its actions. She attempted once more to employ her psychic abilities, and once again, the zombie halted for 3 seconds. Though her expression remained impassive, her heart was ignited with hope. Those 3 seconds could be a matter of life and death. If she encountered an overpowering zombie, she could utilize this brief window to conceal herself in her space. Jiang Songning conducted 5 successive tests, and only when her head began to throb did she cease, retrieving a crystal core to replenish her powers. Just then, the door was completely shattered, and 4 zombies surged forth from within. Feng Jingyuan and Lu Chun swiftly opened fire, dispatching the 3 lower-tier zombies. The second-tier zombie quickly conjured thick ice spikes through its abilities, launching an assault towards the group. They evaded hastily, but despite Feng Jingyuan's aim, he only struck the zombie's face. Jiang Songning, eager to hone her wood-based abilities, observed as the zombie unleashed its powers again and retaliated with her own. Unfortunately, her vines were too feeble and were soon cast aside. She had to retract her vines just as the zombie conjured another wave of ice spikes aimed at them. Feng Jingyuan and Lu Chun steadied their weapons, targeting the zombie's head. Jiang Songning positioned herself slightly behind them, preparing to retreat, when suddenly she felt a tremendous force pushing against her back. Losing her balance, she stumbled towards the zombie. As she fell, she collided with Feng Jingyuan and Lu Chen's arms, causing their shots to veer off course. Jiang Jia, just as the ice spikes were poised to pierce her head, Jiang Songning quickly employed her mental powers to disrupt the zombie for 3 seconds. In that fleeting moment, Feng Jingyuan seized the opportunity to fire a shot at the zombie's head. Striking it directly, Jiang Songning fell to the ground before the zombie. Jiang Jia, are you all right? Wei Zhe rushed over to support Jiang Songning, concern etched across his face. After regaining her footing, Jiang Songning's gaze turned icy as she directed it towards Chen Yu, while the others glared at her with fury. Chen Yu feigned innocence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just now, when Jiang Shuijie stepped back, she stepped on my foot. It hurt terribly, and I instinctively pushed her. I had no idea she would lose her balance and fall. It's all my fault. Jiang Shuijie, are you okay? The air was thick with the scent of deceit. Jiang Songning did not indulge her. She approached Chen Yu and, summoning all her strength, delivered a sharp slap across her face. Chun Yu felt a ringing in her ears and the taste of blood in her mouth. Jiang Shuejia, how can you hit someone? Jiang Songning remained silent, raising her hand to strike again. Sister, save me. Chen Huan looked at her sister with concern, yet Jiang Songning had just narrowly escaped a crisis, leaving her unsure of how to react. Casting a pleading glance at Fang Jingyuan, he merely regarded Chen Yu with cold indifference. Chen Huan scanned the group, noting their silence. As Chun Yu's words fell, Jiang Songning's hand rose once more. Chun Yu's face bore the marks of her fingers, swollen and bruised. Seeing her sister's silence only deepened Chen Yu's resentment towards Jiang Songning, yet she could not express it, instead adopting a pitiful demeanor. Jiang Shuejia, I have already apologized. Why do you continue to hit me? As Jiang Songning prepared to strike again, Chun Yu raised her hands to shield her face. In response, Jiang Songning kicked her, sending her crashing to the ground. Jiang Songning, you vile creature. I will kill you. Jiang Songning finally taunted. What is the matter? No longer pretending. Chen Yu, realizing the facade had crumbled, shifted back to her pitiable expression, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked up at Lu Chun. Senior Lu, I'm truly sorry. I did not mean it. Lu Chun, wise to such feminine tactics, saw through Chun Yu's ploys and deemed her a fool. It was at this moment that Chen Huan stepped forward. Her expression filled with remorse as she addressed Jiang Songning. Jiang, I apologized. I speak on behalf of my sister. She is immature, and I will ensure she learns her lesson. With that, she produced a handful of crystal cores, offering them as a gesture of reparations. I hope you won't take offense. Jiang Songning regarded Chen Huan as a person of discernment and felt a modicum of goodwill towards her. However, Chun Yu's earlier actions had nearly cost her life. Had it not been for her psychic abilities, she might have faced a dire fate. The treachery of a teammate was something she loathed above all. Senior Fang, what do you think should be done? Fang Jingyuan already harbored a poor impression of Chen Yu. Had it not been for Huan Jia, he would never have allowed such a person to remain in their group. Huan Jia, you witnessed the recent events. We cannot allow someone who betrays their teammates to stay with us. What do you think? Chen Huan, taken aback, looked at him in disbelief. You want to expel me? Huan Jia, I do not mean you. Fang Jingyuan's intentions were clear. Chen Huan contemplated the outside world, knowing that without offensive abilities, she and her sister would be vulnerable. If they left the group, stepping outside university could very well lead to their demise. Quickly grasping the gravity of the situation, Chen Huan pleaded, Jiang, I apologize. It was all Chun Yu's fault. Could you grant us another chance? Rest assured, if she misbehaves again, I will leave the group myself and not trouble you. Chun Yu, feeling envious of her sister's humility, protested, Sister, what are you doing? Why are you begging her? This team does not belong to her. Chapter 47. Betrayal among teammates. Seeing that her sister still did not comprehend the seriousness of the matter, Chen Huan delivered a sharp slap to her face. Chun Yu stared in disbelief at her sister, who had always indulged her. Sister, you hit me? Chen Huan glared at her. Be quiet. It was the first time Chun Yu had witnessed her sister's anger, and she could only sulk in silence, cursing Jiang Songning in her mind. Jiang, I apologize. At least I possess healing abilities. When you go out, injuries are inevitable. With me around, you will fare better, right? Rest assured. I will keep a close eye on Chen Yu. Seeing Chen Huan's subservient demeanor softened Jiang Songning's heart. She envied Chen Yu for having such a devoted sister. It reminded her of her brother, who had also been fiercely protective of her in the past, regardless of the mess she had caused. Moreover, their group genuinely needed a healer, especially in a world where injuries could occur at any moment. Standard medical supplies were useful but often too slow in recovery. Very well, Huan Jia. I can forgive her this once, but I must make this clear. Jiang Songning fixed a fierce gaze on Chen Yu. Then continued, if she dares to harm anyone again, I will not hesitate to kill her. You know I am not one to show mercy. Chen Huan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Jiang Songning's agreement. Thank you, Jiang, I will ensure she does not err again. Chen Yu, internally dismissive, did not believe Jiang Songning would truly resort to murder. Was there no law left? Jiang Songning fell silent, and the others, relieved by her lack of further inquiries, also relaxed. Although they detested Chen Yu, they still wished for Chen Huan to remain due to her healing abilities. After Fang Jingyuan extracted the crystal core, he spoke up. This core shares my attributes, so I shamelessly accepted it in the future. If we encounter more cores suitable for everyone, I will strive to acquire them to help us level up quickly. Jiang Songning paid little mind to it, recognizing that enhancing their collective strength would increase their chances of safely reaching City I. In that case, Senior, you should level up tonight. We will leave the school tomorrow. The zombies outside have likely evolved as well. Agreed. The group proceeded to the second floor, each selecting a dormitory. Chen Huan led Chen Yu into a separate room, and their expressions were grim as they entered. Jiang Songning had no interest in eavesdropping on their conversation. Senior Liu, shall we check the cafeteria for supplies? S University housed 5 cafeterias, and there should be a decent stock of rice and flour. Other space-based ability users would likely have collected more than they could carry, and with the power out, most would opt for quick meals like instant noodles or self-heating rice. Given that space users often had limited storage, many items would likely remain behind. I want to go too. Wei Zhe immediately volunteered upon hearing about the outing. All right, we'll go together. Fang Jingyuan added, be careful. Haozi and I will organize the supplies in this building, and we'll take everything with us later. All right, stay safe. The group parted ways, and Jiang Songning quickly retrieved her electric scooter. Jiang Jie, aren't we taking a car? Let us conserve fuel. In this apocalypse, it's a precious resource. Every little bit counts. Hearing Jiang Songning's words, Wei Zhe immediately chimed in. Jiang Jie thinks ahead. Lu Chun, aware of the importance of fuel, noted, there's a gas station about 10 kilometers south of the school. We can check it out tomorrow. Jiang Songning had originally contemplated gathering more gasoline. Thus she nodded in agreement, suggesting that they convene a meeting later to arrange their upcoming plans. It was imperative not to run around aimlessly. With this intent in mind, the trio set off on 2 small electric scooters towards the canteen. Inside the canteen, a few zombies lingered, and the scene was rife with blood and dismembered flesh. The 3 entered through the back door of the canteen, which was unlocked, presumably because the staff had been preparing breakfast when the apocalypse struck, leaving them no time to secure the entrance amidst the chaos. Upon entering the kitchen, they were immediately confronted by 2 low-level zombies clad in work uniforms. The 3 drew their cleavers and swiftly struck at the zombies' heads, extracting their crystal cores thereafter. The first canteen had been untouched, with rice and flour still available, though the meat had all spoiled, exuding a potent stench. Jiang Songning donned a mask, which somewhat alleviated her discomfort. They collected all the edible items from the kitchen that had not gone bad and stored them in their space. Wei Zhe then inspected the valves of the remaining 10 gas canisters, requesting Jiang Songning's assistance in gathering them as well. Noticing usable pots and pans, she stowed them away too. After finishing with the first canteen, they proceeded to the second. The kitchen there was in utter disarray, likely having been a hiding place for students, and all the food was gone. The pots were exceedingly filthy, prompting Jiang Songning to forego collecting them and head straight to the third canteen. Most items there were missing, presumably taken by other space manipulators. The conditions of the remaining 2 canteens mirrored that of the second, with food entirely absent and an overwhelming stench permeating the air. The trio left the canteens in distaste. As they passed by a supermarket, they discovered a scattering of snacks and large bottles of mineral water inside. Jiang Songning collected these items into her space. Although she was not fond of snacks, water would become a scarce resource in the future. It would not be long before the extreme heat set in, during which people would fight fiercely over a single bottle of water. Currently, at the end of May, there were no signs of abnormal weather. The oppressive heat would commence in early July and last for 3 months, followed by an extreme cold spell. Contemplating these factors heightened Jiang Songning's urgency to gather supplies, particularly coal and gasoline. After visiting several supermarkets and only managing to collect a few snacks, they noticed the sun nearing the horizon and decided to ride their scooters back to the dormitory. There, Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao had gathered a considerable amount of clean bedding and clothing, along with a variety of miscellaneous electrical appliances, such as an induction cooker, hairdryer, rice cooker, and even a chopping board and knife. Jiang Songning couldn't help but smirk. She remembered that S University prohibited the entry of electrical appliances, and the inspections were quite stringent. Where had they concealed these items? Song Hao eagerly explained, Sister Jiang. You wouldn't believe it. Those guys are so crafty. They wrapped everything in their clothes and bedding. I stumbled upon them while searching for clothes. Fang Jingyuan added with a chuckle, otherwise, do you think Aiken's knife would have escaped inspection? Jiang Songning mused that the teachers indeed would not conduct thorough searches of the wardrobes, and she thought them quite unbothered by the dirt. What can we do? It's all about adapting to the policies. Chapter 48. Discussing the escape route as night fell, Jiang Soning took out instant noodles, and after they had eaten, they began discussing their future plans. Chen Yu appeared to have been schooled by Chen Huan, seeming much more subdued on the surface, though her eyes still darted around, hinting at some ulterior motive. I discussed with Jiang Jr. Tomorrow, after we leave the school, we should head to the gas station near Binhai Road to collect some gasoline. Any thoughts? The others shook their heads in agreement, showing no objections. Fang Jingyuan turned to Jiang Soning, collecting gasoline. Huh. Do you have any further plans? Jiang Soning retrieved a map. Senior, I believe after we gather gasoline, we should visit the coal factory in the west of the city. With no electricity or gas, winter will be frigid, and storing some coal would be a wise choice for cooking and heating. Fang Jingyuan scrutinized her. You mentioned the army is establishing a base. Whatever we can think of, they likely have 2.at this point. Those coal supplies might already be under military control. Liu Chan concurred with Fang Jingyuan's sentiment, suggesting, the coal factory may be a lost cause, but we could check my family's warehouse. Jiang Soning looked at Liu Chun, puzzled. He explained, my family owns a dye factory in S-City, which regularly requires coal. Each year, we store around 30 tons in the warehouse, and a fresh batch arrived last month. I'm not sure how much they used, but there should still be over 20 tons left. At this point, Wei Zhe recalled his family's cold storage facility in the west of the city. We could also check my family's cold storage. Even if the power goes out, the solar generator can run for about a month. The various frozen foods and meats might still be intact. Mentioning meat made Wei Zhe swallow hard. Jiang Soning realized all of them were from wealthy families, which was an unexpected boon. All right, tomorrow we'll first visit the gas station, then the cold storage. Along the way, we can gather more supplies before heading to Senior Lu's warehouse. Fang Jingyuan glanced at the others. Does anyone have differing opinions? Everyone shook their heads. No objections? Then let us rest. Tomorrow morning, A's will check if there are any usable vehicles at the school, and then we'll leave S University directly. Jiang Soning remained seated, waiting for Wei Zhe and Song Hao to depart before Chen Huan also stood and walked towards the door. Chen Yu noticed Jiang Soning sitting still and chose not to rise. Fang Jingyuan, seeing Jiang Soning's demeanor, knew she had something to say, so he turned to Chen Yu. Chen Jr., do you have something to discuss? Chen Yu merely gazed dreamily at Liu Chen. Senior Liu, I wish to chat with you a bit longer. Liu Chen had grown accustomed to being the center of attention from admirers, but after this period, he longed to return to his city to see his family. He found Chen Yu's blatant gaze quite distasteful and coldly replied, we need to rest. You should head back. Chen Yu looked at Liu Chen with a sense of grievance. Pointing at Jiang Soning, why can she stay here? Liu Chen, disgusted, glared at Chen Yu. Do you need me to spell it out? We have matters to discuss. Please leave. At that moment, Chen Huan, noticing Chen Yu lagging behind, turned back and witnessed Liu Chen's irritation. She rushed over to pull Chen Yu away. Liu Chen, I apologize for the trouble. Liu Chen had little interaction with Chen Huan but had a favorable impression of her, which was now entirely diminished, and he simply nodded coldly. Jiang Soning took out some sunflower seeds from her space and began to snack with Fang Jingyuan. Once Liu Chen closed the door, both exchanged curious glances at him. Senior Liu's charm remains undiminished. Ah, being handsome is such a hassle, Fang Jingyuan exclaimed, tossing a handful of sunflower shells at Liu Chen, who deftly dodged them. All right, enough of the antics. Jiang Jr., do you have something to say? Observing their playful banter, Jiang Soning retrieved 3 cups of fruit tea from her space, handing one to each of them. The chilled tea was refreshing, and Jiang Soning felt revitalized. I know where we can find guns. Biffed. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Chen, upon hearing this news, excitedly sprayed out the fruit tea he had just sipped. I'm sorry. Cough, cough, I got too excited. Liu Chen grabbed a cloth nearby to clean the table, and it took a while for the 3 to digest this information, their eyes alight with excitement as they looked at Jiang Soning. There's a stash in the S-City prison. Should we go take a look? Hearing this, the 2 immediately agreed without hesitation, absolutely. With guns, we won't have to struggle so much against the zombies. The distance from S-City to a city is over 2,000 kilometers. With guns, we'll have a greater advantage, whether facing people or zombies. Ecstatic, Fang Jingyuan picked up the map to review it. The cold storage is in the west, the coal is in the north, and the prison is also in the north, conveniently on the way. After we secure the guns, we'll hit the highway straight to J Province. Jiang Soning nodded. If all goes well, we should be able to leave S-City in about a week. They meticulously discussed their escape route before Jiang Soning returned to the adjacent room. Fang Jingyuan calmed himself and began upgrading his crystal core. while Lu Chun quietly stood by. After returning to her room, Jiang Songning utilized her abilities to scan for zombies, finding none before entering her space. Having been on the move with the group for days, she had not bathed. Once inside her space, she filled a wooden bucket with water from the creek and began to wash. After cleaning herself, she also bathed her pet, Tang Yuan. Once these tasks were completed, she collected the vegetables and planted some rice and wheat, as well as a variety of greens. She then fed the chickens and ducks, which had grown considerably and were consuming more. All of them had been fed with vegetables, lacking any commercial feed, but she anticipated their meat would be of excellent quality. This thought made Jiang Songning feel hungry again, prompting her to grab a packed, mouth-watering chicken dish. She also took 2 roasted chickens for Tang Yuan. Once again, Jiang Songning felt grateful for her space, having stockpiled ample supplies before the apocalypse. Otherwise, she would truly struggle to care for Tang Yuan. After satisfying her hunger, she placed the mattress in the dormitory and comfortably laid down on her memory foam mattress, drifting off to sleep. The following day, Jiang Songning was roused from her slumber by the persistent sound of knocking at the door. Exhausted from the previous night's exertions, she had sunk deeply into her rest. A glance at her watch revealed it was already 8 in the morning. Rubbing her hair, she stowed the mattress into her spatial storage before opening the door to find Wei Zhe, brimming with energy, gazing at her. "Sister Jiang, I've arranged the car with Hausi. We just need to grab a bite before we set off." "All right, I'll freshen up and join you shortly." Chapter 49. Departing from the school once Jiang Songning had completed her morning routine, she made her way to Fang Jingyuan and the others. As she entered, Chun Yu began to cast veiled insults, scoffing, how self-important, making everyone wait for her. Wei Zhe, unable to restrain himself any longer, retorted sharply, "Are you out of your mind? Sister Jiang can rise whenever she pleases. We are more than willing to wait for her. What does it matter to you? Besides, you arrived only 2 minutes before her. What do you have to be so smug about? You. Chen Yu's eyes reddened at the scathing words of the male peer. Jiang Songning gently patted Wei Zhe's shoulder, signaling him to disregard Chen Yu. Engaging with such a person only fueled her fire. Pretending she hadn't heard, Jiang Songning turned to Fang Jingyuan. "Senior Fang, congratulations." Fang Jingyuan, in a good mood, acknowledged her, as his enhanced abilities offered an additional layer of protection. "Thank you." Wei Zhe handed a piece of bread to Jiang Songning. "Here, Sister Jiang, this meat floss one is for you. I saved it especially." "Thank you." Jiang Songning took the bread, tearing open its packaging and beginning to eat. Chen Yu, feeling ignored while Chen Huan glared at her, could only vent her frustrations by crumpling the bread wrapper vigorously. Liu Chan and Fang Jingyuan exchanged contemplative glances at Chen Yu and Chen Huan but remained silent, focusing on their bread. After the group finished their meal and tidied up, they prepared to leave S University. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted a white SUV waiting. Jiang Songning retrieved her vehicle from the spatial storage. While Wei Zhe and Song Hao each took a car, Jiang Songning settled into the passenger seat of her vehicle, followed closely by Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chan. When Chen Yu saw Lu Chan entering the car, she attempted to follow, only to be restrained by Chen Huan. Once everyone was inside, the vehicle slowly made its way toward the exit, and Jiang Songning gazed at the once familiar campus, now marred and desolate. Letting out a resigned sigh at Jiang Songning scrutinized the campus. Lu Chen suddenly spoke. "Yuan, do you think Huan Jie is still suited to remain in our team?" Fang Jingyuan fell silent, having spent little time with Chen Huan. Yet he recognized her reliability. Despite her current lack of contributions, their team needed her unique abilities. Huan Jie is a decent person, grounded and dependable, yet her sister. Fang Jingyuan found himself torn. Moreover, if Chen Huan were to depart with her sister, survival outside would be challenging. After a little over 10 days together, they could not bring themselves to abandon their comrades. Since Jiang Xuejia has agreed to give her a chance, let us also extend our goodwill to her. Lu Chun paused momentarily, contemplating the harsh reality of their post-apocalyptic world, where loyalty took a back seat to survival. Within the safety of the school, the stakes seemed manageable, but beyond its walls, danger lurked at every corner. That Chun Yu was not one to be trusted. Who knew whom she might betray to the hordes of zombies next? "If you wish to keep Huan Jie with us, I could quietly deal with Chen Yu." "I support Brother Chen's approach." Wei Zhe raised both hands in agreement, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Chen Yu since she had pushed Jiang Songning that day. Fang Jingyuan turned to Jiang Songning. "What do you think, Jiang Xuejia?" Jiang Songning contemplated briefly before responding. I concur with Senior Lu's perspective, yet no wall is impervious to sound. What if one day, Huanjie discovers we were responsible for Chun Yu's demise? Given her attachment to her sister, would we still be safe? Lu Chun sighed, rubbing his forehead. Let us not dwell on it now. We are about to exit the school. We shall address this once we secure supplies. Meanwhile, in the car behind them, Song Hao was in a state of turmoil, unprepared for Qian Yu's madness as she began to berate her sister upon entering the vehicle. He hesitated to speak, unsure of how to offer counsel. After all, Chun Huan was patiently soothing Chun Yu, clearly a case of mutual consent. Sister, why are you pulling me? I want to sit with Lu Xuezhang. Chun Huan gently coaxed. All right, yeah, Lu Chen doesn't like you. Acting this way will only drive him away. What does he care who I like? Jiang Songning. What is so special about her? Chen Huan had previously viewed her sister as merely spoiled and a tad willful. But now she appeared utterly unreasonable. Yeah, stop talking nonsense. Jiang is our teammate. What teammate? I see her as merely someone who seduces others. Who knows? Chen Yu fell silent as Chen Huan's voice rose in anger. Song Hao glanced at the rearview mirror, only to meet Chen Yu's accusatory gaze. What are you looking at? He fumbled for words. I was just looking at the rearview mirror. Are you infatuated with me? Let me tell you, I only have eyes for Lu Xuezhang. Do not harbor any delusions. Chen Huan quickly covered Chen Yu's mouth. Song Hao, I apologize. My sister has been a bit on edge lately. Please ignore her. Out of respect for Chen Huan, Song Hao chose not to press the issue. Eventually, after whispering a few words to Chen Yu, she finally calmed down. Inwardly, Song Hao cursed Wei Zhe for his lack of camaraderie, as he had smartly taken the lead in the other vehicle, leaving him to contend with this tempestuous girl. Wei Zhe drove ahead. He suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Are you coming down with something? Jiang Songning asked, reaching out to touch Wei Zhe's forehead. Wei Zhe, ever self-absorbed, replied, I'm fine. Perhaps someone is just missing me. Not wishing to indulge his vanity, Jiang Songning turned her focus to surveying their surroundings with her mental energy. The zombies within the school were sparse, and as they approached the gates, their numbers began to swell. Observing the growing horde, Wei Zhe accelerated the vehicle. Noticing that Song Hao was closely following behind, he signaled with his turn indicator and, upon exiting the school gates, headed straight for the gas station. The journey unfolded smoothly. The nearer they got to the gas station, the fewer zombies they encountered, and the surrounding buildings diminished in number. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the vicinity of the gas station. Jiang Songning utilized her mental energy to scan the area, and as soon as the gas station came within range, she sensed the presence of people. Stop! Wei Zhe, who had been driving steadily, slammed on the brakes. Sister Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Songning retrieved her binoculars, gesturing for them to look ahead. They saw 3 small cars parked at the gas station, with about 10 individuals bustling about, filling barrels with gasoline. They can't take all the gasoline. Lu Chen lifted the binoculars to observe the scene. That moment, Song Hao exited the car to inquire. What's happening? Wei Zhe passed the binoculars to Song Hao. There are people at the gas station handling gasoline. Song Hao assessed the situation, noticing that both Lu Chen and Fang Jinyuan were focused on the unfolding events, and chose to remain silent. Jiang Songning continued to observe the group, suddenly spotting a familiar figure disembarking from one of the vehicles. Chapter 50. I will personally end him as Jiang Songning's gaze fell upon that figure. A wave of icy dread surged from her toes to the crown of her head, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Her fingers clenched into a fist, her nails digging painfully into her palm. As if to quell the rising tide of fear and rage within her in her past life, it was this scoundrel who had indirectly thrust her into the abyss of death. Each recollection of her past suffering ignited an intense desire to confront him. Yet the remnants of her reason cautioned against any rash actions. She could only endure the tempest of her emotions, fixing her gaze with unwavering intensity upon the figure she loathed with every fiber of her being. Sister Jiang, what is wrong? Hearing Wei Zhe's voice broke Jiang Songning from her reverie. Noticing the concern etched on Wei Zhe's face, she replied, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought. Just glad you're all right. At that moment, Fang Jinyuan and Lu Chun lowered their binoculars. Chin, what are your thoughts? Among the group, there were 7 men and 4 women. They would likely take a few barrels of gasoline before departing. Let us wait a bit longer. It's best we avoid a confrontation. Jiang Songning seized the binoculars again, just in time to see the group pointing in their direction while conversing. They had noticed them. Lu Chen also raised his binoculars, observing that the group had ceased collecting gasoline and appeared to be waiting. The standoff continued for nearly half an hour, with the number of zombies swelling. Fang Jingyuan finally decided, "It seems we won't be able to avoid them. They have no intention of leaving." The group quickly boarded their vehicles and drove toward the gas station. As they approached, the individuals from the gas station brandished their weapons, ready to defend their territory. Jiang Songning retrieved her firearm, handing it to Lu Qian and Fang Jingyuan. Lu Qian, holding the gun, chuckled, "Sister, this is a gas station. Why are you bringing out that thing? They are clearly waiting for us. Showing our guns is essential." Jiang Songning's eyes locked onto the figure of Zhou Yongfan standing prominently in the center. Her urge to pull the trigger bubbling to the surface. "Senior, do you see that mediocre man standing in the middle?" Fang Jingyuan and Lu Qian simultaneously turned their gazes towards Zhou Yongfan. He was rather good-looking, standing approximately around 1.80 meters, and amidst the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens. With his chin held high, he exuded an air of confidence. Fang Jingyuan stifled a chuckle, remarking, "Indeed, he does appear quite self-assured." Jiang Songning, with an air of nonchalance, interjected, "Well, I harbor a grudge against him. If a conflict were to arise, do not intervene. I shall deal with him personally." The three boys in the car felt a chill run down their spines at Jiang Songning's calm declaration of intent to settle matters with that individual. Even encountering a zombie mutant, he evoked such a palpable aura of menace from her. "Sister Jiang, how has he wronged you?" Wei Zhe inquired, his curiosity piqued. Jiang Songning, reveling in the opportunity to tease Wei Zhe, flashed him a sinister smile, causing him to nearly lose his grip on the steering wheel as the car swayed slightly. "Sister Jiang, please spare me. Just focus on driving." Wei Zhe, startled by her playful intimidation, promptly fell silent. The two in the back exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding of the danger at hand. As the vehicle approached the gas station entrance, a group of individuals converged upon them. Wei Zhe slammed on the brakes, prompting Fang Jingyuan and Lu Qian to exit the vehicle. Jiang Songning remained in the passenger seat, wary that stepping out might compel her to confront Zhou Yongfan. She merely rolled down the window, eavesdropping on the exchange outside. Upon their exit, a friendly-looking man in his 20s approached them, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Jin Shang, the leader of this team." Fang Jingyuan returned the courtesy, shaking Jin Shang's hand. "Greetings, I am Fang Jingyuan, and this is Lu Qian." Jian Shang, eager to avoid complications, cut to the chase. "I want to beat around the bush. This gas station is now our territory. If you seek fuel, you must barter with supplies." Fang Jingyuan's smile faded. "What kind of supplies do you require in exchange?" At that moment, a carefree young man with bleached hair stepped forward. "Your vehicle is quite well modified. Let us trade it for gas." As he circled the car, his eyes lit up upon spotting Jiang Songning in the passenger seat, and he even whistled in her direction. "What if we refuse?" Lu Chen's question elicited a swift response, as the 7 men brandished knives, encircling them. The 4 girls coldly retreated into the gas station's convenience store. Just then, another stout man chimed in. "Brothers, why complicate matters? It's just a car. Look at us. Do you truly believe you can take us on?" Fang Jingyuan and Lu Qian no longer felt inclined to be courteous. They drew their pistols, one aimed at the leader, the other at the young man who had whistled at Jiang Songning. At that moment, Jiang Songning retrieved a crossbow from her space. Wei Zhe's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the weapon, prompting Jiang Songning to produce another crossbow, unable to bear his sycophantic demeanor. With his spirits lifted, Wei Zhe cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Jiang." Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Songning pointed her crossbow directly at Zhou Yongfan's head. Witnessing this, Song Hao in the back also stepped out with a machete in hand. The opposing group was taken aback by the sudden revelation of firearms and crossbows. Initially envious, they quickly realized the formidable nature of their opponents. Jian Shang reacted swiftly. "Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Let us all lower our weapons." However, Jiang Songning and her companions were not easily swayed by mere words. The opposing gang remained unmoving until their gazes collectively fell upon Zhou Yongfan. Once he lowered his weapon, only then did the others relent. Jiang Songning keenly observed their actions, recognizing that Zhou Yongfan would never willingly submit. Though they appeared to follow Jian Shang's lead, the true authority lay with Zhou Yongfan. Jian Shang, wearing a conciliatory expression, addressed Fang Jingyuan. "Brother, We all have our struggles and why companions acted impulsively. Please, show mercy. We will take our leave, and this gas station shall be yours. Jiang Soning stepped forward, asserting, you may leave. But first, relinquish your supplies. At that moment, the stout man could no longer contain himself. You foul woman. This is no place for your words. Wei Zhe, irritated by his insolence, shot an arrow at the man's thigh. The opposing group was stunned by their sudden aggression. Zhou Yongfan, no longer feigning ignorance, approached with a dark expression. What is the meaning of this? Wei Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. His mouth was filthy, so I thought I'd teach him a lesson. The opposing group glared back fiercely, yet their inferior weaponry rendered them hesitant to retaliate. Zhou Yongfan, being pragmatic, attempted to defuse the situation. This was our fault. We learned our lesson. Can we leave now? Recalling that Zhou Yongfan was Jiang Soning's adversary, Wei Zhe retorted, Didn't you hear Sister Jiang? You can leave, but all your belongings stay. You should let this go. Before Zhou Yongfan could finish his plea, Jiang Soning, growing impatient, fired an arrow aimed at his heart. She prided herself on her accuracy, yet the arrow instead lodged itself in his shoulder blade. Jiang Soning clicked her tongue, realizing that as the protagonist, he was not so easily dispatched. Yanggu, how are you? The group was taken aback by the unexpected challenge. Despite their abilities, they were outmatched by the firearms. The young man with bleached hair, witnessing his leader's injury, unleashed his metal-based powers against Jiang Soning. Before she could react, Lu Chen fired at the young man's thigh. The gunshot shocked everyone into silence. Jian Shang, being the astute type, quickly intervened. My friends, noble warrior. This was all our fault. We will leave immediately. The vehicle and supplies are yours. We sincerely apologize. As he spoke, he pulled Zhou Yongfan away, who shot a furious glare at Jiang Soning while clutching his bleeding wound. Wait! As they took a few steps, a woman's voice called from behind. Jian Shang felt a sense of dread wash over him. Swallowing hard, he forced a strained smile. Noble warrior, do you have any further commands? Jiang Soning approached Zhou Yongfan slowly, each step echoing ominously, as if death itself were drawing near. Her icy gaze fixed on him. She noted his disheveled state with a smirk of derision. Zhou Yongfan, sensing her animosity, racked his brain for a connection. Despite his history with women, he couldn't recall crossing paths with this formidable beauty. Desperate, he attempted to placate her, his tone laced with feigned charm. I know you harbor feelings for me. In this apocalypse, our reunion is serendipitous. I shall begrudgingly consider being with you. Jiang Soning ignored him completely, gripping the arrow lodged in Zhou Yongfan's shoulder, recalling his earlier distasteful remarks. With a swift motion, she drove the arrow deeper. Zhou Yongfan winced in pain, unable to vocally express his agony as his companions looked on helplessly, restricted by the threat of firearms. Jian Shang, feeling compelled to intervene, pleaded, Noble warrior, please show mercy. Spare us? Jiang Soning twisted the arrow in Zhou Yongfan's shoulder, refusing to withdraw it. He could no longer contain his cries of pain, ultimately losing consciousness from the torment. Only then did Jiang Soning extract the arrow. Warning, next time you encounter me, remember to steer clear. Otherwise, each meeting will be a reminder of your folly. Jian Shang, frantic, assured, of course, noble warrior. We shall avoid you in the future. Be gone. Upon her command, Jian Shang felt as though a weight had been lifted. He and the uninjured members hastily carried their wounded companions away from the gas station. Once they were a safe distance away, Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun holstered their firearms. Zombies are multiplying. We must act swiftly. Jiang Soning surveyed the area, noting the overwhelming scent of blood, and decided against lingering. She raised her hand, summoning their 3 vehicles into her space. Fang Jingyuan, Lu Chun, and Song Hao entered the gas station, procuring 6 large plastic barrels to siphon the gasoline. Meanwhile, Jiang Soning and Wei Zhe, along with Chen Huan, dealt with the approaching zombies. Chen Yu, however, remained in the car, fixated on Lu Chun with starry eyes. Once the immediate threat of zombies was neutralized, Jiang Soning bid farewell to Wei Zhe and Chen Huan before entering the small convenience store within the gas station. Most of the items remained untouched, suggesting that aside from Zhou Yinlin's group, few had frequented this gas station. Jiang Soning collected everything into her space. Venturing to the back of the gas station, she discovered 5 fuel tankers parked in the lot, uncertain of their contents. Returning to the front, she instructed Wei Zhe to accompany her to investigate. Zhe, check if these tankers contain any gasoline. Will do. Wei Zhe grabbed a nearby ladder and climbed atop one of the tankers. As he opened the lid, his face lit up with uncontrollable excitement. Sister Jiang, there's gasoline inside. Excellent. Check the others. Initially skeptical about the tanker's contents, Wei Zhe was pleasantly surprised to find that all 5 were brimming with gasoline. Wei Zhe's face was flushed with uncontrollable excitement. Sister Jiang, we've struck gold. We no longer need to worry about the gasoline issue. Jiang Soning also wore a satisfied smile as she stored all 5 fuel tankers into her space. As Wei Zhe approached the front, he discreetly shared this news with the 3 busy individuals. Initially concerned about the limited capacity of their barrels, the trio could now finally relax. Once the 6 large barrels were filled to the brim, Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun reluctantly abandoned the remaining gasoline. Jiang Soning stowed the 6 large barrels away, and the 2 filled the tanks of their vehicles. Liu Chen glanced at his watch. It was nearly noon. Let us grab a bite before we head out. Everyone agreed without hesitation and walked into the small convenience store. Jiang Soning intended to treat them to a nice lunch, so she retrieved several dishes she had packed from a 5-star hotel. Chen Yu, observing the abundance of fine food in Jiang Soning's space, felt a surge of resentment, recalling that she had only offered instant noodles to them the previous night. However, aware that the others did not favor her, she kept her thoughts to herself. Wei Zhe tidied up the small supermarket a bit, making the meal appear somewhat presentable. Jiang Soning then brought out fruit tea, distributing a cup to each person. This delightful beverage would not be seen again after today. Sister Jiang, from now on, you are my only sister. Wei Zhe, ever the attention seeker, began to shower her with exaggerated compliments. Jiang Soning couldn't help but laugh, retorting, get lost. Your biological sister is still your sister. Hee, from now on, I'll just call her sis when I see her. Fang Jingyuan chimed in. I'll make sure to relay that to the eldest sister. Wei Zhe quickly begged for mercy. Cousin, spare me. My sister will annihilate me. Jiang Soning found Wei Zhe's antics amusing, and her earlier discomfort at seeing Zhou Yongfan dissipated considerably. Chapter 52. Psychological Disorders After a Satisfying Meal. The group took out the city map to study their route. It takes about 2 hours to drive to the cold storage facility from here. If we face any delays, it could take even longer. If we can't reach the cold storage by afternoon, we'll have to spend the night at the Xinghe Villa. I have a property there. If we make it to the cold storage, we'll have to find somewhere else to stay on the way back, as most of the area consists of warehouses with little housing. Upon hearing Lu Chun mention the prevalence of warehouses nearby, Jiang Soning's eyes brightened. Senior Lu, did you say there are mostly warehouses around? Lu Chun nodded. Yes, I've been there. It's quite remote, with a few self-built houses, but not many people live there. Let's not rush to leave. We might be able to gather some supplies from the warehouses. Wei Zhe was well aware of the situation at his family's cold storage. There's a small office in my family's cold storage, but it's rather cramped. Everyone can only sit and rest for a bit. Song Hao shrugged. That's fine. Under the current circumstances, we can't be too picky. Seeing that no one else had objections, Fang Jingyuan folded up the map, then let us set off. Jiang Soning took out 2 walkie-talkies from her space, handing one to Song Hao while keeping one for herself. Song Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Sister Jiang, you're amazing. You even have walkie-talkies, of course. You should remember who Sister Jiang is. She is my one and only sister. The group burst into laughter at Wei Zhe's comment. I just remembered I have walkie-talkies in my space. It's about time. Let us get moving, Fang Jingyuan urged. Wei Zhe immediately hopped into the car. Seeing Wei Zhe dart into the vehicle so quickly, Song Hao could only shoot him a silent glare. Confused about why his brother was glaring at him, Wei Zhe was about to inquire. But by then, he had already entered the car. Jiang Soning and the others exchanged sympathetic glances with Song Hao for a brief moment. Just as Jiang Soning intended to board the vehicle, Chen Yu suddenly lunged from behind, attempting to shove her aside. Noticing the movement out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Soning swiftly dodged, causing Chen Yu to tumble clumsily to the ground. Ah, Jiang Soning, what are you doing? Chen Huan, who was busy moving things in the back, hurried over, concerned. She looked helplessly at her sister, who was sprawled on the ground in a fit of rage. Jiang. I'm so sorry. Jiang Soning shook her head and got into the car. She felt a bit exasperated with Chen Huan. They were all part of the same team, and their relationship had been decent. Yet now it felt tainted by the presence of a troublesome element. Chen Yu looked at Lu Qian with a pitiful expression. Senior Lu, I hurt my foot. Could you help me up? Lu Chen completely ignored her, opening the door and getting into the car with an air of finality. Jiang Songning could not comprehend why Chen Yu always targeted her, and she voiced her thoughts. Ace, why do you think she constantly picks on me? Wei Zhe pondered for a moment. Could it be because of that time we went to attract the zombies and didn't he stop when she waved at us? When we finally found her, she caused a scene when she saw my car, but I explained everything to her back then. Jiang Songning reflected on the incident, realizing it might be the only thing she had done to incite her wrath. But why doesn't she target you? You were the one driving. Wei Zhe scratched his head in confusion. I don't know, but I feel like she's a bit unhinged. If she weren't Huan Jie's sister, I would have hit her long ago. Oh, right? I haven't asked you how you know Huan Jie. Jiang Songning was genuinely curious since Wei Zhe and Fang Jingyuan seemed to get along well with Chen Huan. Despite Chen Yu's antics. Hey, do you remember when we first met in the urban village? Jiang Songning nodded. Song Hao lives nearby and I happened to be playing at his place when the apocalypse hit, and we got trapped there. Later, my brother found out I was with him and came to pick me up to look for Brother Chen. Unfortunately, our car broke down halfway, and we had to run into the urban village to escape the zombies. Huan Jie happened to see us and opened the door to her convenience store, letting us in to hide. We ended up staying in her attic for 2 days. She essentially saved us. Jiang Songning finally understood the backstory that's how it happened. Later, when Huan Jie heard we were going to S University to rescue people, her sister happened to be there too. She has healing abilities. So we teamed up. With both of her parents deceased, she had nowhere to go when she heard we were heading to City A, so she decided to join us. Now Jiang Songning could empathize with Chen Huan's feelings towards Chen Yu, as they were indeed each other's only family. Suddenly, Lu Chen interjected. Has Huan Jie ever mentioned if Chen Yu has any psychological issues? She hasn't said anything about that, but she seems to get along well with Haozi. Their relationship appears decent. I'll look for an opportunity to ask Haozi. Jiang Songning chuckled at the notion of Chen Yu having issues, though her personality did seem rather extreme, and she had a rather thick skin. Wei Zhe lamented. Having such a sister must be a stroke of bad luck for Huan Jie. As Jiang Songning observed the growing number of zombies, she interjected, enough lamenting. Focus on driving. The zombies are starting to increase in numbers. Wei Zhe quickly wiped the expression off his face and began driving seriously. The route to the cold storage facility led them through the city, and as they approached, the zombies became more numerous. With July fast approaching, the heat intensified, and the foul odor emanating from the zombies grew more unbearable. Even inside the car, the stench seeped in. Jiang Songning took out masks, handing one to each person. Wearing them provided a slight relief. Throughout the journey, she used her mental power to scan the surroundings. The road was filled with mindless low-level zombies. Logically, there should be a significant presence of first-tier zombies by this point. Yet they encountered none. Something felt amiss. Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun were also observing the situation outside. It was all low-level zombies. Ace, speed up. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Jiang Songning feared encountering a psychic zombie again. Last time they were fortunate, but facing one again would likely be much more challenging. Fang Jingyuan took out the walkie-talkie and informed Song Hao in the back. And then the vehicle accelerated. The journey remained relatively peaceful, and they dared not linger, not stopping for even a moment. However, as they neared Xinghe Villa, they were abruptly halted. A group of individuals had blocked the road with a large truck. Each of them was tall and imposing, some wielding machetes while others brandished baseball bats. A dozen small cars were parked by the roadside, and their occupants had been forced out, huddled together with their heads cradled, including many elderly, children, and women. Some children were crying in fear, clearly a few families traveling together. Chapter 53. Xinghe Villa. As soon as Wei Zhe stopped the car, one of the men approached and knocked on the window. Wei Zhe rolled down the window and impatiently asked, "What's the matter?" The man, irritated by Wei Zhe's lack of respect, snapped back, "Oh, kid, you've got some nerve. This is Long Ji's territory. If you want to pass through here, you better hand over your supplies. And if I refuse to hand them over..." Wei Zhe shot back defiantly, "If you don't hand over the supplies, then you'll have to forfeit your life." Hearing the man's threat, the others immediately ceased their activities and gathered around. "Humph, you think my life is something you lowly scum can take at will?" Upon hearing Wei Zhe's brazen words, the man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You little weakling with that attitude. You dare to act tough in front of me? Fine. Since you're so clueless, I'll show you just how powerful I am with that." He prepared to unleash his abilities. Jiang Songning had been covertly observing the group of individuals, which comprised 20 men in total. There were still about 10 more lingering at the villa's entrance. And the circumstances within remained beyond her reach. It was evident that these men were not of good character, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Jiang Songning exchanged a glance with Fang Jinyuan through the rearview mirror, conveying a silent message that a direct confrontation was ill-advised. With a smile, he opened the car door and addressed the man. "My friend, what seems to be the issue? Let us not act rashly." The man arrogantly commanded, "Tell your people to exit the vehicle, or my brothers won't be so courteous." Reluctantly, the group disembarked, with Wei Zhe shooting a defiant glare at the man, who responded by mockingly slapping Wei Zhe's face with a knife. "You were just so brazen, huh? What's the matter now?" As he spoke, he attempted to strike again, but suddenly cried out in pain, "Tiger, what's wrong?" His henchmen, witnessing their leader clutching his head in agony, were baffled by the sudden turn of events. It was Jiang Songning's first experience using her mental abilities to attack someone, and she was surprised by its effectiveness. A shorter man brandished a knife at Wei Zhe's throat, exclaiming, "What did you do to Tiger?" Wei Zhe could only respond with confusion, "I have no idea. He just suddenly." Meanwhile, those guarding the other group noticed the commotion and rushed over, weapons drawn. "Brother Jiang? What is happening?" As some attempted to restrain the self-destructive tiger, his strength proved too formidable for them to succeed. Jiang Songning deemed it an appropriate moment to cease her exertion of abilities. She discreetly retrieved a crystal core, holding it tightly as she began absorbing its energy. Liu Chun, noticing her subtle maneuver, gently shifted his body to shield her. The man known as Brother Jiang grew anxious, brandishing his knife at the group, demanding, "Did you instigate this?" Fang Jinyuan calmly replied, "We've done nothing at all. These gentlemen have merely been watching." At that moment, Tiger ceased his headbanging, blood streaming from his forehead, appearing as if he had emerged from a watery abyss. His subordinates propped him up, and Tiger glared at Wei Zhe, accusing, "Was it you who caused this?" Wei Zhe protested, "You're wrongly accusing me. I didn't do anything." "Ah, so you're bold. Since you refuse to admit it, you won't be leaving. Jiang Zi, take them all to A Wang." The group encircled them, and Song Hao and others were also brought over. With the vehicle now empty, the entire entourage escorted the captives toward the villa. "Behave yourselves, or my knife won't be so forgiving." The earlier arrivals were similarly ushered into the villa. Among the group were 16 young men, while the remaining 20 or so were elderly individuals and children. There were only 6 ability users, all of low rank. Their successful escape to this location indicated they possessed some skill. Jiang Songning soon discerned that the villas ahead were all occupied, and her unease grew as she ventured deeper. The rear villas housed a considerable number of low-level zombies, and even some first-tier ones. Her expression darkened at the revelation that these people were heartlessly using the living to sustain the undead. The group moved quietly, discreetly observing their surroundings. They brought the captives to the largest villa, where the inhabitants rose at their arrival. "Oh, Tiger, quite a haul this time." Tiger, who had been leading the way, was wary of Wei Zhe's potential tricks. "A Wang, these individuals are yours to handle. Be sure to give them special attention." Upon reaching the villa, Jiang Songning sensed the presence of a third-tier zombie within. "How splendid! Just when our dear big baby is hungry. These individuals will suffice." A Wang responded, "All right, I'll keep these 4 men. The rest will be taken with me." "Very well, Tiger. Take care." A Wang bowed and sent Tiger on his way. Once Tiger was out of sight, A Wang's smile faded, replaced by a grim expression as he signaled to his subordinates. "Take them inside." Lu Qin glanced at Jiang Songning, who subtly shook her head. The villa was teeming with at least 200 individuals, and patrols were present along their path. Any attempt to act would draw immediate attention, and even with firearms, they would not dare confront the group head on. As they were led into the villa, it was cluttered with instant noodle boxes, cigarette butts, and various disheveled items. The oppressive heat made the air rank and nauseating. The once luxurious sofas lay in ruins, and the murals and chandeliers were in disarray. Without allowing the captives a moment to react, they were forcefully directed toward the basement. Beside Chen Huan, Chunyu began to weep. The sound of her sobbing initially seemed to amuse the captors, who found the calmness of the trio uninteresting, but now it piqued their curiosity. "Little girl, don't be afraid. If you don't want to go down to the basement, You can stay here. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu's eyes widened in surprise. I don't want to go. Please, let me stay. All right then. We want to go. One of the men reached out, caressing Chun Yu's face. Not bad looking. Chun Yu recoiled as a wave of foul breath assaulted her senses. Trembling in fear, the others began to eye A Wong with mischief. Boss, it's been a while since we've had some fun. Why don't we keep these 3 women here for a bit? Seeing the menacing figures before her, Chun Yu's fear intensified, and she pointed at Jiang Songning. I don't want to. Choose her instead. She is prettier. Yeah, what are you saying? Chun Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Jingyuan and the others wore expressions of disdain towards Chen Yu, who could no longer endure their gazes. She is clearly more beautiful. She is the one who should stay. Besides, she is cold-hearted. I saw her pass by me on the roadside last time, and she wouldn't even stop for me. Wang's previously dark expression morphed into one of amusement. Chun Huan stared incredulously at her sister. Chen Yu, if it weren't for Jiang and the others, you'd have been dead in some forgotten corner by now. When did you become so ungrateful? Who would have thought this girl has such a venomous side? Boss, I want her. I like this kind of maliciousness. Oh, Xiao He, I didn't expect your taste to be rather unique. Ignoring the futile argument between the Chen sisters, Jiang Songning continued to observe A Wong. Noting that his abilities had reached the 2nd tier, as for the zombies in the basement, she pondered that if they all descended together, armed with their weapons, they might stand a chance against the 3rd tier zombie. Especially since the allure of the crystal core was too tempting to resist. Jiang Songning sensed that the zombie's abilities might be of the wood element, as her own powers stirred in response to nearing the basement. All right, toss those 4 men down there. As for the 3 women, feel free to entertain yourselves, but don't play to the point of no return. With that, Wong ascended the stairs. Once he departed, the remaining men advanced toward the 3 girls. Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun wasted no time, drawing their firearms and aiming at the men's heads. Jiang Songning retrieved her crossbow from her space. The men, taken aback by the unexpected presence of guns, immediately raised their hands and surrendered. Why yes, please, be careful. Don't let it go off accidentally. Jiang Songning aimed her crossbow at the man named Xiao He. Who is your leader? How many of you are there? And why are you keeping so many zombies here? The group fell silent, and when Jiang Songning saw their reluctance to answer, she pulled the trigger. Stop. Please, calm down. I'll tell you. Speak. Even if you kill us. You want to escape. Just let us go. We want to say a word. Seeing their defiance, Jiang Songning employed her wood abilities to strike Xiao He once again. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't speak, we'll have to deal with you first and find someone more willing to cooperate. I'll talk. Our leader is Long Gu, and there are over 100 people living in this villa. Tiger is his right-hand man, and he often brings people back from the outside. Those who obey are kept around to work, while those who don't are fed to the zombies, upon hearing that they use the living to feed the zombies. The expressions of the captives darkened. Who is Long Gu, and what was his previous occupation? What abilities does he possess, and why does he use the living to sustain the undead? We don't know his real name. Only that he has been in prison before. Later, he took a group of people and occupied this place. We arrived afterward, as for his abilities and the reason behind feeding the living to zombies. We have no idea. Jiang Songning struck Xiao He with her vine once more. I want the truth. Lady, we genuinely don't know. We just speculate in private that using the living to feed zombies helps them level up faster. With a frigid demeanor, Jiang Songning reiterated, I will ask you one last time. What are Long Gu's abilities, and what level is he? The men fell silent, too intimidated to respond. Jiang Songning then shot directly at Xiao He's chest. With a look of incredulity, Xiao He stared at the arrow lodged in his chest. He attempted to speak, but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood and then collapsed, his eyes wide open. None of them had anticipated that Jiang Songning would truly commit murder. A tall, slender figure trembled as he spoke. I say, Brother Long possesses wood-based abilities and has already reached level 3. Wei Zhe and Song Hao could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had never expected someone to ascend to level 3 so swiftly. Jiang Songning believed her intuition was correct. The zombie in the basement was undoubtedly of the wood-based variety. What was the story behind that zombie? It had been cultivated by Brother Long himself, and once it reached level 4, he could extract its crystal core to advance further. Jiang Songning voiced her confusion. What made him think he could handle a level 4 zombie? At this point, the tall, slender figure dared not speak further, fearing that continuing would lead to his own heart being pierced by an arrow. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Zhang Soning signaled to Wei Zhe, who, along with Song Hao, searched the living room, pulled out the sofa, and proceeded to bind the remaining individuals. Sister Zhang, what shall we do next? Zhang Soning turned to Feng Jinyuan. What do you think, Senior Feng? Since we have come this far, we must obtain that level 3 crystal core. Otherwise, our efforts will have been in vain. Agreed. I concur. The others voiced their agreement, but Chun Yu began to protest. If you wish to court death, go ahead, but I refuse to join you. Feng Jinyuan grew impatient with Chen Yu. If you don't want to go, then stay here and wait. No. It's too dangerous for me to be here alone. What if they discover me? Wei Zhe spoke tersely. What do you propose we do? Chen Yu retorted with conviction. You must leave someone behind to protect me. The moment those words escaped her lips, even the usually mild-mannered Song Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chun Huan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. A Yuan? I'll stay behind with her. I won't participate in this operation. If we manage to get out safely, I'll take Yeye and leave the team. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu panicked. Sister, I don't want to leave. How can you be so selfish? You can't protect me. Why should you take me with you? Sister Huan, let's discuss this once we safely escaped. Feng Jinyuan declared, heading toward the basement. Chen Huan attempted to say more, but Zhang Soning fixed her gaze upon her. Let me remind you, the boss upstairs has a second-tier ability. If you wish to provoke him, keep making a scene. No one heroes you anything. After saying this, Zhang Soning also made her way toward the basement, uninterested in meddling in the affairs of Chen Huan and her sister. Her warning was merely to avoid alerting the ruthless individual named Wang. He was evidently a cold-hearted character, and with over 100 people in this villa complex, escaping would not be a simple task, especially with the level 3 ability user, Brother Long, around. As the five descended into the basement, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses, making it hard to suppress the urge to vomit. The basement was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. They treaded lightly, and Zhang Soning sensed the location of the zombie, leading them toward the room where it was confined. Chapter 55. Securing the level 3 crystal core. The zombie, sensing their presence, immediately erupted into excited howls. Upon reaching an iron door, they discovered the creature was bound with chains around its limbs and neck. Observing the environment of the basement revealed that it had not been arranged by Wang and his group. It had clearly been set up by the original owner of the room. Wei Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, the owner of this house must be quite deranged. The zombie was not captured by Brother Long. It had always been here. Zhang Soning looked at Lu Chen quizzically. How do you know this? I recognize her. The male owner of this room had a conflict with me. This woman was frequently a victim of domestic abuse. I saw discussions about her in the community group. She refused to divorce despite the beatings, and anyone who reported it would be met with her wrath. Wei Zhe was speechless. It's a classic case of mutual consent. Respect and bless. Song Hao's focus was rather peculiar. TSK, TSK, TSK. How does such a domestic abuser even prosper? This family is a resettlement household. I've heard they own many properties, Zhang Soning noted as she aimed her weapon at the zombie's head. This time, it seemed they had struck quite a bargain. Wei Zhe opened the iron door and directly went to extract the crystal core, rinsing it with water before handing it to Zhang Soning. Now that we have the crystal core, we must devise a plan for our escape. Zhang Soning did not believe their combined strengths could contend with so many adversaries, especially not with Brother Long. A man driven by madness, having taken control of the entire villa complex. Escaping would not be straightforward, particularly with Chen Yu, a ticking time bomb, among them. Suddenly, she recalled the flower she had unearthed at S University. However, she still did not know how to utilize it and needed to find a suitable place to study it. A direct confrontation was out of the question. What if we use a gas canister to blow this place up? That would solve everything. Wei Zhe could not think of any alternatives. Feng Jinyuan kicked him. There are many elderly and children here. Can't you use your brain for once? Let us focus on dealing with that Wang first. He could come down at any moment. The group exited the basement, where Chun Huan anxiously awaited at the door, while Chun Yu kept her head down in silence. Meanwhile, Wang was already seated on the living room sofa. Feng Jinyuan and Lu Chun swiftly drew their firearms, aiming them at him. The Wang appeared utterly unfazed, leisurely pulling out a cigarette to light it. Jiang Songning sensed that Wang did not seem to harbor any malicious intent toward them. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, he finally spoke, "Come, have a seat." Fang Jingyuan glanced at Jiang Songning, who nodded, and they cautiously lowered their weapons, stepping into the living room. There's no need for such wariness. If I intended to harm you, I wouldn't be waiting here alone. The Wang glanced at Chen Huan and Chen Yu, indicating that they too would not be safe standing there. Liu Chan understood this logic. What is your objective? Wang took another drag of his cigarette before responding. This was originally my territory, but it has been seized by Brother Long, and naturally, I won't let him off easily. Each time they bring in a new batch, it's always a bunch of useless individuals. Yet you all seem quite audacious. Jiang Songning recalled Wang's attitude toward Hu Gu when they had entered. He was indeed a master of both submission and defiance. Why should we trust you? Wang cast a glance at Jiang Songning and chuckled. If my memory serves me right, you are quite close with the third son of the Gu family. Aren't you? I know more about the origins of that batch of crossbows than you do. Upon hearing Wang mention Gu Jing, Jiang Songning scrutinized the man on the sofa, but she had no recollection of him. Do you know Gu Urge? Wang's expression darkened, and he refrained from answering. I will give you half an hour to consider. With that, he stood and headed upstairs. Liu Chan surveyed the surroundings, noting that this was not a suitable place for conversation. The villa had several maid rooms, and upon checking, he found them unoccupied, allowing the group to enter. As Chen Huan and Chen Yu attempted to follow, Liu Chun raised a hand to stop them. Sister Huan, there's no one in the adjacent room. You and your sister should rest there for a while. Chen Huan paused for a moment before nodding in understanding, while Chun Yu did not dare to act up any further. The others had no objections to Liu Chen's actions. They trusted Chen Huan, but Chun Yu was another matter entirely. Someone capable of betraying her teammates in an instant could not be allowed to participate. Once inside the room, they each found a spot to sit. Zhang Shuejia, what exactly did Wang mean by that? Jiang Songning pondered momentarily before sharing what she could. I'm not entirely certain. I haven't encountered this person before, but the Gu family he mentioned is indeed the Gu family of Han Hai Group. I imagine you all must have dealt with them in business. Liu Chan shook his head. Yuan and I are the youngest in our families and will not take over the group in the future. While we know a lot, we haven't interacted with them. I've heard of the Gu family, particularly the second son, Gu Shichan, and we are aware of some of his dealings, but we do not know him personally. Jiang Songning nodded. The cold weapons I possess were all obtained from Gu Urge. If Wang knows this, it likely means he has a good relationship with Gu Urge. Fang Jinyuan frowned. Do you think he is trustworthy? Jiang Songning shook her head. Gu Urge has a considerable number of personnel in his security company. And with weapons at his disposal, he must be faring well even in this apocalypse. Even if he once knew Gu Urge, his appearance here certainly indicates something has transpired. Liu Chen's expression turned serious. Regardless of whether he is trustworthy or not, we must collaborate with him. Since he can safely leave us here, he must have contingency plans. Fang Jinyuan added. So what we need to do is negotiate terms and devise an escape route. Jiang Songning fell silent, leaving the negotiations and escape planning to Fang Jinyuan and Liu Chun. She scanned the area, noticing that the flower, which had previously been a mere bud, had blossomed, appearing just like an ordinary flower from her past life. She was concerned that this individual might ultimately turn against them. While the two discussed, Jiang Songning stepped out of the room and into the restroom. Upon entering, she immediately entered her space. She hurried over to investigate the small white flower, but it appeared completely unremarkable. Jiang Songning attempted to sense it using her wood-based abilities, but the flower remained utterly unmoved. Jiang Songning contemplated that claiming ownership of the space also demanded blood. Without hesitation, she grasped a small knife and sliced her finger. She let her blood drip onto the flower, but despite the petals becoming drenched, there was no response, leaving Jiang Songning somewhat disheartened. She scrutinized the flower nestled in the soil, reminiscing about the scene from her previous life when He had employed this very blossom. Chapter 56. The little flower. After pondering for several minutes without any clarity, Jiang Songning recalled how He had always been wary of her, never performing any actions in her presence. Growing impatient, Jiang Songning attempted once more to communicate with the flower using her wood-based abilities, yet still, there was no reaction. Could it truly be that only the female protagonist could forge a contract? Gazing at the unresponsive flower, she coldly remarked, "Since you are so useless, nurturing you is merely a waste of land. It would be better to uproot you." With that, she produced a shovel, ready to act. At that moment, the flower, feigning death, began to stir. Its petals curled inward. Jiang Songning's eyes darkened. This was the same behavior the flower exhibited when it sought to manipulate human hearts in her past life. A cold smile spread across her lips. This was her space, and she was its master. Tio attempt to control her? A foolish dream. The flower sensed the shift in atmosphere and thought, how could I be useless? Don't waste your efforts. It's futile. The little flower trembled slightly, realizing how frightening Jiang Songning was. I shall give you one last chance. You have two choices. The flower twisted its body, inquiring what those choices were. One is to follow me, and you may reside here indefinitely. As for the second choice. Jiang Songning's expression turned menacing as she raised the shovel high, driving it forcefully into the ground beside her. I shall uproot you entirely and toss you into the stinking sewer. The little flower quivered. This woman was terrifying. I grant you 3 seconds to decide. Point 1. The flower wasted no time and began fervently absorbing the blood from its petals, thinking it would be foolish to pass up the opportunity to remain in such a fertile and pleasant space. Once the blood had been fully absorbed, Jiang Songning attempted to exert her control over the flower. Sensing a faint connection between them, she finally smiled. Now you're behaving. From now on, you shall be called Little Flower. The flower gently swayed in agreement. Having resolved the matter with Little Flower, Jiang Songning exited the space. After washing her hands, she returned to her room, where the others had already discussed the details of their escape. Fang Jingyuan relayed the agreed-upon conditions to Jiang Songning, asking if the junior had anything to add. She shook her head. I have no objections. As the time approached, they returned to the living room, where, in addition to a Wang, several unfamiliar men and women had gathered. It seemed they had come to a consensus on their answers. Once seated, Fang Jingyuan spoke up. We are open to cooperation, but we have our conditions. Hearing that they had conditions, the man sitting next to a Wang chuckled derisively. You propose conditions? Do you really believe that a bunch of inexperienced kids like you can escape? The others joined in mocking laughter. Fang Jingyuan idly toyed with his lighter, seemingly unfazed by their taunts. However, Wei Zhe could no longer contain himself. If you're so powerful, why do you need us to cooperate? Cowards! Who are you calling a coward? The man, furious, drew a dagger from his waist, threatening Wei Zhe. I'll kill you. Wei Zhe, undaunted, brandished a crossbow at him. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? A Wang, seeing that Fang Jingyuan did not intervene, finally spoke. All right, Haizi. Haizi shot a glance at a Wang before turning away from Wei Zhe. Fang Jingyuan intervened. A's, stop causing trouble. A Wang regarded Fang Jingyuan with newfound respect, recognizing his composure. So, what are your conditions? First, upon completion of our cooperation, we want to take 1/3 of the supplies here. Second, we demand the safe release of the innocent individuals wishing to leave. Upon hearing this, a Wang could not help but laugh. You truly are asking for a lot. We can agree to the second condition, but taking 1/3 of the supplies is out of the question. We have many people who still need to survive. Unless you give us 1/3 of the supplies, the cooperation is off. Haizi, unable to restrain himself, was about to act, but a Wang shot him a warning look, causing Haizi to simmer down in frustration. We can only take 1/4. Go be frank, the supplies in the Villa District are scarce. Brother Long spends all his time feeding those zombies, and Li Hu robs passers-by. All the supplies come from looting. We have to consider the remaining people. Fang Jingyuan's original intention was to settle for 1/4. He exchanged glances with Lu Qian and nodded in agreement. All right. They proceeded to discuss their course of action. In the entire Villa District, only Brother Long and Li Hu's 30 or so men posed a genuine threat. The others were coerced into staying, and they would likely not interfere if they took action. Fang Jingyuan turned to a Wang. As far as I know, Brother Long's ability is at level 3. Yes, Li Hu's ability is level 2. And all his underlings are at level 1. Hearing this, Jiang Songning was momentarily taken aback. It had only been nearly a month since the apocalypse, and already level 3 zombies and level 3 human abilities had emerged. In her previous life, they had only arrived at the Yunhai Villa base 2 months into the apocalypse, at which time the leaders there had just reached level 2 abilities, with most others being level 1 or lower. This brother, who was no ordinary individual, but the fact that he used living humans to feed zombies meant they could not let him go free. Fang Jingyuan and Lu Qian fell silent. There were only 7 of them in total, with Chen Huan and Chun Yu lacking combat prowess, and Song Hao not even reaching level 1. Wang S group had only a Wang at level 2. while the others comprised 3 at level 1 and 4 at lower levels, making victory seem somewhat daunting. Jiang Soning turned to Wang. Do you have a way to lure brother Hu over here? Wang regarded her. Are you thinking of picking them off one by one? Jiang Soning shook her head. Just bring him here, and you will see. Since she was unwilling to elaborate, Wang did not press further. I will draw him over shortly. I hope you truly have a plan, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Wei Zhe was instantly infuriated. What do you mean? Since this is a partnership, we should naturally help each other in times of danger. Otherwise, what is the point of cooperating? Everyone is distrustful of one another, and Wang is reluctant to exert all his efforts. She hasn't told us exactly how to proceed. How can we be certain of success? I must also ensure the safety of my people. Jiang Soning frowned, suddenly recalling that they were not like Feng Jingyuan and his group, who had absolute trust in her without hesitation. She retrieved Little Flower from the space. The pollen of this flower could bewilder minds. Once Brother Hu arrived, she would use Little Flower against him, commanding him to assassinate Brother Long. Chapter 57. Bewitching Brother Hu. Everyone regarded the seemingly ordinary flower in Jiang Songning's hands with skepticism. Jiang Songning understood their doubts. After all, she too had once perceived it as merely a wildflower in her mind. She commanded Little Flower to confuse Heisei, prompting him to slap the man beside him. The man, bewildered, stared at Heisei in disbelief. Heisei, what do you mean? Realizing what he had just done, Heisei looked at his hand, then at Jiang Songning's mischievous smile, finally comprehending the situation. Was that you? Jiang Songning nodded. Glancing at Wang, who appeared astonished, can we lure Brother Hu over now? Wang now viewed the young woman before him with trepidation. He had initially planned to deal with Brother Long before executing a black operation against them. But that notion had been completely dispelled. I will discuss it with them. We'll go in half an hour. You all should rest a bit. Jiang Songning and her companions refrained from participating in their discussions and returned to the caretaker's room. Wei Zhe's admiration for Jiang Songning intensified as he gazed at the flower in her hands. Sister Jiang, this flower is incredible. Her name is Little Flower. She is not that extraordinary. Against those with strong will, she is ineffective. Lu Chen also observed Little Flower with curiosity, noting that its effects bore resemblance to certain illicit substances. There are many drugs on the market capable of controlling individuals, and although the government has continuously cracked down on these banned substances, human desire often prevails. Yet, obtaining them remains quite challenging. I unearthed this flower from the Agricultural Science Institute at school. Do you think it might be an experimental product created by a professor or student? The others were clueless about such matters, yet the mention of the Agricultural Science Institute made them ponder its validity. Liu Chun speculated that perhaps a professor had cultivated it, and with the apocalypse upon them, it had mutated. However, the flower appeared as an ordinary wildflower, making it difficult to identify its species. The group examined the flower, which feigned stillness in its pot, while secretly attempting to communicate with Jiang Songning. Yearning to return to the space, for the outside air reeked of decay, and it did not wish to linger outside. Jiang Songning chose to ignore its attempts, feigning indifference. She was still irked and intended to teach it a lesson. Otherwise, it might continue to assume that its stay in the space was a matter of course. After letting Xiaohua cool down for about 10 minutes, she had calmed her temper. It was then that Jiang Songning finally spoke. Now do you understand the favor of your master? Xiaohua fervently twisted her body in Jiang Songning's mind, expressing her unwavering loyalty. Seeing that she had settled down, Jiang Songning finally retracted her back into the space. Secretly pleased, feeling in control, upon witnessing Jiang Songning store the flower away, Feng Jingyuan retrieved bread and instant noodles from his backpack, suggesting, let us eat something first. Song Hao picked up 2 packs of instant noodles, saying, I'll take this to Sister Huan. After Song Hao left, Jiang Songning began to eat the bread. However, just as she took a bite, she heard a commotion from next door. I don't want instant noodles. I want rice. Go fetch me some rice. Looking at the instant noodles on the ground, a flicker of sympathy crossed Song Hao's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, many people couldn't even afford instant noodles. Yet Chun Yu carelessly discarded them. But seeing her angry demeanor, Song Hao could only helplessly stare at Chen Huan. Haozi, I'm sorry. You should return to your room for now. Chen Yu, in a frenzy, glared at Chen Huan. Sister, I don't want to eat instant noodles. They clearly have delicious food. Yet they only give us instant noodles. They're isolating us. At that moment, they heard the sound of Song Hao closing the door, and the noise from next door ceased. When Song Hao returned, he sighed heavily. The others shook their heads in resignation. All the food belonged to Jiang Songning, and it was her prerogative to share or withhold it. There was no way to take it for granted. Jiang Songning's perception of Chun Yu's audacity was also refreshed. The group quietly finished their meals, waiting for arrangements from Wang. Just then, there was a knock at the door. When Song Hao opened it, he saw a short-haired girl. Wang Gu wants you all to come over. The group then stood up and walked towards the living room. I'll go get Hu Gu right away. How do you plan to arrange things? Jiang Songning expressed her intentions. That Long Gu has a level 3 ability, and with so many people, it won't be easy to deal with. Once Hu Gu arrives, I'll let Xiaohua confuse his mind and have him take you to meet Long Gu. Long Gu trusts him, and he can ambush Long Jia's best if Long Gu dies. If not, you can deliver the finishing blow. Wang was somewhat displeased with Jiang Songning's arrangement, concerned about the possibility of failure. That will depend on you. We will be nearby to assist you. I believe you can manage to let us appear openly outside the villa. Right? Wang pondered for a moment and decided to take a risk. All right, I'll trust you this once. After giving instructions to a few subordinates, Wang headed towards the villa's exit. Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chan returned to the caretaker's room, while Jiang Songning affectionately sat beside Haizi, engaging in a game of landlord with him and the others in the living room. About half an hour later, Wang entered with Hu Gu and a younger brother in tow. Oh, we were just playing. The group stood up respectfully, greeting Hu Gu. Hello, Hu Gu. Hu Gu scanned the room before finally resting his gaze on Jiang Songning. Pretending to be frightened, she hid behind Haizi. Haizi eagerly handed a pack of cigarettes to Hu Gu. Hu Gu, this girl looks pretty good. I'd like to keep her around for a couple of days. Hu Gu, seeing the cigarettes, didn't make things difficult for Haizi. All right, just as long as it doesn't interfere with the boss's matters. At that moment, Hu Gu walked over and sat down. So, what is the secret that summoned me here? What treasure do you have? Jiang Songning picked up a nearby flower pot and issued a command to Xiaohua. Wang then presented a box of self-heating rice. Hu Gu, this is what the brothers painstakingly brought back. You've worked hard to protect us, so we brought this to show our gratitude for you and Long Ji's protection. Upon seeing the box of self-heating beef rice, Hu Gu swallowed hard. Although they weren't lacking food in this apocalypse, eating bread, instant noodles, and biscuits every day made one sick. Seeing so much self-heating rice, he felt an overwhelming urge to dig in. Finally, he swallowed again and spoke. All right, I'll give you some credit for your keen eye. Come with me to see the boss. He hasn't had a good meal in a while. Jiang Songning, relieved that she had secured Hu Ji's cooperation, felt a bit anxious about whether he was a resolute type. Thank you for your favor, Hu Gu, Wang said, instinctively lifting the box of self-heating rice and following Hu Gu with a bow. As they left, the group exchanged silent glances. After Wang departed, Fang Jingyuan and the others emerged. They waited for another 10 minutes before Haizi swaggered out of the villa with several people. Meanwhile, Wang flattered Hu Gu along the way. Having grown up in the streets, Wang was adept at navigating social situations. It was only in recent years, following Gu Shiqing, that he gained a reputation and no longer needed to curry favor with others. Hu Gu had been a petty thief since childhood, and hearing flattery inevitably made him feel elated. Upon reaching Villa No. 1, Hu Gu finally regained his composure. Villa No. 1 was the largest and most luxurious in the Xinghe complex, guarded by several brothers at the entrance. Upon seeing Hu Gu, they respectfully greeted him. Wang's eyes gleamed with a hint of darkness, but his face quickly donned a servile smile. The man guarding the entrance was a tall, burly figure who looked down on Hu Gu, sneering. What brings Li Hu here? Li Hu felt a surge of anger but knew that Long Ji's most trusted aide was Xiong Zhuang. Although he felt disgruntled, he dared not show it. I've brought something nice for Long Gu. Upon noticing the contents of Wang's box, Xiong Zhuang's demeanor shifted as he too craved the meat. All right, wait here. I'll see if Long Gu is awake. As Xiong Zhuang entered the villa, he heard the familiar sounds of women shouting and ignored them. Heading straight to the second floor, at the door, he found a bare-chested man engaged in a game with two nude women. Long Gu, hearing Xiong Zhuang's voice, continued his actions. What's up? Li Hu and Wang are here. They found a box of self-heating rice to offer you. Upon hearing self-heating rice, Long Ji's interest peaked. And he paused. Let them in. Yes. Xiong Zhuang descended the stairs, bringing the two men inside. Wang surveyed the surroundings. He had previously lived here until Long Gu had him expelled from the villa. Concealing his emotions, He sat quietly beside Li Hu before long, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe with a missing ear, looking quite menacing, descended. He sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and cast an appreciative glance at Wang. Wang, I knew you were a man who knows the times. Wang immediately stood up, grinning at Long Gu. Yes, yes. Long Gu, your strength is formidable. We all depend on you. Without you, how could we live so well? Long Gu chuckled heartily. Haha, you can rest assured to follow me. I won't treat you poorly. Wang quickly produced a box of self-heating rice. Long Gu, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let me prepare a box for you to taste. If you like it, I'll take the brothers to search for more in the market tomorrow. Long Gu raised his hand in agreement. Wang quickly prepared the self-heating rice, and soon the enticing aroma of boiled beef wafted through the air. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Before the apocalypse, this dish was nothing special, but now it was considered a top delicacy. Look at your eagerness, Wang. Distribute it evenly. Each of you gets a box. I'm not one to shortchange my brothers. Xiong Zhuang and Li Hu laughed joyfully. Thank you, Long Gu. Wang took out 3 boxes, opened the packaging, and began distributing them. He kept an eye on Li Hu, feeling a hint of worry. Was that flour not up to par? However, he could not show it and could only feel anxious internally. As Long Gu's box approached completion, Wang eagerly uncovered the lid. Although Long Gu was tempted, he refrained from showing it in front of his subordinates. Long Gu, please give it a try. Long Gu leisurely accepted the spoon and took a piece of beef first. With only a few pieces of beef in the box, he hadn't enjoyed meat in a long time. The taste was unforgettable, and it was the first time he realized how delicious meat could be. Just as he savored the dish, a sudden pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw a dagger embedded in his torso. He felt as if his heartbeat had ceased, incredulously staring at Li Hu. You'd. Li Hu also snapped back to reality, staring at his hands in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had suddenly killed Long Gu. Xiong Zhuang, realizing what had happened, looked at the lifeless Long Gu slumped on the sofa, utterly shocked. Li Hu, you actually killed Long Gu. I didn't. I don't know how this happened, Li Hu protested. But Xiong Zhuang disregarded his explanation, grabbing his weapon and lunging at Li Hu. Wang, stunned for a moment, joined Xiong Zhuang. If they could eliminate Li Hu, the remaining threats would pose little concern. His ability was the highest in the entire villa district. Li Hu, how dare you? You actually killed Long Gu. I will avenge him. Wang's impassioned words only served to further inflame Xiong Zhuang's fury, prompting him to strike with even greater ferocity. Li Hu quickly grasped the situation, beginning to unleash his abilities in retaliation. Wang, no longer holding back, activated his own powers, and the commotion outside drew in their subordinates. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Long Gu lifelessly sprawled on the sofa. While Xiong Zhuang and Wang confronted Li Hu, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos, a few individuals who had been closely aligned with Li Hu, witnessing his struggle, promptly joined the fray. Xiong Zhuang, spotting the others, bellowed at them. Li Hu has slain Long Gu. Come forth and avenge him. Upon hearing this, the group hastily entered the battle. The tumult within the villa escalated, with abilities clashing and the cacophony of explosions reverberating. As objects crashed to the ground, the uproar soon attracted a considerable crowd, ultimately drawing everyone from outside into the fray. Jiang Songning and her group, hearing the ruckus, ventured inside, only to halt at the sight of the chaotic scene. Wang's subordinates also joined the melee. Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun cast admiring glances at Jiang Songning. While they are embroiled in conflict, Chun, take Zhe and Haozi to free those captives and rendezvous with Sister Huan. Jiang Zuizister and I will deal with those first-tier zombies and procure their cores. We shall reconvene at the villa entrance in an hour. After Fang Jingyuan spoke, Jiang Songning produced 4 electric scooters and swiftly made her way to the area where the first-tier zombies were held. Upon arriving at Villa number 5, they encountered 3 guards at the entrance, who eyed Jiang Songning and Fang Jingyuan warily. What brings you here? One asked. Brothers, Tiger Gu and Xiong Gu are engaged in battle at Villa No. 1, and we are short on manpower. You must hurry over. The trio exchanged glances upon hearing of the conflict. Fang Jingyuan urgently implored, Brothers, you must go check. Many are injured over there, and our abilities are insufficient to assist. We merely came to replace you. With that, they hesitated no longer. They realized that aiding in the fight would surely earn them favor, freeing them from the drudgery of tending to these grotesque creatures. All right, we'll go take a look. You two keep an eye on things inside. Fang Jingyuan nodded earnestly. Brothers, please be cautious. Once the trio departed, Jiang Soning and Fang Jingyuan entered the villa, where approximately 21st-tier zombies were confined in separate rooms. Each room had been modified for ease of feeding, preventing the zombies from escaping. 4 zombies were locked in each chamber. Fang Jingyuan used a hammer to breach the first room, and as the zombies heard the noise, they charged out. Fang Jingyuan immediately attacked with his abilities, while Jiang Soning utilized her mental powers to control the zombies for 3 seconds before shooting arrows through their skulls, in under 10 minutes. They dispatched the 4 zombies and, employing a similar strategy, eliminated the remaining 20. They swiftly extracted the cores and exited Villa No. 5 in the adjacent villas. They found another 10 zombies, which they quickly dealt with before proceeding to Villa No. 8. Jiang Soning sensed the presence of a second-tier zombie and exchanged an excited glance with Fang Jingyuan as they entered. The commotion from Villa No. 1 only served to facilitate their efforts. Upon entering, Jiang Soning made her way to the basement. The second-tier zombie was shackled with iron chains, evidently a creature cultivated by Long Gu for its upgraded core. This fortunate turn of events would allow Jiang Soning to elevate her abilities directly to Tier 3. Fang Jingyuan shot an ice blade through the zombie's head and quickly extracted the core. Sensing that time was of the essence, they did not linger and swiftly exited Villa No. 8. Riding their electric scooters towards the villa's entrance, it was now 8 in the evening. Yet the villa remained alive with activity, as some individuals rushed towards the main gate with backpacks, while others merely observed the chaos. Jiang Soning noted that the villa contained only a few lower-tier zombies and decided against further engagement. Their priority was to leave, as escaping would require considerable effort regardless of who ultimately triumphed in the conflict. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a flurry of vehicles coming and going. The ongoing chaos had drawn a handful of zombies, and those attempting to flee fought fiercely against them. They found Wei Zhe and his group already engaged with the approaching zombies. Having arrived at the location where they had parked earlier, Jiang Soning stowed the electric scooters in her space, and they quickly boarded their vehicle, heading towards the cold storage. What about Sister Huan? Lu Chun inquired, his expression betraying unease. A sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Soning, fearing that Chen Yu might have caused yet another problem. Wei Zhe remained silent, driving without uttering a word. Noticing their reluctance to discuss the matter, Fang Jingyuan redirected the conversation, suggesting they find a safe place to hide. As nighttime posed its own dangers, Liu Chan then spoke up, "There are several shops ahead. Let us find one to rest for the night before departing." After 5 minutes of driving, they spotted a commercial street where zombies were sparse, and many who had emerged from the villa had chosen to stay the night, having dealt with most of the zombies. Wei Zhe parked the vehicle in front of a mother and baby store. They swiftly exited, dispatching the surrounding zombies before rushing inside. Inside the store, a few zombies remained, but the group collaborated to eliminate them before beckoning Song Hao and others to enter. Seeing them, Song Hao, alongside Chen Huan, carried the unconscious Chen Yu into the store. Jiang Soning and Fang Jingyuan exchanged concerned glances. "Chen Huan, how do you wish to address this situation?" Lu Chen asked, looking at her. With her head bowed in shame, Chen Huan reflected on the events. She could not abandon Chen Yu, yet her sister's recent actions left her feeling utterly humiliated. "Jingyuan, Chen, I am truly grateful for your care during this time. Although we have not known each other long, your protection has meant a great deal to me. However, my sister." Chen Huan hesitated, pondering that if Chen Yu were not her sister, she might have wished her dead. "I cannot bear to remain here any longer, so I have decided to leave with Chen Yu tomorrow." Song Hao, having formed a close bond with Chen Huan, looked at her reluctantly. "But Sister Huan? What if you encounter danger?" he protested. Chen Huan smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I can handle zombies. Did Jiang Zuizister not mention that a base has been established at Yunhai Villa? I believe I can survive there." A moment of silence enveloped them, as none wished for Chen Huan to depart. Finding another compatible teammate, especially one with healing abilities, would prove difficult. Yet, gazing at the unconscious Chen Yu, they remained silent, refraining from urging her to stay. Chen Huan noted their expressions, feeling a mix of disappointment and understanding. She could hardly blame them for their indifference, as Chen Yu's behavior had been utterly unacceptable. Fang Jingyuan spoke up, "In that case, you may take the vehicle that Song Hao drove. We'll also share a barrel of gasoline.as for supplies. We have relied on Jiang Zuizister's collections. You will need to devise your own means for those." Chen Huan nodded appreciatively, I am truly grateful for your generosity. I have not contributed much since joining your team, so thank you. Feeling a pang of sorrow, each member of the group began to offer up instant noodles and bread from their packs to Chen Huan. You need not give me these. I can collect supplies myself. In this apocalypse, I cannot rely on you forever, she protested. However, Wei Zhe insisted, stuffing the items into her backpack. Sister Huan, please accept them. We originally planned to head to Cydia together. Consider this our small gesture. With no choice but to accept, Chen Huan blushed as she glanced at Jiang Songning and Lu Chun. Jiang, Ah Qian, Haozi, and Jin Yuan. I apologize for the burden I have caused you these days. On behalf of my sister, I express my deepest regrets. AS Chapter 60 unfolds. Jiang Songning retrieved a box of instant noodles from her space. Sister Huan, take this box with you. Remember to prioritize your own well-being. After all, life is precious, and in this apocalypse, no one owes anyone anything. Chen Huan understood the underlying message in Jiang Songning's words, yet she found it impossible to abandon her only family. I comprehend. Jiang, do not worry. You all must take care of yourselves, if we are to meet again. She trailed off, uncertain of how to continue. For in this apocalypse, the fate of those once by your side could change in an instant. Yes, we shall meet again. Take care of yourself, Jiang Songning insisted, unwilling to dwell on such a heavy topic. She then presented the collected cores from the space. Our haul this time is commendable. I have kept the wood-type cores. You may each take any that align with your attributes, while we will decide what to do with the rest. Jiang Songning procured a second-tier core and 3 first-tier wood-type cores, with the remaining cores being of the first tier. The most jubilant among them was Song Hao, who gleefully exclaimed, "Finally, I can level up." The others shared in his joy, and Fang Jingyuan encouraged him. "Hurry to the back room and upgrade. We will guard the area." With excitement, Song Hao dashed off, laughing. "All right, I'll be on my way." Jiang Songning presented 3 attribute-less first-tier crystal cores to Chen Huan, saying, "Sister Huan, these are for you. You might seize this opportunity to enhance your abilities." This time, Chen Huan did not refuse. She was acutely aware of her own frailty. With their departure looming tomorrow, she felt uncertain about whether she would find another crystal core for her advancement. So she mustered the courage to accept them. "Thank you, Jiang," she expressed gratefully. Jiang Songning merely smiled, urging her, "Go on and upgrade." After Chen Huan left, Fang Jingyuan turned to Jiang Songning, remarking, "Junior, it's your turn to upgrade." "I am not in a hurry. I'll wait until Haozi is out," she replied. Fang Jingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Songning then observed the items in the maternal and infant shop, noting that the baby formula was still available. Without hesitation, she stored everything in her space, planning to keep the formula for future use. Once everything was secured, she turned her attention to Lu Qian and Wei Zhe. "Are you really not going to discuss what just transpired?" Upon mentioning the recent events, both Wei Zhe and Lu Qian cast disdainful glances at Chen Yu, who lay on the floor. Ultimately, it was Wei Zhe who spoke up, "Earlier, as we exited the community with our group, the zombies outside were drawn by the commotion and surrounded us. We began dealing with them, but inexplicably, Chen Yu clung to Brother Chen. Then a first-tier zombie appeared. The 3 of us could have easily handled it, but she, in a fit of madness, dashed out to shield Brother Chen, nearly causing Haozi to be bitten by a zombie. To make matters worse, just when I managed to save Haozi and Brother Chen was about to dispatch that zombie, Chen Yu suddenly shoved Sister Huan forward to absorb the zombie's attack. Thankfully, Brother Chen reacted swiftly and drew his gun. Otherwise, Sister Huan, we initially refrained from using firearms to avoid causing too much ruckus. Yet in the end, both Haozi and Sister Huan nearly lost their lives. It would have been better to use the guns from the start. Jiang Songning, upon hearing this, was utterly speechless. In a wonder there were still dozens of zombies at the entrance when they emerged. She had wondered why so many zombies had appeared suddenly, given that the area had been largely cleared by Wang Hu and his group. It turned out the culprit was right here. Wei Zhe, filled with indignation, remarked, "Sister Huan is truly unfortunate to have such a sister." "Then how did she faint?" Lu Qian inquired expressionlessly. "I knocked her out. If she were conscious, she would endanger all of us." Jiang Songning initially felt that it was rather heartless to let Chen Huan leave, but at this moment, she felt relieved that if Chen Yu had truly accompanied them, it was likely that everyone would have faced peril. "I hope Sister Huan comes to her senses soon." Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun were reluctant to dwell on the matter further, settling down to rest on the ground. Jiang Songning seized the opportunity to relax while awaiting Song Hao's return. By midnight, Song Hao emerged, brimming with excitement. "Hey, I leveled up." Jiang Songning gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Congratulations!" The others joined in with cheerful congratulations as well. "Jiang Shuesheng, you should hurry and upgrade. It's getting late." Only then did Jiang Songning rise and head toward the storeroom. Upon entering, she immediately stepped into her space, knowing that Fang Jinyuan and the others would not intrude. She wasted no time washing up and then indulged in some barbecue, which caused Tang Yuan to come running. Drooling, Jiang Songning offered a few skewers of pork belly to Tang Yuan, who joyfully devoured them. She then opened a can of soda, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she took out 2 third-tier crystal cores, deciding to wait a couple of days before using them. She needed to lay a solid foundation first, as she feared she might struggle to control her strength if she advanced directly to Tier 3. Once she sent Tang Yuan away, Jiang Songning began her upgrade process. Time slipped by, and by the time she completed her upgrade, it was already 4 in the morning. Glancing at the time, she opted to take a nap in her space. When her alarm rang at 7, she refreshed herself and emerged from the space. She found herself back in the warehouse, and upon seeing the neatly arranged boxes, she stored them all in her space. After finishing her task, she stepped out of the warehouse. Upon exiting, she noticed the somber expressions on the faces of her companions. Chen Huan and Chen Yu were no longer present in the shop. Jiang Songning did not pry further and retrieved some bread and milk from her space to share with everyone. After they ate, their spirits lifted considerably. Wei Zhe looked at Jiang Songning with delight. "Sister Jiang, are you now at Tier 3? Not yet. I want to train a bit more before upgrading. Otherwise, I'm worried I won't be able to control my strength." After everyone finished their meal, they opened the door to the maternal and infant shop. Outside, only a few scattered zombies lingered. Jiang Songning turned to Lu Chun. "Senior Lu, is there a pet shop on this street?" Lu Chun glanced around. "Yes, but I've forgotten exactly where it is. Are you looking to gather supplies for Tang Yuan?" Jiang Songning nodded. "Since there are not many zombies outside, let us take a look at the shops to see if there's anything useful we can take." Everyone agreed, and Jiang Songning stored the vehicle in her space, taking out a small electric scooter as they ventured into the street. The street was bustling with various shops, likely due to its proximity to the Villa district. Most items for sale were daily necessities. The small supermarkets had been thoroughly looted, leaving little in the way of food. Seeing that the group had not found anything of value, Lu Chun suggested, "There's a mall to the south. Shall we check it out?" Fang Jinyuan promptly declined, stating going to the mall might waste more time. "We should head to the cold storage as quickly as possible. The weather is getting hotter. We don't know if the contents have spoiled, and others might find that place too." Wei Zhe, however, was not concerned. "Don't worry. The cold storage door is secured with a password lock. Besides me, only a few employees know the code, so even if someone finds it, they can't get in." Upon hearing his bravado, Jiang Songning couldn't help but interject, "Someone with metal powers could easily unlock your password." Wei Zhe, previously unruffled, suddenly looked as though he had been doused with cold water. Everyone, let us not dawdle. We should head to the pet shop." Jiang Songning couldn't resist a sly smile at his reaction. After thoroughly exploring the street, they finally located the pet shop in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Few people kept pets, so the shop was nearly deserted. As soon as Jiang Songning entered, she began to scour the place for supplies. She collected an array of pet snacks, biscuits, cat food, dog food, and even some niche pet food, storing it all in her space. Once the scorching weather arrived, these pet foods would also serve as rare delicacies for humans. After clearing out the pet shop, the group ceased their search for other supplies and drove towards the cold storage. With just 5 of them, the spacious DG could accommodate everyone comfortably. Throughout the journey, Wei Zhe anxiously drove, worried that the items in the cold storage might be pilfered, and they arrived in less than an hour. As they approached the cold storage's imposing doors, Wei Zhe finally let out a sigh of relief. The group disembarked and swiftly dealt with a few zombies before entering the cold storage. Outside, there was a security room adjacent to an office. Jiang Songning used her abilities to scan the interior, confirming that no zombies were present, which put her at ease. The cold storage was just 2 meters from the office, and Wei Zhe quickly entered the code to unlock the door. As the door swung open, a rush of cold air enveloped them, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Wei Zhe led the group inside, where several down jackets hung by the entrance. After everyone donned the jackets, Wei Zhe remarked, "It seems the solar generator is still functioning. I'll go turn it off." Once Jiang Soning was dressed, she surveyed the cold storage, which spanned approximately 100 square meters. The meat inside was sourced from their own supply, delivered the same day, and intended for supermarket distribution the next day. So it wasn't particularly vast. The four of them gazed at the neatly arranged meat, swallowing involuntarily. Although Jiang Soning occasionally took meat from the storage, she still craved it. Song Hao beamed at the sight of the chicken, duck, fish, and meat, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. We'll have meat to eat every day." Lu Qian, unrelenting, shot him down. "What a fanciful thought. When would we have time to cook?" Song Hao's enthusiasm waned instantly. "Even if we can't eat it daily, we can indulge occasionally, right?" Jiang Soning, however, had little interest in the meat, realizing that it had been frozen for so long that its texture would surely not compare to fresh cuts. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a twinge of disdain for herself. She had never complained about expired bread in her past life, but was now being picky about frozen meat. Once Wei Zhe turned off the generator, the group began sorting the meat into plastic baskets. Jiang Soning recalled the generators, asking, "A's, are those generators still operational?" "Yes, they're in good condition. Thankfully, I didn't heed my old man's advice to buy diesel ones. See, this resolves our meat supply issue. All right, let us take the generator with us, and you can see if there's anything else useful we can carry away." After nearly an hour of sorting in the cold storage, they managed to organize everything. Jiang Soning estimated that there were over 2,000 pounds of pork, more than 1,000 pounds of beef, and collectively around 1,000 pounds of chicken and duck, along with several hundred pounds of shrimp and crab. All of it had been frozen, so the taste would undoubtedly be compromised. However, the most significant haul consisted of frozen dumplings, wontons, tangyuan, and steamed buns. Those items were not expired and would not spoil in her space, ensuring that they wouldn't have to rely solely on instant noodles in the future. This trip was far from fruitless. They had indeed gathered a bountiful supply, and the faces of the group radiated joy. Once the items in the cold storage are moved, it will be nearly noon. A few individuals returned to the office, intending to have a bite to eat before discussing their route. Today's harvest was quite satisfactory. Jiang Soning produced steaks, providing each person with a serving of steak and salad, followed by 4 bottles of ice-cold cola. Wei Zhe and Song Hao's eyes sparkled with greed at the sight of the steak. "Hurry and eat. If we don't fill our stomachs, we'll be stuck with instant noodles." The group fell silent, rapidly consuming the steaks. "I feel so fortunate," Wei Zhe exclaimed, sipping his cola. "I have a pot and some seasonings in my space. I should start cooking for myself when I have the time. I no longer wish to eat instant noodles." Upon hearing Jiang Soning's words, everyone nodded in agreement. "Jiang, you are absolutely right, but I must clarify. I cannot cook," Fang Jingyuan stated awkwardly, glancing at the others. "Liu Chun." "That I cannot either," Wei Zhe shrugged, adding, "Neither can I. I make quite good instant noodles, haha," Song Hao said, eliciting expectant gazes from the other 3 directed at Jiang Soning. She was left speechless. Although she could cook, she had no fondness for it. Initially, she had hoped someone would take on the cooking duties, allowing them to alternate, but since no one could, she might as well prepare her own meals. Ultimately, she coldly announced, "Let us stick to instant noodles." The light in Wei Zhe's eyes instantly dimmed. Sigh. After satisfying their hunger, the time was nearly noon, and Lu Chun took out the map once more. "Next, we are heading to the northern warehouse. We are currently in the western part of the city, and traveling to the north allows us to take the national road, avoiding the city center. However, it will be less convenient to collect supplies along the national road." Fang Jingyuan examined the map, noting, "On our way to the northern area, we will pass by a supermarket called Hoarding, which is located just over 10 kilometers from the national road. This supermarket is quite large. We should check it out." Jiang Soning took the map, glanced at it, and had no objections. "How many warehouses are nearby? Let us see if there are any other useful supplies here." Wei Zhe had visited this area a few times, and was aware that the vicinity contained a variety of warehouses for different purposes. "Let us go take a look. I only know that several warehouses store construction materials and some odds and ends. There are also 2 cold storage facilities nearby, but they use diesel generators. So whatever is inside is probably spoiled." Fang Jingyuan, as the team leader, began assigning tasks. "All right, let us assess the situation to save time. We will split up. Jiang and I will form one group and head left, while the 3 of you will form another group and head right. After checking the contents, remember to note their locations, and Jiang, Please store anything useful in your space. Chapter 62. Tracking after the two groups split up. Jiang Soning surveyed her surroundings once more. This area belonged to the old city, with some dilapidated houses 3 kilometers away, but judging by their appearance, it seemed no one resided there anymore. There were approximately 20 warehouses, and Jiang Soning, along with Fang Jinyuan, rode their electric scooter to the nearest warehouse. After investigating, they found no zombies inside, and Fang Jinyuan promptly smashed the lock off the door with a hammer. Upon opening the door, they discovered it was filled with wooden flooring meant for renovations. Jiang Soning inspected the wooden planks, believing they might be useful for building a house in the future, and stored a portion in her space. Fang Jinyuan twitched his lips, gaining a clearer understanding of Lu Chen's phrase about plucking feathers from a goose. The two continued to check 7 or 8 more warehouses, discovering various miscellaneous items like lamps, toys, and appliances. Jiang Soning stored a portion of these items in her space. Eventually, they stumbled upon a small warehouse filled with winter pajamas, thermal clothing, and some undergarments. A smile finally graced Jiang Soning's face. Although they were cotton garments, their warmth was comparable to down jackets, and they were quite comfortable to wear. The styles were acceptable, as there was no room for fussiness in the apocalypse. She stored everything from this warehouse into her space before returning to the cold storage office. By this time, Lu Chen and the others had already returned, albeit looking somewhat disheveled. What happened? Why the disarray? Wei Zhe glanced at the two with a weary expression. All the meat in those cold storage units has spoiled. The smell dug. Song Hao couldn't he help but retch at the memory of what he had just witnessed. Don't say another word. Jiang Soning felt fortunate that she hadn't gone over. Observing Lu Chen, it was evident he was struggling to suppress his discomfort. So, what did you find at the warehouses? Lu Chen attempted to forget the ghastly scene he had just encountered and suppressed the nauseating feeling before responding. There are 2 tile warehouses over there, along with some furniture and ceiling materials, none of which we require. In that case, let us take a 10-minute break and then set off. Jiang Soning gazed at the glaring sunlight outside. Feeling a bit drowsy, she closed her eyes for a moment of rest, only to be roused by Fang Jinyuan's voice. It's about time. Let us go. Wei Zhe still felt a bit queasy, while Fang Jinyuan took the keys and assumed the driver's seat. Once on the national road, the vehicles on the road were haphazardly scattered, and the number of zombies had increased, but the roadway was evidently cleared, allowing for smooth passage. Jiang Soning steadied her mind and began using her spiritual power to scout the surrounding situation. They had some crystal cores, but not many, and Jiang Soning hoped to encounter more second-tier zombies to enhance the abilities of Lu Chen and the others. After traveling on the national road for about half an hour, Jiang Soning noticed a vehicle behind them and promptly alerted, "There's a car behind us." Fang Jinyuan saw it in the rearview mirror and accelerated. When the car failed to keep pace, they thought little of it. However, shortly after, the vehicle reappeared at a distance behind them. Fang Jinyuan accelerated once more, steering towards the direction of Haodwa Duo supermarket. After exiting the national road, the car followed suit. "Yuan, there are not many zombies here. Let us stop and assess their situation," Lu Chen suggested, realizing they could not shake off the car. Jiang Soning retrieved her handgun from her space, filling it with bullets, and handed it to the 2 men, also providing Song Hao with a crossbow. With this arrangement, they believed they could handle any threat for the time being. To their surprise, as soon as they halted their vehicle, the other car did as well. Wei Zhe stepped into the middle of the road, eyeing the vehicle. What do they mean by this? The 2 parties remained in a standoff for 10 minutes. With the other vehicle remaining stationary, Lu Chen frowned at Zhe. "You take the wheel, Jiang, you sit in the back." Once they were back in the car, Wei Zhe accelerated. Lu Chen, holding the handgun, kept an eye on the vehicle behind. It maintained a distance of 200 to 300 meters, neither drawing closer nor falling behind. Jiang Soning scanned the vehicle and discovered it contained only 3 individuals, unable to discern their gender or whether they were speaking. As they approached the city, the number of zombies increased. The other car drew closer. Tension mounted among the group as they tightened their grips on their weapons. When the car was merely 50 meters away, Jiang Soning instructed Wei Zhe to open the sunroof. As the sunroof opened, Jiang Soning stood up, raising her crossbow at the pursuing vehicle. As the distance began to widen, she acted without hesitation, firing at the windshield of the car. The sound of shattering glass echoed, accompanied by the screeching sound of brakes, instantly attracting the surrounding zombies, who swiftly swarmed towards the other vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Zhe accelerated, pulling away from the scene. The occupants of the other car became flustered, causing their vehicle to swerve erratically on the road. Fang Jingyuan observed the receding car and asked Lu Chun, "Did you get a good look at their situation?" Lu Chun shook his head. 2 men and 1 woman. I've never seen them before. In that case, gathering supplies is our priority. Let us focus on that. Upon arriving at the supermarket location, Wei Zhe drove around the perimeter a couple of times before parking behind the supermarket. There were only about 10 zombies at the back entrance, which the group quickly dispatched using their crossbows. After securing their bows and crystal cores, Jiang Songning stored the vehicle in her space. The group quietly entered through the back door. Jiang Songning glanced around, observing the layout of the supermarket. The first floor housed some jewelry stores, along with clothing and cosmetic sections. Unfortunately, most of the gold jewelry was missing, and jade bangles lay shattered on the ground. Fang Jingyuan frowned at the disarray on the first floor, unsure if any food remained on the upper levels. Elyuchin also sensed an ominous feeling. Let us collect the clothing first. These garments are summer wear. When the scorching heat arrives, there won't be enough water for everyone to wash their clothes. Jiang Songning made no selections, storing all the clothing in her space, along with all the skincare products from the cosmetic store. Although makeup might not be a priority in the apocalypse, skincare still mattered. After ransacking the first floor, the group cautiously made their way to the second floor. Jiang Songning had already scouted ahead and found only a few zombies, so she did not share her companion's caution. Fang Jingyuan led the way, with Lu Chun bringing up the rear. Upon reaching the elevator entrance on the second floor, the zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to gather and roar. Fang Jingyuan utilized his ice blade to eliminate the 4 charging zombies, while Song Hao and Wei Zhe swiftly ascended to collect crystal cores. Only then did they have a moment to survey the supermarket's contents. Chapter 63. Zero-cost shopping. The shelves in the supermarket lay toppled and strewn about, with goods scattered everywhere. There were also considerable amounts of white rice and various bean products on the floor. Damn, who was the heartless fool that did this? Such a waste. Wei Zhe couldn't help but curse. The others wore grim expressions. How many people could these provisions sustain? To see them wasted like this was disheartening. Fang Jingyuan furrowed his brow and spoke, instructing to first collect everything that remained undamaged, as there should still be plenty of usable items. Jiang Songning, noticing that others were rummaging for useful things, glanced around before making her way toward the supermarket's storeroom. Elyuchin, feeling uneasy about her going alone, followed closely behind. As soon as the storeroom door swung open, a zombie lunged at them. Elyuchin swiftly drew his machete and struck at the creature. After dispatching the zombie, Jiang Songning retrieved a flashlight and shone it inside, inadvertently startling a dozen or so zombies that were lurking within. Both were taken aback by the sheer number of zombies present. Jiang Songning extinguished the flashlight and retreated to the entrance, waiting for the zombies to come out. While using her abilities to bind them, Elyuchin took charge of eliminating the restrained zombies. Their synchrony allowed them to swiftly neutralize the entire horde. After a quick check using her powers, Jiang Songning confirmed that the storeroom was now free of zombies, which allowed her to begin excavating crystal cores. Having secured the cores, the two re-entered the storeroom. Fortunately, the goods inside remained intact, likely due to the presence of the aforementioned zombies. They proceeded to gather all the items from the storeroom into their spatial storage. Emerging with buoyant spirits, Fang Jingyuan and the others each pushed a cart, collecting an assortment of packaged snacks and milk. After Jiang Songning stored them away, she began searching for intact snacks and bread scattered across the floor. The 5 of them scoured the supermarket for 2 hours before finally completing their search. While they found quite a few intact snacks, most instant noodles and bread had been trampled and flattened. However, many beverages remained unscathed, and Jiang Songning stored all of those as well. Items like toiletries, daily necessities, and electronics were largely unharmed, and she ensured to collect all of them. After surveying the supermarket carts, she stored those as well. Once their gathering was complete, Jiang Songning checked the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Should we rest here tonight, or leave before nightfall? Lu Chun glanced at the weary group and replied, "The staff lounge is just across from the storeroom. Let us depart tomorrow instead. Leaving now might hinder our chances of finding a resting place." All right, Fang Jingyuan nodded in agreement. The group proceeded to the staff lounge, which contained 4 bunk beds and a staff restroom. The place was relatively clean and tidy. Fang Jingyuan took out 2 large buckets of mineral water and some towels, heading towards the restroom. "I am going to freshen up," Jiang Songning then retrieved 6 more buckets from her spatial storage, saying, "Use this water to wash up." Wei Zhe, catching a whiff of his own scent, nearly retched. "Sister Jiang, could you check the clothes we just collected to see if there's anything in my size? I need a piece." Song Hao quickly chimed in, "Sister Jiang, I want one too." Jiang Songning produced dozens of men's garments from her spatial storage, saying, "Choose for yourselves. If you don't find anything suitable, I'll fetch more." Lu Chun selected a few fitting short sleeves and placed them in his backpack, declaring, "This will suffice. Clothes are consumables now, and style doesn't really matter." After everyone had chosen their outfits, Jiang Songning returned the remaining items to her spatial storage. While they washed up, she also took the opportunity to bathe and change into a fresh set of clothes. Once everyone had taken turns to wash up, they felt considerably refreshed, and the air seemed much cleaner. Jiang Songning then retrieved the cold noodles and iced cola she had packed earlier. "It's too hot. I refuse to deny myself." The others didn't hesitate. Whatever Jiang Songning brought out, they consumed. As a few men found that a single serving of cold noodles wasn't enough, they also took out bread and instant noodles to continue eating. After they had eaten and drank their fill, Jiang Songning presented an ice-cold watermelon, albeit one from the early season, which, while expensive, lacked the flavor of those in season. She planned to plant some watermelons in her spatial storage. As with her wood-based abilities, they should be ready to harvest in half a month. As the weather grew increasingly hot, nothing could be more delightful than enjoying a slice of chilled watermelon. This time, Wei Zhe had learned his lesson. He grabbed a fruit knife and began slicing the watermelon. Before long, the 5 of them polished off the 7 or 8-pound watermelon. With the time only a little past 7, Jiang Songning lay on the bed and entered her spatial storage, harvesting the vegetables she had planted. She took out watermelon seeds and sowed them in a plot of land. The rice and wheat in her space had also matured, and after harvesting, she replanted them. Gazing at the golden wheat and rice, Jiang Songning felt reassured about her food supply. Along with the gathered provisions, even if she found herself in dire straits, they could be exchanged for crystal cores later. Once they reached a city base and found her brother, she could then go to H City to reunite with Mu Shiha, at which point she could rely entirely on her spatial storage. However, thoughts of her brother and Mu Shiha momentarily filled her with a sense of loss, as she wondered how they were faring and whether they were safe. Yet, upon seeing her storage brimming with supplies, her initial melancholy was swiftly replaced with joy. With such an abundance of resources at her disposal, even if the road ahead remained fraught with challenges, she felt confident in her ability to face them. After spending an hour organizing her storage, she emerged from her spatial realm to find Fang Jinyuan and the others huddled together, quietly discussing matters. Jiang Songning stood up, and Wei Zhe noticed her, exclaiming, "Sister Jiang, did we wake you?" Jiang Songning shook her head, replying, "No, what are you all discussing?" Lu Chen looked up at her. "Jiang, there's a hospital nearby, but our team lacks any healing abilities. We're deliberating whether we should procure some medical supplies." Jiang Songning took the map and noted that the hospital was less than 10 kilometers away. However, it was merely a community hospital, which typically isn't very large, though they would likely have common cold medications and first aid supplies. It would be prudent to check it out. Why spatial storage only contains a few items I gathered at school last time. Acquiring more medicine is indeed wise. Fang Jinyuan took the map and made some annotations, explaining, "This community hospital is situated within a residential area, and the surrounding vicinity is densely populated with other residential complexes. The high occupancy rate suggests a significant number of zombies will likely be present. I would advise against making this trip." The high occupancy rate implied a greater likelihood of encountering zombies, and Jiang Songning scrutinized the surrounding environment once more. The community hospital was nestled within an older residential complex, surrounded by more old buildings. After considering the circumstances, Jiang Songning concurred with Fang Jinyuan's assessment. "I agree with Brother Fang's perspective. This venture indeed poses considerable danger and is not worth the risk." Lu Chun continued to survey the hospital's location on the map, expressing concern. "Our team currently lacks any healing abilities, which would complicate matters if anyone gets injured." Jiang Songning reviewed the medical supplies she had collected at school and felt assured. "I have a sufficient amount of external injury medications in my space to last us a while. If we are to take risks, we might as well head to a larger hospital or pharmacy. Typically, the medications available at community hospitals can also be found at pharmacies. Perhaps we should look for a pharmacy. It should be less perilous." Lu Chun, considering Jiang Songning's words, pulled out the map again to examine it. The nearest large hospital was over 20 kilometers away, and there were no pharmacies marked on the map. There must be pharmacies in the vicinity. Let us venture out to search tomorrow. If it proves fruitless, we can always revisit the matter later. Sister Jiang's supplies should suffice for the time being. Fang Jingyuan recalled Jiang Songning mentioning a batch of firearms, eager to retrieve them, fearing that delaying even a day could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus he was reluctant to venture into the city. Jiang Songning, unaware of Fang Jingyuan's thoughts, remained unconcerned. After all, in her previous life, He Sini had only ventured to the prison after leaving the base. While she was unaware of the specifics, she did know the timeline. Liu Chen noticed Fang Jingyuan's anxiety and shared his concerns, thus agreeing with his suggestion. After deliberating, the group decided to retire for the night. Though the heat made it difficult for Jiang Songning to fall asleep, tossing and turning in bed. While on watch, Liu Chen offered her a fan, inquiring, "Why haven't you fallen asleep yet?" Jiang Songning accepted the fan and waved it a few times. Feeling somewhat bettered, it's just too hot. Initially intending to endure, she ultimately could not bear it any longer. She retrieved a solar-powered generator from her spatial storage, and with Liu Chen's assistance in setting up the solar panels, they brought out 2 standing fans, which made a significant difference in comfort. Finally able to sleep, Jiang Songning drifted off. The latter part of the night was covered by Song Hao, and while everyone was comfortably asleep, they were roused by his voice. "Brother Yuan, wake up! There are people downstairs." Jiang Songning immediately awoke, her mind foggy for a couple of seconds before using her powers to probe the situation outside. There was no one around the staff quarters, but the commotion was coming from the first floor. It sounded like a considerable number of people, and the unmistakable growls of zombies could be heard as well. Women were screaming, and the cacophony of zombie growls grew louder. The footsteps indicated that they were making their way upstairs. The group quickly got up, gathered their belongings, and armed themselves, sitting quietly at the small table, listening intently to the sounds outside. Jiang Songning closed her eyes, probing the situation, realizing that those people had already made it to the second floor, with a portion of zombies following closely behind. Though they were all low-level zombies, hearing the commotion as those people approached the lounge, Jiang Songning's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a sense of annoyance. Song Hao and Wei Zhe moved a nearby bed to block the door. Asking Brother Yuan, "What should we do? They're coming this way." Fang Jingyuan, hearing the ruckus, remained unfazed, stating, "Let them be. The storeroom is right across. They won't be able to open that door, so they'll naturally seek refuge in the storeroom." "Ah, help, Lu Peng, save me." Within moments, the woman's cries grew fainter, mixed with shouts and insults from men and women alike. Seeing them still quarreling, a few were left speechless. At such a moment, instead of focusing on eliminating the zombies, they still had the energy to bicker. It was indeed surprising that their behavior did not attract the undead. After a while, it seemed the zombies outside had been dealt with, and those individuals made their way towards the lounge. Soon, they heard a commotion at the door, followed by a gruff voice declaring, "Li Cheng, come and break down the door." Upon hearing the impending forceful entry, Wei Zhe immediately interjected, "There are people inside. You should take refuge in the warehouse across." The group at the door exchanged glances, incredulous. "Damn it, I've been out here tirelessly fighting zombies, and these guys are holed up inside enjoying themselves." Li Cheng, act. Fang Jingyuan glanced at the time. Just past 3 in the morning. They still had several hours before they could venture outside and did not wish for the door to be damaged. Open the door." Upon hearing the invitation to enter, the group at the door ceased their attempts to break in and began to taunt. A bunch of cowardly turtles, only daring to hide and play dead." Their laughter echoed in the corridor. Jiang Songning peeked outside and discovered there were still 13 individuals lingering at the door. Wei Zhe and Song Hao moved the bed aside and swung the door open. The moment the door creaked ajar, the individuals outside erupted in raucous laughter. "Ha ha, you lot come out," a high-pitched female voice chimed in. "Delin, everyone is hungry. Let them bring out the food." "All right, I'll deal with it shortly." But before he could finish his sentence, 2 individuals inside aimed their handguns at his head, while 3 others brandished crossbows. The previously boisterous individuals quickly swallowed their words, instinctively raising their hands. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We'll leave right away. We'll leave immediately." The followers behind them, witnessing their strongest members so fearful, immediately shrank back. The one referred to as Delin raised his hands and slowly retreated. Once he reached a spot where the handguns could not reach him, he hastily made his way towards the warehouse. A few others, curious about what lay inside, craned their necks to sneak a glance. Upon seeing the scene within, they bolted faster than rabbits. Ultimately, everyone departed, leaving only the previously high-pitched woman lingering at the entrance. She had intended to ingratiate herself but found herself at the mercy of Fong Jingyuan's gun, forcing her to leave in disappointment. After everyone had vacated, Wei Zhe finally closed the door again. Fong Jingyuan took over Songhao's position. "You all should rest a bit longer. We've delayed for so long. We'll set off after we wake up tomorrow." Jiang Songning, already weary, felt reassured with Fong Jingyuan on watch, and soon fell into a deep slumber. She did not stir until 8 the next morning. As the last to rise, she found the others already washed and waiting for her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, "You could have woken me when you got up." The others were unfazed. Lu Chun, still half asleep, responded, "It's fine. It's not like we're short on time. I just got up too after washing up." Jiang Songning retrieved 10 buns from her storage and poured milk, having gathered plenty the previous day, generously distributing 2 buns and a cup of milk to each. Elyuchen curiously eyed the buns in his hand, feeling a sense of familiarity with their flavor, reminiscent of a bun shop near their school, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Chapter 65. Lu Chen's injury while they enjoyed their buns. A commotion erupted outside. Jiang Songning hastily stuffed her mouth with the last of her bun and proceeded to stow away the generator and fan in her storage. Once Fong Jingyuan and the others finished their meal, they opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. The group at the warehouse, previously joking and laughing, immediately fell silent upon seeing them. The loudest among them from the previous night approached with a grin. "Brothers, are you planning to leave?" Fong Jingyuan nodded. "There's a second-tier zombie downstairs. If you wish to depart, perhaps we could collaborate." Upon hearing of the second-tier zombie, interest sparked among them, and both Songhao and Wei Zhe's eyes glimmered. Fong Jingyuan, observing their demeanor, coldly replied, "No need." This group was clearly not to be trusted. Those who could abandon their comrades held no honor. After his refusal, they brandished their weapons and made their way towards the staircase. The second floor was now even messier, strewn with the blood and flesh of zombies, and a bloodied figure lay sprawled on the ground, presumably the woman who had called for help last night. They stifled their urge to vomit as they approached the staircase. Jiang Songning utilized her abilities to scan the first floor but detected around 30 low-tier zombies, failing to find the second-tier one mentioned. Cautiously, they descended the stairs, with Fong Jingyuan using his powers to eliminate the nearby zombies. Jiang Songning employed her wood-based abilities to draw the surrounding zombies toward her, while Lu Chun dispatched them with his machete. Wei Zhe and Songhao coordinated their efforts to take down the remaining zombies. They worked in perfect unison and swiftly cleared the first floor. Wei Zhe expressed his disappointment. "We didn't see that second-tier zombie." They thoroughly searched every corner of the first floor but found no trace of it. Jiang Songning, continuously probing with her mental energy, confirmed that the second-tier zombie was indeed absent before stating, "It must have left." Without sighting the elusive second-tier zombie, they had no choice but to leave, noticing several vehicles parked outside the supermarket, presumably belonging to the earlier group. Jiang Songning produced a vehicle from her storage, and they quickly piled in. Wei Zhe drove around a few blocks before spotting a pharmacy. They disembarked, swiftly eliminating the surrounding zombies before entering the store. Jiang Songning collected a variety of medicines and stored them. Just as they were about to exit, a hulking 2-meter-tall zombie approached them. Elyuchen reacted first, exclaiming, "Let us hide inside the pharmacy." Jiang Songning's heart raced as she stowed the vehicle away and dashed into the pharmacy, urging the others to hurry and close the glass door behind them. Fong Jingyuan peered through the glass, noting, "It's a second-tier brute zombie." Lu Chen frowned. "This one TB easy." The zombie had taken notice of them, and its initially slow pace quickened as it reached the pharmacy's entrance in mere seconds. With a crash, the glass door shattered effortlessly under its might. Jiang Songning swiftly used her ability to conjure vines, striking the zombie, which staggered back, momentarily taken aback by the audacity of the small human. However, as it regained composure, it swung a massive fist toward Jiang Songning, who narrowly evaded with a roll in that instant. Fong Jingyuan launched an ice blade aimed at the zombie's head, but it tilted its neck just in time, causing the blade to shatter against a nearby glass counter. Elyuchen maneuvered to the back and fired his crossbow, which pierced the zombie's neck, inciting a furious roar that summoned nearby zombies. Seeing the encroaching horde, Fang Jingyuan composedly commanded, Howzy, deal with those zombies outside. Just then, the brute zombie swung its fist at Fang Jingyuan. The force generating a menacing wind, he deftly dodged. Jiang Songning and Lu Chun exchanged glances and seized the opportunity to bind the zombie's neck with the vines. However, the brute's strength was overwhelming, and Jiang Songning was flung aside, crashing heavily to the ground. Sister Jiang, for a moment, her mind blanked, her insides feeling as if they had shifted. Liu Chan seized the moment to leap at the zombie's head, but it sensed danger and evaded to the side. His blade struck its shoulder, prompting another enraged roar. The zombie retaliated swiftly, throwing Liu Chan against the glass counter, which collapsed with a crash. The zombie lunged at the downed Liu Chan. He rolled away just in time, but the creature's claws grazed his back, leaving a bloody mark. The brute's immense strength tore through flesh, and as it prepared to strike again, Fang Jingyuan seized the moment. Firing his gun and shattering the zombie's skull, the creature collapsed, and the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, only to hear Song Hao's alarmed voice. The zombies are surrounding us. Jiang Songning, regaining her composure, helped Liu Chan to his feet. Let us retreat to the attic. Fang Jingyuan extracted the crystal core from the fallen zombie. Jiang Songning assisted Liu Chen up the stairs. The three retreated while continuing to fend off the advancing zombies. The scent of blood from Liu Chen's wounds attracted more zombies, but the narrow staircase to the attic temporarily hindered their advance. Once they reached the attic, Jiang Songning quickly retrieved bandages and alcohol to tend to Liu Chen's back wound. He gritted his teeth, suppressing cries of pain. The atmosphere was heavy with gloom. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, this was their first significant setback. Wasn't he that a second-tier zombie? Why was it so difficult to handle? Wei Zhe questioned, perplexed. Fang Jingyuan produced the zombie's crystal core, which was noticeably larger than an average second-tier core, suggesting it was nearing third-tier status. Moreover, its abilities are strength-based, making it all the more formidable. Jiang Songning meticulously bandaged Liu Chen's wounds. After taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. The reason we have been navigating through these challenges with such ease is due to the firepower we possess, thanks to the weapons provided by Junior Sister Jiang. Otherwise, do you truly believe those zombies are so easily dealt with? Fang Jingyuan observed everyone around him. Lately, our progress has been overly smooth, and we have indeed become somewhat arrogant. Henceforth, we must remain vigilant in our actions. Chapter 66. Level 3. Jiang Songning silently gazed at the bandages in her hands. Fang Jingyuan's words resonated with her. She had indeed grown somewhat careless. Believing her dual abilities provided her with ample confidence, she only realized her arrogance when she was knocked to the ground by a zombie. It was alarming to think that Liu Chun had almost been bitten, and in her panic, she had forgotten to utilize her psychic powers. The others remained silent. Fang Jingyuan was correct. They had been too presumptuous. Having achieved his objective, Fang Jingyuan continued, as long as we understand this, it suffices. Fortunately, today passed without calamity. Moving forward, we must proceed with caution. In this apocalyptic era, one misstep could cost us our lives. Let this incident serve as a reminder. Jiang Songning remained silent for a few moments, realizing that her mindset had indeed been somewhat inflated of late. After reflecting, she felt a wave of pain throughout her body, particularly in her back. Without needing to look, she knew it must be bruised and swollen. Fang Jingyuan checked the time, noting it was only 10 in the morning. We will rest here for the day. Both Ah Qian and Junior Sister Jiang are injured. We shall depart tomorrow. The others had no objections, except that Jiang Songning's injury was on her back, and as males, they were hesitant to assist her with the medication. Wei Zhe then remembered Jiang Songning's injury. Sister Jiang, how are you faring? Jiang Songning shook her head. I am fine, just a minor abrasion. Fang Jingyuan handed her the crystallized cores they had recently harvested. Give this to Tang Yuan. Jiang Songning accepted it without hesitation, storing the core in her space and placing it in Tang Yuan's dog bed. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the core, Tang Yuan immediately began to absorb it. Jiang Songning took out a third-tier core. I plan to upgrade today. The others expressed no dissent. Fang Jingyuan and the others surveyed the loft, discovering a small bedroom. After checking the room and finding no anomalies, they stepped back out. Junior Sister Jiang, you may upgrade in the bedroom. We will stand guard outside. Jiang Songning nodded, retrieving some food and water from her space before entering the bedroom. Inside, There was only a single bed and a small cabinet. She locked the door behind her and entered her space. Upon entering, she found Tang Yuan already absorbing the core to upgrade. Not wanting to disturb it, she seized the opportunity to shower and change clothes, then examined her back in front of the mirror. A large area of bruising marred her back, with some spots severely swollen. Applying medicinal oil to her back with her hand elicited a soft gasp of pain. After a laborious application, she finally felt a semblance of relief. Once this was completed, Jiang Songning began her upgrade with the core. 3 hours passed, and as the core dimmed, she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she did, Tang Yuan rushed over. Jiang Songning seized Tang Yuan in her arms, noticing that its powers had also reached the second tier. Gently stroking Tang Yuan's fur, she thought, "Excellent, we have gained another formidable ally in our team." Tang Yuan attempted to lick Jiang Songning's face, but recalling her warning, opted instead to nuzzle against her cheek. Glancing at the time, Jiang Songning realized it was already 2 in the afternoon. She quickly devoured a hamburger and offered a roasted chicken to Tang Yuan. Seizing the moment, she checked on the chickens and ducks she had raised, and to her delight, discovered numerous eggs scattered on the ground. Her previously despondent mood brightened instantly as she controlled her consciousness to gather all the eggs into a basket and provided some vegetables in the enclosure. She then inspected the fish and shrimp she had nurtured, finding them to be thriving, even with many small fry. With a broader smile, she scooped some shrimp into a basket, planning to prepare boiled shrimp for dinner. Having gathered the shrimp, she exited the space. Opening the bedroom door, she was met with the surprised gazes of her companions. "How do you feel?" they inquired. Jiang Songning suddenly recalled that she had yet to test her powers. Before them, she conjured a vine, realizing that while it previously extended to a maximum of 2 meters, she could now stretch it to around 3 meters. Furthermore, the vine had thickened and its striking power had increased significantly. Wei Zhe and Song Hao gazed at Jiang Songning with envy. "Sister Jiang, you are impressive." Jiang Songning released Tang Yuan, who had also upgraded, enabling it to confront second-tier zombies moving forward. Wei Zhe embraced Tang Yuan, playfully ruffling its fur, lamenting, "Alas, I am no match for Tang Yuan." Jiang Songning comfortingly patted Wei Zhe's shoulder, "Fear not. With the increasing number of second-tier zombies, I believe you will soon upgrade as well." Wei Zhe's momentary disappointment transformed into understanding. "Yes, I see." After a few minutes, Jiang Songning noticed the temperature in the loft was rising. She retrieved the generator and fan from her space. Fang Jinyuan plugged it in, and the fan whirred to life. Providing a refreshing breeze that eased the discomfort of the group, Liu Chun gazed at the glaring sun outside. "It seems to be getting increasingly hot. I just tested the temperature with a thermometer. It's nearly 39 degrees outside." Jiang Songning's mood darkened as she pondered the impending heat. She checked the supplies in her space, feeling reassured. If the heat became unbearable, nighttime excursions might become necessary. "We may have to consider venturing out only at night," Jiang Songning remarked, her words weighing heavily on the hearts of those present, causing their expressions to darken. They understood well that choosing to travel at night would entail far greater risks than during the day. Noticing the somber faces, Fang Jinyuan took a deep breath and spoke in a firm yet gentle tone. "Everyone, let us not dwell too much on the negative. Given the circumstances, worrying will not serve us. From here on, we must take it one step at a time. As long as we unite and advance together, I believe that even the most arduous path will be traversed successfully." With Fang Jinyuan's encouragement, the atmosphere lightened slightly. Wei Zhe, typically carefree, quickly came to a realization. "My brother is right. The world is in disarray. Why not carve out our own path in this broken realm?" Hearing Wei Zhe's words, laughter erupted among the group. Jiang Songning gazed at their spirited faces, etching the moment into her memory. Chapter 67. Farewell to Chunyu. Despite the fan, the loft remained stifling. After a while, Tang Yuan began panting from the heat, prompting Jiang Songning to return it to her space. Having had little rest the previous night, the group settled on the ground, closing their eyes to NAP'd. Around 6 in the evening, the temperature had cooled somewhat. Jiang Songning produced an electric cooker from her space and brought out the basket of shrimp, swiftly boiling a pot of boiled shrimp. She also prepared a chicken soup using a pressure cooker. The aroma wafted through the air, making everyone salivate. "Sister Jiang, why such a lavish feast today?" Wei Zhe curiously asked. "Liu Shuozhang is injured. I thought to make some soup for him," Jiang Songning replied with a smile. Wei Zhe pouted. "Sister Jiang, have you forgotten about me?" Jiang Soning playfully tapped his head. When has your sister Jiang ever forgotten you? Satisfied, Wei Zhe grinned. After dinner, Fang Jingyuan changed Lu Chen's bandages again. The heat made the wound susceptible to infection, and though it was no longer bleeding, the redness and swelling had worsened. Jiang Soning noticed Lu Chen's flushed complexion and took his temperature with a thermometer from her space. When she discovered he had a fever, concern washed over the group. Jiang Soning retrieved antipyretics from her space, and after Lu Chen took the medication, they felt considerably relieved. Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe assisted Lu Chen to a private room to rest. Later that night, after Lu Chen's fever subsided, the group finally felt at ease enough to sleep. Before retiring, Jiang Soning inspected the situation downstairs and found that most zombies had left, with only a few lingering in the pharmacy. She concluded that their departure the next day would likely pose no issues. However, in the dead of night, a sudden loud explosion reverberated through the loft, shaking it and causing the windows to rattle. The noise startled everyone awake. Jiang Soning immediately utilized her powers to scan the surroundings and found nothing amiss, allowing her to relax. Fang Jingyuan quickly rose to investigate. Through the window, he noticed flames erupting from a nearby overpass. The explosion had originated from there. Brother, what happened outside? A vehicle exploded on the overpass. Jiang Soning exclaimed, pulling out binoculars to get a better view. The overpass was only a few kilometers away, but she couldn't discern the details of the chaos unfolding there. All she could see were shadows of people moving about. Checking her watch, she noted it was only midnight. What are your thoughts, senior? She asked tentatively. Fang Jingyuan glanced at the time, realizing that departing now might pose significant dangers. At that moment, Lu Chen emerged, stating that the risks of leaving at this hour were too great, especially since they needed to head north and would have to pass near the elevated highway. Let us rest in the loft for the night, he suggested. Jiang Soning contemplated for a moment, finding his reasoning sound, and opted not to press further. It was only 12 o'clock. Leaving at such an hour was indeed unwise. The fire on the elevated highway had burned for nearly half an hour before extinguishing, and the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Fang Jingyuan instructed the others to rest while he took it upon himself to keep watch. The next morning, around 6 o'clock, they awoke to bright daylight. After a quick breakfast, they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. Lu Chen's injury had improved significantly, and Fang Jingyuan redressed his wound before they made their way downstairs. Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe led the way, and as they descended, the zombies below, alerted by their footsteps, lunged at them. Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe swiftly dealt with the oncoming threats. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Soning retrieved the vehicle, and once they were inside, Wei Zhe floored the accelerator, propelling them forward. The car sped towards the national highway, where they encountered a number of low-level zombies. As they approached the site of last night's explosion on the elevated highway, they grew increasingly vigilant, weapons at the ready. Fang Jingyuan used binoculars to survey the area, but the situation above remained obscured. Speed up, Lu Chen urged, anxious about potential trouble. Just as Wei Zhe prepared to accelerate, he spotted a cluster of vehicles parked 300 meters ahead. He immediately slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. Jiang Soning also noticed the situation ahead. Several vehicles were abandoned at the roadside, and 4 large tents had been erected on a nearby patch of ground, where a few individuals patrolled with knives in hand. I hope they aren't up to any robbery, Wei Zhe grumbled. The group ahead had noticed their vehicle, but they merely observed from a distance without approaching. Shall we just drive past? Fang Jingyuan suggested, drawing his handgun. Jiang Soning readied her crossbow and requested Wei Zhe to open the sunroof. As they drew closer, the individuals in the vicinity brandished their weapons, becoming increasingly alert. Just as their vehicle was about to reach them, Jiang Soning recognized a familiar figure among the crowd. Perhaps having identified their vehicle, Chen Yu stepped directly into the middle of the road, blocking their passage. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the group's faces soured, as if they had just swallowed a fly. The vehicle had barely come to a stop when those individuals approached. One tall man stepped forward, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you come down and have a chat?" Unaware of the malice behind their intentions, Fang Jingyuan exited from the passenger seat. "What is it that you need?" However, Chen Yu suddenly interjected, her voice frantic as she pointed at the leader. "Fifth brother, they are armed, and the woman in that car possesses a storage space filled with supplies." Fang Jingyuan's gaze shifted through the crowd until he spotted Chen Huan. Frowning as he inquired, "Where is Sister Huan?" At the mention of Chen Huan, Chen Yu grew agitated. her voice sharp and laced with venomous hatred. My sister was killed because of you. If it weren't for your insistence on driving us away, she wouldn't have died. You are all murderers. You deserve to die. The four individuals in the vehicle reacted differently upon hearing of Qian Huan's demise, but only Lu Chun displayed a grim sense of acceptance. The most affected was Song Hao, whose eyes were reddened as he turned to Jiang Songning. Sister Jiang, have we been too heartless? If we hadn't forced Sister Huan away, Jiang Songning felt a pang of sorrow but spoke firmly. This was Sister Huan's choice. She couldn't bear to abandon Qinyu. We cannot be blamed for being callous. Otherwise, it might have been us who perished. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurked at every corner. Jiang Songning would never be so naive as to leave a ticking time bomb at her side. Meanwhile, Fang Jingyuan clenched his fists, casting a disdainful glance at Qinyu before addressing the leader. What is the meaning of blocking our vehicle? Fifth brother's eyes darted, but he quickly donned a smile. Brothers, we mean no harm. We merely heard from Qinyu that you possess firearms, and we wish to request your assistance. Chapter 68. Assistance. Fang Jingyuan regarded the individuals before him with a stoic expression. Assistance? What kind? The man explained. We are from the S-City base, and we were tasked with locating someone. We intended to return via the elevated highway. But as you can see, it is blocked with vehicles and several second-tier zombies. Our abilities are only first-tier, making it quite challenging for us to handle the situation. We were hoping you could assist us in dealing with those second-tier zombies. Rest assured, we will provide compensation. Fang Jingyuan was reluctant to involve himself in their affairs, especially given the unknown cause of last night's explosion on the elevated highway. You can take a detour? There are other routes available, he replied curtly. The man, sensing Fang Jingyuan's reluctance, wore a bitter smile. Brother, you don't understand. We started with 20 people, and now only 8 remain. The others we encountered on the road were headed to the base, and we chose to travel together for safety. The man's expression soured as he continued, You may not be aware, but a large number of mutated rats have appeared in the city. They consume anything in their path. We suffered significant losses, with 12 of our brothers perishing before we managed to escape, which is why we chose to take the elevated highway. Fang Jingyuan glanced at the ordinary people nearby. Hesitating momentarily, I need to discuss this with my companions. Seeing Fang Jingyuan's attitude soften, the man beamed. All right. Fang Jingyuan observed the individuals surrounding their vehicle, who exchanged glances with fifth brother. After receiving a nod from him, they stepped aside. Once back in the vehicle, Fang Jingyuan turned to Lu Qian and Jiang Songning. Do you think it's necessary for us to take this trip? His mention of discussing it was not due to trust but rather because he had heard about the second-tier zombies. Lu Qian, intrigued by the mention of second-tier zombies, considered it. They were not being entirely forthright, but the prospect of obtaining crystal cores made the trip worth it. Jiang Songning recalled the fire from the previous night. There might be more than just second-tier zombies. If there were over 20 ability users, they wouldn't be struggling against merely a few second-tier zombies. Should we still go? Weizhe looked expectantly at the others. Yes, the three responded in unison. They exchanged smiles, and with their decision made, Fang Jingyuan exited the car and approached the leader. Brother, have you come to a decision? Fang Jingyuan stated, We are willing to assist. But we have 2 conditions. Fifth brother's smile faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. Oh? What conditions? As long as we can meet them, we shall comply. Fang Jingyuan wasted no time. First, one of our team members is injured. You must have someone with healing abilities, right? The man nodded. Of course. Rest assured, I will arrange for someone to treat your companion immediately. Fang Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Second, whoever defeats the zombies will claim the crystal cores. Fifth brother's smile widened further. Of course. Our team's rule is that whoever takes down a zombie gets the crystal cores. After finalizing their agreement, fifth brother summoned a healer, a frail-looking man in his 30s wearing black-rimmed glasses, who exuded an air of scholarly demeanor. The healer approached without much ado, placing his hand on Lu Qin's back to commence his healing. After approximately 20 minutes, the healer, drenched in sweat, stepped back, and Fang Jingyuan sighed in relief upon seeing only minimal scarring on Lu Qin's back. Jiang Songning approached and handed the healer 5 low-tier crystal cores. Thank you. The healer's eyes widened at the sight of the crystals. You don't need to give me these. Jiang Songning shook her head. This is your reward. Unable to resist the allure of the crystals, the healer, whose name was Chung Su, accepted them, having found it difficult to collect cores due to his lack of offensive capabilities. The others in his group never offered him cores in exchange for his healing services, as they were preoccupied with foraging for food. Chung Su glanced at the cores in his hand and muttered something under his breath. Jiang Soning's expression shifted slightly upon hearing him. Once back in the vehicle, Jiang Soning's demeanor was less than cheerful. "What happened?" Lu Chen inquired, having noticed her expression. "There are not just second-tier zombies on the elevated highway. There is also a second-tier fire-type mutated cat." Fang Jingyuan clasped his hands, his brow furrowed. In no wonder they were reticent. That cat would be a formidable challenge. Cats are inherently swift, and combined with second-tier fire abilities, it would be a tough battle. "I'll handle the cat with Tang Yuan," Jiang Soning declared. "You all can take care of the other second-tier zombies," Lu Chen frowned, immediately opposing. "No, that cat will surely be a hassle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to persuade us." Jiang Soning recognized Lu Chen's genuine concern but remained steadfast in her decision. "Senior Lu, my ability is already at Tier 3, together with Tang Yuan. We will manage just fine. You all may find it more challenging." Fang Jingyuan shook his head. "Their aim is to have us confront the mutated cat. They won't easily relinquish the second-tier zombies." Jiang Soning pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in his words. Everyone was eager to level up. How could they simply hand over the crystal cores? Once they dealt with the mutated cat, the others might come out to scavenge for leftovers. Just as Jiang Soning lifted her head, she spotted Chunyu standing at a distance, glaring fiercely at their vehicle, her animosity unmistakable. Wei Zhe also noticed Chunyu and remarked, "Ugh, that person is such a nuisance." Lu Chen rubbed his forehead, knowing he would have to remain vigilant against her. The group waited in the car for a while longer until Brother Wu approached with 15 individuals. "Brother Fong, we will send 15 people from our side, while the others will stay behind to protect the civilians. Let us set off." Fang Jingyuan had no objections, replying, "All right, we are ready as well." Once everyone boarded the vehicle, Wei Zhe drove closely behind Brother Wu. Jiang Soning kept a watchful eye on Chenyu, who had also joined them. Yu Shuezhang was right. They needed to be cautious of her. The others nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the situation, as the vehicle ascended the elevated road, they discovered the area littered with the decaying corpses of zombies, a foul stench accompanying the sight. The heat of the day had attracted swarms of flies and various insects. Disturbed by their passing, Jiang Soning felt goosebumps rise, an overwhelming urge to vomit creeping upon her. The others were in a similarly distressing state. The further they drove, the slower their pace became. Jiang Soning, using her abilities, scanned for the mutated cat but found nothing within 500 meters. However, she did detect 2 second-tier zombies. The vehicle came to a halt where the previous night's explosion had occurred. The group retrieved their weapons and exited the car. Jiang Soning stored the vehicle in her space. Brother Wu approached, saying, "Brother Fong, this is the spot. There is still a stretch ahead that hasn't been cleared, and the zombies are located up ahead." Chapter 69. Tang Yuan is injured. Jiang Soning assessed the surroundings. The elevated bridge was charred and blackened, with vehicles haphazardly strewn across the roadway. Zombies nearby heard the commotion and quickly charged toward them. Those with Brother Wu swiftly surrounded the second-tier zombies. Jiang Soning understood the situation. Indeed, if it weren't for that mutated cat, these individuals wouldn't have lured them here. Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chan ceased their politeness, and the 4 of them targeted a second-tier zombie to attack. Jiang Soning, cradling Tang Yuan, stood nearby observing the unfolding scene while continuing to probe for the mutated cat. Just then, Chenyu approached from behind, intent on once again pushing her into the horde of zombies. Jiang Soning turned to her, saying, "The only reason I spared you before was out of respect for Sister Huan. Do you truly believe I will show you mercy now?" Chenyu glared at Jiang Soning with a twisted expression. "It's your fault. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't be dead. You all deserve to die. I want you to accompany my sister in death." With that, she lunged at Jiang Soning like a madwoman. Jiang Soning no longer indulged her, unleashing her wood-based abilities against her. Thud. Chenyu, being an ordinary person, was flung away. She hadn't expected Jiang Soning to truly retaliate. The force struck her, causing her insides to feel as though they had shifted. The pain was so intense she couldn't even scream, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. "I won't kill you today. This is the last time I spare you for Sister Huan's sake. If there is a next time, I will not hold back." Seeing the murderous intent in Jiang Soning's eyes, Chenyu felt a twinge of fear. However, she believed if they hadn't driven her and her sister away, her sister would still be alive. It was all their fault. With a final look of resentment at Jiang Songning, she struggled to her feet and limped back to the vehicle, determined not to die yet, as she needed to avenge her sister. Jiang Songning paid her no further mind, as more zombies were gathering on the elevated road. Fang Jingyuan and the others quickly dispatched a water-based second-tier zombie and began searching for other targets. They still needed a fire-based crystal core and an earth-based crystal core. Brother Wu's group, consisting of 5, swiftly took down 2 second-tier zombies, while other lower-tier zombies were dealt with by the remaining 5. They worked seamlessly together, and Jiang Songning didn't focus too much on them, as she sensed the mutated cat approaching rapidly, getting closer by the moment. Jiang Songning called out to Fang Jingyuan, "It's coming." Fang Jingyuan and his team ceased their skirmish, quickly using their handguns to eliminate the ice-based zombie. The gunfire startled those nearby, causing them to retreat in fear upon seeing the massive figure rushing toward them. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Songning placed Tang Yuan on the ground, who transformed into a formidable presence. Brother Wu signaled to his team, and they began to retreat slowly. The group didn't expect assistance from those individuals. However, with 5 of them exposed at the forefront, the remaining 2 second-tier zombies charged toward them. Jiang Songning no longer stood idly by, using her wood-based abilities to bind the 2 zombies. Liu Qian and Fang Jingyuan simultaneously fired, obliterating the heads of both zombies. After extracting the crystal cores, the mutated cat had reached them, with more lower-tier zombies continuously pouring in. Fang Jingyuan and the others had to address the approaching lower-tier zombies. Tang Yuan had been in Jiang Songning's space for quite some time and hadn't participated in combat for a long while. Now, it felt like a powder keg ready to explode, charging aggressively at the mutated cat. Its fur stood on end, resembling a multitude of sharp spikes glistening with a cold light. Claws dug into the ground, muscles tense, poised to unleash an astonishing force at any moment. Although the mutated cat was slightly smaller, it exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading Tang Yuan's fierce assaults with incredible speed. After several futile attempts, Tang Yuan grew increasingly impatient, emitting low growls of frustration. The 2 mutated creatures exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Songning anxiously watched Tang Yuan, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists, palms sweaty. She longed to rush in and assist Tang Yuan but was hindered by the swift movements of the 2 creatures, making it difficult for her to gauge the situation accurately. Just then, a sharp meow and a loud woof sounded simultaneously. The 2 mutated animals clashed again, baring their sharp fangs and staring fiercely at one another, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if prepared to eliminate each other in the next moment. Suddenly, the mutated cat lunged, claws aimed at Tang Yuan's belly, leaving several wounds. Jiang Songning seized the opportunity to launch her vines toward the mutated cat. Sensing the danger, the mutated cat swiftly dodged, but Tang Yuan took advantage of the moment and struck the mutated cat with a powerful paw. A crack resounded as the mutated cat felt a bone fracture, letting out a pained meow. Though Tang Yuan had injured the mutated cat, it only served to enrage the creature further. It unleashed its fire-based abilities against Tang Yuan, conjuring a small fireball that Tang Yuan narrowly evaded. The fireball struck the ground, quickly scorching the surface black. Jiang Songning took advantage of this moment to whip her vines at the mutated cat. The mutated cat, sensing the threat, dodged quickly, but Jiang Songning, not waiting for its reaction, attacked again. This time, her strike connected directly with the mutated cat. A pained meow escaped its lips. That moment, the others finished off the zombies and rushed over to assist. Realizing it was outmatched, the mutated cat swiftly altered its form, darting under the vehicle as Jiang Songning's attack struck the car. Within 10 seconds, Jiang Songning could no longer detect the mutated cat's presence. Once it had fled, she began inspecting Tang Yuan's abdominal wounds, which were bleeding profusely. Heartbroken, she gently patted Tang Yuan's head. The cat's claws had inflicted deep gashes, and Jiang Songning took out bandages and alcohol to tend to the wounds meticulously. Tang Yuan, sensing its owner's distress, nudged Jiang Songning's hand gently with its head, offering comfort. After treating the wounds, Jiang Songning picked up Tang Yuan and retrieved the vehicle, ignoring Brother Wu and his group as they drove away from the elevated road. Chapter 70. Moral Coercion. Once off the elevated road, Jiang Songning sought out the program, requesting assistance in healing Tang Yuan's injuries. The program readily agreed and began treating Tang Yuan's wounds without hesitation. Brother Wu and his group returned to their camp and Upon seeing Jiang Songning and the others still present, breathed a sigh of relief. As Tongyuan's wounds healed, Jiang Songning offered the program 5 crystal cores once more. The program accepted the cores with a smile and returned to its tent. The group noted that it was nearly noon and were preparing to depart when Brother Wu approached, blocking their vehicle. Wait a moment, everyone. Fang Jinyuan frowned, looking displeased at Brother Wu. What do you mean by this? Brother Wu looked troubled, addressing Fang Jinyuan. Brother Fang, we have so many people wishing to return to the base and can only take the elevated road. I had no choice but to withhold the truth from you. Now that the mutated cat is nowhere to be found, I can only muster the courage to ask. Could you assist us by escorting us a little way? After all, we have over 20 ordinary people with us. Fang Jinyuan nearly laughed in anger. On what basis do you think we would agree to escort you? Brother Wu's calculating expression immediately faltered. Brother, we are only trying to save lives. There are more than 20 ordinary people here. You young people wouldn't just stand by and watch them die, would you? Fang Jinyuan didn't wish to engage further with such individuals. Your team has over 20 ability users. I don't believe that over 20 ability users cannot handle a single mutated cat. Fifth brother, upon witnessing Fang Jinyuan's steadfastness, felt his countenance immediately fall, and the expressions of those around him shifted as well. Given that you refuse to accept our goodwill and instead choose punishment, do not blame us for being ruthless with that. Before those individuals could react, Lu Chun in the vehicle acted without hesitation, drawing a handgun from his pocket and firing. Bang! The bullet struck fifth brother's arm. Ah! The bullet pierced through his limb, and he clutched it in agony, the pain causing his veins to bulge. Fifth brother! A younger associate rushed forward to support him. The others were caught off guard by the audacity of this small group, who resorted to gunfire at the slightest provocation. A slightly overweight young man glared furiously at them, exclaiming, Yaya was right. You are a heartless bunch. As soon as Lu Chen fired, others brandished their weapons. Surrounding their vehicle, as a member of the team, seeing their leader injured, it was only natural for them to step forward to provide aid. Jiang Songning retrieved a crossbow from her space, aiming it at the assailants. As the atmosphere by the roadside grew increasingly tense, that moment, a short-haired girl stepped out from the crowd. Gao Bin, what are you doing? Upon seeing her, Gao Bin faltered for an instant, but the presence of so many people bolstered his courage. Lan Shui, mind your own business and wait in the tent. Lan Shui gazed at Gao Bin with disappointment, while he felt a twinge of regret, realizing her actions were a source of embarrassment for him. He shouted at her, Why are you looking at me like that? If I told you to go back, then go back, Gao Bin. With so many ability users here, why must you force others to escort us back? Lan Shui's question struck a chord with everyone, who also wished to understand the reasoning. However, they were all part of the same team, naturally siding with their own. Gao Bin, feeling humiliated as the vice-captain before so many, began to grow impatient with Lan Shui's inquiry. This matter was decided by the captain. Don't complicate things here, Gongzi, take her away. Just then, a tall figure approached Lan Shui, and her disappointment in Gao Bin deepened. Reluctantly, she followed Gongzi away. Once Lan Shui had departed, Gao Bin turned to the others and said, Why must you be so impulsive? We have over 20 ability users here. Can your guns outpace so many of us using our powers? Lu Chen mockingly regarded Gao Bin. If we cannot defeat you, then why do you still insist on having us escort you back to the base? Gao Bin stammered. We are also doing this for those ordinary people. Gaining confidence, he continued, Yes, you see, we have so many ordinary people here. You are powerful, armed with guns. If you escort us to the base, the military will reward you. Lu Chun cast a derisive glance at Gao Bin before coldly addressing the other ability users. We have no intention of harming anyone. If you let us pass, I will consider this incident forgotten. However, should you persist in blocking our way, the bullet that struck your leader's arm will find its mark upon your skull. Jiang Songning, seizing the moment, released Tang Yuan, who instantly transformed, baring its teeth at the crowd. Others recoiled at the sight of Tang Yuan, recognizing it as a second-tier mutated creature. Recalling Lu Chen's words, several individuals began to hesitate. Gao Bin, witnessing their retreat, could not suppress his frustration. That moment, fifth brother, now bandaged, approached with a smile. Gentlemen, must we escalate this conflict? We are also left with no choice in order to ensure the safety of those ordinary people. We resorted to misguided methods, and we ask for your forgiveness. He bowed slightly. The ordinary people nearby were deeply moved, whispering their discontent towards the group. Wei Zhe glared at fifth brother, spitting, "Shameless scoundrel. You've mastered the art of moral coercion. But let me tell you, I have no morals to bind." Since becoming the team leader, fifth brother had never endured such insults, and a flicker of malice crossed his eyes before he masked it. "Gentlemen, we are left with no options, which is why we seek your assistance. Given our abilities, tackling that mutated cat alone is overly ambitious, so we must ask for your help," Lu Qian, exasperated, replied. "So you're saying you simply refuse to let us leave?" Fifth brother's face was a mask of embarrassment. "We implore you to assist us. Since you are unwilling to allow us to depart easily, it appears that courtesy is no longer required. This time?" Lu Chun was not polite. He aimed his pistol directly at fifth brother's head. Panic surged through fifth brother. "No, no. Let us discuss this calmly." Jiang Songning, equally frustrated, raised her crossbow and shot at Gao Bin's thigh. Seeing Jiang Songning take action, the others no longer held back, attacking the assailants with their weapons. Tang Yuan, in particular, was eager, charging at one individual and sending several flying. Jiang Songning stowed her crossbow, exchanging it for an electric baton, which was ineffective against zombies but perfectly suited for these adversaries. Chapter 71. Cleaning up the trash. Jiang Songning approached the nearest opponent wielding the electric baton. The man, seeing her approach, raised his hand to unleash his powers. But before he could, the sensation of an electric shock coursed through his body, causing uncontrollable convulsions. Within moments, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Jiang Songning was pleasantly surprised by the electric baton's effectiveness. Finding it far more convenient than using her powers, the scene descended into chaos, with explosions from their abilities and the cries of people echoing. Tang Yuan darted through the fray, knocking over anyone in its path. And soon a multitude lay defeated, groaning on the ground from the sheer force of Tang Yuan's power. Fifth brother, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. He had never anticipated that his plan to use these people against the mutated rats would lead to such violent confrontation with individuals devoid of compassion. Seeing Wei Zhe pursuing fifth brother, Jiang Songning joined in, ruthlessly shocking him with her baton until he too was frothing at the mouth. The sight of their leader's plight left the others trembling. Realizing they were in dire straits, even Gao Bin, covered in blood, rushed to Jiang Songning in tears, begging for mercy. "Sister, we were wrong. Please forgive us." Tang Yuan, seeing Gao Bin before its master, ceased its pursuit and joyfully ran off to confront others. In an instant, those by the roadside found themselves sent flying, and Jiang Songning could not help but mourn briefly for them. Thankfully, they were ability users, or they would have perished long ago. Gao Bin, witnessing the pitiful state of his subordinates, regretted ever agreeing to fifth brother's ill-conceived plan. Hearing the term sister nearly sent Jiang Songning into a rage. "Who is your sister?" Gao Bin, enduring the searing pain coursing through him, slapped himself. "I'm sorry. I'm clumsy with my words. Oh, beautiful fairy, kind lady, you are a paragon of virtue. Please let us go." Jiang Songning glanced at fifth brother, nudging his incapacitated body with her foot. Crossing her arms and looking down at the two. "Flattery will get you nowhere. If you want me to spare you, it is not impossible." Gao Bin, sensing hope, eagerly interjected. "Beautiful fairy, rest assured, as long as you let my brothers go, we will comply with anything you say." Jiang Songning kicked fifth brother again. "Then speak. Why must you insist that we escort you back?" Gao Bin's expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Songning interrupted him. "I want to hear the truth. Consider this carefully. Zombies in the distance have been alerted by the commotion and are approaching rapidly. If you delay any further, your comrades may soon be rendered incapable of fighting. The consequences of that will not be our responsibility." Gao Bin felt overwhelming regret for heeding Chan Yu's mad suggestion, and after gritting his teeth, he reluctantly spoke the truth. Currently, several areas in the city have been ravaged by mutated rats. The military has been trying to find ways to deal with them, but nothing has worked. Taking the elevated road is indeed much safer, but we will still pass through the city. Therefore, he cast a guilty glance at Jiang Songning, his voice dwindling. "Chun Yu suggested that you escort us back to the base. If we do encounter mutated rats, you could shield us, sparing our own men from sacrifice." Chen Yu's involvement ignited Jiang Songning's fury. She yearned to confront her. What did she say? Gao Bin, terrified by the murderous intent in Jiang Soning's eyes, quickly replied, "Qin, said you are powerful with ample supplies in your space, and if those supplies would then belong to us?" Jiang Soning delivered a sharp kick to Gao Bin. "So, you plan to send us to our deaths?" Already injured, Gao Bin fell to the ground. "I apologize, my lady. We were wrong to harbor such thoughts. We have deeply recognized our errors. Please forgive us." Just then, Lu Chun approached, casting a concerned glance at the furious Jiang Soning. "Zombies are on their way." Jiang Soning, in a fit of irritation, delivered another kick to the ground at Wu Gu, declaring, "Today, I shall momentarily spare you. Should I encounter you again, beware of your lives." At this moment, Wu Gu had regained his composure, filled with regret for having heeded Chan Yu's instigation. Fearing that Jiang Soning might once again wield an electric baton against him, he repeatedly assured her, "My lady, rest assured, we shall never dare again." Observing the increasing number of zombies approaching from that direction, Jiang Soning chose to disregard the two men and turned to Lu Chun, saying, "Let us depart. We must leave this place at once." Lu Chun signaled to Fang Jinyuan and Wei Zhe, and the group made their way towards the vehicle, with Tang Yuan bouncing along eagerly behind them. Chen Yu, watching their retreating figures, felt a surge of resentment. However, lacking any special abilities, and with Wu Gu and his companions unable to contend with their five-person team, she could only glare at their vehicle, muttering, "You shall pay for this." Once inside the car, Jiang Soning recounted the recent events to her companions, who were too exhausted to voice any complaints. Wei Zhe clenched his fists upon hearing her words, lamenting that they should have dealt with her decisively before leaving. Jiang Soning bit into an apple, stating, "I have already warned her. Out of respect for Sister Huan, this is the last time I shall show her mercy. Should we cross paths again and she dares to cause trouble, we shall no longer hold back." Song Hao, reflecting on Chen Huan's past kindness towards him, felt a pang of sorrow and sighed, wondering if Sister Huan regretted her earlier choices. Jiang Soning gazed out at the radiant sun, contemplating that everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Once a decision is made, there is often no room for regret. After driving for approximately half an hour, Wei Zhe finally pulled over to the roadside. Jiang Soning retrieved the leftover chicken soup from the previous night from her space. "Still warm, Liu Shuezhang. Although your wound has healed, you must nourish yourself. Please drink this chicken soup." Lu Qin glanced at the weather outside, then at the steaming soup in his hands. Meeting Jiang Soning's earnest gaze, he ultimately refrained from refusing and drank the soup in one gulp. Fang Jinyuan felt a moment of sympathy for Lu Chun, pondering whether consuming chicken soup in such weather would lead to a nosebleed. Jiang Soning, however, saw no issue with it, believing Lu Chun needed to replenish his strength. She offered a bowl of soup to Wei Zhe, who outright declined, passing it to Fang Jinyuan, who waved his hands in refusal. In the end, Song Hao, unsure how to refuse any longer, accepted the chicken soup and drank it. Chapter 72. Collecting coal and down jackets. Jiang Soning glanced into the pot, noting there were 2 bowls remaining, which he decided to save for dinner. Liu Chun nearly choked, exclaiming, "Jiang Shuejia, you needn't keep any for me. You should drink some yourself." Jiang Soning shook her head in refusal, stating, "This chicken soup is too heating. I am in good health and do not need it. It is perfect for you to regain your strength." Song Hao's lips twitched slightly, realizing she was indeed aware that consuming chicken soup in the summer could be counterproductive. Wei Zhe cast a gleeful glance at Song Hao. Once the two finished their soup, having worked up quite a sweat, they were grateful for the air conditioning in the car. Seeing they had finished, Jiang Soning pulled out a folding table from her space, placing 3 dishes on it along with 2 bowls of rice for each person. Now that everyone understood the value of food, they dared not waste a morsel and consumed every bit. After their meal, Wei Zhe took the wheel once more, and as the sun shone brightly outside, they sped along the national highway. With an hour's journey remaining to the northern part of the city, everyone attentively observed their surroundings. The national highway was flanked by ample land, and only a few scattered zombies could be seen. The journey remained peaceful, however, upon witnessing the ravaged rice paddies along the sides of the road. Jiang Soning felt a deep sorrow. The others also took note of this devastation, growing increasingly vigilant. "We must find a safe place to spend the night." Fang Jinyuan thought with trepidation, acknowledging their good fortune in not encountering mutated rats over the past few days. Jiang Soning recalled how, in her past life, the military had sacrificed many soldiers and ability users to eradicate those mutated rats, fueling her hatred for them further. After driving for nearly another hour along the national highway, they encountered only a few stray mutated zombies. Exiting the highway, they directed their vehicle towards the dye factory, where the number of zombies began to increase. This area was dotted with various factories, and due to the absence of residential zones, the zombie population was relatively sparse. Following Lu Chen's lead, they drove directly to the factory's entrance, where the surrounding zombies, alerted by the noise, eagerly approached. The group armed themselves and exited the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the low-level zombies that lunged at them. As Lu Chen stood before the factory's imposing iron gate, he suddenly remembered that he lacked a key. He shot an awkward glance at the others. Apologizing, "I'm afraid we must climb over. I do not have the key to the factory gate." Jiang Songning, intrigued by the antiquated factory, noted the rarity of such iron gates in this era. She produced a ladder from her space, placing it against the wall and no need to climb over. Wei Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. "Jiang Jie, your space truly is a treasure trove." Jiang Songning offered a knowing smile and climbed up the ladder. The ladder had been taken from her home, deemed useful at the time, and stored away. Upon entering the dye factory, she surveyed the environment, noting numerous large and small vats, along with bamboo poles and dustpans for drying items. After using her abilities to scan the vicinity without detecting any zombies or anomalies, she withdrew her mental probe. Once Song Hao entered, Lu Chen guided them towards a nearby warehouse. This warehouse, separate from the dye factory, was constructed specifically to store coal, ensuring that it remained uncontaminated by the dye. Arriving at the warehouse door, they discovered it was locked with an iron chain. Liu Chan picked up a nearby brick and struck the iron lock, producing a loud clattering sound until it was broken. As they pushed the large door open, Jiang Songning's face lit up with surprise at the sight of the coal within. It was enough to last them for several years. Furthermore, with her electric blanket stored in her space, they could conserve the coal for even longer use. Jiang Songning assessed her space, locating a spot in the far corner to store all the coal from the warehouse. With the coal secured, she felt a sense of relief, knowing they now had a solid foundation for survival in the apocalypse. With their belongings stored away, it was only 3 in the afternoon. Given the time constraints for reaching their next destination, the group decided against idleness, opting to explore the surrounding area. The factories nearby were primarily garment-related, and they made their way to the largest clothing factory, searching the premises and collecting all the down jackets available. This particular factory was known for its reputable down jackets. Although the styles were not particularly fashionable, the materials and quality were excellent, making them ideal for the apocalypse. With these down jackets, they would be well prepared for the impending extreme cold. After systematically raiding several different clothing factories, the time had crept past 6 o'clock, and the group returned to the dye factory. Laden with their spoils, Liu Chen led them to a third-floor office, which boasted a new Chinese-style decor. The office spanned approximately 40 square meters, featuring a heavy wooden door and tempered glass windows. Within the office was a modest lounge that included a bathroom. The entire office appeared incongruous compared to the conditions below, but it provided a secure refuge, making it less likely for mutated rats to infiltrate. However, the heat outside was stifling, and within 2 minutes of entering the office, the group was drenched in sweat. Liu Chun hurriedly opened the windows for ventilation, while Jiang Songning produced a generator, and Fang Jinyuan connected it to the office's air conditioning unit. After about 10 minutes, they finally began to feel a semblance of relief. "I nearly succumbed to heat stroke," Wei Zhe exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Jiang Songning retrieved 5 ice creams from her space, distributing them among the group as Song Hao savored his ice cream. A blissful expression washed over him as he reclined on the sofa. In this heat, we could practically fry an egg on the sidewalk." Lu Chen once again checked the thermometer, revealing it was already 7 o'clock, and the ground temperature had soared to 50 degrees. The group stared at the glaring sun outside and inhaled deeply. This indicated that the external temperature was still hovering around 35 to 40 degrees. Fang Jinyuan expressed concern. "We should depart for the prison early tomorrow. Once we acquire what we need, we can leave S-City immediately." Everyone agreed that an early departure would mitigate the heat, and Jiang Songning, seeing the air conditioning, decided to pull out an induction cooker to prepare hot pot for dinner. After leaving S-City, they were uncertain if they would encounter such a comfortable place again. Wei Zhe, upon realizing they could enjoy hot pot, grinned broadly and implored Jiang Songning for a few bottles of cold beer. Not wishing to dampen their spirits, she obliged and poured herself a cup of fruit tea. while the four boys each enjoyed a bottle of beer to quench their thirst, mindful of their surroundings and the need for moderation. Chapter 73. The Prison. After dinner, Lu Chun took the second-tier crystal core to the lounge. Fang Jingyuan still possessed 3 second-tier crystal cores, one of which, belonging to the wood element, he handed to Jiang Songning. The remaining 2 were metal element cores. Wei Zhe, disappointed, examined the cores and sighed. What a pity they aren't fire or earth element cores. It seems only Haozi and I remain at the first tier. Fang Jingyuan cast a glance at his ambitious younger cousin. Well, it seems you've finally developed some ambition. I thought you were indifferent. Wei Zhe gazed at Fang Jingyuan with exaggerated expressions, exclaiming, Brother, this is not merely a matter of ambition. It pertains to life and death, naturally. I must be concerned. Jiang Songning was amused by Wei Zhe's demeanor. Rest assured, the recent surge in second-tier zombies suggests that it won't be long before you all can level up. After sharing a few laughs, the group decided to rest, enjoying the comfort of air conditioning that night. At precisely 6 o'clock, Jiang Songning's alarm clock blared. As the alarm sounded, everyone arose, consumed a light meal, and departed from the dye factory. The journey to the prison took less than an hour by car. Situated in the suburbs, the prison was significantly safer compared to the city, with far fewer zombies. Upon leaving the dye factory and merging onto the national highway, they encountered several vehicles on the road. The drivers of those cars honked in acknowledgement but made no further gestures. Wei Zhe reciprocated with a gentle honk, deducing that these individuals were likely headed toward the highway entrance. After boarding the vehicle, Lu Chen busied himself studying the map. Indeed, we appear to be leaving S-City. Once we acquire the items, we shall take this route as well. Before long, they arrived near the prison, where a considerable number of zombies roamed, many clad in prison uniforms, while a few donned police attire, identities unmistakable. Upon reaching the prison gate, they found it wide open, with bloodstains marking the ground, indicating a fierce struggle had occurred. Noticing the gate ajar, Wei Zhe drove the vehicle inside. The prison was eerily quiet, with only a handful of zombies aimlessly wandering outside. Fang Jingyuan observed the surroundings, puzzled by the scant presence of zombies. Jiang Songning felt a twinge of unease, sensing danger. She scanned her mental surroundings but detected no abnormalities. Wei Zhe turned to Lu Chen in the passenger seat. Brother Chen, where should we head first? Lu Chen harbored a troubling premonition. Let's proceed to the office building. After securing the items, we must leave swiftly. Following the road signs, Wei Zhe drove directly toward the office building. Jiang Songning reflected on her past experiences, recalling that when He had brought them there, they had encountered no formidable foes. However, the prison had housed hundreds of zombies, rendering their previous visit perilous. Could it be that the absence of the protagonist made this situation even more treacherous? Nevertheless, she was oblivious to the precise location where He had discovered that batch of items. Her awareness stemmed from He Chen's boastful recounting of his sister Sinny's prowess. It was then that she comprehended the lengths they had gone to in search of items within the prison. Upon reaching the office building, Jiang Songning utilized her mental prowess to assess the interior. The building comprised merely 3 floors, each housing only a few low-tier zombies. This discrepancy heightened her sense of unease. In her previous life, she had searched the office building, recalling that there had been dozens of zombies within. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. After Wei Zhe parked the vehicle, Jiang Songning stored it in her space, and they each armed themselves before advancing toward the office building. Chun, you take a Zhe and check the left side. I'll go with Jiang Zuizister to the right. We'll regroup here after searching. Lu Chen nodded and promptly led the 2 to the left. Fang Jingyuan and Jiang Songning proceeded to the right, where the first floor consisted of offices. After scouring several offices, they found nothing of value. They then ascended to the second floor, designated as the conference room, which yielded no discoveries either. Finally, they ventured to the third floor, the materials room, only to find it barren as well. After thoroughly searching the office building, the group proceeded to the dormitory building, which also proved fruitless. They then ventured to the storeroom behind, and by the time they had completed their searches, it was already noon. This was an egregious waste of time. Jiang Songning reflected on her previous experiences, remembering that they had left only after searching the inmates' quarters. However, she had acted separately from He, so she was unaware of where the latter had found that batch of items. Consequently, she ruled out places she had already visited. As she diligently recalled her past memories, a sudden thought struck her. When she had departed with Chu Xian, He and the others had seemingly headed toward the areas where the inmates worked. Jiang Soning's eyes brightened. Fang Shuizhang, let's head to the inmates' work area first. Though Fang Jingyuan was perplexed, he did not hesitate. Liu Chun, glancing at the prison map, noted that the work site was not far from their location. The group set off toward the work area. Along the way, they encountered only a few zombies, dispatching one each and extracting the cores from their brains. Upon reaching the work site, they discovered it resembled an ordinary factory. With the main gate slightly ajar, Jiang Soning discerned only a handful of zombies inside, prompting her to push the door open. As the door swung wide, the zombies lunged at them. After swiftly dealing with the zombies, they began to inspect the interior. This appeared to be a workshop for manufacturing electronic components, with everything neatly arranged and clearly visible. If that batch of items were to be found here, it would likely be among the boxes at the back of the workshop. Approaching the boxes, Jiang Soning began to move them aside. Upon witnessing her actions, Wei Zhe and the others joined her. Once all the boxes were cleared, they uncovered a large chest in the corner, its exterior fastened with wooden planks. Jiang Soning's eyes sparkled. This had to be the sought-after items. This should be it. Upon hearing the discovery, the others' faces nearly betrayed their delight. Jiang Soning retrieved a wrench from her space. Fang Jingyuan took the wrench and quickly dismantled the wooden planks. Once removed, a large leather case was revealed inside. Fang Jingyuan cautiously opened the case, and the group beheld its contents with shining eyes. Jiang Soning's face radiated immense joy. Inside lay a dozen assorted firearms, with the remainder being ammunition. Wei Zhe gingerly picked up one of the firearms. Running his fingers over my goodness. Chapter 74. Third-tier zombies. Song Hao's eyes gleamed as he grasped a firearm. Incredible! Jiang Soning selected a smaller model, recognizing it as one of the weapons He had wielded in her past life. They each took one, and Jiang Soning motioned, "I'll store the rest in my space." Fang Jingyuan and Liu Chun each claimed a firearm, loading them with ammunition, while Jiang Soning stowed the leather case in her space. With their prize secured, they prepared to make their exit, sensing the lurking dangers. Upon exiting the workshop, Jiang Soning summoned the vehicle. However, when they attempted to start it, the engine refused to ignite. Liu Chun inspected the vehicle but found no apparent issues. This is a new purchase. How could it malfunction? Jiang Soning, lacking automotive knowledge, could only watch helplessly. Wei Zhe disembarked to examine the engine and electrical system, yet found nothing amiss, just as he declared the vehicle sound. A troubling thought crossed Jiang Soning's mind. She quickly stored the vehicle in her space. "Hand me the firearms, crossbows, and knives, hurry!" Without hesitation, Fang Jingyuan and the others retrieved their weapons, allowing Jiang Soning to swiftly secure them in her space. "Jiang Zuizister, what is going on?" Jiang Soning scanned the surroundings again without detecting any anomalies. "It must be a golden-type zombie, likely of a high tier. We need to vacate this place immediately." The group reacted swiftly, racing toward the prison's entrance. However, midway through their escape, they encountered a zombie clad in metal armor, slowly advancing toward them. They halted in shock, mouths agape in disbelief. Wei Zhe muttered, "What kind of creature is this?" Liu Chun, attempting humor, quipped, "A third-tier golden-type zombie. We've truly bitten off more than we can chew this time." Wei Zhe retorted, "How can it even attack with metal plating on its head? Is it playing with fire?" Before they could formulate a strategy, the armored zombie hurled small metal plates at them. The group swiftly dodged, retaliating with their abilities, yet their attacks merely clanged against the metal armor, causing no harm. Jiang Soning maneuvered behind the zombie, seeking to launch a surprise attack, only to discover that its back was also shielded by metal plating, crafted, no doubt, from the prison's blast shields, impervious to ordinary assaults. Third-tier zombies possess a semblance of human awareness, yet this one appeared strikingly intelligent. Jiang Soning found herself admiring its cunning. As the group's attacks failed to inflict any damage, Jiang Soning, wielding her third-tier wood ability, attempted to manipulate the zombie's movements. Remarkably, the zombie paused for 3 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Soning directed her wood ability toward the zombie's neck, only to find it similarly protected by metal plates. Rendering her efforts futile, the others, noticing the zombie's momentary stillness, unleashed their abilities at the exposed areas. After 3 seconds, the zombie resumed its assault, flinging metal shards at them, forcing the group to retreat in disarray. Jiang Soning released Tang Yuan, who hesitated momentarily upon spotting the zombie, internally cursing its audacity. With a determined charge, Tang Yuan collided with the zombie's body. Though its armored exterior posed challenges, it restricted the zombie's movements. With a resounding crash, the zombie toppled to the ground, leaving Tang Yuan momentarily dizzy. Jiang Songning, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly stored the glutinous rice balls into her spatial pocket and launched another attack aimed at the neck of the zombie. The others soon joined her in their assault on the creature's throat. The zombie, lying on the ground, let out continuous roars, unable to rise. However, it quickly regained its composure, controlling the metal shards around it to strike back at the group. Wei Zhe, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain as a shard sliced through his arm, blood gushing forth in an instant. Cursing under his breath, he retaliated with a fireball aimed at the metallic plate. Yet the feeble blaze posed little threat to it. The group had no choice but to momentarily retreat, while Fang Jinyuan, pained by the sight of the struggling zombie still wielding metal shards against them, noted that the plate was likely reinforced with an explosive shield, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Wei Zhe found the scene unbearable, wishing they could simply escape. Liu Chan regarded him incredulously, stating that the zombie's control over metal meant that attempting to leave would likely result in being trapped. Although Song Hao found the situation amusing, he couldn't muster a laugh. The zombie was encased in metal. Their attacks were utterly futile. Wei Zhe glanced at the scorching sun overhead, wishing for a bolt of lightning to strike down the zombie for its arrogance. At this, Lu Qin's eyes lit up with inspiration. The others, noticing his sudden enthusiasm, eagerly anticipated his idea. "Doesn't Zhang's spatial pocket contain an electric baton?" he suggested. The moment he spoke, the others understood, given the zombie's metallic exterior. Tossing an electric baton could quite possibly fry it to a crisp. Wei Zhe gave Lu Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you're truly devious." With a smirk, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at Wei Zhe, then firmly grasped his injured arm. Brother Chen, you are committing murder." Wei Zhe yelped. Once Lu Chen recognized the genuine pain he had caused, he released his grip, as the group dodged another wave of attacks. Jiang Songning retrieved the electric baton, switched it to maximum power, and used vines to position it beside the zombie. The moment the baton was set down, the creature began to tremble violently, and within seconds, the scent of burning metal filled the air. Yet, the zombie remained intent on attacking, and the group ceased their own strikes, focusing solely on evasion. Soon, black smoke began to billow from the metallic exterior, and perhaps sensing danger, the zombie attempted to detach the plates from its body. As the metal flew away, the charred remains of the creature became visible. The group seized the opportunity to strike, with Fang Jinyuan launching a sharp ice blade that swiftly severed the zombie's head from its neck. The creature, in disbelief, had never expected to meet its end at the hands of an electric baton. Lu Chen approached, extracting the crystal core from the zombie's head, rinsing it with his water-based powers before stowing it in his backpack. With the threat neutralized, Jiang Songning produced her vehicle once more, and finally, it roared to life. Wei Zhe drove toward the exit, sensing that there must be something more to discover in the vicinity. Thus, hurrying to leave was of utmost importance. As they emerged from the entrance, they spotted 3 vehicles approaching from a distance, one of which, a striking pink SUV, stood out prominently. Upon seeing the vehicle, Jiang Songning's eyes ignited with intense hatred. Chapter 75. He soon the others, noticing the incoming vehicles, readied their weapons. Jiang Songning clenched her trembling hands, eager to exact her revenge. While she may not be able to eliminate the so-called female protagonist in one fell swoop, torturing her slowly would suffice. The 3 vehicles came to a halt before them, blocking their escape. As Wei Zhe braced for impact, he slammed on the brakes, puzzled by the intentions of the occupants. The opposing group exited their vehicles, and upon seeing He Sun, Jiang Songning couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it was them. Fang Jinyuan, noting that the other group had disembarked, opened the passenger door and stepped out. He Sun approached Fang Jinyuan, extending his hand politely. "Hello, I am He Sun." Fang Jinyuan, adhering to the principle of not striking a friendly face, reciprocated with his own introduction. Fang Jinyuan, He Sun, slightly taken aback, replied, "Mr. Fang, I apologize for halting your vehicle. We have a few questions for you." Fang Jinyuan suddenly recalled that if memory served him right, this man was the president of the He group. "What inquiries do you have, Mr. He?" He Sun, accustomed to a position of authority, maintained a courteous demeanor, yet his tone bore an unmistakable edge of insistence. May I ask, Mr. Fong, what is the purpose of your visit here? Fong Jingyuan frowned, replying, Mr. He, our purpose here seems to have no relation to you. He soon, suspecting that the group might have taken something they shouldn't, adopted a more assertive stance. Mr. Fong, if you have taken anything that does not belong to you, I advise you to return it. I would prefer to avoid any unnecessary embarrassment. Fong Jingyuan smirked slightly, finding the situation absurd. Are you threatening me, Mr. He? Inside the vehicle, Jiang Songning scoffed at He Sun's audacity, as though they were living in a time of peace. She stepped out, confronting him directly. Upon seeing Jiang Songning, He Sun's face registered surprise. What are you doing here? Jiang Songning's derision intensified, her eyes filled with disdain. You can come here, but I cannot? Is this your He family's territory? Unable to tolerate her condescending gaze, He Sun shouted, I am your brother. Xine has been worried about your safety. Why haven't you returned home? You've caused us needless concern. Because of you, Xine can't eat or sleep well. How can you be so thoughtless? Wei Zhe and Lu Chun, having overheard He Sun's words, exchanged glances, recalling Jiang Songning's mention of searching for her brother in City A. Was this man truly the brother she sought? Jiang Songning crossed her arms, displaying no emotional response to He Sun's fury. Oh? Mr. He, don't presume too much. My brother is in City A, so what relation do you have to me? At that moment, a figure emerged from the pink SUV. Xine, dressed in a pristine white dress, rushed over with tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, where have you been? I was so worried about you. Following closely behind was He Chen, who immediately began to scold her. Jiang Songning, what is wrong with you? It's the end of the world, and instead of returning home, you're wandering about, causing everyone to worry. When will you ever be as considerate as Xine? Jiang Songning regarded the three with mockery before stepping toward He Xine her approach. He Xine flinched but, gathering her courage, managed a sweet smile. Sister, Jiang Songning raised her hand and slapped He Xine across the face. I am not your sister. If you ever call me that again, I will slap you again. He Sun and He Chan attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He Xine, in disbelief, covered her reddened face. Sister, why did you hit me? Jiang Songning, undeterred, struck her again on the other side. You refused to repent. I told you not to call me sister. Wei Zhe discreetly gave Jiang Songning a thumbs up, whispering, Sister Jiang is fierce. He Xine shielded her face, her eyes filled with barely contained resentment. He Sun immediately stepped in front of her, while He Chen embraced He Xine, comforting her. Jiang Songning, you've gone too far. Xine is your sister. How could you strike her? What happened to your upbringing? Jiang Songning responded with another slap aimed at He Sun. The sound echoed, and his face turned aside, caught off guard. This was the first time in his life he had been struck, and he was momentarily stunned by her audacity. Observing the scene, He Xine felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself that Jiang Songning, that wretched girl, would surely be disowned by her brother. Yet apprehension flickered across her face as she called out, Brother! Jiang Songning, He Chen, incensed by his brother's humiliation, raised his hand to retaliate. Fong Jingyuan, quick to react, intercepted He Chen's strike. Step aside. He Chen glared at Fong Jingyuan. Get lost. Fong Jingyuan stood his ground, declaring, Jiang Songning is our teammate. Are you going to attack my teammate without my consent? He Chen's fury escalated. Are you blind? Did you not see her strike first? This is our family matter. Why are you meddling? As He Chen's hand was blocked, Jiang Songning seized the opportunity to strike him as well. The onlookers fell silent for a moment. He Chen, touching his numb face in disbelief, exclaimed, Jiang Songning, I am your second brother. Jiang Songning, filled with disdain, retorted, Go away. You bear the He surname while I bear the Jiang surname. Do not attempt to forge connections. He Xine, looking pitifully at Jiang Songning, pleaded, Sister, Xiao Ning, if you're unhappy, just hit me to relieve your frustration. I beg you, please don't harm my brothers. They are innocent. Unapologetic, Jiang Songning raised her hand once more, delivering another slap to He Xine. He Xine's already swollen face now resembled that of a pig. Covering her face, she regretted ever standing so close to Jiang Songning. The others who had remained in the vehicle rushed out upon witnessing He Xine's humiliation, disregarding her earlier warnings. Lu Chun, Wei Zhe, and Song Hao, observing the arrival of 7 more individuals from the opposing vehicle, quickly composed their expressions and positioned themselves behind Jiang Songning. Noticing their solidarity, Jiang Songning felt a warmth in her heart. He-sun, finally processing the situation, approached the forefront, asking, "Have you vented enough?" Jiang Songning smiled sweetly. "What if I say I haven tea?" He-sun frowned, speaking earnestly, "Xiao Ning, if you have grievances, direct them toward me, your elder brother. Xine is innocent." Jiang Songning found herself thoroughly irritated by He-sun's demeanor. "I have already stated that I share no ties with your He family. Spare me your lectures and move your vehicle." "We are leaving," He-sun frowned and inquired. "Where are you headed?" Chapter 76. Addicted to slapping faces, Jiang Songning observed the increasing number of zombies emerging from the prison and felt an overwhelming desire to flee this place. "It has nothing to do with you that I certainly do not wish to be bitten by a zombie, so move your people aside." He-sun grasped Jiang Songning's arm, asking, "Did you take the batch of firearms from the prison?" Jiang Songning was not about to admit they had taken anything. She looked at He-sun in surprise. "You mean there are firearms inside?" He-sun, noticing Jiang Songning's astonished expression, seemed genuinely unaware of the weapons within the prison. "So, what is your purpose for coming here?" Jiang Songning replied with a peculiar smile. "We came to pursue a fire element mutated cat, but now we have other intentions." He-sun regarded Jiang Songning with a complex expression. "Continue your pursuit of that cat then." Jiang Songning scoffed internally. Firearms were valuable items, and now that they were here, they certainly couldn't leave without making the most of their trip. He-sun viewed Jiang Songning as an immature child, saying, "Xiao Ning, we cannot give you the firearms, but you may join us in the future. Rest assured, we will not treat you poorly. My elder brother will protect you." Hearing He-sun's insincere words only chilled Jiang Songning's heart further. Did Mr. He truly believe what he was saying? He-sun found this sister of his troublesome, lacking any sense of propriety. "Xiao Ning, it is too dangerous here. Wait for us while we retrieve the items, and we will come to get you." Jiang Songning, however, wore a determined expression. "Those items do not belong to you. Whoever finds them claims them. Now that I am aware, there is no reason not to try my luck." He-sun's companions, upon hearing Jiang Songning's intent to seize their belongings, cast displeased glances at the 5 individuals opposite them. He-sun's eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. The more Jiang Songning caused a ruckus, the more disliked she would become. As He-chin witnessed Jiang Songning's attempt to snatch their items, he immediately grew unhappy. "Jiang Songning, do not overstep. My elder brother has ordered you to wait here. So remain quiet, or you shall not accompany us in the future." Seeing He-chen bounce back into the fray, Jiang Songning quickly raised her hand to strike his face. He-chen, caught off guard, received another slap, leaving him dazed. Instinctively, he swung the baseball bat he held towards Jiang Songning. Before she could retaliate, Lu Chun delivered a kick to He-chen's abdomen. An ability user possesses far superior physical prowess compared to an ordinary person. Lu Chen's kick was merciless, and the spectators watched as He-chun was sent flying. "He-chun, are you all right?" a girl exclaimed, rushing to help him up. After a considerable pause, He-chun finally regained his senses. Seeing that He-chan was unharmed, He-sun angrily glared at Lu Chun. "Are you not taking this too far?" Lu Chun shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, I must intervene." At the rate he was going, Jiang Zuizister's head would have been split open. Wei Zhe began to understand the convoluted dynamics at play, thinking to himself how malicious some individuals could be. He-sun, having witnessed He-chen's earlier actions, felt regret for not stopping him in time. "This is a family matter of the He family. I hope you will refrain from further interference." Fang Jinyuan cast a disdainful glance at He-sun, realizing that despite his claims of caring for Jiang Songning, his actions were nothing short of hypocritical. "We have no interest in your family's affairs, but Jiang Zuizister's matters are our concern. If you wish to bully her, you must first seek our consent." "Exactly. My Jiang Jie is not someone you petty individuals can trample upon. Have you considered whether I, the young master, would allow it?" He-sun was taken aback by the fervent defense of Jiang Songning from these individuals. Meanwhile, He-sun seethed with jealousy. She had not anticipated that Jiang Songning would be fortunate enough to team up with such remarkable people. "You must have misunderstood, my sister. Xiao Ning has developed some bad habits growing up in the countryside, which is why my elder brother wishes to correct her," He-sun stammered, casting a fearful glance at Jiang Songning. Wei Zhe, observing the pretentiousness of He-sun, was reminded of the mistress his uncle later married. "Disgusting. This is the so-called White Lotus you mentioned, huh?" "Oh, My dear Miss He, your words reek of insincerity. Do you truly believe that by uttering a few disparaging remarks about Jiang Jia, we would blindly accept them? Upon hearing Wei Zhe's blunt remarks, Jiang Songning could not stifle her laughter. Piffed. Ha ha ha. He felt utterly humiliated. It was the first time in her life that someone had spoken to her in such a manner. Her eyes instantly turned red as the zombies began to encircle them. Jiang Songning decided not to waste any more time. Let us depart swiftly and return to the prison for the firearms. Upon hearing Jiang Songning's intention to seize the firearms, the individuals opposite grew anxious. After getting into their vehicle, Wei Zhe and the others hastily followed suit. Wei Zhe deliberately slowed down, pretending to turn towards the prison, while He Sun's group accelerated, seizing the opportunity to drive into the prison. Once their vehicle entered, Wei Zhe leisurely steered towards the expressway. At that moment, Jiang Songning was in high spirits, while she could not take action against them for now. Collecting some interest today was still quite satisfactory. Moreover, their journey into the prison, where the female lead was present, would undoubtedly bring about continuous trouble. This prison expedition promised to be thrilling. She wondered how many would remain upon their exit. In her previous life, they had entered with 20 individuals, but only 7 had emerged. Although she was uncertain whether this storyline would diverge from her past, she suspected it would not differ greatly. Indeed, as anticipated, Jiang Songning's group moved swiftly, while He Sun's faced an immediate encounter with a third-tier wood element zombie. After a strenuous battle, they managed to defeat the zombie, but at the cost of 3 lives. When they sought out the firearms, they encountered a mutated plant, leading to the sacrifice of 2 more lives. They had entered with 10 people, but now only 5 remained, their spirits dampened and filled with regret for having sought the firearms, which now seemed a distant dream. Jin Feng looked at He Xin with confusion. Xin, are you certain there are firearms here? He Xin, unsure of what had transpired, recalled that in her previous life, Jiang Songning had indeed discovered a cache of firearms and ammunition in this very location. Remembering Jiang Songning, He Xin's eyes widened. Brother, we have been deceived by my sister. She must have taken the firearms. Chapter 77. Departure from S City. Upon realizing that Jiang Songning had taken the firearms, the group harbored intense resentment towards her. Had it not been for her, they believed they would not have lost so many lives. He Qin, your sister is truly wicked. He Chun, filled with rage, kicked a nearby trash bin, sending it crashing to the ground with a loud clatter. He soon could no longer tolerate the commotion. Enough. Are you still seeking more trouble? With tears welling in his eyes, He Chan lamented. We have lost 5 brothers. All because of that wretched Jiang Songning. Jin Feng was taken aback by how a brother could so ruthlessly insult his own sister, causing her own feelings for He Chan to wane. She quietly ventured, what if it wasn't He Jiang Songning who took them? Although Jin Feng's voice was soft, the others still caught her words. He Xin, incredulous, stared at Jin Feng, unable to fathom her lack of support. Fenger, do you think I am slandering Jiang Songning? As He Xin's gaze turned accusatory, the men present cast disapproving glances at Jin Feng. Jin Feng faced the unfamiliar He Xin, attempting to control her emotions. Forcing a smile, I am sorry, Xin. I was merely speaking off the cuff. What else could she do? With everyone dead, she regretted not having gone to the base. However, He Xin had always insisted that they were friends, preventing her from leaving. Initially, she had been delighted to team up with He Xin, believing she would no longer need to hide or survive alone in this apocalypse. Yet, within days, He Xin had revealed her true nature, demanding that Jin Feng do all the work, making her realize she had become nothing more than He Xin's free maid. As she contemplated leaving the group, the others would coax her to stay with sweet words. She harbored feelings for He Chun, which led her to compromise. Recently, she had been observing He Xin's every move, only to discover that He Xin was far from the naive young lady she had initially presumed. Her social skills were reserved solely for those who were powerful and useful. Jiang Songning was unaware of the rift forming between Jin Feng and He Xin. They had once been close friends. However, even if she were aware, it would not concern her, for after all, they were merely cannon fodder. In her previous life, she had served He Xin, thus Jin Feng had never been needed. This time, without Jiang Songning, Jin Feng naturally inherited her position, leading to an inequitable treatment that could not foster any amicable relationship. Wei Zhe pressed the accelerator, driving at 120 km/h, swiftly escaping the prison and entering the expressway. Once they were on the expressway and saw no vehicles pursuing them, they burst into laughter. Haha, Sister Jiang, your acting skills are truly impressive. If it weren't for that batch of items being in our possession, I would almost doubt whether we truly obtained them. Jiang Songning also felt that her performance today was commendable. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she might have pursued a career in the entertainment industry. Alas, perhaps this is what they call innate talent. Wei Zhe found a suitable spot, and only then did they begin their lunch. By the way, Sister Jiang, were those two just now your cousins? Wei Zhe was utterly curious about the relationship between Jiang Songning and those individuals. Fang Jingyuan shot a fierce glare at Wei Zhe. Jiang Songning saw no reason to keep it a secret. We are full-blooded siblings, that White Lotus's parents, in their pursuit of wealth and status, swapped me with her and discarded me in a trash bin. Fortunately, my adoptive parents kindly took me in, allowing me to grow up safely. The others looked at Jiang Songning in astonishment, and Lu Chun remarked, "Indeed, art originates from life." Song Hao, in his naive manner, chimed in, "Your two older brothers must have poor judgment. It's obvious that Miss Bai is not a good person." Wei Zhe burst into laughter at Song Hao's words. "Ha ha ha, Haozi, her surname is He. White Lotus is merely a moniker for her. Come on, it's practically the same." Lu Chun pretended to be profound as he took a sip of his ice-cold cola. "Fools, you still fail to see the essence of the matter." Wei Zhe and Song Hao looked at Lu Chun with curiosity. "Brother Chin, what essence?" After finishing the cola from the can, Lu Chun began, "That Miss Bai is clearly enticing her two brothers, and those two fools seem to be enjoying it." Jiang Songning was taken aback by Lu Chin's keen insight. She had also inadvertently witnessed He Sinny and He Sun hiding in an abandoned house, or else she would never have discovered it until her death. Wait, aren't they siblings who grew up together? Isn't that incest? How thrilling. And it involves 3 people. Miss Bai is quite the overachiever. Wei Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement at such juicy gossip. Jiang Songning, too, found it amusing. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she had heard enough gossip to be curious about how He Sinny managed her 4 men and her nameless encounters. Especially in such a setting, Fang Jingyuan, noticing Wei Zhe's digression, interjected, "Be quiet. You can't even control your mouth during a meal." Only then did Wei Zhe realize there were girls present and promptly shut his mouth. Jiang Songning was unfazed. Girls occasionally discussed such topics, and she had heard even more explicit conversations. After their meal, Lu Chun took out a map, stating that they would have to spend the night on the highway. When they reached a service area, they would assess the environment and, if suitable, rest there. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Wei Zhe resumed driving. However, the highway was littered with abandoned vehicles, leaving only one lane passable. After 2 hours of driving, they had seen almost no zombies, yet the sight of broken-down cars made them uneasy. That night, they found a service area to rest, and nothing unusual occurred throughout the night. The following days passed in relative tranquility, but the road to City J had not been cleared, causing what should have been a 300-kilometer journey to take 5 days. Fang Jingyuan sought everyone's opinions. Should we continue towards City A, or head into the city to gather some supplies? Let us go to the city and take the national highway. We can't waste time clearing the road on the highway anymore. And we want to be able to collect crystal cores and supplies. The others agreed with Jiang Songning's proposal. All right, we'll exit the highway here, but we don't have a map of City J. So we'll have to navigate blindly. Jiang Songning unlocked her pad. City J map, Chapter 78. Growing fruit in space. Lu Chun took the pad. Indeed, Jiang, you have foresight. Jiang Songning graciously accepted Lu Chen's praise. Lu Chen and Fang Jingyuan began to strategize their next route. There's a wholesale market located in the southern part of City J. We can head there directly after exiting the highway. Once we reach the wholesale market, we might also check out the nearby hospital, as it's only 10 kilometers away. We need to stock up on medicine. We currently only have external injury medications, which may not last long. Fang Jingyuan pointed to the location on the map. Lu Chun saw that both the wholesale market and the hospital were not in the city center and concurred with Fang Jingyuan's plan. Let us find a place to rest well tonight and visit the wholesale market tomorrow. After exiting the highway, the number of zombies began to increase. The group focused on finding a place to stay for the night, unaware that He Sun and his companions were already pursuing them. Wei Zhe eventually found a relatively clean small villa. The group dealt with the surrounding zombies and quickly entered the villa. The villa had 2 stories, with 3 bedrooms upstairs and 2 downstairs. It had long been vacated. but it was relatively clean and tidy, with tables and chairs neatly arranged in the living room. Though a thin layer of dust covered them, Jiang Songning left a generator in the living room and went upstairs, casually choosing a room to enter. She tidied up the room, stored the mattress from the bed into her space, and placed her own mattress on the bed. After arranging the bedding, Jiang Songning felt satisfied. When she returned downstairs, Fang Jinyuan and the others had already cleaned the living room, and the air conditioning and fans had started working. Jiang Songning nodded in approval. Such teammates were the kind who could endure the long haul. As they helped each other and did not nitpick in this atmosphere, their relationships naturally grew closer. Jiang Songning took out some fresh vegetables from her space. She planned to cook for herself today. She also retrieved a rabbit from her space, intending to prepare a spicy rabbit dish. Seeing Jiang Songning planning to cook, Wei Zhe immediately rushed over to help her wash the vegetables. After days of instant noodles and dumplings, he was on the verge of a breakdown. Looking at the vegetables in Jiang Songning's hands, he nearly devoured them raw. Finally, we can have a proper meal. Jiang Songning replied, whose fault is it that you can't cook? Otherwise, would we be forced to eat instant noodles and dumplings every day? Sister Jiang, please teach me. Once I learn to cook, I'll take care of it myself. Jiang Songning thought that if Wei Zhe truly learned to cook, the entire team would no longer have to rely solely on her for meal improvements. All right, bring the other three over to learn to cook. It's unreasonable for us to have so many supplies and still suffer. Sure. Wei Zhe happily ran to the living room, dragging the other three over. Song Hao exclaimed, Teacher Jiang, we are ready. Let us get started. Jiang Songning took out the washed vegetables and began to teach the young masters how to chop them while preparing the necessary ingredients and seasonings for the spicy rabbit dish. With everything ready, they started cooking, and the group learned with great diligence, eager for better meals in the future. In the small kitchen, the girls sought Ed while explaining. The four boys watched particularly closely, with Fang Jinyuan even taking notes on the side. Jiang Songning, faced with such eager students, generously shared her culinary skills. Once a table filled with fragrant dishes was prepared, Wei Zhe tasted a piece of rabbit meat and nearly cried from the overwhelming emotion of having not eaten home-cooked food in so long. Wu Jiang Songning patted Wei Zhe's head reassuringly. Don't worry, once everyone learns to cook, our good days will be here. After finishing their meal, Jiang Songning took out a watermelon she had grown. The first batch of watermelons in her space had ripened, and she was unsure whether it was due to the soil or the water, but the vegetables and fruits she had grown in her space tasted significantly better than those purchased outside. The vegetables were crisp and delicious, and the watermelon was both large and sweet. She planned to grow more fruits in the future, as she had plenty of seeds on hand. For now, she had only planted watermelons. She intended to plant cherries, grapes, apples, strawberries, and more tomatoes, as these were all her favorites. The fruits bought from the market could never compare to those grown herself. Without hesitation, Jiang Songning finished the watermelon in hand, greeted the others, and hurried back to her room. Once inside, she immediately locked the door and entered her space. She surveyed the mature rice and wheat in her space. After harvesting, she had replanted new rice and wheat. The rice had not been threshed, nor had the wheat been ground into flour. Jiang Songning planned to check at the wholesale market tomorrow to see if she could find a rice thresher and a flour mill. She had not considered these things previously, so she had not purchased them. Fortunately, her space contained plenty of grain, so she was not lacking for food at the moment. This harvest yielded approximately 1,000 jin of rice and 1,000 jin of wheat. She planned to plant a smaller quantity of sweet potatoes and corn. Both of these could stave off hunger, and when winter came, she could enjoy roasted sweet potatoes and corn, two of her childhood favorites. Her adoptive father, though not very talkative, would occasionally bake sweet potatoes and corn to amuse the siblings, brushing them with a bit of honey. The resulting roasted sweet potatoes and corn were both fragrant and sweet. The siblings often clamored for them, and her adoptive father would always relent, only for them to eat too much and end up with nosebleeds, causing their adoptive mother to scold their father in exasperation. The two siblings would often hide behind their father, stifling their laughter. Reflecting on those joyful times, Jiang Songning's gaze dimmed. Those days could never return. Regaining her focus, Jiang Songning cultivated another patch of land, planting corn and sweet potatoes. She then inspected her collection of fruit seeds, selecting a variety of orange, apple, pear, grape, cherry, strawberry, and banana seeds, intending to sow them all today. While the apples, cherries, and pears would take some time before they could be harvested, she anticipated that the strawberries, grapes, and bananas could be enjoyed sooner. She rearranged the layout of her garden, clearing one side to plant fruit trees, while another section was dedicated to various vegetables. Currently, the produce she consumed was entirely from her own cultivation, having fed the surplus from her previous stockpiles to the chickens and ducks. The eggs she hadn't collected in time had all hatched, adding a lively atmosphere to her space. Fortunately, her supplies were ample. Otherwise, sustaining all these chickens, ducks, and geese would have been a challenge. Indeed, witnessing the chicks and ducklings emerge from their shells brought her joy, and she decided to test a few goose eggs as well. To her surprise, the ducks, whether truly oblivious or not, ended up hatching alongside them. It seemed that before long, they would be able to enjoy a hearty feast of goose stew. Chapter 79. The Wholesale Market with the Fruit Planted. Jiang Soning proceeded to sow additional vegetables, including pumpkins, winter melons, eggplants, green beans, mustard greens, Shanghai greens, and lettuce. Anything with seeds was planted. By the time she finished, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After a quick wash in her space, she exited to rest, knowing that Song Hao and Lu Qian would take the night watch, so she refrained from going downstairs. Farming was indeed laborious, and Jiang Soning fell into a deep slumber. The following day, she awoke at 7, finding Lu Qian downstairs had prepared sandwiches. After they all enjoyed the meal, they stored their belongings in her space before leaving the small villa. As soon as they stepped outside, the sun blazed down, scorching their skin. Jiang Soning retrieved sunscreen from her space, and each of them applied a generous amount. Fang Jingyuan remarked, "Let us make this quick today. The sun is too harsh. We should avoid going out in the afternoon to prevent heat stroke." The others nodded in agreement. Wei Zhe drove towards the wholesale market, which was considerably larger than the one in S City. Upon entering, they encountered approximately 100 low-level zombies, who quickly surrounded their vehicle. After working together to dispatch the zombies, they ventured deeper into the market. However, it appeared that the area had already been raided. The grocery store had been stripped of useful items, leaving the remnants in disarray. It seemed that even those with space could not carry too much. Jiang Soning was not picky. She collected all the remaining seasonings into her space. After rummaging through about 10 shops, they gathered a mishmash of supplies, but rice, flour, and oil were nearly non-existent. "Senior Fong, keep an eye out for a rice thresher. There might be one here," Jiang Soning suggested. Fang Jingyuan never pried into her affairs, understanding that everyone harbored their secrets, and he respected her silence. They discovered a store stocked with hygiene products, featuring an array of tissues, wet wipes, sanitary pads, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shower gel, and shampoo, all of which were collected into her space. After exploring a few more shops, they found that while some daily necessities were diminished, most remained intact, providing convenience for Jiang Soning and her companions. Having finished shopping for daily items, they moved to a row of snack shops nearby. Most instant noodles, bread, and dried fruits were sold out, though chips and cookies, which took up space, were still available. Jiang Soning collected snacks and beverages into her space. After clearing the snack aisle, they reached the final row filled with dried goods, longan, red dates, sunflower seeds, peanuts, nuts, and various small snacks, all of which seemed untouched. Inside the snack shop, they found preserved pork, jelly, and fruit chips, all still in stock. Wei Zhe eagerly grabbed a packet of preserved pork and began to snack on it. Jiang Soning and the others filled their bags with a portion of the treats before storing everything in her space. The adjacent 2 shops were similar in stock, and Jiang Soning collected all the items into her space. Once their supplies were secured, the group exited the wholesale market, to the north of the market lay hardware stores, seed shops, and a shop selling motors, where Jiang Soning found a rice thresher, a grinder, and some unfamiliar agricultural machinery, all of which she added to her space. After raiding a few more shops, the time was nearly 11, and the sun blazed fiercely. They drove back to the small villa where they had stayed the previous night. Upon returning, Lu Qian checked the temperature, discovering it had soared to 45 degrees outside. Jiang Soning was not overly surprised. After all, during her previous life, the hottest days reached nearly 50 degrees, and such weather would persist until October, followed by a week of rapid cooling into extreme cold temperatures. Fang Jingyuan remarked, "If the heat continues like this, we may indeed have to operate only at night." Lu Qian frowned, saying, "That's not the worst part. The real concern lies with water." Wei Zhe gazed at the scorching weather. Troubled, Jiang Soning had witnessed the lengths people would go for a bottle of water. The trials of humanity had only just begun. The silver lining was that during extreme heat, zombies were less active. Most would remain sheltered indoors, only emerging at night. Scavenging for resources in the morning and evening would be considerably safer. Fang Jingyuan glanced at the others, suggesting, "We should conserve our water supply from now on." Jiang Songning, however, was untroubled, as her space contained a river with a constant flow of water bubbling up from below. Yet, she recognized the need for discretion. Covered in grime, they could easily become targets if they appeared too well off. She lacked the protagonist's halo. At noon, Jiang Songning took out a duck, preparing to make beer duck, while the other four watched and helped her. Wei Zhe stir-fried the vegetables, showing evident dedication in his cooking. Though the taste fell slightly short compared to Jiang Songning's, it was commendable. Fang Jingyuan attempted a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, guided by Jiang Songning, and managed to avoid any culinary disasters. Being young, they learned quickly. Song Hao prepared a dish of shredded potatoes, and Lu Chan made a tomato egg drop soup, completing their dinner. Wei Zhe took the first bite of his stir-fried vegetables and exclaimed, "Sister Jiang, I think I'm ready to master vegetable cooking." Jiang Songning tasted it, finding it satisfactory. She gave Wei Zhe a thumbs up and praised, "Delicious. Tonight, try making a meat dish. With practice, you'll gain experience." Wei Zhe blushed at the compliment, feeling more confident about cooking. "All right, teach me again tonight." The enthusiasm of the others paled in comparison to Wei Zhe's. They simply wished to avoid instant noodles and frozen meals, and their cooking results were not as impressive as his. After dinner, Jiang Songning retreated to her room for a.n.a.p. Lu Chan, and Song Hao went back to catch up on sleep, leaving Wei Zhe and Fang Jingyuan to keep watch downstairs. Observing the blistering weather outside, Wei Zhe felt uneasy. "Brother, do you think we'll make it home safely?" It was the first time Fang Jingyuan had seen Wei Zhe exhibit such negative emotions after enduring the apocalypse for so long. "Don't worry. This minor obstacle won't defeat your brother. I will ensure we return safely." Uncertainty loomed over thoughts of their grandparents, parents, and uncles and aunts. They all live in the military district. They should be fine. I'm more concerned about my older cousin. Fang Jingyuan's grandparents had 2 sons and 2 daughters, both sons serving in the military, with wives also working in the armed forces. While both daughters were married to military personnel, they resided in a large compound, so Fang Jingyuan was not overly worried about the elder's safety. His only concern lay with his siblings. Chapter 80. Can't you tell I'm a man? The 2 brothers chatted casually in the living room, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility amidst the apocalypse. However, this peace was soon disrupted. Just as Jiang Songning closed her eyes, she heard the unmistakable sound of vehicles colliding from downstairs. Reacting swiftly, she grabbed her crossbow and made her way to the balcony. Lu Chan and Song Hao were on the adjacent balcony, surveying the situation. From their vantage point, they spotted zombies chasing 2 vehicles that were careening around, their occupants in peril as they were besieged by a couple of second-tier zombies and several first-tier ones. The vehicles drew closer to the entrance of their villa, prompting Lu Chan and Song Hao to rush downstairs, where Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe were already armed and waiting in the yard. Jiang Songning quickly descended as well, spotting a second-tier zombie with fire abilities. Upon hearing fire abilities, Wei Zhe's eyes lit up. This was his chance to level up. As Lu Chan reached the gate, he saw the occupants of the 2 vehicles exiting. There were 5 people in total, 3 men and 2 women, who, upon spotting Lu Chan, rushed toward him, crying out for help. "Help us, please." Jiang Songning furrowed her brow. They were not the type to meddle unnecessarily, but the allure of a second-tier crystal core compelled them to act, yet, whether they intervened willingly or out of obligation, the sentiment was different. "Haozi, guard the house and don't let them in." After instructing Song Hao, the 4 of them opened the small gate and stepped outside. The 5 individuals quickly reached them. With a blue-haired man leading the way, "Brother, we're in a bit of a bind." Lu Chan disregarded him entirely, raising his hand to attack the nearest zombie. Jiang Songning stepped forward as well, targeting the fire ability zombie at the center. She ensnared its neck with vines, intending to drag it up the hill. The zombie exhibited formidable strength, raising its hand to hurl a fireball towards the vines. Wei Zhe seized his crossbow and aimed for the creature's head, but the zombie, sensing imminent danger, tilted its head to evade the arrow, which ultimately struck another zombie behind it in the neck. Jiang Songning intensified her powers, striving to constrict the zombie's neck with the vines. Yet after 2 attempts, she fell just short of success. Undeterred, she reminded herself that her wood-based abilities were inherently weaker than others. With a bit more practice, her vines would surely improve. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and Feng Jingyuan had successfully dispatched another second-tier zombie and began to tackle the first-tier ones. Observing Jiang Songning's relentless efforts to strangle the zombie, the others tactfully steered clear of the fire-imbued creature. Wei Zhe recognized her intent and chose to leave her to it. After they eliminated the remaining zombies and extracted the crystal cores, the trio stood by, watching Jiang Songning's fierce struggle with the zombie. Though they were somewhat taken aback by her brutality, she remained calm. The zombie, perhaps agitated, roared while throwing fireballs at the human who thwarted its escape, its speed increasing with each attack. Jiang Songning dodged gracefully while once more wrapping the vines around the zombie's neck. With a determined pull, she managed to sever the zombie's neck halfway. Leaping forward, she yanked back the vines, tearing the zombie's head clean off. Wei Zhe exhaled heavily upon witnessing the creature's defeat. Although it was a zombie, the ordeal had been quite taxing. "Jiang Jie, your method of practice is rather bloody," he remarked. Jiang Songning smiled at Wei Zhe. "You may find yourself witnessing such scenes quite frequently in the future." Wei Zhe rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, then extracted the crimson crystal core. The prior scene was instantly forgotten as he gleefully exclaimed, "Ha! I can level up now." As the group prepared to return to the courtyard, they were met with raucous voices from within. "On what grounds are you denying us entry? This is not your house," a shrill female voice pierced the air. The group hurried back to the small villa, only to find two women pointing fingers at Song Hao, who was desperately trying to explain that this was their team's temporary residence and that they should seek other accommodations to rest. The two women, perceiving Song Hao's submissive demeanor, attempted to barge in. He raised his hand in an attempt to stop them. One of the women began to scream, "Pervert! How dare you touch me, you shameless fiend!" The three men, witnessing this, immediately surrounded Song Hao, accusing him of being a scoundrel. Having never encountered such a confrontation, Song Hao stammered, "I didn't tea. I just, right? You didn't tea. You just wanted to take advantage of me," retorted one of the women. A short-haired man brandished a machete, threatening, which hand touched Shanshan. "I'll chop that hand off." Song Hao could only plead, "I didn't touch her." Another girl chimed in, "We all saw it. You were trying to be a lecher." Almost in tears, Song Hao insisted, "I didn't." The two women, realizing he wouldn't dare lay a finger on them, pushed forward, their chests puffed out, determined to enter. They could feel the cool air seeping through the door cracks. Though they never intended to invade someone else's home, the allure of air conditioning in this sweltering heat was too tempting to resist. Just as they were about to enter, Jiang Songning ensnared the neck of the foremost boy with her vines, yanking him back and sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Song Hao felt as though he had found salvation. "Jiang Jie, you finally returned." The other two boys, witnessing their comrades sprawled on the ground, were about to retaliate, but upon recalling the ferocity with which the group had dispatched zombies, they hesitated. "Miss, you've misunderstood. We merely wished to borrow a room for the night." Jiang Songning dismissed them coldly. "Scram!" The girl who had accused Song Hao of being a pervert could no longer contain herself. "On what grounds should we leave? This house doesn't belong to you." Wei Zhe, aware that Jiang Songning and her companions were not prone to argument, stepped forward. "This house is ours. We cleaned and maintained it, and it serves as our temporary residence." The girl scoffed, "There's no logic in your claim." Wei Zhe raised his hand casually. TSK, my fist is the only logic you'll understand. Care to test it?" The girl recoiled, but her defiance persisted. "Are you even a man? Don't you understand how to treat women with care?" Wei Zhe, unabashed, retorted, "What's the matter? You can't even tell I'm a man?" The girl was incensed by his response. "You shameless coward. Bullying women is pathetic." Wei Zhe, reveling in her anger, replied, "Indeed, I'm shameless, but I once robbed someone's home. I'm not afraid to stand against those who cling to their pride." The tension escalated as the tallest of the three boys stepped forward. "Brother, there are no clean houses nearby. We only wish to borrow a room. In this apocalypse, we must help each other to survive." Wei Zhe shot back, "Get lost. Spare me your moral high ground. If you truly believed in helping one another, you wouldn't have fled when we were fighting zombies. You lowly scoundrels, get out now, or I won't hesitate to resort to violence." The boy's face turned various shades before he, along with his companions, left the villa in shame. Wei Zhe locked the small iron gate, restoring tranquility to the villa. Upon returning to the living room, Wei Zhe eagerly produced the crystal core and plopped down on the sofa, grinning like a fool. Heh. Jiang Songning shook her head. Finding his antics unbearable, Fang Jinyuan interjected, why don't you take the crystal core to your room and level up? Snapped back to reality, Wei Zhe exclaimed, right? I'll go level up now. Ha ha ha. After Wei Zhe left, Jiang Songning felt exhausted from a brief nap. She contemplated venturing out to practice with some zombies, but the oppressive heat outside was unbearable. After dealing with the previous zombies, she was drenched in sweat. Unwilling to push herself, she decided to postpone her practice and took a shower instead. Once refreshed, she checked on the vegetables and fruits she had planted the day before. To her delight, the seeds had already sprouted. She joyously watered them before organizing the items she had received that morning. Her space was overflowing with an array of goods, but thankfully, she could manage everything with her consciousness. Having sorted her belongings, she noticed it was nearly 5 o'clock. Selecting some seafood, she planned for a seafood dinner. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Lu Qian and Fang Jinyuan poring over a map of J City. Upon seeing the seafood she had gathered, they instinctively set aside their tablets and followed her to the kitchen. Jiang Songning guided them through the process of preparing the seafood, from the necessary ingredients to the cooking methods. They picked up the techniques quickly, and after demonstrating once more, a pot of fragrant spicy crab was ready. Under her guidance, Lu Qian prepared the remaining shrimp and clams, both taste and presentation deemed satisfactory. Just as Wei Zhe completed his upgrade, dinner was served. Jiang Jia, my attacks can truly inflict damage now, heh. The others cheered for him, noting that only Song Hao remained at the first level. Haozi, don't worry. Once we encounter Earth-type zombies, we'll secure a crystal core for you. Song Hao waved his hands. No rush, it all depends on luck. We'll see when we encounter them. With his agreement, the group felt reassured. After dinner, it was already 7, yet the sun still hung low in the sky. Liu Chan checked his watch, realizing that sunset would not occur until around 8, with darkness following close behind. Likely around 9, the sun had risen at 5 that morning. Jiang Songning gazed out the window, realizing that the truly scorching weather had arrived. Tomorrow we depart at 5, first to the hospital for supplies. Then we'll consider our next steps. Fang Jinyuan handed a gun to Song Hao. Tomorrow, you'll guard the home while we 4 head to the hospital. No one objected. In this heat, finding suitable housing was a daunting task. With their plans for the next day settled, Jiang Songning retreated upstairs to sleep. Though the sun had yet to set, she needed to rest well for the early rise and the potential battles ahead. At 4:30 the next morning, her alarm rang. After getting dressed and opening the curtains, she noticed the sky was already bright and the sun slowly ascending. Checking her watch confirmed it was indeed 4:30, a troubling sign. The night was growing shorter, and with the sun shining for 16 hours a day, water resources would dwindle and many plants would perish, resulting in an increasingly harsh living environment. Fortunately, her space allowed for cultivation. Even if one day Fang Jinyuan and the others betrayed her, she could retreat into her space and endure for years without issue. After freshening up, they descended the stairs. Liu Qian retrieved the buns that Jiang Songning had stored in the refrigerator, warming them up and also boiled several cups of milk. By the time they finished their meal, the clock read 4:50 as they opened the door. A wave of heat rushed at them. Inside the house, the air conditioning had shielded them from the heat, but stepping outside felt like entering a steamer, threatening to melt them away. Song Hao, accompanying them, could barely tolerate the heat as he exclaimed, "Is it really 5 in the morning?" The expressions of the 4 were grave. Jiang Songning produced her vehicle, stating, "Let us be swift about this." Upon getting in, Wei Zhe immediately turned on the air conditioning. Once the temperature inside the car became bearable, they settled in. As they ventured out, they noticed a stark reduction in the number of zombies compared to the previous day. Although this area was not within the city limits, the population was substantial. It was improbable that only this few zombies remained. Liu Chun gazed out the window, pondering where the zombies could be hiding. Wei Zhe remarked, "Where else could they be hiding but inside the houses?" Lu Chun felt an unsettling premonition about their expedition. "What do you think we will encounter at the hospital?" Jiang Songning shared his concern, knowing the hospital was notorious for having a high concentration of zombies. If the surrounding zombies had all taken refuge within the hospital, then the situation inside would be dire. Fang Jinyuan sought to remain optimistic, suggesting, "Regardless, we should assess the situation at the hospital." In silence. They drove for 20 minutes, arriving smoothly at the hospital entrance. The facility comprised 4 buildings, with a distribution map prominently displayed at the entrance. After Lu Chun captured an image of the map on his tablet, Wei Zhe drove the vehicle into the hospital grounds. As they approached the outpatient building, Jiang Songning extended her mental perception to investigate the situation within. The moment she did, a chill ran down her spine. The interior was teeming with a dense mass of zombies. Without further probing, she estimated that there were at least 1,000 zombies in the outpatient building alone. As their vehicle neared, the zombies inside began to stir restlessly. Chapter 82. Injury. Jiang Songning urged anxiously, "We must leave this place at once." Before Wei Zhe could hit the brakes, he veered the car away from the outpatient building's entrance. However, it was too late. Dozens of zombies had already emerged from the building, roaring in pursuit. Most of these zombies were first level, and the 4 of them found it challenging to confront such a horde. Wei Zhe pressed the accelerator, attempting to shake off their relentless pursuers. Suddenly, a second-level speed-type zombie dashed forward, grasping the car door with astonishing swiftness. The vehicle struggled to evade it, and the zombie clung on tenaciously. The 3 passengers were thrown about inside, disoriented as the zombie howled, refusing to let go, one hand gripping the door handle while the other pounded against the window. When Lu Chun regained his composure, he swiftly pressed the window button and drew his handgun, firing a shot at the zombie's head. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature released its grip on the door handle. Lu Chun leaned out of the window, ready to shoot again, but the agile zombie darted behind the car. Jiang Songning opened the sunroof, extending her body out. As she readied her crossbow, the zombie shifted to the driver's side, causing Wei Zhe to swerve the vehicle. Jiang Songning tried to aim for the zombie's head once more, but its speed was blinding, evading her shot as if it left an afterimage. Noticing that the zombies trailing them were still a distance away, Jiang Songning commanded, "A's, stop the car," responding to her directive. Wei Zhe slammed on the brakes. As the vehicle halted, Fang Jinyuan exited from the passenger seat, swiftly unleashing his abilities to attack the zombies. Though the first-level zombie lacked formidable strength, its speed was astonishing. Fang Jingyuan's repeated strikes narrowly missed the zombie's head, and he sustained scratches from its claws. Lu Chun fired several shots, but none found their mark. As the struggle intensified, the zombie seized its chance and lunged at Lu Chun. Behind him was a wrecked car, leaving him no time to evade. Just as the zombie was about to bite into Lu Chun's neck, Jiang Songning seized the opportunity to utilize her mental abilities, momentarily halting the zombie a mere centimeter from Lu Chun. Fang Jingyuan, seizing the moment, conjured an ice blade and struck the zombie's head with precision. Before the creature could react, its head exploded. Quick to act, Fang Jingyuan extracted the crystal nucleus from the zombie's brain and returned to the vehicle with Lu Chun. As the horde of zombies closed in, Wei Zhe pressed the accelerator, propelling them several meters forward. This time, without any speed-type zombies in pursuit, they quickly distanced themselves from the threat. Inside the car, Fang Jinyuan covered his bleeding arm, and Jiang Songning handed him a bandage, saying, "Once we return and clean the wound, I'll tend to it." Fang Jinyuan nodded, his face pale from the pain as he wrapped the bandage around his injury. Lu Chun also bore several claw marks on his chest, though they were not deep and bled minimally. Wei Zhe, silent, increased their speed. Fortunately, they did not encounter any zombies on the way. Otherwise, the scent of blood emanating from Fang Jinyuan would have likely attracted a frenzy of them. After a 15-minute drive, they arrived at the entrance of a small villa. Song Hao emerged 2 minutes later to open the door, his expression grim. At a glance, Jiang Songning sensed something was amiss and used her abilities to scan inside, discovering 4 additional individuals in the house. Initially, she assumed they were among the 5 from the previous day. "Those people from yesterday." Song Hao shook his head with a pained expression. "You'll understand once you go inside." The 3 boys disregarded their injuries, drawing their handguns. After storing the vehicle in her space, Jiang Songning also retrieved her firearm, despite her lack of precision, which was just as well for causing harm. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Song Hao quickly intervened. "You've misunderstood. Those 4 are not enemies. The 2 men are injured and belong to the military, which is why I allowed them in." Upon hearing they were military personnel, Jiang Songning found it hard to believe. How could soldiers casually occupy someone else's home? How can you be sure they are indeed military? Song Hao suddenly realized his oversight. The ingrained respect for the military within Huagua culture had dulled his vigilance. Coupled with the desperate pleas from the 2 women, he had momentarily softened. They were dressed in camouflage. One of the women claimed they were injured while trying to save others. Fang Jingyuan sighed. And despite the mention of the two unconscious men, the group remained cautious. Let us go in and take a look. In this post-apocalyptic world, children, the elderly, and beautiful women were often the most dangerous. Most people did not regard them with the same level of suspicion, leading to numerous fatalities caused by underestimating their intentions. Jiang Soning disapproved of Song Hao's actions, but now was not the time for lectures. She trusted that Lu Qian and Fang Jingyuan would naturally advise him. Song Hao, aware of his misstep, glanced nervously at the group. Wei Zhe, unable to hold back, gently patted his shoulder, encouraging him to relax. Jiang Soning could only shake her head. In chaotic times, it was often the naive who suffered. She had not anticipated that Song Hao would possess such a naive disposition. However, he had not faltered before. So she refrained from saying too much. Upon entering the living room, they found two demure young women seated anxiously on the sofa. However, when they recognized who had entered, the girl with a doll-like face rushed over to embrace Fang Jingyuan. "Brother Yuan, I finally found you," she sobbed. Fang Jingyuan was equally surprised to see who Curson, Liu Chen, and Wei Zhe also recognized her, though they were not particularly close. Nonetheless, one always greeted familiar faces. "Curson, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Wei Zhe's voice, who Curson snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Brother Yuan, hurry and save Yi Huai. He is gravely injured." Fang Jingyuan's heart sank at the mention of his cousin's injury. "Where is Yi Huai?" Wei Zhe shared his growing concern for Shan Yi Huai's condition. Hu Curson, sniffling, spoke in fragmented sentences. Just then, another dark-haired girl stepped forward, her voice gentle. "He is in a room on the first floor. I'll take you there." Jiang Soning observed the scene in silence, following the group into the room. Inside, a man was swathed in bandages, his complexion flushed, indicating something was amiss. Yet his face was strikingly handsome, as if meticulously sculpted, with sharp features that exuded an irresistible charm and strength. His features were nothing short of perfect, with sword-like brows and starry eyes that glimmered with an alluring sheen. His straight nose towered over his face, lending it a sense of three-dimensionality and determination. Chapter 83. Shin Yihuai. Jiang Soning could not deny that this visage aligned with her aesthetic preferences. If he entered the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly overshadow many youthful idols. However, she chose to merely admire from a distance. In this world ravaged by chaos, moral boundaries had eroded. A single pack of instant noodles or a loaf of bread could exchange for a night with someone desirable. Jiang Soning feared falling ill, for in a world devoid of healing abilities, one had to endure their ailments alone. In her past life, He Sini would never have assisted her in such a plight. On numerous occasions, when hunger gnawed at her, she nearly succumbed to temptation, accepting the propositions of others. Yet, upon witnessing many suffering from illness, she retreated from such temptations. Eventually, she grew accustomed to the pangs of hunger. Realizing that those women writhing in agony from lack of medicine were not unlike herself, she felt grateful for having upheld her principles. Otherwise, she could have easily joined their ranks, as hunger made her gaunt. Filthy and parched, no one looked her way anymore. Fang Jingyuan gazed at the wound on his cousin's arm, still seeping blood, and looked at Jiang Soning with a pleading expression. "Jiang, this is my cousin. I kindly ask for your assistance in treating his injury." Jiang Soning, understanding the urgency of the situation, swiftly retrieved bandages, alcohol, and ointment from her supplies, along with a box of antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medication. Just as she was about to step forward, the black-haired girl snatched the items from Jiang Soning's hands. "Miss, allow me to handle this." Yihuai despises the touch of outsiders. Seeing someone else stepping in to help, Jiang Soning glanced at Fang Jingyuan and decided to refrain from intervening further, reasoning that the girl was a friend of Fang Jingyuan and thus not her concern. Unfamiliar with the girl, Fang Jingyuan considered his cousin's temperament and chose not to object, especially since it appeared that the girl was likely his cousin's girlfriend. He could only cast an apologetic look at Jiang Soning. Noticing that Fang Jingyuan's arm continued to bleed, Jiang Soning fetched additional bandages and alcohol, handing them to Lu Chen. "Senior Lu, could you assist Fang in treating his wound?" Lu Chen accepted the alcohol and bandages. Beginning to tend to Fang Jingyuan's injury, the black-haired girl produced scissors, deftly cutting away the bandages on Shan Yihua, revealing a gruesome, bloodied wound beneath, with faint outlines of 8 abdominal muscles visible beneath. No wonder he was running a fever. If this wound remained unstitched, it would surely take a long time to heal. Jiang Songning stole a few glances at this exceptional man, lamenting that he was already taken. Just as she was about to head upstairs for a rest, a loud clang resonated from the bed as the alcohol and bandages were hurled to the floor. The black-haired girl was startled. "Adati Huai, you're awake?" Jiang Songning witnessed the man on the bed suddenly open his eyes, his cold gaze fixated on the approaching black-haired girl, his raspy voice cutting through the air. "Get lost." The girl panicked. "Huai, you're gravely injured. Let me help you with the medication." At this moment, the others recognized Shan Yihua's demeanor, realizing that the black-haired girl was not his girlfriend. "How are you, Huaigo?" The man on the bed, whose previously frosty demeanor had softened upon seeing Fang Jinyuan and the others, pressed his hand to his aching forehead. "How did I end up here?" Fang Jinyuan, observing the now composed Hu Kaching, replied, "We don't know the specifics." Hu Kaching then stepped forward. "Huai, both you and Secretary Zhou are injured. We happened to pass by and asked that young man to let us in for a rest. We never expected this to be where Jinyuan and the others are staying." Upon hearing the name Secretary Zhou, Jiang Songning raised an eyebrow, confirming that they were not military personnel. Song Hao's expression soured. Those two women had indeed deceived him. Fang Jinyuan recalled the excuse Hu Kaching had given upon entering. Although his brother lived in a military compound and had undergone 2 years of training, he was simply a legitimate businessman, not a soldier. "Kaching, you grew up in the military compound. The honor of soldiers must not be tarnished." Before Fang Jinyuan could finish, Hu Kaching burst into tears. "We had no choice. With Huai so severely injured, would he have let us in if we hadn't lied?" She shot a reproachful look at Song Hao. He remained silent, for the answer was evident. Jiang Songning crossed her arms, watching Fang Jinyuan admonish Hu Kaching, while the other girl faded into the background seamlessly. Elyuchen shook his head, continuing to tend to Shan Yihua's wounds and administering antipyretics. "Chen, please check on Zhoulin." Lu Chen nodded and exited the room with the bandages in hand. "You all can argue outside. I need some rest." Shan Yihua, already feverish, found the noise unbearable and felt a throbbing headache upon his command. The others fell silent and quietly left the room. Noting that her presence was no longer required, Jiang Songning returned to her room upstairs. Once back in her room, she entered her space and indulged in some fruit tea. The cool beverage brought instant relief. As she contemplated the path ahead, she regarded the man named Shan Yihua, whose strength was apparent even in his injured state. Once he recovered, he would undoubtedly be a formidable ally. The other two girls possessed first-level abilities, though she had yet to witness their usage. As for Zhoulin, she had not encountered him yet, and his capabilities remained a mystery. Given the relationship between Fang Jinyuan and Shan Yihua, it was likely they would return to Cydia together. However, she had observed that the four did not carry supplies. The occasional treats she had shared with Fang Jinyuan and the others were due to their amicable rapport. And her storage was ample. However, the prospect of accommodating 4 more individuals did not sit well with her. Despite having gathered considerable supplies with Fang Jingyuan's group, they paled in comparison to what she had in her space. If they formed a team, she would be feasting daily while others subsisted on instant noodles, inevitably leading to discord. For the moment, Fang Jinyuan and his companions might not mind, but human nature was notoriously unpredictable. Having lived a second life, Jiang Songning was unwilling to compromise her comfort. She possessed enough provisions to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Disbanding now seemed unwise, as she could fend for herself, but surviving alone in this apocalyptic world posed many challenges. Moreover, given Fang Jingyuan's family connections to the military, aligning with them could facilitate her search for her brother once they reached the base in Cydia. Ultimately, Jiang Songning had not arrived at an optimal solution and resolved to take things one step at a time. If the newcomers proved capable and did not hinder her, she would not mind journeying with them. If, upon further acquaintance, she found them lacking, she could venture to Cydia alone or join a more suitable group along the way. After contemplating this, Jiang Songning manipulated her space with her mind, evenly distributing the supplies she had collected with Fang Jinyuan into 5 portions. While these items were plentiful, if the newcomers lacked spatial abilities, the perishable goods would quickly spoil. Thus, she decided to take things as they came. Having just departed from Cydia, they still faced a 2,000-kilometer trek to Cydia, with uncertainties lurking ahead. Should she find the arrangement uncomfortable, she could always leave. Jiang Songning inspected the fruits in her space. The watermelon and grapevines had sprouted, At this rate, she could expect to enjoy watermelons and grapes in about 10 days. Along with strawberries, the apple and orange trees had begun to grow small saplings, but she would have to wait at least a month for those fruits. Observing the abundance of fruit in her space, she plucked a bunch of grapes and savored them, if possible. She wished to reside in her space indefinitely. As the clock struck 12, Jiang Songning prepared a meal of preserved pork ribs. Meanwhile, the puppy, Tang Yuan, who had been playing with the chicks, scampered over, drawn by the delicious aroma. Jiang Songning poured dog food into Tang Yuan's bowl and offered it 2 large chicken legs. With both satisfied, she planned to take a short nap. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Songning exited her space to find Lu Chen standing at the entrance. "Senior Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Chen's complexion appeared slightly pale. "The meal is ready. Let's head downstairs to eat." Jiang Songning contemplated refusing but realized she ought to get acquainted with the newcomers, so she nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll tidy up and join you shortly." Once Lu Chen left, Jiang Songning quickly organized herself and made her way downstairs. Upon arriving, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Initially assuming Wei Zhe was the cook, she was surprised to find it was the black-haired girl preparing the meal. Several dishes of stir-fried vegetables adorned the table, their scents quite appetizing. The 2 girls were bustling in the kitchen, while only Lu Chen remained seated on the couch in the living room. "Where are A's and the others?" "They're attending to Huai Gu. His wound has become somewhat inflamed." Jiang Songning nodded. "Do we need any other medications?" Lu Chen shook his head. "Not for now." Just then, Fang Jingyuan and the others emerged. Fang Jingyuan's wound had been bandaged, and Shen Yihua's complexion had improved, no longer appearing as flushed as when they had first returned. A tall man, around 6 feet and wearing black-framed glasses, walked weakly behind them. Clearly injured as well, he must be Secretary Zhou Lin. The black-haired girl emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes. "Dinner will be ready shortly. Everyone, please take a seat." Wei Zhe carefully assisted Shen Yihua in sitting down, while Song Hao helped Zhou Lin settle beside him. Jiang Songning noticed that Zhou Lin also possessed second-level abilities, which eased her mind. She and Lu Chen took their places at the dining table. Wei Zhe hovered around Shen Yihua with concern. "Brother, there's a backrest here. You should use it." Shen Yihua frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "He's injured, not postpartum." Lu Chen chuckled at Wei Zhe, who buzzed around Shen Yihua like a busy bee. "Shut up. Stop talking nonsense." Shen Yihua shot a glare at him, and Lu Chen awkwardly chuckled, momentarily forgetting how intimidating Shen Yihua could be after spending years in S-City, daring to joke with him. Fang Jingyuan interjected with a smile. "All right, everyone is here. Let me introduce you. Let us get to know each other. Brother, this is our junior from school, and now our teammate, Jiang Songning." Jiang Songning smiled softly at Shen Yihua, who scrutinized her with a serious gaze before nodding in acknowledgement. "Jiang, this is my cousin, Shen Yihua. Shen Yihua, this is Zhou Lin." Jiang Songning directed a warm smile towards Zhou Lin, who exuded a comforting aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Hello." Zhou Lin extended her hand, beaming at Jiang Songning. "Hello." Jiang Songning reciprocated the gesture with a handshake. "Brother, this is A's friend and our teammate, Song Hao." Zhou Lin rose once more to shake hands with Song Hao, who grinned foolishly at her, greeting, "Hello, Brother Huai, Brother Zhou, hello." Seeing that the introductions had been made, Fang Jingyuan turned his attention to the 2 young women. "Everyone here is acquainted. Jiang, Song Hao, this is Hu Kursin, and this lovely lady is Kursin's friend, Qiu Yuxian." "Greetings." Jiang Songning politely acknowledged the 2.Himph. Hu Kursin haughtily averted her gaze. Fang Jingyuan cast a stern look at Hu Kursin. Only then did she reluctantly respond, "Hello." Observing the tension between Fang Jingyuan and Hu Kursin, Jiang Songning felt as though they resembled a couple in a petty quarrel. However, it was of no concern to her, and she decided not to dwell on it that moment. Qiu Yuxian stood up bashfully and addressed the group. "Hello, everyone. I am Kursin's close friend. My ability is of the wood element. If anyone desires fruits or vegetables, feel free to seek my assistance in their growth. My combat prowess is somewhat lacking, so I kindly ask for your support." Upon hearing that Qiu Yuxian possessed wood abilities as well, Jiang Songning regarded her with renewed interest. Most wood abilities could indeed facilitate the growth of plants, while hers initially had an offensive nature with vines that, upon upgrading, extended to resemble creeping tendrils. It seemed she might have the opportunity to exchange insights with Qiu Yuxian in the future. She was also eager to experiment with plant growth outside of her spatial domain. After everyone had acquainted themselves, they commenced their meal, and it must be said that Xiao Yuexian's culinary skills far surpassed her own. Despite not being particularly hungry, Jiang Soning found herself consuming half a bowl of rice. Once the meal concluded, Wei Zhe and Lu Chun took on the task of washing the dishes while the others retreated to the living room. Awaiting the completion of the kitchen cleanup, Fang Jingyuan finally spoke up. "Brother, what happened to you? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yihua's expression grew grave. "We initially intended to head to City Z, but encountered mutated snakes and plants on the national highway. The snake's abilities were particularly sinister, seemingly able to manipulate human thoughts, and coupled with the presence of a mutated plant, we barely managed to escape." Jiang Soning's interest was piqued at the mention of a snake capable of controlling thoughts. It might possess psychic abilities. Psychic abilities? Both Fang Jingyuan and Jiang Soning converged on the same thought. Chapter 85. The Showdown. Shen Yihua had also speculated whether the snake's powers aligned with the fabled psychic abilities, but having never encountered such a phenomenon, he remained uncertain. "I have pondered the same. Yet without prior experience, I cannot confirm." Wei Zhe then chimed in, recounting their previous encounter with a psychic zombie with great enthusiasm. Shen Yihua rubbed his aching forehead. It is now evident that the snake indeed possesses the legendary psychic abilities. As Shen Yihua's complexion flushed once more, Fang Jingyuan expressed concern. "Brother, are you running a fever again?" Shen Yihua waved his hand dismissively. "A bit of rest should suffice." Jiang Soning had intended to inquire further about the details, but observing the state of the two men, she stifled her curiosity. Regarding Hu Kursin, given her earlier demeanor, Jiang Soning dismissed the thought altogether. Besides, they were all injured and would likely need to recuperate here for a few days. So there was no rush. After Shen Yihua and the others retired to rest, Jiang Soning ascended the stairs as well. However, not long after lying down, she felt an overwhelming heat. Checking the air conditioning, she found no issues. Descending the stairs, she discovered everyone in the living room sweating profusely. Wei Zhe looked at Jiang Soning with exasperation. "Sister Jiang, are you also feeling the heat? Is the air conditioning broken?" Lu Qian brandished a thermometer. "The temperature outside has soared to 50 degrees. Jiang Soning gazed at the blistering sun outside, where the sky was devoid of clouds, and the earth seemed to have transformed into a blazing inferno. With the plants in the courtyard already beginning to wilt, she opened the glass door to the living room. A wave of heat assaulted her, as if it would roast anyone alive. The air conditioning unit emitted a piercing screech, as if it were on the verge of breaking down. Realizing the situation, Jiang Soning quickly retreated back into the living room and fetched a few fans from her spatial domain. Looking at everyone, she suggested, "Let's adjust our schedules. From now on, we will rest during the day and move at night." Since this was just the beginning, everyone was still unaccustomed to the new routine, making this an opportune time for adjustment. Fang Jingyuan sighed. "It seems we have no choice. In this weather, stepping outside could lead to heat stroke within mere minutes." Lu Chan turned to Jiang Soning. "Sister Jiang, we still need to devise a way to return to the hospital. We cannot simply abandon our efforts." Jiang Soning shared his sentiment. "Indeed, we must make that trip, but we should wait until Brother Fang's condition improves before we proceed. We also need to find a way to lure out those zombies in the hospital." Lu Chen replied. "Currently, there are almost no signs of zombies outside. Perhaps we can venture out tonight to scout the situation." Jiang Soning had no objections. "Very well, at 9 o'clock tonight, we shall go and survey the surroundings." After reaching an agreement, Jiang Soning retreated to her room. Upon entering her space, she found the temperature maintained a pleasant 27 to 28 degrees, allowing her to enjoy a restful sleep. When night fell and the clock struck 9, Jiang Soning and Lu Chun, fully prepared, set out after receiving Fang Jingyuan's final instructions. Though darkness had enveloped the world, the moon shone brightly, illuminating the path even without headlights. The temperature outside remained sweltering, yet a few zombies could be seen moving about. Jiang Soning utilized her psychic abilities to assess the surroundings. Lu Chen suddenly inquired, "Sister Jiang, what are your thoughts on Brother Huai and the others?" Caught off guard by his question, Jiang Soning found herself at a loss for words. Her sole concern regarding Shen Yihua and his companions was the fear of being hindered by them. The five of them had developed a solid rapport over time, establishing a mutual understanding. Despite Song Hao's occasional confusion, his character was tolerable to Jiang Soning. However, the personalities and capabilities of the newly arrived four remained unclear to her. If those individuals proved to be a liability, Jiang Songning would not hesitate to part ways. Yet, she believed she had concealed her apprehension well, though Lu Chun had perceived it. Noticing her contemplation, Lu Chun spoke up. Sister Jiang, rest assured. While I cannot vouch for the others, I can guarantee that Brother Huai and Zhou Lin will not be a burden in battle. Brother Huai wields lightning abilities, making him a formidable force, while Zhou Lin possesses metal abilities, adding further strength to our team. With their presence, our group will undoubtedly become more formidable. Liu Chen excelled at reading the room. Having interacted with Jiang Songning for nearly a month, he had gained some understanding of her character. Jiang Songning was resolute and clear in her ambitions, with a beacon guiding her heart, her brother and city. This destination served as a magnetic force, propelling her forward and becoming the sole source of her motivation and direction. In the past month, they had weathered countless trials together. Despite their differences, they generally coexisted harmoniously. Consequently, Jiang Songning generously shared her accumulated resources with the group. Should her companions be unable to keep pace with her ambitions or become obstacles in her quest, it was evident that Jiang Songning would decisively abandon them without a second thought. For her, the mission to reach city surpassed all else on the surface. Jiang Songning appeared to bond amicably with the others, as if they shared an intimate camaraderie. Yet, deep within, she remained a detached observer, lingering on the periphery of the group. Perhaps the ties they shared were merely transactional and devoid of genuine friendship. Liu Qian understood that Jiang Songning harbored secrets, but he had never probed further. They were teammates, and without a modicum of trust, their team would falter. He sensed that Jiang Songning possessed formidable means of self-preservation. Whether out of selfishness or admiration, he was determined not to allow Jiang Songning to leave their ranks. Sister Jiang, we have established a certain rapport and mutual trust. I sincerely hope we can reach city as safely together. Upon learning that Shen Yihua was a lightning wielder, Jiang Songning felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. For such individuals were undeniably powerful. Her greatest fear had been the prospect of being held back, but it seemed that concern was momentarily alleviated. Liu Shuezhang, I understand your intentions. In this tumultuous world plagued by zombies, natural disasters, and mutated flora and fauna, survival is anything but easy. If we can cooperate harmoniously, it would be ideal. Pleased with her response, Lu Chen chuckled, then I hope our collaboration will be fruitful moving forward. Jiang Songning's smile was genuine indeed. May our cooperation be enjoyable. Jiang Songning had never intended to leave easily. It was merely a fleeting thought. Since Lu Chun had been forthright, she felt no need to be coy. If they could continue to work together as they had, she would not seek to abandon the group, for finding a suitable team would be challenging. Chapter 86. The Prelude and Consequence. Once the two had cleared the air, the atmosphere returned to its previous warmth. Liu Qian drove his car around the vicinity, where zombies were already wandering outside, albeit in limited numbers. As they approached the hospital, the horde began to swell. During the night, the zombies moved with heightened speed and sharpened senses, and the commotion caused by the vehicle attracted them. Let's head back. The two were merely scouting the area, and without hesitation, Lu Chun turned the car towards the small Western-style villa. Upon their return, Fang Jingyuan, accompanied by Wei Zhe and Song Hao, was busy clearing the nearby zombies while collecting some crystal cores. Seeing their return, the trio also made their way back to the villa. As soon as they entered the living room, Fang Jingyuan eagerly inquired about the situation at the hospital. Liu Chen frowned at Fang Jingyuan, explaining that there were quite a few zombies surrounding the hospital, and they were unaware of the conditions inside. If they intended to procure medicine, they would need to deal with the zombies congregating within the hospital, and the nocturnal zombies were far more active, proving to be much more formidable than during the day. Fang Jingyuan pulled out a tablet to examine the map, noting that their current numbers were advantageous. Perhaps we can split into two teams, one to lure the zombies, and the other to enter the hospital and retrieve the medicine. Jiang Songning concurred with this strategy, expressing that it seemed feasible. Fang Jingyuan pointed to the tablet, highlighting several shops adjacent to the hospital. Jiang Shuamei, you can lead a group to hide in these shops. Once we attract the majority of the zombies away, you can seize the opportunity to enter. Jiang Songning nodded thoughtfully. Which individuals do you plan to send to lure the zombies? I, Wei Zhe, Song Hao, and Zhou Lin will form two groups to attract them, while you, Qian, and Brother Huai will infiltrate the hospital. At that moment, Hu Kersin, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Jingyuan, what about Yuxian and me? Fang Jingyuan paused for a moment. It was not that he underestimated Hu Kersin and Qiu Yuxian. He was aware of the events that had transpired along the way, as Shin Yihui had informed him. If Hu Kursin and Qiu Yuxian had not been paralyzed by fear upon encountering mutated plants, unable even to evade, let alone utilize their abilities to attack, Shin Yihui and Zhou Lin would not have sustained such severe injuries in their attempt to rescue them. Had Hu Kursin not been Hu Uncle's daughter, Shin Yihui would have likely abandoned her to fend for herself. You two lack sufficient offensive capability. For now, you will be responsible for support. Hu Kursin was immediately displeased. Pouting at Fang Jingyuan. No, I want to go with you to lure the zombies. Fang Jingyuan frowned at Hu Kursin. Wait here for our return. Brother Hui promised Hu Uncle that he would ensure your safe return to City A. Just remain calm and wait. Seeing Fang Jingyuan's firm stance, Hu Kursin softened her tone, playfully pleading, Jingyuan, please let me go. I promise I'll be obedient. In truth, Hu Kursin did not feel an absolute need to go. However, witnessing Jiang Soning's participation made her feel as though not going would be a defeat. She longed for Fang Jingyuan's admiration, as he regarded Jiang Soning with noticeable appreciation. Ultimately, Fang Jingyuan was reluctant to be overly harsh with Hu Kursin. Stop this nonsense. This is not a game. One misstep could cost you your life. You should stay here and wait. As Hu Kursin recognized Fang Jingyuan's softened demeanor, she grew emboldened. I refuse. We are a team now. You cannot leave me behind. Jiang Soning was taken aback to see the usually composed Fang Jingyuan grappling with someone he could not manage. She took out some sunflower seeds, sharing half with Lu Chun, and they munched away, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. Fang Jingyuan, upon noticing the two snacking, resolutely declined Hu Kursin's request. He recalled Shin Yihui's grievous condition and concluded that unless he were out of his mind, he could not take Hu Kursin along. Does Fang Shuizhang truly have feelings for Hu Kursin? Jiang Soning quietly inquired of Lu Chun. Perhaps there was a hint of affection once, but given the apocalypse. Have you seen what has happened to Brother Hui and Zhou Lin? They were gravely injured while trying to save them. Fang Jingyuan is not foolish enough to bring two deadweights along. Survival is far more important than fleeting feelings, Lu Chun replied. Oh? How so? Jiang Soning's interest was piqued. Brother Hui and the others initially came to J City to escort an important figure back to City A alongside the military. However, upon their arrival, Hu Uncle, Hu Kursin's father, implored the team to take her back. They searched for Hu Kursin for several days but could not locate her. As the matter was urgent, the military could not afford delays, leaving only Brother Hui and Zhou Lin to find her. Brother Hui has been searching for her, and when he finally located her, intending to escort her back to City A, they encountered mutated snakes and plants on the highway. The two became frightened and could only scream in terror, leading to Brother Hui and Zhou Lin sustaining serious injuries in their attempt to escape. Jiang Soning, puzzled by the actions of the two, looked at Lu Chun. How did they survive before? It is said they were with another team, one of considerable strength. They were somewhat fortunate. When Brother Hui was set to take Hu Kursin away, she insisted on bringing Qiu Yuxian along, leaving Brother Hui with no choice but to accommodate her, Lu Chun explained. Jiang Soning glanced at the seemingly gentle Qiu Yuxian, feeling a similarity to Hisini, and found her unlikable. Yet, as Qiu Yuxian had not committed any repugnant acts, Jiang Soning did not dwell on her further. Fang Shuizhang will have a headache with this one. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. At that moment, Fang Jingyuan and Hu Kursin had reached a conclusion after their argument, with Fang Jingyuan emerging victorious. He understood Hu Kursin's character. She was a spoiled young lady accustomed to pampering. Before the apocalypse, he might have indulged her whims, but now, with the constant threat of death, he could not gamble with the lives of his teammates. In the end, Hu Kursin stormed off to her room, covering her face in frustration. Yuan. The unspoken understanding between them was clear. Lu Chun did not need to voice his thoughts, as Fang Jingyuan comprehended his intent. I will keep her in check and ensure she does not cause any trouble. Lu Chun felt reassured by Fang Jingyuan's words. Fang Jingyuan cast a glance at the quiet Qiu Yuxian before returning to his room. Qiu Yuxian sensed Fang Jingyuan's gaze and felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, she had done nothing wrong. She merely manipulated Hu Kursin's foolishness to her advantage. Reflecting on this, she regained her composure. Suddenly, she regretted inciting Hu Kursin against Jiang Soning. Her true target was a powerful man like Shin Yihui, not someone inconsequential. Chapter 87. Schemes. From the moment Qiu Yuxian laid eyes on Shin Yihui, she was captivated by him. His exceptional looks, combined with formidable abilities, made him the ideal protector in this apocalypse. Only such a man was worthy of her. However, her first impression of Jiang Songning was unfavorable, prompting her to subtly provoke Hu Kersin. Yet, Hu Kersin seemed less malleable than before. Hu Kersin was a blade in Qiu Yuexian's hands. In their previous team, she had exploited Hu Kersin's naivety for personal gain. Now, she dared not overstep, fearing exposure. Thus, she temporarily leveraged Hu Kersin's affection for Fang Jinyuan, saying ambiguous things to keep her in line. She had not anticipated that Hu Kersin, preoccupied with competing against Jiang Songning, would not direct her ire towards her, as so absorbed was Qiu Yuexian in her thoughts that she failed to notice Lu Chen and Jiang Songning observing her intently. Jiang Songning was deliberately trying to adjust her circadian rhythm, staving off sleepiness by munching on sunflower seeds in the living room. As the night wore on and the temperature outside dropped significantly, the air conditioning rendered the heat negligible. Lu Chen ventured outside with a thermometer, discovering that the temperature at this hour hovered around 35 degrees Celsius, still quite warm. Jiang Songning managed to stay awake until 7 in the morning. Having a light meal before returning to her room, after locking the door, she entered her space. The heat outside made sleeping unbearable, and she refused to compromise her comfort. Once in her space, she fed Tangyuan some dog food before promptly falling asleep. The temperature within her space was just right, allowing Jiang Songning to sleep soundly until 4 in the afternoon, waking up groggily. After enjoying a bowl of cold noodles in her space, she exited to find a wave of heat washing over her. She made her way downstairs, where Lu Chen and the others were gathered in the living room, enjoying the breeze from a fan. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Songning retrieved a cup of yogurt from the fridge. Sipping it as she asked, "How have you all adjusted to the new schedule?" Weizhe nodded weakly. "It's just too hot to sleep during the day." Jiang Songning casually handed him a bottle of cola. "You'll get used to it. With Fang Jinyuan and the others recuperating, we should adapt our habits. Once they recover, we must prepare to leave. At that moment, Fang Jinyuan spoke up, "Brother Huai and I discussed it. We will return to the hospital in 5 days. Once we obtain the medicine, we will devise a plan to leave. 5 more days." Jiang Songning had no objections. "All right, but considering their injuries, will they be ready in 5 days?" Noticing Jiang Songning's concern, Fang Jinyuan peeled back the bandage on his hand, revealing a wound that had already begun to scab over. "I've realized that I recover quite rapidly from injuries now. I noticed it before, but only confirmed it recently. The physique of an ability user seems to differ from that of an ordinary person, allowing for quicker healing." Lu Chen reiterated his warning. "Everyone must exercise caution moving forward, trying to avoid injuries. After all, our team lacks a healer. While our wounds may heal faster than those of ordinary people, in this weather, one misstep could lead to infections, which would be troublesome." Seeing that everyone was attentive, Lu Chen felt satisfied. As it approached 5 o'clock, Jiang Songning and Weizhe headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. For the next few days, the group lived in relative peace. Hu Kersin always presents a haughty demeanor in front of her, yet she refrains from uttering any harsh words. Shin Yihua and Zhou Lin have been recuperating in their room, emerging only during mealtimes. Shin Yihua appears reticent, speaking little even when he does come out, and Fang Jinyuan and the others seem to have grown accustomed to it. Qiu Yuexian has been diligently fawning over him. Her intentions clear to all, however, Shin Yihua remains as cold as ice, keeping her at arm's length. Yet Qiu Yuexian seems undeterred by his attitude, seizing every opportunity to shower him with affection. Her approach is skillful, never resorting to ambiguous language, but instead attending to everyone's needs with utmost care, though her demeanor towards Shin Yihua is markedly different from that towards others. This leaves Shin Yihua at a loss for how to decline her kindness, ultimately retreating to his room. Weizhe observes this with amusement, noting how Shin Yihua's temper seems to have softened. In the past, he would have cast aside any woman who dared to pester him. Yet now he tolerates her presence for an extended period. Lu Chen glances at the weather outside, contemplating that in such conditions, throwing someone out could be fatal. Weizhe smacks his forehead, exclaiming, "I thought Shin Yihua's temper had improved." Shin Yihua shoots them both a glare, stating, "I can hear you." Weizhe chuckles awkwardly, while the group continues their banter until another knock sounds at the door. Weizhe eagerly looks at Shin Yihua, saying, "I saw Qiu Yuexian bustling in the kitchen the moment she got up. I wonder what sweet treat she has prepared for you this time." Shin Yihua rises to open the door. And indeed, standing there is Qiu Yuexian, carrying several bowls on a tray, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. With an innocent expression, she greets him, "Brother Yihua." I made some mung bean soup to help everyone cool down. No need. You can have it yourself, and stop calling me that. We are not close. Shan Yihua retorts, slamming the door shut behind him. Qiu Yuxian, momentarily disheartened by his response, quickly regains her composure, her eyes gleaming with determination. Brother Yihua, if you won't drink the mung bean soup, at least let us have some. Shan Yihua, now annoyed by Wei Zai's antics, snaps, get lost. Wei Zai shrugs, all right, we'll just go have the mung bean soup ourselves. After they leave, Shan Yihua's expression darkens further. Before the apocalypse, he managed the Shen family's enterprise and had encountered all manner of individuals. He is no stranger to Qiu Yuxian's tactics. In the past, he could simply ignore or dismiss her. But now, in this new world, he cannot just cast her away and watch her walk into danger. As he contemplates how to handle Qiu Yuxian, another knock echoes at the door. He opens it to find Hu Kersin, visibly furious. Upon seeing Shan Yihua, she immediately demands, Brother Yihua, why did you treat Yuxian that way? What happened to your gentlemanly demeanor? Shan Yihua remains unfazed by her inquiry. Replying flatly, when have you ever heard of Shan Yihua possessing any gentlemanly demeanor? How can you be like this? Hu Kersin suddenly recalls Shan Yihua's notorious reputation. Who in the courtyard would dare provoke him? Regret washes over her for her impulsive behavior. Shan Yihua, irritated, shoots her a glance before shutting the door once more in the living room. Qiu Yuxian curses Hu Kersin's ineptitude under her breath. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jiang Songning remains blissfully unaware of the commotion. Aside from mealtimes and her shifts, she has been enjoying leisurely days in her space. Chapter 88. The hospital 5 days have swiftly passed, and the wounds of Fang Jingyuan and the others have nearly healed. Fang Jingyuan gathers everyone in the living room to convene. Once all are present, he speaks, our injuries have healed sufficiently, so we will proceed with our planned operation tonight. Jiang Shuejia, Qian, and Brother Yihua. You three will go into the hospital to collect supplies. Zai and I will form one group, while Haozi and Zhou Lin will form another. We will split up to lure the zombies out of the hospital. When we leave, Zai and I will take Tyne Road, while Zhou Lin and Haozi will take Mingxin Road. Shan Yihua studies the map for 2 minutes before pointing at the tablet. While attracting the zombies, you can use Pingyi Road and Qingxi Road. Fang Jingyuan and Zhou Lin scrutinized the map. Originally, they had planned to take different routes, which were farther from the villa and less convenient for rendezvous. Without needing to say more, Zhou Lin grasps Shan Yihua's intention, recognizing that both Pingyi Road and Qingxi Road have squares, providing multiple escape routes. The roads are also wide, increasing their chances of evasion should danger arise, making it easier to circle back to the hospital's rear entrance to regroup. Fang Jingyuan studies the map again and, realizing its accuracy, smiles at Shan Yihua, Brother Yihua, you truly think ahead. Shan Yihua merely hums an acknowledgement and remains silent. All right, Zai and I will take Pingyi Road, while Brother Haozi and Zhou Lin will take Qingxi Road. We will circle back to regroup with Brother Yihua after luring out the zombies. Jiang Songning abstains from voicing her thoughts, as they align with Shan Yihua's. Since he has already expressed his opinion, she sees no need to add her own. Fang Jingyuan turns to Jiang Songning. Jiang Shuejia, could you please retrieve the wooden gun? Without hesitation, she brings out the box containing the wooden gun. Shan Yihua and Zhou Lin already possess wooden guns, albeit without ammunition, so each takes 2 clips while Jiang Songning takes the box back. Zhou Lin reminds everyone to avoid using the wooden guns if possible, keeping noise to a minimum. Wei Zai produces a crossbow, declaring, Jiang Jia's crossbow is much more effective. Jiang Songning plans to use the crossbow as well. As her aim with the wooden gun is not particularly accurate, and she lacks ample ammunition for practice, the crossbow suits her better. She has been honing her skills in her space over the past few days, and now her aim has improved. All right, enough boasting. It's already 7 o'clock. Let's eat something before we depart at 8:30. Qiu Yuxian finally finds her moment to shine. You all take a break. I will prepare dinner. Just tell me what you want, and I will make it for you. She casts a gentle gaze towards Shan Yihua as she makes her offer, but he is too engrossed in studying the map on the tablet to hear her. Feeling slightly awkward, Qiu Yuxian's expression falters, and seeing this, Song Hao quickly intervenes, Sister Yuxian, just make whatever you like. We are not picky eaters. With that, Qiu Yuxian descends the stairs. Very well, I shall make what I have in mind. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafts from the kitchen. Jiang Songning swallows hard, internally marveling at Qiu Yuxian's culinary skills. As the dishes are completed, she eagerly sets the table, and the others follow suit. Soon, every morsel is devoured, and mealtime draws to a close. Over the past couple of days, Wei Zhe has managed to locate 2 usable vehicles. The 7 of them set out in 3 cars. At 8:30, the sun has just dipped below the horizon. The sky begins to darken, yet the temperature remains high, and no zombies are in sight, facilitating their movements. Upon reaching the vicinity of the hospital, Jiang Songning and the others enter a restaurant directly across from the hospital entrance, where they can observe everything that unfolds inside. A few zombies roam the restaurant, but the trio swiftly dispatches them and secures the doors, waiting quietly for Fang Jingyuan and the others to make their move. Approximately 20 minutes later, as darkness envelopes the area, Jiang Songning spots Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe driving into the hospital. Moments later, a loud crash resonates from within, followed by the cacophony of zombies roaring. Wei Zhe quickly exits the hospital's front entrance, pursued by a throng of 200 to 300 zombies, some of which spill out from the hospital as they are roused. About 20 minutes later, Song Hao drives into the hospital, and another loud crash echoes, soon followed by his departure with at least 300 to 400 zombies in tow. Shin Ehua checks his watch. Let us wait 20 minutes before going in. Jiang Songning estimates that there are over 1,000 zombies inside the outpatient building. Fang Jingyuan and Zhou Lin have lured away about half, leaving around 100 scattered outside and at least 300 to 400 remaining inside. Observing the situation, Jiang Songning thinks it too risky. They must lure away more zombies, or else entering will prove exceedingly difficult. Shinihua furrows his brow. Ah-chun, go attract some more. Miss Jiang and I will head into the hospital. Lu Chen expresses concern. Isn't it too risky for just the 2 of you? There's no need to worry. You should be the one to exercise more caution. What if I drive away, and you're left without a way out? Jiang Songning looks at Lu Chen. Have you forgotten? I still have my little electric scooter in my space. Lu Chen retorts, Brother Ehua, I recall you don't know how to ride a little electric scooter. Shinihua. Shinihua feels a moment of embarrassment. He can pilot planes and operate artillery, yet he finds himself defeated by a mere electric scooter. I indeed cannot. Jiang Songning, oblivious to his discomfort, reassures him that it's fine. I can give you a ride. After discussing their plan, Jiang Songning retrieves the vehicle from her space, while Lu Chen swiftly drives into the hospital. Shortly thereafter, he emerges with the vehicle in disarray, trailed by a couple of hundred zombies. Jiang Songning, upon witnessing the situation, waited alongside Shin Ehua for approximately 20 minutes. She then produced a small electric scooter, inviting Shin Ehua to take a seat behind her. Mr. Shin, please get on. Shin Ehua gazed at the petite scooter before him, pursed his lips as if making a momentous decision, and eventually swung his long legs over to sit on the rear, albeit in a somewhat awkward crouch due to his height, rendering the scene rather comical. Unbeknownst to Jiang Songning, she noticed he had settled in and accelerated towards the entrance of the hospital. At the hospital entrance, a throng of zombies roamed aimlessly. Shin Ehua retrieved his phone, played some music, and forcefully hurled it into the bushes to the right of the hospital. The zombies at the entrance, drawn by the sound, began to howl and rush in the direction of the music. Chapter 89. Hospital 2. As the zombies departed from the entrance, the pair cautiously rode the scooter towards the outpatient building. Throughout the journey, Jiang Songning utilized her psychic abilities to survey the surroundings. Approaching the outpatient building, she discerned that approximately 100 zombies remained inside, including several second-tier zombies. Mr. Shun, there should be around 100 zombies left inside, along with some second-tier ones. We cannot enter directly. Shin Ehua pondered the layout of the hospital he had just observed. Let's circle around to the rear building. The outpatient building is connected to it via a staircase. Perhaps we can descend from the second floor. Jiang Songning steered the scooter around to the back, where the building housed the laboratory department. The first floor contained CT machines, the second floor was designated for blood tests, and the third floor accommodated various other examinations, while the fourth and fifth floors were devoted to the hospital's research facilities. This building was equipped with automatic doors, which remained closed during power outages, preventing zombies from entering or exiting. Only about 20 zombies were present within the structure. Jiang Songning assessed the situation of the automatic door, fearing that opening it might alert the zombies in the outpatient building. Shin Ehua scanned the surroundings and then fixed his gaze upon the second-floor window. Do you have any ropes in your space? Indeed, Jiang Songning possessed climbing rope, having purchased it from an outdoor sports store. She retrieved the climbing rope from her space and handed it to Shin Ehua. Initially expecting an ordinary rope, Shin Yihua was taken aback upon discovering it was climbing rope and instinctively glanced at Jiang Songning. "What's the matter?" Regaining his composure, Shin Yihua shook his head. "It's nothing. I'll go up first to deal with the zombies inside and then signal you to follow." Jiang Songning nodded in agreement. "All right, be careful." Shin Yihua swung the hook from the climbing rope towards the second-floor window. The sound alerted a few zombies, who began to approach. The distance from the second to the first floor was merely 3 meters, and Shin Yihua seized the rope, swiftly ascending to the second floor. Jiang Songning remained below, providing cover by shooting at the zombies near the window with her crossbow, thus alleviating Shin Yihua's burden. The cacophony of zombie howls grew louder, attracting more zombies from the vicinity. With remarkable agility, Shin Yihua reached the window in a mere 5 seconds. Once inside, he immediately set to dispatching the zombies, while Jiang Songning had already taken down several from her position below, significantly reducing the pressure on him. Observing that he had successfully entered through the window, Jiang Songning wasted no time and climbed up the rope. As soon as she ascended, zombies began to encircle her, howling from below, and the commotion escalated. Shin Yihua quickly dealt with the remaining zombies at the window, and upon hearing the uproar below, he turned to assist Jiang Songning. He was momentarily startled to see her scaling the window. Having perceived her delicate appearance, he had initially assumed she was akin to Hukursen, someone in need of protection. However, her adeptness in dealing with zombies had already surprised him, and he realized that she was not inferior to the female soldiers he had encountered in the military. He began to reconsider his preconceived notions of women, influenced by Hukursen and Xiao Yuesian. Once Jiang Songning climbed up, she promptly stored the climbing rope back into her space. Noticing that Shin Yihua had eliminated most of the zombies, she observed more zombies approaching from a distance and, without hesitation, seized her crossbow to shoot at the nearest zombie's head. After days of relentless practice, her aim had improved remarkably. She could now hit every target. Dispatching a zombie with each arrow in a mere 2 minutes, she had taken down 4 zombies. Shin Yihua, with swift and decisive movements, dispatched 3 more, clearing the second floor of zombies. However, the commotion had drawn the attention of several nearby zombies, resulting in a gathering of over a dozen on the first floor. Shin Yihua wasted no time assessing the situation on the second floor, which was the blood testing area. He noted a staircase on the eastern side connecting to the outpatient building. The first floor of the outpatient building housed the pharmacy and the emergency department, while the second floor was dedicated to respiratory medicine. Their objective was the pharmacy on the first floor. Jiang Songning observed that the respiratory department contained only a few dozen zombies. While manageable, it still posed a challenge, and they were likely to make considerable noise. Having already taken the risk, Jiang Songning felt it prudent to procure some medical supplies as well. "Mr. Shen, I noticed earlier that there are many instruments on the first floor. Since we're already here, let's take those as well." Shin Yihua looked at her, puzzled. He recalled that those with spatial abilities typically had limited capacity, even at the second level, which amounted to just over 100 square meters. "Can your space accommodate that?" Jiang Songning hesitated, realizing she had not considered this aspect. Neither Fang Jinyuan nor the others had ever inquired, leading her to assume they were unaware of the capabilities of those with spatial powers. However, her larger space was nothing to hide. She had always portrayed herself as a dual-element ability user, which made having a larger space seem reasonable. "Yes, it can hold it." Shin Yihua, not overly suspicious, recalled that Fang Jinyuan had introduced Jiang Songning as a dual-element ability user, thus her powers differed from others. Most wood-element users could only promote plant growth, whereas Jiang Songning's abilities allowed for offensive capabilities. She was likely an anomaly, and if the individuals in City A were to discover her situation, it could lead to trouble. There were 2 dual-element users in the base, and while they had not behaved outrageously, they had caused considerable annoyance. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, as they were still unfamiliar with one another, and turned towards the first floor. "Let's go." Jiang Songning breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shin Yihua descend the stairs. His inquiry had served as a reminder that she could no longer openly store more items in her space. But the medical instruments and supplies from the hospital were a necessity. While she could fend for herself, she was still wary of complications. As they reached the first floor, the zombies surged towards the staircase. Most were low-tier zombies, making them relatively easy to handle. The pair collaborated to eliminate the zombies on the first floor, and Jiang Songning headed towards the room housing the MRI machine. The equipment appeared to be in good condition, with only a layer of dust covering it. Lacking medical knowledge, She collected the instruments, quickly storing them in her space. Shin Yihua was astonished at the extent of Jiang Songning's spatial capacity, which seemed even larger than he had anticipated. After clearing the first floor of instruments, they returned to the second floor, where Jiang Songning once again collected the equipment from the blood testing area. Mr. Shun, it's time for us to gather the medical supplies. Chapter 90. Hospital 3. As Shin Yihua approached the eastern staircase, he noticed an increasing number of zombies congregating below. The main entrance of the outpatient building remained open, facilitating the easy passage of zombies in and out. Let us take a look first. If there are too many zombies on the first floor, we'll devise another plan. Jiang Songning concurred, using her abilities to survey the respiratory department, which contained only about 20 zombies. The only significant concern was the presence of a second-tier zombie. All right, let's deal with the zombies on the second floor first. Shin Yihua gestured for Jiang Songning to follow closely as he cautiously approached the respiratory department. Wielding his machete, they instinctively quieted their footsteps. The entire respiratory area was engulfed in darkness, and they could only navigate by the moonlight filtering through the windows. Suddenly, they heard a clattering sound, instantly halting in their tracks. They carefully observed the situation ahead. Not far away, a zombie had inadvertently collided with a chair in the waiting area, causing the disturbance. Upon hearing the noise, the surrounding zombies began to howl and rush towards the source of the sound. Shin Yihua exchanged a glance with Jiang Songning and then signaled with his hands. Jiang Songning, catching the moonlight's reflection in his eyes and understanding his intent, nodded in agreement. Seeing her movement, Shin Yihua advanced towards the zombies, while Jiang Songning followed closely behind. Both were cautious not to create too much noise, striking swiftly and decisively. With each swing of his blade, Shin Yihua claimed a zombie's head, while Jiang Songning provided support from a distance with her crossbow, simultaneously scouting for the second-tier zombies' location. Their coordination proved effective, and just as they eliminated 8 zombies, the second-tier zombie emerged from the examination room, clad in a white lab coat. Jiang Songning nearly faltered in her grip on the crossbow at the sight. The scene was simply too surreal. In the pitch-black hospital, moonlight streamed through the glass, illuminating a zombie in a white coat, rushing towards Shin Yihua with alarming speed, as if gliding through the air. This horrifying sight sent a shiver down Jiang Songning's spine. Despite having witnessed her fair share of gruesome scenes, this moment was particularly chilling, embodying the essence of traditional horror. Be careful. Jiang Songning lashed out with her vines towards the approaching zombie, causing it to stagger back momentarily. Shin Yihua deftly dodged the zombie's attack. As the other zombies seized the opportunity, Jiang Songning once again swung her vines toward them. The lower-tier zombies were easily dealt with. As the vines struck, they were thrown to the ground by the force of the supernatural abilities coursing through them. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shin Yihua freed himself and focused on confronting the second-tier speed-type zombie. Jiang Songning ceased her ranged attacks, retrieving a Tang Dao from her spatial storage, and began to harvest the heads of the lower-tier zombies. Shin Yihua was locked in a fierce struggle with the second-tier zombie, which was as slippery as an eel, evading his strikes with ease. He refrained from using his abilities, fearing that the noise would attract more nearby zombies, and thus resorted to hand-to-hand combat. After swiftly dispatching the lower-tier zombies, Jiang Songning raced over to Shin Yihua's side. The zombie attempted to close in on Shin Yihua, who deftly dodged before swinging his knife at the creature. Once again, the zombie evaded, while Jiang Songning concealed herself behind a pillar. Observing their movements and preparing to launch a surprise attack, as the zombie circled behind Shin Yihua, Jiang Songning seized her crossbow and aimed at it. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air heightened the zombie's awareness, causing it to retreat a step, narrowly avoiding the shot. Seizing the moment, Jiang Songning unleashed her mental abilities. Shin Yihua capitalized on the zombie's retreat, swinging his cleaver with all his might toward its neck. This time, the zombie did not evade. Shin Yihua severed its head cleanly. With the zombies dispatched, Jiang Songning extracted their crystal cores. However, the commotion had attracted the attention of the zombies below, who were now ascending towards their floor. After collecting the cores, both retreated to a designated waiting area. At this point, the more than 100 zombies downstairs began to stir, some even making their way toward the staircase. To prevent the external zombies from breaching their hideout, we must act swiftly. I will create a distraction at this staircase to lure the zombies, while you descend the northern staircase directly into the pharmacy to gather supplies. Once you have secured the medications, Exit through the back door of the outpatient building and find a way to rendezvous with a Yuan and the others. With his plan laid out, Jiang Songning ceased her hesitations. All right, stay safe. Shen Yihua nodded and made his way to the staircase. As he made noise, the zombies on the first floor began to swarm toward him. Seeing the first floor zombies diverted to Shen Yihua, Jiang Songning hurried down the northern staircase. The northern staircase led directly to the pharmacy, and she swiftly opened the door and dashed inside. Upon entering, she discovered 3 zombies clad in white lab coats. Jiang Songning brandished her flashlight, dispatching the 3 zombies with ease. Once they were defeated, she began collecting the medications. This time, she was meticulous, gathering entire shelves into her spatial storage. Regrettably, the medications in the refrigeration room would likely be spoiled due to the power outage. Jiang Songning felt a pang of regret but, driven by a sense of hope, decided to collect those as well, just in case they proved salvageable. Having finished her collection, Jiang Songning noticed that the number of zombies on the first floor was increasing. The commotion outside had drawn more zombies in. She initially planned to exit through the back door, but that was now impossible. In just a short span, dozens more zombies had amassed downstairs. Scanning her surroundings, she hurriedly reopened the pharmacy door and ascended the northern staircase. The noise attracted the zombies, who quickly surged toward her. Jiang Songning unleashed her vines against the foremost zombies. The first 3 zombies toppled backward, causing those behind them to lose their balance and fall as well. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Songning made her escape and returned upstairs. Upon her return, Shen Yihua ceased his struggle, channeling his abilities to attack the zombies at the staircase. It was Jiang Songning's first time witnessing someone wielding lightning abilities, causing her to pause and observe Shen Yihua. He raised his hand once more, unleashing his powers upon the approaching zombies. With a single strike, the heads of the front-line zombies exploded, leaving Jiang Songning momentarily nauseated by the gruesome sight. To her surprise, beneath Shen Yihua's composed exterior lay a ruthless prowess. After dispatching the zombies in front of him, Shen Yihua swiftly retreated toward the inspection department. Only a few stray zombies followed him. Once Jiang Songning entered, he quickly locked the glass door of the inspection room. The noise they had made had attracted the surrounding zombies, and more continued to gather downstairs. The 2 of them peered out the window, their expressions grave. Chapter 91. Hospital 4. Shen Yihua regarded Jiang Songning with a serious demeanor. We likely won't be able to leave tonight. Jiang Songning produced a pair of binoculars and noticed that the zombies from the inpatient department were also making their way toward the outpatient building, drawn by the commotion. I hope Feng Shuizhang and the others can adapt accordingly. We should aim to leave tomorrow during the day. Meanwhile, Feng Jingyuan and his group were facing their own challenges. Their objective was to lure the hospital zombies, but unexpectedly, 2 second-tier zombies had pursued them out. To evade the second-tier zombies, Weizhe crashed their vehicle into the roadside railing, creating a significant disturbance that attracted more nearby zombies. Now, the horde surrounding the hospital was growing, complicating their efforts to provide assistance. As night fell, the zombies became increasingly alert. After narrowly escaping the pursuit of hundreds of zombies, the group returned to the small villa in disarray. Weizhe, panicking, turned to Feng Jingyuan. What should we do? Sister Jiang and Brother Huai are still inside the hospital. Feng Jingyuan tugged at his hair in frustration. They'll be fine. The area around the hospital is swarming with zombies. We can only wait until tomorrow to rescue them. Wei Zhe's anxiety mounted. One was his cousin, and the other was an elder sister who had cared for him deeply. How can you be so sure they won't be in danger? What if something happens to them? No, I have to save them. He started to move toward the door, but Lu Chen intervened, grasping Wei Zhe's arm. Calm down. Wei Zhe forcefully shook off Lu Chen's grip, his eyes bloodshot with desperation. Calm down? How can I be calm when the hospital is crawling with zombies? What if they die? Lu Chen sighed. You've witnessed Jiang Shuijia's abilities. They will be fine, especially with Tang Yuan by their side. Overwhelmed by guilt, Wei Zhe slapped himself and began to it's all my fault. If I had been more cautious, we wouldn't have attracted so many zombies. Feng Jingyuan could no longer tolerate Wei Zhe's self-pity. Enough! This is no time for that. The circumstances at that moment were beyond your control, and besides, we've already drawn away most of the zombies. Those inside the hospital can handle themselves. They must have sensed the danger and are likely hiding in some corner, waiting for us to rescue them. Lu Chen patted Wei Zhe's shoulder. Jiang Shuijia has plenty of ammunition in her space, not to mention resources. They'll be all right, A's. Sister Jiang is incredibly capable. She won't come to harm. Stay calm. If we go now, we will only be throwing our lives away without being able to help them. Song Hao chimed in with a few comforting words. Zhou Lin noted that Wei Zhe was beginning to calm down. Finally speaking up, there are too many zombies around the hospital. We definitely can't go there tonight. Tomorrow, when the sun rises and the zombies retreat, a Yuan and I will go to the hospital to assist them. Fang Jinyuan nodded in agreement. All right, at first light, we will head to the hospital. Wei Zhe had regained his composure. No, I must go too. Seeing Wei Zhe's stubbornness, Fang Jinyuan could only acquiesce with a nod. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, Jiang Soning and Shen Yihua were not overly anxious. They found an office on the second floor of the inspection area to hide in. Jiang Soning retrieved 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Offering them to Shen Yihua, "Thank you." Shen Yihua accepted the bread. Jiang Soning nodded in acknowledgement of his gratitude. After all, the supplies from her space had no bearing on him. Shen Yihua glanced at his watch. It was already 2 in the morning. You should rest for a while. I'll keep watch. Having napped during the day, Jiang Soning was not tired. I'm fine. You rest. I'll keep watch. Seeing that Jiang Soning was genuinely not fatigued, Shen Yihua closed his eyes and drifted off. After he had settled, Jiang Soning began to probe the surrounding area with her abilities. Within a radius of 500 meters, there were approximately 100 zombies. Including 3 second-tier zombies, she could not detect any further. Just as she intended to retract her abilities, she suddenly sensed a fluctuation emanating from the back of the building, reminiscent of wood-type abilities. This resonance was akin to that of Xiaohua, leading Jiang Soning to consider the possibility of mutated plants. However, the fluctuation was fleeting, and despite her attempts to investigate further, it felt like a mirage. Proving elusive, ultimately, she had to abandon the inquiry, planning to revisit it the next day. As dawn approached at 4:30, the sun began to rise, and by 7 o'clock, the zombies below gradually returned to their lairs. Jiang Soning and Shen Yihua were drenched in sweat inside the office. Stepping out, they approached the window to find the zombies downstairs oddly ambling toward the outpatient building with the sun risen. The stench of decay grew more pungent, and the outside air simmered with heat, the sun scorching the earth as if to cook everything within its reach. By 7 o'clock, the temperature outside had already reached 40 degrees Celsius. Jiang Soning extracted some sunscreen spray from her spatial storage, applying it to her hands and neck. She then donned sun protection clothing, a sun hat, sunglasses, and a mask, enveloping herself thoroughly. She also retrieved a larger sun protection outfit for Shen Yihua, who followed her lead and wrapped himself securely as the clock approached 9. The horde of zombies downstairs had retreated to the shade, and Jiang Soning retrieved her climbing rope. The two of them carefully descended from the second-floor window, taking extra precautions to avoid making any noise. Just as Jiang Soning reached the ground, the sun beat down upon her, enveloping her in an oppressive heat akin to being trapped in a steamer. She quickly produced 2 bottles of heat relief medicine, handing one to Shen Yihua. After consuming the concoction, her dizziness subsided slightly. Although both were bundled up to avoid sunburn, this only intensified their discomfort, and Jiang Soning felt as if her clothes were about to be drenched with sweat. Regaining her focus, Jiang Soning took out her small electric scooter from her space. "Mr. Shen, hop on." Shen Yihua felt an overwhelming reluctance, needing 3 seconds of mental persuasion before finally lifting his leg to sit at the back. Once he was settled, Jiang Soning mounted the scooter and headed toward the small garden at the back. "Miss Jiang, you're going the wrong way." Shen Yihua's magnetic voice echoed behind her, causing Jiang Soning to startle, silently cursing how captivating his voice was. "Rest assured, I'm not lost. I'm just going to check the back." For some reason, Shen Yihua felt a vague sense of mockery whenever Jiang Soning addressed him as Mr. Shen. Jiang Soning viewed Shen Yihua as someone to be admired from a distance, appreciating his looks but finding his cold demeanor off-putting, hence preferring to keep her distance. In Chapter 92, titled Leaving the Hospital, Shen Yihua sensed Jiang Soning's aloofness and chose to remain silent. Jiang Soning, noticing his quietness, continued to ride the scooter in silence. As they circled around to the back garden, they found the flora there sun-scorched and wilted, except for a single vibrant green vine in the corner. After identifying her target, Jiang Soning used her abilities to probe the plant, but after a brief investigation, she detected nothing amiss. An anomalous plant. Shen Yihua remarked upon spotting the green vine. Jiang Soning shook her head, uncertain, and rode the scooter closer to the wall. She retrieved a shovel from her space, determined to dig up the vine regardless of its nature. Seeing her approach the vine with the shovel, Shin Yihui instinctively grasped her wrist. "What do you intend to do?" "Dig it up to check for a crystal core. The core of a mutated plant could be useful for my powers," she replied, eager not to miss the opportunity. Shin Yihui was taken aback by Jiang Songning's boldness. Mutated plants could be dangerous. "Stay here. I'll take a look," he asserted, taking the shovel from her hands and cautiously advancing toward the mutant plant. Perhaps sensing danger, the mutated vine quivered and began to extend toward Shin Yihui. Jiang Songning once again felt the same unusual energy fluctuation from the previous night, her wood-based powers stirring restlessly, urging her to procure the crystal core. As the vine reached out like a tendril, Shin Yihui swung the shovel with great force, severing the vine in two. The remaining segment recoiled rapidly, as if in pain. Within 2 seconds, a new shoot sprouted from the severed end, quickly lunging toward Shin Yihui. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to channel his powers and unleashed an attack on the mutated plant. The once vibrant vine now charred and blackened. Jiang Songning felt the might of his lightning abilities. She recalled hearing that the deputy base leader of Base A possessed lightning powers, and combined with Shin Yihui's formidable aura, she began to suspect he might indeed be that legendary deputy leader. Shaking off her thoughts, she seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow from her crossbow at the base of the vine. The mutant plant thrashed for a moment before succumbing to lifelessness. Shin Yihui picked up the shovel and hurried to the wall, extracting the mutated plant. The crystal core lay hidden within its roots, and Jiang Songning used a dagger to extract it. The core was small and green, revealing that the mutated plant was likely only of the first tier, making it relatively easy to handle. Storing the crystal core in her space, Jiang Songning's spirits lifted, and she turned to Shin Yihui with a smile. "Mr. Shun, let's South leave this place quickly." Shin Yihui, momentarily entranced by her bright smile, was jolted back to reality by the distant roars of zombies. "All right." Just as Jiang Songning was about to mount the scooter, Shin Yihui interjected. "Let me ride." Jiang Songning eyed him skeptically. "Can you even do it?" Shin Yihui thought back to the awkwardness of the past few days, clearing his throat. "It's simple. Just watch." Reluctantly, Jiang Songning sat behind him, and as soon as she settled in, the scooter surged forward, causing her to lean back perilously, nearly toppling off. Luckily, she reacted quickly and grabbed onto Shin Yihui's shirt. Realizing he nearly flung her off, he immediately slowed down, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. I'm not quite adept at this yet." Jiang Songning gritted her teeth. "It's fine, Mr. Shun." Shin Yihui caught a glimpse of her irritated expression in the rearview mirror and chuckled softly. "We've been through life and death together. You might as well call me by my name from now on. Referring to me as Mr. Shun feels rather odd." Jiang Songning saw no reason for formality, recalling how Fang Jingyuan and the others addressed him, and replied, "All right, Huaigu, just call me by my name too." Shin Yihui found Jiang Songning's use of Huaigu particularly delightful. Those in the courtyard who called him that were typically scared of him, akin to mice before a cat. Even his younger cousins followed suit, but none pronounced it as beautifully as Jiang Songning did. His mood lifted. He smirked slightly. "All right, Songning." Jiang Songning felt her ears flush at the way he tenderly uttered her name, questioning the existence of the icy demeanor he had displayed just days prior. Shin Yihui noticed her scrutinizing gaze, but chose to feign ignorance as they rode toward the hospital entrance. Within the outpatient building, a few low-tier zombies staggered out, but upon spotting Shin Yihui, they attempted to lunge at him, only to be hindered by their inferior levels, unable to keep pace with the scooter. As they exited the hospital, Shin Yihui adeptly maneuvered the scooter, giving it the semblance of a racing vehicle. Jiang Songning could only cling to his shirt, fearing another jolt might send her flying off. The sun hung high in the sky, and Jiang Songning felt herself nearly melting under the heat. So she refrained from commenting on Shin Yihui's speed. The air was still, with most roadside plants dead or wilting, leaving only a few sturdy trees standing. This desolation amplified the already dreary atmosphere of the city. And at this rate, people would soon face a water shortage. Not one to play the saint, Jiang Songning could only sigh inwardly, grateful for her own survival. However, it wouldn't be long before those with abilities adapted to such extreme weather. Water-based ability users would find their status elevated in this sweltering climate. Unfortunately, it would be the ordinary people without powers who truly suffered. a reflection of the survival of the fittest in nature. The streets were devoid of even an ant, the entire city eerily silent, with even the zombies now hushed. After traveling down the road for about 10 minutes, they encountered Wei Zhe driving toward them. Jiang Songning waved, prompting Wei Zhe to slam on the brakes, while Shen Yihuai halted the scooter. Jiang Songning stored the electric scooter and swiftly opened the car door to get Ayenda. As soon as she entered, the rush of cool air enveloped her, and she blissfully closed her eyes. Wei Zhe, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Jiang Songning with relief. Sister Jiang, I'm so glad you're okay. In Chapter 93, titled Meeting for Reflection, Jiang Songning finally noticed Wei Zhe's swollen eyes in the rearview mirror. Oh, what happened to you? Why are your eyes so puffy? Wei Zhe awkwardly lowered his head, and the co-pilot, Zhou Lin, couldn't help but laugh. Fang Jingyuan also covered his mouth, stifling a chuckle. Jiang Songning looked at Fang Jingyuan in confusion. What's his deal? Fang Jingyuan finally spoke up. We had a little mishap last night. He's been self-reproaching all night. I told him you guys would be fine. Jiang Songning waved her hand dismissively. It's no big deal. Zombies are inherently unpredictable, and it's normal for things to go awry. Besides, we have our own means of self-preservation. Seeing that the two of them were unharmed, Wei Zhe felt a weight lift from his heart. His mood considerably lightened. Sister Jiang, Huai Gu, I'm sorry. If it weren't for my arrogance last night, you wouldn't have been trapped in the hospital. Jiang Songning patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. This isn't your fault. There weren't many zombies in the hospital. We were only trapped overnight. And nothing serious happened. Just be more careful next time. Though Jiang Songning was unaware of the specifics of the previous night's events, she didn't wish to dwell on them. Their plan had been straightforward yet risky, so unexpected occurrences were to be expected. After all, they had all been ordinary people just 2 months ago, and wasn't growth forged through failure? Wei Zhe was merely 18, still a child who hadn't even graduated high school before the apocalypse. So he was adapting rather quickly. Moreover, Jiang Songning held a fondness for her innocent little brother who stood up for her. Human hearts are inherently biased, and Jiang Songning was no exception. Once Shen Yihuai entered the vehicle, his demeanor reverted to that of an icy facade. Wei Zhe, upon witnessing Shen Yihuai's expression, felt a sense of despondency wash over him. It seemed inevitable that they would face a scolding upon their return. After a mere 10 minutes of travel, they arrived at the small villa, where Lu Qian and the others anxiously awaited their safety by the window. As soon as their vehicle appeared, Lu Qian disregarded the inclement weather outside, flinging open the door to allow their entry. The car rolled into the villa, and the group disembarked swiftly, rushing back into the house. Upon entering the living room, everyone gathered around. Qiu Yuexian, with her swollen eyes, leaned close to Shen Yihuai, her gaze brimming with unshed tears. Brother Yihuai, you weren't hurt, were you? She inquired, attempting to tug at his clothing. Without a moment's thought, Shen Yihuai stepped back, casting a frosty glance her way. Remaining silent, the others, unfazed, continued their interactions. Song Hao turned to Jiang Songning. Sister Jiang, you weren't injured, were you? Jiang Songning removed her sunglasses and sun hat, reassuring him, rest assured. We are all unscathed. It's simply too hot outside. I'll go change into another outfit. With that, she dashed upstairs. It wasn't that she wished to avoid discussing their circumstances. Rather, her clothes were damp with sweat, rendering them uncomfortable. Shen Yihuai, observing Jiang Songning's departure, too made his way towards his room, his condition not much better than hers. I'm going to change my clothes. Once in her room, Jiang Songning promptly locked the door and stepped into her space. Upon entering, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She grabbed a bottle of ice-cold cola, taking a sip that quelled the heat within her. After sitting for a couple of minutes, she finally removed her damp clothing and took a refreshing cold shower. Post-bath, she felt completely at ease. If not for necessity, she would have relished the idea of remaining in her space indefinitely. After her shower, she retrieved a chilled watermelon, slicing it open with a knife and scooping out the flesh with a spoon. As the sweet fruit filled her stomach, Jiang Songning closed her eyes in delight, savoring the watermelon. Internally, she mused, this is truly the essence of summer living. After indulging to a satisfying extent, she exited her space and made her way downstairs. Upon her descent, she found Shen Yihuai, with a serious expression, admonishing Wei Zhe, who appeared utterly dejected under his scrutiny. As soon as Jiang Songning appeared, Shen Yihuai ceased his reprimand. and Wei Zhe looked towards her with eyes pleading for rescue. Jiang Songning smiled at the group. Inquiring, "What's going on?" Lu Chun, lazily chiming in, replied, "It's nothing. We're just reviewing the failures from last night. Jiang, you should join us." Jiang Songning retrieved an ice cream from the refrigerator and began to eat. "All right, who will summarize?" Fang Jinyuan, taking a sip of water, stood up. "Let me summarize." Noticing his rise, Jiang Songning naturally sat beside Wei Zhe, offering him a bottle of ice-cold cola as a gesture of sympathy. Wei Zhe looked at her gratefully, resembling a forlorn puppy, prompting Jiang Songning to reach out to pat his shoulder due to their height difference. Shen Yihuai observed their interaction, feeling inexplicably irked by Jiang Songning's smile. Especially when coupled with Wei Zhe's eager expression, he turned away, choosing not to dwell on them. Qiu Yuxian watched Shen Yihuai closely, her fingers clenched in anxiety as she noticed him glance at Jiang Songning. When he quickly averted his gaze, she exhaled in relief. Jiang Songning, reassured that Wei Zhe was unharmed, produced several more bottles of cola for everyone. With the silence lingering, Fang Jinyuan resumed, "Last night, we made 3 critical errors. First, we recklessly engaged without properly assessing the hospital situation, leading to miscalculations and inadequate preparations. As a result, Ah Chun had to divert attention to attract zombies, and neither Jiang nor Brother Huai had usable vehicles. Second, our plan failed to account for unexpected circumstances. The operation was overly simplistic and brute, resulting in excessive noise that hindered our ability to assist Jiang and Brother Huai. Third, our coordination was utterly lacking. Each individual harbored their own ideas, devoid of any discipline, which culminated in our chaotic retreat last night." Seeing everyone attentively listening, Fang Jinyuan continued, "Logically, we have been working together for nearly 2 months, so some level of synergy should have developed. However, after Song Hao diverted the zombies, he should have immediately returned to assist. Yet you two were solely fixated on collecting crystal cores." Song Hao felt the weight of Fang Jinyuan's reprimand and lowered his head. Knowing he had been impulsive in his desire to upgrade after encountering a second-tier zombie, Fang Jinyuan shifted his focus to Wei Zhe. "And you, too. Recently, everything has been going smoothly for us, leading you to become complacent. Did you forget there are always greater challenges beyond your current abilities? Those 2 second-tier zombies almost led to our demise, drawing a horde toward us." Wei Zhe once again bowed his head in shame. "Of course, the gravest error falls upon me. As the leader, I became overly confident due to our recent successes, failing to consider the potential repercussions, which left Jiang and Brother Huai stranded at the hospital without support." Although Fang Jinyuan maintained a calm exterior, he internally wrestled with turmoil, oscillating between faith in Shen Yihuai and Jiang Songning's prowess and the fear of unforeseen calamities. Last night, as Wei Zhe broke down, the others were not faring much better, and he could only feign composure until he saw both of them safe today, which brought him complete relief. He reflected on his youth and the realization that he had much to learn regarding thoroughness. Fang Jinyuan had initially intended for Shen Yihuai to manage the team, but Shun had declined, wishing to hone his own skills. Fang Jinyuan felt a pang of guilt for not meeting his cousin's expectations. Shen Yihuai observed Fang Jingyuan's self-reflection, having discerned the flaws in their actions beforehand, believing himself capable of extricating them from danger. He thought that if the others could not handle such basic situations, they would inevitably become liabilities in the future. Although he had promised to escort Hu Kursin back to City A, this was a post-apocalyptic world, and he could only tolerate one instance of her dragging them down. He would not allow it to happen again. Thus, he would permit Hu Kursin to accompany them, not wishing to offend Fang Jinyuan, but should she jeopardize their safety, he would have to disregard the Hu family's expectations. As for Qiu Yuxian, Shen Yihuai had never considered her safety. He held a deep-seated disdain for women like her, parasitic in nature, possessing abilities yet unwilling to enhance themselves, preferring to rely on others. He was not a savior. In this world of chaos, a single moment's inattention could lead to death, and no one could shoulder the burden of another's life. His concern lay solely with his family. All others fell into 2 categories, those who were useful and those who were not. Jiang Songning remained oblivious to Shen Yihuai's internal musings. Had she known, she would have applauded his sentiments, for she shared similar thoughts. Shen Yihuai assessed the group, deeming them not entirely incompetent. Each had their quirks, but none were wholly useless. What stood out most to him was Jiang Songning. She acted decisively, possessed courage and meticulousness, and never hindered the group. Only such capable individuals could survive in this harsh reality, and he admired those with prowess. In the midst of his thoughts, Fang Jingyuan spoke again. We are a team, and moving forward, the safety of our comrades must take precedence. This remark was directed at Song Hao, who understood Fang Jingyuan's implication and lowered his head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Moreover, we must act with utmost caution in all endeavors. Last night's events serve as a valuable lesson. Fortunately, we avoided irreversible consequences, and we gained wisdom from our missteps. As Fang Jingyuan concluded, Lu Chun initiated applause, prompting the others to join in, thereby lightening the atmosphere in the living room. I have one more matter to discuss with everyone and would like to hear your thoughts. Everyone ceased their activities, looking towards Fang Jingyuan, signaling for him to continue. Considering the current weather, it's evident that we can only operate at night. Since we are presently in City J, I propose we linger here for a while to gather more supplies. Particularly water and gasoline. I anticipate that soon, water resources will become increasingly scarce, and this weather is conducive to fires. Collecting gasoline will likely become a challenge later on. Therefore, it would be prudent to gather supplies before we leave. Otherwise, once we hit the national highway, we'll be mostly in rural areas, making it difficult to procure resources. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. That sounds good. It allows us to collect more crystal cores during this time. Everyone's stock of crystal cores was limited, and Jiang Soning had provided food and weapons to the group, meaning they had little to offer in return. Therefore, it was only fair they contributed more crystal cores to her, lest they feel undeserving of her provisions. Jiang Soning turned to Fang Jingyuan. What arrangements do you have in mind? Fang Jingyuan retrieved his tablet. Last night, as we passed Peace Road, I noticed several small supermarkets. I observed that these little stores still had supplies, and they're not marked on the map. Furthermore, the area isn't swarming with zombies. Jiang Soning had no objections. That sounds feasible, but I must inform you that my space is nearing its capacity for storing supplies. If we are to gather more, it would be best to find a truck. Fang Jingyuan hadn't anticipated this issue. How much more can you store? Jiang Soning's spatial capacity was certainly not exhausted. It was only thanks to Shen Yihua's reminder that she realized just how capacious her space truly was. Although they had amassed quite a collection of supplies, those items occupied no more than 300 square meters at most. Everyone was aware that she possessed dual abilities, so having 500 or 600 square meters of space didn't seem so extravagant. After all, space-type ability users typically reached 400 square meters upon attaining the 4th level. There was still over 100 square meters available. I believe it would be best to reserve that space for storing gasoline. Fang Jingyuan nodded in agreement, stating that over the next couple of days, they would not only gather supplies but also search for a truck. As the clock approached midnight, Fang Jingyuan announced the adjournment of the meeting, reminding everyone that it was getting late and they should rest for the night. With plans to act again the following evening, Jiang Soning, feeling quite fatigued, yawned and returned to her room. After locking her door, she entered her space. Having just enjoyed some watermelon, she wasn't hungry, and as soon as she entered her space, she fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke again, it was already 10 o'clock at night, having slept a full 10 hours. After freshening up, Jiang Soning exited her space. Upon opening her door, the rich aroma of cooked food wafted through the air, instantly awakening the appetite within her. As she descended, she found only Wei Zhe and Song Hao in the living room, engaged in a game of cards. She could easily guess who was in the kitchen. Jiang Soning had a fondness for Qiu Yuexian's culinary skills, which made her presence in the team quite beneficial. However, she thought that if Qiu Yuexian openly pursued Shen Yihua, she would undoubtedly be well received within the group. With her skills in the kitchen, the team's meals had certainly improved. Jiang Soning couldn't fathom what was going through that girl's mind. Despite her exceptional abilities, she seemed intent on presenting herself as a mere green tea. Among the team, while Wei Zhe and Song Hao had yet to awaken to the situation, they could still discern the pretentiousness and would not pity her. Liu Chun, being a dandy, had encountered all sorts of people and could see right through her little schemes. Fang Jingyuan harbored feelings for Hu Kersin and would certainly not spare her a second glance. Zhou Lin was a mystery to her, and as for Shen Yihua, he was the type of person who appeared decisive and ruthless in business. He had seen it all. If she truly wished to pursue him, a more straightforward approach might yield greater success. However, her roundabout tactics merely tested Shen Yihua's boundaries, pushing him to distance himself from her, which also earned her the disfavor of others. Jiang Soning ultimately shook her head, unwilling to meddle further. Chapter 95. Gathering supplies. Upon seeing Jiang Songning come downstairs, Wei Zhe eagerly called out, "Sister Jiang, come quickly, just in time for us three to play some do de jeu." Feeling a bit bored, Jiang Songning happily joined them. By 11 o'clock, everyone had emerged from their rooms. "Senior Fong, since we plan to stay here for a while, we should redecorate this house. I happen to have solar panels in my space. We can use those." Fong Jingyuan immediately nodded in agreement, acknowledging that solar panels would be quieter than generators. After dinner, they would head to the balcony to install them, ensuring they would be operational by the following day. Jiang Songning was not adept at installation, so after dinner, she took out the solar panels, knowing that the current weather would allow them to be used by the next morning. Since they would be staying for some time, she couldn't remain in her space for too long, lest she arouse suspicion. The group labored for several hours to successfully install the solar panels. Once that task was completed, they took another day to rest. Song Hao's abilities had also advanced to the second level, much to everyone's delight. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Songning absorbed the crystal core excavated from the hospital. Her ability level remained at 3, but although the outward appearance of her vines didn't change much, she could feel that they had become significantly more resilient. As night fell once more, Fong Jingyuan gathered everyone to prepare for action. "This time, while we collect supplies, we also need to look for suitable trucks. Although the number of zombies on Pingy Road is not overwhelming, we must remain vigilant. There are 3 small supermarkets along that road. At that time, Huaigu, Wei Zhe, and Jiang Shuimai will venture inside to gather supplies, while Song Hao, Lu Chun, Zhou Lin, and I will handle the zombies outside." Jiang Songning retrieved a portion of the supplies she had collected in her space and placed them in her room. The small villa already had an electric fence, and last night, while Shun Yihua and the others were installing the solar panels, they had also powered up the fence. Fong Jingyuan left a wooden gun for Hu Kersin, who had some shooting experience and could handle herself if anyone approached. At 8:30, as darkness began to settle, the group set out from the small villa. At this hour, the zombies were still largely inactive, but the stench of decay in the air grew stronger by the day. Jiang Songning donned a mask to filter out some of the odors. Upon reaching Pingy Road, they noticed that a number of zombies had begun to emerge along the roadside, with Fong Jingyuan leading the way in their vehicle. Upon arriving at the first small supermarket, the group quickly disembarked, as Fong Jingyuan and the others dealt with the approaching zombies. Jiang Songning and Shun Yihua headed towards the supermarket, which was secured with a heavy iron lock. Jiang Songning hesitated as she eyed the lock. Just as she was about to retrieve a hammer, she noticed Shen Yihua producing a piece of iron wire. In less than 3 seconds, with a satisfying click, the lock sprang open. Jiang Songning cast a surprised glance at Shen Yihua. As the door swung open, Shen Yihua stepped in first. Inside the small supermarket, the items were neatly arranged on the shelves, indicating that it had yet to be ransacked. However, the stock was not extensive, consisting mainly of snacks, bread, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, ready-to-eat rice, beverages, and seasonings, with some cigarettes and alcohol at the counter. The ice cream in the freezer had all melted, but Jiang Songning swiftly collected all the undamaged drinks into her space. After clearing out the exterior, they proceeded to check the back storage room. The supplies there were also limited, but they were sufficient to sustain the group for quite some time. After gathering the items, the group exited the small supermarket. The nearby zombies had been dealt with by Fong Jingyuan and his team, and they climbed back into their vehicle to head to the next supermarket. Unfortunately, this next small supermarket was far less fortunate. Several zombies roamed within, and items were strewn about haphazardly. Before Jiang Songning could take action, Shen Yihua and Wei Zhe had already dispatched the zombies. Once inside, Jiang Songning began collecting items from the shelves into her space. She ignored the mess on the floor, as this supermarket was only about 10 square meters in size with minimal supplies. Once she had secured the items, just as the group was about to leave, Jiang Songning sensed something amiss. "Wait!" She turned to look behind her, spotting a zombie charging towards them at high speed. This was no ordinary zombie. Its speed indicated it was a 3-tiered ability zombie. Jiang Songning felt a thrill of excitement at the sight of it. The others also watched in eager anticipation, their eyes gleaming. Although they were unsure of the zombie's abilities, defeating it would likely lead to someone's upgrade, thus enhancing the team's overall strength. As the zombie drew closer, Shen Yihua's demeanor turned serious. With his ability still at the second level, he could not afford to let his guard down against a 3-tiered zombie. "For now, Lu Chun, Fong Jingyuan, and I will handle that zombie." The rest of you take care of the low-tier zombies surrounding us. Remember, once we obtain the crystal core, we retreat immediately. Three-tiered zombies were formidable foes, guaranteed to cause a commotion that would attract more zombies. The wisest course of action was to secure the crystal core and withdraw. And the group nodded in agreement. In an instant, the three-tiered zombie, now within 10 meters of them, hurled a fireball in their direction. Wei Zhe's eyes lit up at the sight of the fireball. This was his chance to upgrade. The group swiftly dodged the projectile. Jiang Songning utilized her abilities to deal with the nearby low-tier zombies. While the low-tier zombies were not particularly strong, their numbers continued to swell. Jiang Songning attempted to use her vines to snap the necks of the zombies a few days prior. This method had proven challenging, but after absorbing that crystal core, Jiang Songning found her vines could now easily constrict the necks of low-tier zombies. She felt a surge of joy as the number of defeated zombies grew, and her proficiency increased. Zhou Lin, having witnessed Shan Yihua's brutal efficiency in dispatching zombies, felt a chill run down his spine at Jiang Songning's ruthlessness. However, he quickly snapped back to reality as more zombies closed in. Jiang Songning's method indeed saved time and effort, but extracting the crystal cores from the zombies' heads proved cumbersome. After considering her options, she directed her vines to pierce through the skulls of the zombies, then used them to extract the cores. This technique was difficult to master, and with zombies continuously rushing at her, Jiang Songning focused on dispatching the zombies while simultaneously dragging the heads closer to her. As the number of zombies swelled, so too did the heads accumulating before her. Just as Shan Yihua narrowly evaded a strike from the three-tiered zombie, he turned back to witness this bizarre scene. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. He never expected Jiang Songning to have such a peculiar hobby. If Jiang Songning were aware of his thoughts, she would surely protest her innocence. She merely lacked the time to collect the crystal cores and was simply gathering the heads for convenience. Once the surrounding zombies were dealt with, Jiang Songning drew out a dagger and quickly extracted the crystal cores. She still needed practice with her vines for this task. Clearly, time was not on her side, and using a dagger was more efficient. Chapter 96. Crystal cores for Zhou Lin. As the commotion escalated, more and more zombies were drawn to the noise, prompting the group to intensify their efforts. Seeing Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun engaging the zombies, Shan Yihua seized the opportunity to pull out his handgun and fired at the three-tiered zombie's head. With a resounding bang, the zombie's skull was pierced. After eliminating the three-tiered zombie, Lu Chun rushed forward to extract the crystal core, and the group moved in unison towards their vehicle. Observing the relentless tide of zombies surging towards them from either side of the street, they hastily boarded their vehicle and departed from Pingyi Road. Jiang Songning glanced at the crystal cores within her space after boarding the vehicle. This evening, she had collected a total of 24 cores, and combined with those she had previously stored and those gifted by others, she now possessed only 123 cores in her space. Once the others entered the vehicle, they began to extract their crystal cores to replenish their abilities. And Jiang Songning followed suit. Wei Zheil, who was driving, wore a grin that seemed unable to fade. He was on the verge of leveling up as soon as Lu Chen boarded. He handed a crystal core to him. Fang Jingyuan, unable to tolerate Wei Zheil's smug demeanor, promptly delivered a light slap to his head, admonishing him not to gloat. Wei Zheil merely chuckled foolishly, unfazed by Fang Jingyuan's rebuke. Ha 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 ha. After absorbing a crystal core, Jiang Songning began to observe the surroundings. A portion of first-tier zombies trailed behind them, but Wei Zheil drove swiftly, soon shaking off the undead. As the two vehicles traversed the road, Jiang Songning detected the presence of people in a house not far from the small villa. She discerned a total of 8 individuals inside. They had not encountered them 2 days prior, suggesting they had arrived either yesterday or today. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the building, which was only about a kilometer away from the villa, an alarming proximity. Moreover, she noticed someone on the upper balcony watching them. Despite the moon's brightness, only vague silhouettes were discernible, obscuring the individuals' identities. There were indeed people in that building. Jiang Songning spoke up, prompting Lu Chun and Fang Jingyuan to look up and see the figures on the balcony. Lu Chun frowned, suggesting it was best to keep to themselves, advising that they should avoid going out in full force in the future. The small villa served as their temporary residence, and if these individuals harbored ill intentions, Hu Kersen and Xiao Yuxian would be in jeopardy, as neither possessed much combat capability. Upon returning to the villa, Hu Kersen and Xiao Yuxian rushed out. Hu Kersen anxiously regarded Fang Jingyuan, asking, "Yuan Gu?" Are you hurt? Fang Jingyuan ruffled her hair, reassuring her. I'm fine. It's hot outside. Let us head inside. Qiu Yuxian hurried to the back, concernedly inquiring after Shen Yihua and Zhou Lin. Brother Yihua, brother Zhou Lin. Are you both unharmed? Shen Yihua pretended not to hear her and walked back into the living room, while Zhou Lin politely acknowledged Qiu Yuxian's concern. Thank you. Miss Qiu, I am unscathed. Qiu Yuxian, feeling aggrieved, bit her lip and looked at Zhou Lin. Brother Zhou Lin, please just call me Yuxian. We are teammates now. Zhou Lin smiled, responding, all right, Miss Qiu. Seeing Shen Yihua enter the house, Qiu Yuxian disregarded Zhou Lin and hurried after him, fussing over him with water and a towel to wipe away his sweat. Jiang Songning had initially intended to observe the scene with amusement, but it seemed Shen Yihua could see through her thoughts. Casting her a knowing smile, feeling embarrassed to watch the unfolding drama, she discreetly averted her gaze. Instead, she focused on Fang Jingyuan and Hu Kersin. The atmosphere between the two had noticeably improved over the past couple of days. With Fang Jingyuan's gaze towards Hu Kersin brimming with tenderness, Hu Kersin had also tempered her once imperious demeanor, treating everyone with warmth and devoid of hostility towards Jiang Songning, greeting her with a smile. Yuan Gu, quickly drink some mung bean soup. Yuxian and I made it together. It's been chilled in the fridge. It's just right to drink now. Fang Jingyuan accepted the bowl with a smile. Taking a sip, delicious, upon hearing the praise from her beloved, Hu Kersin felt elated. The others could almost sense the abundance of dog food in the air. Wei Ziel, self-aware, went to the fridge and served everyone a bowl of mung bean soup. After finishing their soup, Hu Kersin and Qiu Yuxian hurried to the kitchen to wash the bowls. Jiang Songning felt somewhat guilty, following them into the kitchen, but Hu Kersin promptly stopped her. Songning, go rest. UVE worked hard collecting supplies. Yuxian and I can handle these small tasks. Jiang Songning, unaccustomed to Hu Kersin's enthusiasm, replied, all right, thank you for your efforts. Hu Kersin waved her hand dismissively. I'll just be cooking at home. Unlike you all, who must venture out to gather supplies, I can't just sit idly by. You need not worry about these trivial matters in the future. Jiang Songning accepted this with a smile and a nod. Okay. It seemed Hu Kersin had gained some understanding recently, likely influenced by Fang Jingyuan's discussions with her. Initially possessing a somewhat spoiled nature, she had become considerably more sensible. However, within a team, no one wished to support a slacker. Though Hu Kersin possessed abilities, her inability to confront zombies left her with the need to contribute in whatever capacity she could. Over time, even the best of relationships could falter if one party felt burdened by the other's lack of effort. Jiang Songning temporarily set aside her earlier discomfort as she returned to the living room, where Lu Qian broached the subject of the nearby individuals. Shen Yihua, observing Jiang Songning's approach, said, tomorrow night, we will search for a truck and simultaneously investigate the nearby gas stations. Aiken and Zhou Lin will stay at home, just in case. Since they had already departed, Jiang Songning had retrieved some supplies from her space. Necessitating that someone remain behind, Liu Chan turned to Jiang Songning. Jiang Xuejia, please come with me for a moment. Following him to the balcony, she inquired, Lu Xuezhang, what is it? He explained, we have a third-tier crystal core with a metal ability. Correct? Jiang Songning understood. You wish to give it to Zhou Lin? Lu Chen nodded. Given that we are now operating at night, the dangers we face are greater. Enhancing his abilities would benefit our team. And since we have no immediate use for that core, I thought it best to upgrade him with it, though I wanted to hear your opinion first. Jiang Songning waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a crystal core. If you wish to give it, then do so. There is no need to consult me. That core is of no use to us. Strengthening our team is of utmost importance. Lu Chen smiled. That crystal core was obtained through our collective efforts in slaying zombies. Since Zhou Lin did not partake, it is only right to consider everyone's opinions. Having spent several days together, Jiang Songning had formed a favorable impression of Zhou Lin. She felt no qualms about giving him the unnecessary crystal core. I have no objections. You may give it to him. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. All right, Chapter 97. The ones who followed Lu Chun also consulted Song Hao and Wei Ziel, both of whom expressed no objections. With their consensus, Lu Chun presented the crystal core to Zhou Lin. After discussing the matter, it was already midnight, and Hu Kersin and Qiu Yuxian had prepared breakfast. The meat in the fridge had been sourced from the cold storage at Wei Ziel's house. And upon noticing the lack of vegetables, Jiang Songning would replenish the fridge whenever necessary. After finishing her meal, Jiang Songning returned to her room. Although she had been sleeping during the day lately, The outside was never as comfortable as her space. Once inside her room, she locked the door and entered her space. The watermelons and strawberries within her space would soon be ripe for consumption. Jiang Songning's mouth watered at the sight of the watermelons. In the sweltering heat, all she craved was the refreshing chill of watermelon. The grapes would likely ripen in about 10 days, while the oranges and apples would take a bit longer. The rice, wheat, and corn were all mature, and Jiang Songning harvested these crops. She intended to take some corn out to cook for breakfast. With an ample supply of rice and wheat in her space, she planned to plant sweet potatoes, soybeans, and potatoes, staple foods. Once the weather turned cold in 2 months, roasted sweet potatoes would not only be filling but warming as well. Soybeans could be processed into soy milk. And if conditions permitted, she could even make some tofu and douhua. Having witnessed her foster mother make it during her childhood, it did not appear too challenging. Once she had planted everything, Jiang Songning was drenched in sweat. Though she had not done the physical labor herself, it was still exhausting. By 7 in the morning, Wei Ziel knocked on her door, urging her to come down for breakfast, but Jiang Songning declined, finding the heat unbearable outside. Instead, she enjoyed a bun and a glass of milk in her space before exercising for a while, then fell asleep directly in her space. By 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Songning awoke, noting the time was still early, and chose not to venture downstairs. After a refreshing rest, she began running in her space to exercise, only heading downstairs for dinner when the time seemed right. The table was laid out with 4 dishes and a soup, the portions ample. After their meal, the 5 of them departed once the sun had set. As they passed the house they had observed the previous night, Jiang Songning focused her mental energy to lock onto that building. The individuals inside had not emerged and remained within. As their vehicle approached, those inside the house drove out in a car. Upon seeing the person in the passenger seat, Jiang Songning questioned her own eyes. She thought she had spotted He Sun. However, the car sped past, leaving her uncertain if she had been mistaken. Fang Jingyuan noted the car ahead. It seems they are also out searching for supplies. Wei Ziel remarked, that direction is towards the hospital. Shiniwa pointed, let us head north. There's a tea market there where we should be able to find a truck. Understanding, Wei Ziel steered northward at the fork in the road. However, after 10 minutes of driving, the car that had initially headed towards the hospital began to follow them again. Jiang Songning observed the approaching vehicle. She quickly took out her binoculars and, upon recognizing the passenger, cursed under her breath. Wei Ziel pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed, and the gap between the two vehicles widened rapidly. Shun Yihua retrieved a wooden weapon. Cautioning everyone, stay alert, Jiang Songning exclaimed. The people behind us are from the group we encountered at the prison. Find a place to pull over. At this hour, the sky had yet to darken, and only a few scattered zombies roamed the road, so it was not particularly dangerous outside. Wei Ziel drove a bit further, locating an open area where he parked the car. The vehicle trailing behind came to a halt as well. Upon witnessing their stop, Jiang Songning pushed open the car door and stepped out. Fang Jingyuan and the others followed suit, aware of the animosity between them, and they stood by the vehicle, waiting. He Sun, seated in the passenger seat, also emerged, though his condition was far from satisfactory. His clothing was relatively clean, yet he emanated a pungent odor of sweat that assailed the senses even from a distance. Moreover, he appeared considerably thinner and somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Jiang Songning, his eyes lit up momentarily. Xiaoning, it truly is you. Jiang Songning couldn't contain her laughter at his pitiful state. Mistaking her mirth for joy at his presence, he soon felt a fleeting sense of pride. Xiaoning, how have you been lately? Jiang Songning, appalled by his insincerity, nearly retched. What does my well-being matter to you? I haven't even inquired about yours. Why are you following us? He Sun, sensing her abrupt change in demeanor, felt a moment of discomfort. Xiaoning, your second brother and I are genuinely concerned for you, especially Mother. She misses you dearly. Our parents wish for you to return with me so that we may be together as a family and protect you. Jiang Songning regarded He Sun with derision. You must be wishing for my demise. Do you not feel guilty for uttering such words? Her voice was loud enough for the occupants of both vehicles to hear. He Sun sighed. Xiaoning, you are their biological daughter. How could they harbor such thoughts? The outside world is perilous, and they are deeply worried for your safety. Hearing He Sun's words, Jiang Songning's resentment towards her life in the He family intensified. With no desire to hold back, she raised her hand and slapped He Sun. glaring fiercely at her so-called elder brother. "Stop your prattle. Answer my questions," she demanded. "Why are you following us?" He-sun, taken aback by Jiang Songning's sudden aggression, looked at her in disbelief. "I am your brother. Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Songning was on the verge of losing control over her fury. She aimed her crossbow at He-sun's head, declaring, "Say another word, and I shall blow your wretched head off." The occupants of the vehicle behind quickly disembarked. He-chun, startled by Jiang Songning's unexpected ferocity, implored, "Jiang Songning, calm down." Jiang Songning's gaze fell upon He-sun, who was approaching. That a sudden thought crossed her mind. What if she could kill her? With that notion, she shifted her aim to He-sun's heart and shot without hesitation. Whoosh! The sound of the bolt slicing through the air echoed as it flew towards He-sun's heart. "Ah!" He-sun gasped in terror as she beheld Jiang Songning. Jiang Songning watched anxiously as the bolt whizzed past He-sun's hair, striking the vehicle behind. It became evident to her that, indeed, this was the protagonist. It would not be so easy for her to perish. The scene sent shockwaves through the onlookers, with He-sun being the first to react. Enraged, he unleashed his abilities toward Jiang Songning. Caught off guard, she was about to be struck by a blade of water. Just in time, Shen Yihuai seized Jiang Songning's wrist, evading the attack, and countered with a lightning strike aimed at He-sun. Blinded by fury, He-sun failed to react swiftly and was hit squarely in the chest. Chapter 98. The disguise of modesty. He-sun stumbled back, a hand instinctively clutching his chest, only to feel the skin tear and blood flow, accompanied by a charred scent. "Ugh, brother!" He-sun cried out, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at He-sun with concern. Jiang Songning noted that Shen Yihuai had not held back. Yet He-sun's injury was minimal, which she had anticipated. After all, He-sun was a loyal pawn in the protagonist's game. He was not so easily disposed of. Shen Yihuai observed the unfolding drama with confusion, questioning whether something was amiss with his powers. Upon witnessing He-sun's injury, He-chun raised his hand to attack, but Shen Yihuai produced a wooden firearm, pointing it at their adversaries. He-chun widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the weapon, his anger directed at Jiang Songning. "Did you take the firearms from the prison?" Jiang Songning merely raised an eyebrow, opting for silence. He-sun, from the vehicle, had noticed Shen Yihuai and felt a surge of hatred toward Jiang Songning upon seeing the firearm. She suspected that it was indeed hers, stolen by Jiang Songning. He-chun, observing Shen Yihuai's overt hostility and the 4 firearms aimed at him, realized that he could not control all 4 assailants simultaneously and retreated a couple of steps. He-sun looked at Jiang Songning with disappointment. "Sister, when you took those firearms, why didn't you inform us? You caused us to lose 5 teammates. How could you be so cold-hearted?" Jiang Songning had no intention of engaging with her. Seeing He-sun standing at a distance, she raised her hand and lashed out with vines. Just as the tendrils were about to strike He-sun, Chu Xian launched a mental attack toward Jiang Songning. Anticipating such a move, Jiang Songning deftly redirected the vines toward him, leaving his face a bloody mess. Chu Xian stumbled back, clutching his injured face in shock, realizing that his attack had no effect on Jiang Songning. Doubtful, he tested his abilities, confirming they were intact, yet he could not comprehend why he had failed. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, Jiang Songning struck again at He-sun, though this time it only resulted in bruises. "Ah!" He-sun winced, retreating in pain. Observing her contorted expression, Jiang Songning felt a measure of her frustration dissipate. "I told you not to call me sister." He-sun and his siblings contemplated counterattacking. Yet the 4 men opposite them brandished wooden firearms, compelling them to suppress their tempers. He-sun looked at Jiang Songning in confusion. "Xiao Ning, why? We are family, are we not?" Jiang Songning was nearly amused by He-sun's innocent demeanor. "Family? Am I not the one who has disrupted your harmonious family atmosphere? What kind of family repeatedly plunges a knife into my heart and drives me out, even in the midst of a blizzard? You disregarded my plight, leaving me to plead at your door, while you entertained the daughter of your enemy in the warmth of your home. What sort of family are you?" He-sun, feeling an unsettling discomfort at Jiang Songning's words, replied, "Xiao Ning, you are being too willful. You have picked up so many bad habits while outside. We have always said we are a family, yet you continue to bully Sinit. We only wish to help you shed those bad habits." Wei Zhe couldn't help but scoff at He-sun's words. "It's my first time hearing of someone trying to help another overcome bad habits while nearly taking their life. No wonder my sister Jiang appears so frail. It seems she has been harmed by you ungrateful relatives, He-sun faltered, unsure how to respond, and began to question whether he had indeed been too extreme. Jiang Songning coldly regarded the three siblings of the He family. He-sun, I warn you one last time. I have no ties to the He family. Keep your siblings in check, and do not seek to assert your presence before me in this apocalypse. Taking a life is trivial. I would not hesitate to end yours myself. He-chun was taken aback, recognizing the murderous intent in Jiang Songning's eyes, a stark contrast to her previous efforts to please them. Jiang Songning, when did you become so cold-hearted? Jiang Songning glared fiercely at He-chun, once again directing the vines toward him, but he anticipated the attack and dodged. Wei Zhe seized the opportunity to hurl a fireball at He-chun. He-sun reacted instinctively, conjuring a water blade to counter the fireball, extinguishing much of its force, yet it ultimately struck He-chun's arm. Clutching his wounded arm, He-chun glared at Wei Zhe with murderous intent. Wei Zhe taunted him, useless. He-sun realized that they were outmatched and restrained He-chun, saying, Xiao Ning, regardless of the past, we still hope you will return to us. He-sun bit her lip, glancing at Jiang Songning with trepidation. Xiao Ning, please come back. Mom and Dad miss you. He-sun and He-chun were pained to see He-sun's distressed demeanor. This green tea princess, her display hardly suggested a desire for Jiang Songning's return. It was as if she brazenly proclaimed that Jiang Songning had bullied her. He-sun looked at Wei Zhe with indignation. How can you say that? I didn't. It's just that my brothers misunderstood. Jiang Songning was disinclined to waste time on them, only wishing to strip away their facade. Misunderstanding? You know the truth. You and He-sun are entangled, and you have an ambiguous relationship with He-chun. Oh, I almost forgot. Now there's another sycophant in the mix. Watching you all makes me sick. Henceforth, do not come near me, for I find you repulsive. He-sun seemed unable to bear the blow, her body trembling. Appearing utterly pitiful at I truly didn't. He-sun, realizing his intentions had been exposed, felt a moment of anger and wanted to argue, but Jiang Songning had already turned to return to the vehicle. Seeing her enter the car, the others followed suit. Jiang Songning exhaled a heavy breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to commit murder. She is currently unable to eliminate those few individuals, still hindered by her own weakness. She does not believe in the extraordinary prowess of the protagonist's halo. However, once she becomes stronger, she is convinced that she will be able to vanquish them. After getting into the car, Shin Yihua fell into deep contemplation. Puzzled as to why his unique ability could only inflict minimal harm on He-sun, he cast a glance at Jiang Songning, whose complexion was far from favorable, suspecting that perhaps she held the key to the answer. Chapter 99. The truck, outdoor gear. The vehicle made its way towards Tea Leaf City, and the others noticed Jiang Songning staring quietly out the window, lost in her thoughts, prompting them to refrain from disturbing her. As dusk settled in, the roads became livelier, and the hidden zombies emerged. Jiang Songning was not preoccupied with that ill-fated family. Since they had followed them, she felt it was only right to teach them a lesson. A fitting retribution for the grievances she had endured at the He family's hands over the years. Coming to this realization, she discreetly employed her psychic abilities to scan the surroundings. Noting that they were surrounded by low-tier zombies, posing no immediate threat, Wei Zhe drove directly into Tea Leaf City, where the zombie presence was relatively sparse, primarily consisting of low-tier specimens, with perhaps a dozen first-tier zombies. The entirety of Tea Leaf City was not expansive, spanning roughly 2,000 square meters, characterized by a U-shaped structure with a small plaza at its center, flanked on three sides by tea shops, behind which were several warehouses. Behind the warehouses lay a parking lot, filled with various vehicles, including cars and trucks. The group did not linger at the front, but made their way directly to the parking lot. Wei Zhe found an available spot and parked the vehicle, prompting Feng Jingyuan to speak. "Aze, you and Haozi go find suitable vehicles. The rest of us will provide cover." Understood. After everyone was prepared, they exited the vehicle. Wei Zhe and Song Hao approached the nearest truck, with Jiang Songning trailing behind them. They moved cautiously, careful not to alert the few wandering zombies nearby. Wei Zhe circled the truck, then proceeded to the next one. After inspecting several vehicles, they finally settled on this nearly new small truck. After checking its condition, he gestured to Jiang Songning, who raised her hand to store the truck in her space. Wei Zhe located another suitable small truck, which Jiang Songning also stored away. With the vehicle secured, The group cautiously returned to their own vehicle. Song Hao, bringing up the rear, failed to watch his step in the growing darkness and accidentally kicked a soda can, the sound echoing ominously in the stillness of the night. Startled, he froze. The nearby zombies, alerted by the noise, began to rush over, snarling. Fang Jingyuan shouted to Song Hao, "Hurry, get in the car." Only then did Song Hao regain his wits and leap into the vehicle. Without regard for whether he was securely seated, Wei Zhe pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. The zombies, having finally spotted prey, were relentless in their pursuit, howling as they followed. The zombies within Tea Leaf City also joined the chase. Wei Zhe drove swiftly, quickly distancing the vehicle from the horde. Shin Yihua pointed towards an intersection ahead. "Turn right. Let's check out the gas station." "All right." As they approached the gas station, the number of zombies dwindled. But before they got too close, they spotted several vehicles with headlights on and a few individuals moving about, transporting items. Wei Zhe pressed the brakes. Jiang Songning utilized her abilities to scan the area, noting a total of 33 people at the gas station. The individuals noticed their vehicle, halting their tasks and eyeing them warily. Wei Zhe turned to Fang Jingyuan, who was in the passenger seat. "What should we do?" Fang Jingyuan pondered for a moment. "Let's turn around for now. We are outnumbered. It's better to avoid conflict." Wei Zhe restarted the engine and turned the vehicle around. Shin Yihua, glancing at the map, spoke, "There are 2 gas stations south of the city. Since it's still early, let's check them out." Jiang Songning, seated beside Shin Yihua, glanced at the map and noted that their current location was only about 10 kilometers from the southern gas station. "We will pass by an outdoor gear store. Perhaps we can check for usable supplies." Although Jiang Songning had already procured many outdoor items, they anticipated spending a considerable amount of time outdoors. Making it wise to gather additional resources, Shin Yihua, seeing it was on the way, nodded in agreement. "All right." As the clock approached midnight, they drove for another 20 minutes before arriving at the outdoor gear store. Numerous shops surrounded the store, resulting in a significant zombie presence, and the door to the outdoor gear store stood open, with about 10 zombies wandering inside. The group disembarked quietly and stealthily entered the store. Shin Yihua and Fang Jingyuan led the way, immediately grabbing machetes to strike down the zombies. Once Jiang Songning and Wei Zhe entered, they quickly shut the door and barricaded it with a nearby desk. With the entrance secured, Shin Yihua and the others swiftly dealt with the zombies inside the store. Once the threat was neutralized, Shin Yihua turned on a flashlight to assess the situation. The store was in disarray. Having clearly been ransacked, most lightweight items were gone, including first aid kits, various knives, backpacks, emergency ropes, and other potential weapons. However, several travel cases, raincoats, down jackets, folding tables and chairs, climbing shoes, sports shoes, portable stoves, and tents remained, items likely too cumbersome for others to carry away. Shin Yihua began collecting usable items from the floor and packed them into a travel case. The others, seeing this, began to gather supplies as well. Jiang Songning stored down jackets, raincoats, and sun protective clothing into her space. Shin Yihua and the others also stored what they had collected. Although these items were not immediately needed, they would prove useful when extreme cold weather arrived. Song Hao discovered a compass and a stack of maps of various cities at the front desk. Fang Jingyuan, upon seeing the maps, chuckled, "Great job, Haozi. These maps will be immensely helpful." Song Hao beamed with pride, feeling he had finally contributed to the team. Wei Zhe retrieved a box of 5-liter thermoses from the shelf, filled with practical items. Once they had finished gathering supplies from the outdoor gear store, they also acquired 2 trucks. Jiang Songning felt it was sufficient. "My space is nearly full." Shin Yihua contemplated for a moment. "Then let's first scout the gas station situation. We can pause our collection for now." The others nodded in agreement and exited the outdoor gear store. After another 10 minutes of driving, they reached a gas station, only to find it had been abandoned for quite some time. Wei Zhe remarked, "No wonder the 2 gas stations are so close together." After leaving that gas station, they drove for another 3 minutes to the next one. This gas station, unlike the previous, was not abandoned. They found no zombies at all. However, the situation was not particularly favorable, as the absence of zombies made them more cautious as they approached the supermarket, which was largely stripped of goods. Jiang Songning used her psychic abilities to scan the area but found nothing amiss. Shin Yihua cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. Something feels off here." The group carefully maneuvered to the entrance of the fuel depot. Shin Yihua instructed, "You all wait here. I will go inside to see if there is any fuel left." Jiang Songning couldn't help but call out a warning, "Be careful." Chapter 100. The mutant wolf Shiniwa nodded. Donned the protective gear at the entrance, along with a hard hat and safety gloves, and proceeded to open the fuel depot door. The others anxiously awaited outside, and after 2 minutes, Shiniwa emerged, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Fang Jinyuan hurriedly closed the fuel depot door. Wei Zhe, anxious, asked, "Brother Huai, how is it inside?" Shinihua's tone was tinged with regret. "There is very little gasoline left. Perhaps only a few hundred liters. Several hundred liters is manageable. There are a few large barrels over there, each capable of holding 100 liters. Let us take the gasoline tonight to avoid taking unnecessary risks in the future." Shinihua turned to Jiang Songning. "Is there still room in your space?" Jiang Songning nodded. "You all gather the gasoline. I'll retrieve some supplies for the trunk and organize them. If it doesn't fit, I'll bring out a small truck." "All right, A's, accompany Songning upstairs while we fill the barrels," Shinihua directed. Swiftly, he grabbed a barrel from the side and re-entered the fuel depot. After exiting, Jiang Songning and Wei Zhe took out some of the outdoor supplies they had collected that night and placed them in the trunk. Once the trunk was full, Jiang Songning feigned organizing her space. "A's, you keep a lookout for any unusual activity while I organize my space," she instructed. Wei Zhe replied with a grin. "Sure, you can count on me to be vigilant." As time passed, Jiang Songning finally announced, "All right, we can go check on them now." Wei Zhe had been attentively observing their surroundings when he suddenly tugged at Jiang Songning's sleeve excitedly. "Sister Jiang, what is that shiny thing over there?" Jiang Songning looked up to see a pair of glimmering green eyes watching them from the nearby thicket. Her breath caught in her throat, and she couldn't help but give Wei Zhe a playful knock on the head. Her voice slightly shaky. "It's a mutant wolf." Upon hearing mutant wolf, Wei Zhe's expression shifted to one of alarm. Wolves are typically pack animals, and the presence of only a pair of eyes hinted that more might be lurking nearby. "No wonder there are no zombies here." "Sister Jiang, what should we do?" Jiang Songning decisively replied. "Let us head to the fuel depot." The two exited the vehicle and swiftly slipped into the fuel depot. Seeing them rush in, Fang Jinyuan couldn't help but ask, "Why the hurry? What happened?" Wei Zhe spoke with a slight tremor. "Brother, there's a mutated wolf outside." Shinihua regarded the two with a grave expression. Confirming, "Only one?" Jiang Songning nodded. "Is the oil collected?" "We must leave this place swiftly." Shinihua locked the oil depot door, stating, "Almost done. Just a bit left. You first store it in the space, and we shall depart." Jiang Songning gathered the 5 oil barrels from the ground into the space, and the group swiftly exited the depot. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. Upon opening the door, they were met with several pairs of eerie green eyes glistening under the bright moonlight. There were 3 mutated wolves outside, each with a massive physique. Upon noticing the 5 individuals, they bared their teeth and drooled, seemingly quite pleased with the prospect of their evening meal. Shinihua calmly commanded, "A's and Songning, handle the one on the right. You and Songhao take the left one, while I will confront the one in the center." The central wolf appeared to be the strongest. Unmistakably the Wolf King. Jiang Songning summoned Tang Yuan. "Brother Huai, you and A's form a pair, while Tang Yuan and I will take the other." Tang Yuan, who had been amusing the large geese in the space, was momentarily bewildered by the sudden shift in scene. However, upon seeing the 3 wolves before them, it immediately bared its teeth and issued a low, warning growl. This was the first time Shinihua had encountered Tang Yuan, and recognizing its formidable size, he nodded in agreement. The 3 mutated wolves could no longer contain themselves. With a low growl from the Wolf King, the 2 wolves on either side lunged toward the group. Jiang Songning raised her hand, wielding vines to strike at the approaching wolf. The wolf moved with incredible speed, far more agile than the zombies, prompting Tang Yuan to charge at the mutated wolf. The 2 animals collided in a flurry of fur and teeth, and Jiang Songning struggled to find an opportunity to attack. Just as the mutated wolf's claws were about to strike Tang Yuan's head, she cast aside her reservations and unleashed her psychic abilities, causing the mutated wolf to momentarily freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yuan lifted its front paw and struck at the wolf's foreleg. With a crack, a whoo! The wolf's leg bone shattered, causing it to slow. Tang Yuan swiftly lunged again, attempting to bite the wolf's neck. The mutated wolf, momentarily stunned, evaded, but Jiang Songning quickly bound its fractured limb with vines. The wolf howled in agony, and Tang Yuan took advantage of the moment to slam it to the ground, sinking its teeth into the wolf's neck. The mutated wolf writhed in pain, blood gushed from its neck. accompanied by a mournful whimper. Noticing the peril of its subordinate, the Wolf King, having just evaded Shen Yihua's attack, curled its forepaws and lunged at him. Shen Yihua deftly dodged. The Wolf King swiftly redirected its assault toward Jiang Songning. Observing this, Shen Yihua quickly unleashed his psychic power against the Wolf King's body. Watch out! Jiang Songning caught a glimpse of the Wolf King charging at her and quickly focused her mental energy to control its movements. At that moment, Shen Yihua's attack struck the Wolf King, causing it to pause for 3 seconds. Despite the pain, Wei Zhe pressed forward to attack the Wolf King, overwhelmed by the trio of assaults. The Wolf King collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had already severed the mutated wolf's neck, silencing it forever. Enraged by the loss of its subordinate, the Wolf King roared and lunged once more at Jiang Songning, who swiftly dodged. Shen Yihua and Wei Zhe rushed in from behind to strike at the Wolf King. Tang Yuan also joined the fray, lunging at the fallen mutated wolf. The Wolf King, injured, could not evade Tang Yuan's assault. Receiving a deep gash across its back, dying in pain, the Wolf King turned to retaliate against Tang Yuan. Jiang Songning, seeing Tang Yuan's imposing figure appear somewhat diminutive before the Wolf King, worried for its safety. Without a second thought, she once again used her psychic abilities to control the Wolf King. The wolf's speed diminished once more as Tang Yuan circled to its side and clamped its jaws around the Wolf King's neck. Oh, whoa! The Wolf King, in pain, violently shook off Tang Yuan. Woof woof! Tang Yuan retreated a couple of steps, defiantly barking twice. Seizing the moment, Shen Yihua launched a psychic attack aimed at the Wolf King's head. Severely injured, the Wolf King couldn't evade in time, and its head was cleaved, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Tang Yuan, seizing the opportunity, once again latched onto the Wolf King's neck, its sharp teeth tearing through the wolf's fur, causing blood to spurt forth. The Wolf King,